In the most prosperous district of London, a private castle stood, exuding an air of extreme luxury and grandeur that inspired awe. In the manor, a group of beautiful maids were busily tending to the flowers and plants, handling them with utmost care, as if afraid of damaging these rare and precious flora worth a fortune. Inside the castle, a young man sat on a luxurious and exquisite sofa. He appeared to be in his early 20s with an extraordinarily handsome face, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and well-defined features. His demeanor was ethereal and otherworldly, like a celestial being descended to earth. However, at this moment his pupils were somewhat vacant, and his expression shifted dark and uncertain. After a long while his expression returned to normal, a hint of complexity in his eyes. He had to accept the fact he had transmigrated. He had crossed over into a world that was a fusion of many of the power fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. The young man was named Chenzhou, with a peerlessly handsome face, ranked first on the world's male god list, and known as everyone's husband. He had an unparalleled background, being the heir of the Gu family, the #1 hidden aristocratic family. He founded a financial company worth trillions, leading the financial trends. His martial arts talent was unmatched, making him the youngest powerhouse at the sovereign level. He was also the leader of the world's foremost organization, Heavenly Punishment. He was a guest of honor to countless presidents and kings. Yet despite such a perfect persona, he was the villain boss in the book, a stepping stone for the future protagonist. In this fused world, there were many protagonists: the divine doctor, descending the mountain, the dragon king, becoming a son-in-law, the war god, returning the strongest, abandoned young master, the peerless killing god, the super tycoon. There were many protagonists and even more female leads, at least over 100 in total. Doctors, flight attendants, CEOs, secretaries, campus belles, teachers. Lolita's, queen bees, female overlords, best friends, sisters, mothers and daughters, even multiple twins. Of course, none of these were his current concern. What he needed to focus on was a year from now. In 1 year, the protagonist would come knocking, shattering all his glory, and he would end up with his family destroyed and himself dead. As Chenzhou frowned and pondered how to break the deadlock, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. His brows twitched, and he murmured inwardly, "System, what functions do you have?" In his previous life, as a young entrepreneur navigating the business world and playing social games, he occasionally read web novels for solace. Naturally, he was familiar with the golden finger that every transmigrator needed. Destined Villain System, assisting the host in striking down various protagonists and becoming the ultimate villain. As long as the host strikes down protagonists and subdues female leads, he will obtain corresponding villain points. Villain points have many uses. They can be used for lottery draws, or once the system shop opens, they can be exchanged for skills, items, and more. After hearing the system's explanation, Chenzhou understood that this was a system specifically designed to mess with protagonists. Ding. Host has a villain gift pack. Do you wish to open it? Chenzhou's eyes flickered. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Destined Villain Halo. Destined Villain Halo, immune to the protagonist's intelligence-reducing aura. When killing a protagonist, fear no fate backlash. Chenzhou's eyes lit up. He had just been wondering if, given his status, striking preemptively at a protagonist who hadn't yet grown would cause some fate backlash. After all, he had read some villain novels. Protagonists were protected by fate and couldn't be killed. Now it seemed he didn't have to worry about that. Chenzhou felt very satisfied with this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight probe character attributes assist the host in striking down protagonists. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Marrow Cleansing and Meridian Washing. Marrow Cleansing and Meridian Washing forge the host's bones, wash the marrow, and remove impurities. With the final sound fading, countless warm currents surged through Chenzhou's entire body, flowing through his limbs, bones, and meridians, washing away impurities. After a moment, he felt an extraordinary comfort, his 5 senses becoming sharper and his strength more stable. His already extremely handsome face became even more exquisite, his physique more perfect, and his temperament more ethereal, like an immortal untouched by worldly dust. Master, what's wrong? Just then a voice, cold yet tinged with concern, came from beside him. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, but her eyes were ice cold, as if devoid of all worldly emotions, exuding an aura of indifference to all living beings. Only when she looked at Chenzhou did her eyes show a hint of fluctuation, respectful, tender, and full of warmth. Her name was Yanji, Chenzhou's personal bodyguard. She had grown up with him and was his true confidant. Yanji's eyes were filled with concern. In her memory, her master was always calm and composed. Even when facing kings and prime ministers, he remained unperturbed. This was the first time she had seen her master lost in thought, which both surprised and worried her. Swish! Chenzhou snapped back to reality, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as a faint smile appeared on his face. It's nothing. Seeing that smile, Yanji was momentarily dazed. It was simply too beautiful. Regaining her composure, she was stunned. This was the first time her master had smiled at her. Somehow she felt that her master had changed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on how. Steadying herself, she spoke. Master, I just received an invitation from the Queen of England inviting you to tonight's birthday banquet for the princess. Princess Charlotte. Gu Chenzhou's expression was unreadable. She was also a female lead, but he would set that aside for now. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "Ignore the banquet for now. You have a task to handle. Please instruct me, master." Seeing her master's refusal, Yanji's expression remained unchanged, adopting a posture of respectful attention. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. Given his status, personally going to Modu to deal with someone would be beneath his dignity and might arouse suspicion. After a pause and a moment's thought, he ordered notify the domestic branch. According to the plot, the divine doctor protagonist Lin Fan came down from the mountain with a marriage contract, showing off and slapping faces all the way. In Modu, there was a branch of the Gu family, and a wealthy second-generation sycophant from that branch entangled the protagonist's fiancée. The result was of course predictable. As the saying goes, if you beat the small one, the big one will come. After a while, the Modu Gu family was forced into bankruptcy and sought help from the main family. It was at that point that Gu Chenzhou first learned of Lin Fan's existence, but by then the protagonist had already grown and established a foothold in the country, making it difficult to move against him. Since that was the case, Gu Chenzhou decided to act now. It was only a branch family founded by a discarded one anyway. He would use its early bankruptcy to announce his return. Watching Yanji leave to carry out his orders, Gu Chenzhou's eyes were deep and unfathomable, lost in thought. But one thing was certain: the sky was about to change. After leaving the ancient castle, Yanji immediately began to operate. Though she was surprised by her master's command, she did not question it. Her master's orders were to be executed without hesitation. With each instruction she issued, the Tiandi group began to move. Established by Gu Chenzhou at the age of 16, over 4 years its market value had exceeded 1 trillion, with branches spread across the world. Now this colossal entity had finally been activated. Far away in Mojing Zhuzhou country, Gu Lingxiao, the head of the branch Gu family, walked into the group with a gloomy face and dark circles under his eyes, having stayed up all night. The reason was that his worthless son had been beaten into the hospital after confessing his feelings to someone, and since he was the one harassing others, he could not say anything. Upon arriving at the office, just as he sat down in his executive chair, the door was knocked. "Chairman, something terrible has happened." The secretary entered looking panicked and flustered. "What is it?" Seeing his expression, Gu Lingxiao frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart, and asked in a low voice. "Yintian Group, Tenglong Group. They have just terminated their contracts with us." The secretary said nervously. "What?" Gu Lingxiao was startled, stood up abruptly, and stared at the secretary with piercing eyes. Yintian Group and Tenglong Group had been closely cooperating with his group, their relationship firm. How could they terminate? "Chairman, please look." The secretary was frightened, took out his phone, and showed him the news. It was clearly a press conference announcing the termination of contracts with his Lingxiao Group, explicitly stating that all agreements were dissolved. Gu Lingxiao refused to believe it. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. But the result was a cold refusal. "Impossible, impossible." Gu Lingxiao began to panic. He made more than a dozen calls, but received the same answer. As if drained of all strength, he collapsed back into his chair, his eyes vacant and incredulous. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who is it? Gu Lingxiao thought, his pupils gradually regaining focus, his gaze turning sharp. The Lingxiao Group was one of the top 10 groups in Mojing with great influence. Those cooperating groups would not terminate contracts casually if something must have happened. Who exactly was targeting him? Hearing his words, the secretary opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. "Is there something else?" Gu Lingxiao noticed his unease and asked coldly. "It's like this: the Li family, the Lu family, the Qin family. 6 families have simultaneously targeted our group. Now the stock price is plummeting." The secretary finished cautiously, then lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Gu Lingxiao's eyelids twitched. These families were all high-class families in Mojing, and now they were all striking at the Gu family. He couldn't believe it. He had been expelled from the Gu family back, then came to Mojing to build a company. In a short time, he had turned it into one of the top 10 groups, entered Mojing's high society, and received help from many people. He knew that this was all thanks to the help of some people, simply because of his identity as a Gu family member. But since he could gain benefits, he did not explain that he was an abandoned son, instead using this opportunity to rise rapidly. Of course, on his path to rise, he inevitably offended some people's interests. But he didn't care. Even if you were unhappy, you had to swallow it. That was the power of the Gu family. Now unexpectedly, these people had actually made a move against him. Did they no longer care about the Gu family? Gu Lingxiao's eyes sharpened. The corner of his eye caught a headline on his phone: Gu Lingxiao, head of the Mojing Gu family, is actually an abandoned son expelled from the hidden Gu family. His pupils contracted sharply, as if he understood everything. It must be that these people had learned of his identity and started to attack him. Gu Lingxiao's eyes were filled with fear, not because of these people, but because of the main family. If the main family found out that an abandoned son of theirs was using the family name to benefit himself outside, he did not know what they would do to him. Although he had not deliberately used the family status, he had not clarified it either, so he could not help but panic. In fact, he was overthinking it. The vast Gu family certainly knew about this matter, but had turned a blind eye. As long as he did not infringe on the family's interests, they would not interfere. Of course, Gu Chenzhou knew this. It was he who had instructed Yen Ji to release the news. Back then when Gu Lingxiao established his group, he had harmed the interests of these people, and with Gu Chenzhou's subtle push this outcome had come about. And anyone extremely observant would notice that the families targeting the Mojing Gu family had close ties with one person, Lin Fan. These families later became Lin Fan's backing. Under Lin Fan's leadership, they formed an alliance that controlled the entire economic lifeline of Mojing, making it impossible to act without affecting everything, which was why Gu Chenzhou had found it difficult to strike. Knowing the plot, Gu Chenzhou naturally could not let this happen. He wanted to nip the thread in the bud. At this moment inside a luxuriously decorated conference room, 6 imposing figures sat discussing something. Boldly are we doing this? Will we anger the Gu family? One of the elders looked worried. They were not worried about the small Mojing Gu family, but about the hidden Gu family whose true depth was unknown. If they angered such a behemoth, they might not even know how they died. Rest assured, Gu Lingxiao is just an abandoned son. We were all blind back then. We should have noticed when he came to Mojing. The Gu family has always kept a low profile. There was no news of a Gu family member appearing, yet Gu Lingxiao showed up in Mojing and established a company. That's right. We've lived a life of success, but we were fooled by that kid. He dared to come to Mojing to make money. This time we'll make him spit it all out. Not all members of the Gu family live in seclusion. Have you forgotten the legendary figure who recently attracted worldwide attention? A voice suddenly broke the silence, and everyone was stunned. The conference room fell into silence. They all knew who was being referred to. The legendary figure of the current era, the only Gu family heir walking abroad, Gu Chenzhou. Don't worry. Gu Chenzhou's status is so high that he wouldn't care about a small Mojing, let alone an abandoned son. That's right. Perhaps that young master will even take the initiative to clean up the family's trash. Let's act today. To avoid trouble, let's take over Lingxiao Group as soon as possible. At this time in the office of Lingxiao Group, smoke filled the air. Chairman Gu Lingxiao was smoking, having lost count of how many packs he had gone through. In just half a day, the stock of Lingxiao Group was about to hit the limit down. During this time, he had tried everything, but nothing worked. The 6 families were coming fiercely, and he was powerless to resist. Moreover, he had a lingering feeling that there was something behind the scenes pushing things forward. Otherwise, even with the 6 families' power, it would be impossible to deal him such a blow in such a short time. But because of the successive bad news, he had no time to think deeply. In just half a day, he had suffered the greatest blow of his life. Now Lingxiao Group was bankrupt. The bank had already sent people to demand repayment, and various departments were coming to inspect. Gu Lingxiao looked dejected. He couldn't help but think of the breaking news headline. In his view, it was because of that news that he had fallen to this state. He also recalled, when he first came to Mojing, many celebrities had actively sought cooperation because of his Gu family identity. It was also because his identity was exposed that he was about to face bankruptcy, showing the influence of the Gu family. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his dim pupils. Right, the Gu family. I need to ask the Gu family for help. After this incident, he had fully realized that without the Gu family's protection, he was nothing. He wanted to return to the Gu family. Even though he was no longer a member of the family, he was willing to go back and be a watchdog. But after a moment, he felt dejected. He had been expelled from the family and didn't even know where the family's ancestral land was, so he couldn't return. He couldn't help but think of the legendary young master of the Gu family, who was now walking abroad. He thought that since the young master had broken the rules and was walking outside the family, might have intentions of entering the world stage. If he could ask the young master for help, turning the tables would be easy. Acting on this thought, he immediately began to contact the head of the Tiandi group in Mojing. After layers of reporting, the message finally reached Yen Ji. Holding the phone, she came to Gu Chenzhou's side. Young master, I am Gu Lingxiao, the abandoned son of the family. Please avenge me for the young master. I will obey your every command. After hanging up the phone, a knowing smile flickered across Gu Chenzhou's face. He calmly instructed, prepare a plane for 3 in the morning. I'm heading to Modu in Jiuzhou. Also, spread this news. Yes, Yen Ji respectfully acknowledged before turning to make arrangements. Soon after a piece of news shook the world, the young master of the Gu family had decided to return to his homeland. A godfather of commerce, a young king with a transcendent background. Countless accolades adorned him, such that the reception he received from various nations rivaled and even surpassed that afforded to a head of state. The entire world watched him with keen interest, hoping he would grace their country, which would elevate their national prestige. Gu Chenzhou's departure in particular stirred both the tranquil lands of Yingluan and Jiuzhou into a fervor. Yingluan was panicked. Had his departure been due to their inadequate hospitality? Consequently, the birthday banquet the queen of Yingluan was preparing for her daughter was suspended, and envoys were swiftly dispatched to Gu Chenzhou's castle. As for Jiuzhou, upon receiving the news, a wave of joy swept through. When it was learned that Gu Chenzhou was heading to Modu, a direct order was issued. Its essence was simple: ensure Gu Chenzhou was well received and comply with any request he made. Modu received the news, and the city's top brass mobilized through the night, rerouting flights and rescheduling schedules. The two countries had a time difference, so no need to worry. In short, no aircraft was permitted to land at Modu's first airport the following morning. They hurriedly undertook airport cleaning tasks, all to leave a favorable impression on Gu Chenzhou. Beyond these departmental heads, various families in Modu also caught wind of the news. Many were ecstatic and began their own preparations. What kind of existence was Gu Chenzhou? If one could appear before him and leave a good impression, a single project from him would be enough to sustain them for a lifetime. Thus, when word spread that the Tiandi group was selecting maids for Gu Chenzhou, the families went wild, sending their young and beautiful daughters. A maid. If their daughter caught his eye, wouldn't that be a meteoric rise to fortune? To ensure their girls were chosen as Gu Chenzhou's maids, they spared no expense, even bribing connections. Some rejoiced while others worried, the latter being the 6 families opposing the Gu family. At that moment, the 6 patriarchs gathered once more in that office. Unlike their previous aggressive stance, the atmosphere was now stifling and oppressive. You've all heard. That young Master Gu is coming to Modu. Finally, someone broke the silence, his voice hoarse. He's always been abroad before. Could it be because we've been targeting the Gu family in Modu that he's coming here? What's going on? Isn't Gu Lingxiao a discarded son? Does the Gu family still care? We can't be sure Gu Chenzhou is coming because of our actions against Gu Lingxiao. This matter has blown up. He might be here to purge the family. Yes, that must be it. We even helped punish Gu Lingxiao. They exchanged words, trying to console themselves, yet the fear and panic on their faces were unmistakable. Regardless of whether Gu Chenzhou's visit is about this, we cannot sit idly by. What if our actions have angered him? We must present an attitude. Suddenly one of them spoke, as if making a decision. Hearing this, the others looked at him in disbelief. What did he mean? Was he going to oppose Gu Chenzhou? Old Lu, that's the Gu family heir. Not to mention the reclusive Gu family behind him, even the Tiandi group he built single-handedly, is beyond our reach. What do you plan to do? As one voice fell, the others nodded in agreement, instinctively shifting away from him. What are you thinking? Oppose the Gu family? I'm not insane. The man called Old Lu rolled his eyes at them. Did they think he was going to stand against Gu Chenzhou? What a joke. Then, what do you mean? Regardless of whether Gu Chenzhou is here, because of us we must make amends. Punishing Gu Lingxiao was their family affair. If we fail to show any attitude, it becomes our problem. As expected of Brother Lu, that makes sense. Let's cancel our measures against Lingxiao group. When Gu Chenzhou arrives tomorrow, we'll personally apologize. I have no objection to that, but what if Gu Chenzhou decides to move against us? At these words, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet a pin drop could be heard. They all began to imagine the scenario. If Gu Chenzhou wanted to destroy them, what could they do? The conclusion they reached only deepened their terror. They had no power to resist. A death was the only outcome. Thus they resolved to offer a sincere apology, hoping Gu Chenzhou would disregard the discarded son Gu Lingxiao and overlook their actions. The next morning, the Modu Police Department dispatched officers early to cordon off the roads near the first airport. Soon a procession of luxury cars entered the airport. These were the greeters. Nearly the entire upper echelon of Modu society had gathered to welcome Gu Chenzhou. Such a grand assembly drew the attention of nearby residents, who were utterly astonished. What had happened? Such a luxurious welcome party. Was some big shot coming for an inspection? But that didn't seem right either. Even a high-ranking official's visit wouldn't warrant such a spectacle, would it? Inside the airport, a crowd of Modus elite had assembled. Most knew each other, yet they remained silent, waiting patiently. Finally, after 2 hours, a private jet entered Jiazi's airspace and arrived above Modu. Onlookers who had witnessed the lavish reception earlier also waited with bated breath. What kind of being warranted such an extravagant welcome party, waiting 2 hours? Soon the plane touched down on the runway, taxied for a while, and came to a gentle stop. Shortly after, 2 figures emerged. The one in front was a man of striking handsomeness and an ethereal, transcendent aura. This was Gu Chenzhou. Beside him was the stunningly cold and beautiful Yan Ji, who walked a half-step behind to better protect him. The moment they caught sight of Gu Chenzhou, the assembled magnates recognized him. They had already unfurled a banner and chorused in unison, "Welcome home, young Master Gu." Observing the deferential expressions of this crowd, Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered. This was the embodiment of authority and status. In his past life, these were lofty, untouchable figures, rare to encounter even for a young entrepreneur like himself. But now, regardless of their inner feelings, they all displayed a facade of respect. For such a perfect beginning, he would guard it fiercely. Anyone who dared to disrupt it would become his mortal enemy, destined only for destruction. Fist is power. Clenching a fist is wielding power. A forceful strike is dominion. There's no need for such formality. A smile graced Gu Chenzhou's face as he spoke calmly. His voice was like a spring breeze, and his faint smile endeared him to all, leaving the crowd in awe. They had only heard rumors of Gu Chenzhou's perfection and his unparalleled beauty, calling him the nation's ideal husband. Now seeing him in person, it was indeed true. Some women among them fixed their gazes, utterly captivated. The top official of Modu stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. "This is our duty. If you, Master Gu, have any minor matters to attend to in Modu, you can always count on me." Heh. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, his expression indifferent. "Then I'll trouble you." After exchanging a few words, sensing the crowd's urge to surge forward, he directly waved them off. Under the respectful guidance of the head of the Madu branch of Tiandi Group, he boarded a black Rolls-Royce, and the motorcade slowly departed the airport. Watching the motorcade leave, those who had come to greet him with ulterior motives yet failed to exchange even a word sighed inwardly. But soon they gave chase, hoping for a chance to pay a visit. By the roadside, as the luxurious motorcade, escorted by police cars, passed by, followed by a procession of dignitaries, the onlookers were utterly astounded. Good heavens! Maserati Rolls-Royce Hongqi. What kind of motorcade is this? Isn't it too extravagant? They entered the airport at 6 in the morning. Who on earth are they here to welcome? Such an enormous display of prestige. Look who's that trailing behind the motorcade. Holy shit. That's the car of the CEO of Luyan Group. Not just that. That's the carriage of the Liu family patriarch, and that. Who exactly is in this motorcade? To make these big shots willingly follow behind. The crowd erupted in uproar, stunned, and the media reported the event. Shocking. This morning Moda's first airport was sealed off, a dozen flights delayed, and a gathering of VIPs converged solely to welcome a private jet. The most opulent motorcade led the way, with a host of dignitaries willingly trailing behind. Who was the person within? Although Gu Chenzhou had informed them of his return, the news only circulated among the top echelons. The common people were unaware. Thus, when the story broke, the entire Madu was set ablaze. Countless people debated fervently, all speculating about the identity of the great figure who had arrived in Madu. The scene shifted. The luxurious motorcade arrived at the city center of Madu, halting before a mountain villa. A mountain villa situated in the heart of Madu. Its value was beyond imagination. This was no longer merely a matter of money. Without a certain standing, no amount of wealth could grant entry. And this was the residence arranged for Chairman Gu Chenzhou by the manager of Tiandi Group's Madu branch. The motorcade stopped. Only the Rolls-Royce carrying Gu Chenzhou entered the villa grounds, forcing the following dignitaries to halt. To meet Gu Chenzhou now, they had to schedule an appointment in advance, waiting until he deemed fit to see them. Immediately a crowd gathered at the gates, stating their intentions, some presenting gifts, and even clashing with each other to secure an early appointment. For a time the villa entrance was bustling. Unbelievably, these were the elite of Madu. Chairmen of companies, heads of families, people of noble status and prestige rarely seen in ordinary times. Even when seeking a meeting deliberately, they needed appointments. When had they ever become like those who once sought their audience, even more humbly, vying and scrambling for an early slot? If their subordinates witnessed this scene, what would they think? Gu Chenzhou was unaware of and unconcerned with the commotion outside. At that moment, the manager of Tiandi Group's Madu branch had driven up the villa's hill, stopping before an extremely luxurious mansion. In front of the mansion, a group of beautiful women in maid uniforms waited respectfully, their expressions a mix of nervousness and anticipation. They had undergone training and knew the identity of their future master, thus they were exceedingly respectful, fearing to displease him. The manager quickly got out, went to the rear door, and opened it for Gu Chenzhou. As Gu Chenzhou stepped out, he was greeted by the maid's respectful salutation, "Welcome, master, to Madu." The maids bowed, stealing glances, and upon seeing Gu Chenzhou's face, they were awestruck, their hearts blooming with joy, utterly enchanted. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? They would gladly serve not just as maids, but even as slaves for such a man. In fact, they would even prefer the latter. Gu Chenzhou paid no heed to this scene. He had gradually grown accustomed to such adulation. Wasn't this only fitting given his status? Beside him, Yan Jia's eyes flickered as she discreetly observed these maids. As Gu Chenzhou's personal bodyguard, she naturally had to remain vigilant at all times, eliminating any potential threats to her master. "Chairman, this mountain villa is..." As they walked, the manager began to introduce the villa while the maids followed behind. Suddenly the manager's eyes lit up, and he said, "By the way, this villa has no name yet. Please, Chairman, bestow one upon it." Gu Chenzhou looked at the mansion before him and nodded inwardly. Achieving this much in such a short time was commendable. Since he would be staying in Madu for a while, having such a residence was quite pleasant. A name? He raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Let's call it Yiqing Villa." Yiqing Villa. An excellent name, cultivating one's sentiments. "Chairman, your taste is truly refined." The manager murmured, his eyes gleaming as he flattered obsequiously. Gu Chenzhou gave a non-committal smile. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, he dismissed the manager, telling him to come when needed. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou listened to Yan Jia's report on appointment requests, most of which sought an audience with him. Among them were major families of Madu, including Gu Lingxiao of the Gu branch. Of course, there were also those offering apologies, the very families that had previously targeted the Gu branch. The rest were invitations for him to visit, including from Moda's top official and several most prominent families. Gu Chenzhou ignored those seeking an audience, focusing instead on the invitation column. Though he held no regard for these powerful Madu factions, he still needed to extend some courtesy. By networking with these forces, he could better counter the protagonist. This was the state of Chenzhou. Unless necessary, he had no desire to stir up a bloodbath. So he decided to visit these families and understand the situation. Moreover, since he was in Madu, it was essential to stroll around and experience the local customs. But somehow the prospect of exploring Madu seemed far more enticing. Soon Yanji drove out a globally limited edition Porsche from the garage. This general manager of Modu was very efficient, having prepared dozens of luxury cars and supercars in the garage, with everything arranged perfectly. Gu Chenzhou got into the car, his first target being the home of Modu's top leader. However, to familiarize himself with Modu, he had Yanji take a detour and drive around a few more times. By the time they arrived at the leader's home, nearly 2 hours had passed, yet the host showed no hint of impatience. After chatting for a while, Gu Chenzhou headed to the next destination. Because he had deliberately toured Modu, by the time he finished visiting several households, he had already gained a rough understanding of the city. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the next target, a playful expression crossing his face: the Lung family. The Lung family had a female head and ice-cold CEO who was also the protagonist's target upon descending the mountain, bound to him by a marriage contract. Speaking of this contract, it dated back 15 years when old Master Lung was gravely ill. Despite consulting countless renowned doctors, none could cure him, and the entire Lung family teetered on the brink of collapse. If old Master Lung were to fall, the family would face an unprecedented blow. Just then the protagonist's master happened to pass by and offer treatment. Old Master Lung expressed his gratitude, and the master, seeing the young Lung Ningxuang, proposed a child engagement with his own disciple. At that time the old man was overwhelmed with gratitude, and believing the old man to be highly skilled, and his disciple no less, agreed without hesitation. Old Master Lung was a man of his word. Not long ago Lin Fan arrived with the marriage contract, and he allowed him into Lung Ningxuang's company. Interesting. The ice-cold CEO Lung Ningxuang could be considered the primary female lead of a novel. Even in this fused world, she should be among the top-tier heroines, shouldn't she? Gu Chenzhou was quite intrigued by this protagonist's fiancée. Whoosh! The black Porsche cut through the sky, heading toward the Lung residence. Meanwhile, in a bustling area of the city, the Lung Corporation, one of Modu's top 3 conglomerates, was located. In the CEO's office, an icy figure sat in the executive chair. Unlike Yin Ji's indifference toward the world, this was pure coldness tinged with a hidden aversion to men. She was Lung Ningxuang, the fiancée of the divine Dr. Protagonist. At that moment, Lung Ningxuang frowned slightly as she answered a phone call. "Mom, I'm still busy with work." Before she could finish, a woman's voice came from the other end. "Ningxuang, put work aside for now. A distinguished guest is visiting today. You need to come back immediately." Lung Ningxuang's frown deepened. "What does a distinguished guest have to do with me? Isn't Grandpa at home? This guest is extraordinary. You must come. Aren't you dissatisfied with the young man your grandfather arranged for you? If you come back and make a good impression and this distinguished guest takes a liking to you, that marriage contract will naturally be voided, and even your grandfather can't stop it." The voice on the phone was Lung Ningxuang's mother, who had no positive feelings toward Lin Fan. From their first meeting, she saw him dressed in rustic clothes, clearly a mountain dweller, and she didn't want her daughter's flower to be planted in cow dung. At the same time, she knew her daughter disliked Lin Fan and wanted to annul the marriage contract. However, the old man in the family was a man of his word. She had raised the issue several times to no avail. The old man even said not to underestimate Lin Fan, that he was a dragon lurking in the wild, destined to become a true dragon. She didn't believe the old man's words. All she knew was that her daughter didn't like that boy. Today she learned that Gu Chenzhou was coming to visit, and her mind immediately began to stir. What kind of being was Gu Chenzhou? He was the heir of the reclusive Gu family, a modern business legend, and the nation's dream husband, immeasurably superior to Lin Fan, who came from some remote mountain village. There was simply no comparison. If her daughter caught his eye, even the old man, though displeased, wouldn't dare say a word. The Lung family was nothing before Gu Chenzhou. Thus she called her daughter, urging her to return and show her face in case she caught the guest's interest. She had always been confident in her daughter's beauty and charm. No man was unworthy of her, only men who couldn't match up. But after learning of Gu Chenzhou's existence, she abandoned that notion, realizing there truly was a man her daughter couldn't match. In the CEO's office, after hanging up, Lung Ningxuang sat in her chair, brows tightly knit. In truth, since she was very young, she had known about the child engagement arranged by her grandfather. She resented it deeply, but had no choice. Such was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Yet she refused to resign herself to fate. She wanted to control her own life. To that end, she had worked tirelessly, striving for excellence in school and every field. Even after becoming the company's CEO, at such a young age, through her efforts, she never gave up. But she was disappointed. Her grandfather never agreed to annul the engagement. Not long ago, the person she was betrothed to arrived, giving her quite an eye-opener. Not only was he sloppily dressed, but he was also extremely lecherous, a complete loser. She never imagined her grandfather would want her to marry such a man. She would rather die than agree. Hearing from her mother that an important figure was visiting with the potential to break the engagement, Lung Ningxuang's emotions churned far from calm. No one knew how desperately she wanted to end this contract. She wouldn't give up any glimmer of hope. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, she decided to go back and see. As for her mother's suggestion that the important figure might take a liking to her, she completely ignored it. Why are women inferior to men? Why must they rely on men? Lung Ningxuang had already proven with her strength that what men could do she could do, and what they couldn't she could as well. Having made up her mind, she began to pack up and soon left the office. She went downstairs, got into her Maserati, and prepared to head home. However, at the entrance, she was stopped by a figure. The man wore a security guard uniform, a cigarette dangling from his lips with a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Indeed, this was Lin Fan. He had come to the Lung family with the marriage contract, and the old man arranged for him to work at the company, but Lung Ningxuang assigned him to a security guard position. He didn't mind though, he had no intention of managing the company anyway. The idle job of a security guard suited him perfectly, allowing him to admire the company's beauties. How pleasing to the eye. Lin Fan's actions caught the attention of the other security guards, who stared in bewilderment. What were they seeing? This guy dared to block the CEO's car. Seeing their astonished looks, Lin Fan wore a smug expression. Little did they know his charm. Seeing Lung Ningxuang stop the car, he swaggered over with an arrogant gait and halted in front of the vehicle. Ningxuang, where are you off to? As the CEO, you shouldn't have to drive. Leave that to me. After all, I'm your fiancé. Your safety is my top priority. At the company, it's one thing, but when you go out, I must be by your side. 247. A smirk curved at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, carrying a hint of roguish charm. He looked his fiancée up and down, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. When the old man had driven him down the mountain and handed him the marriage contract, he had been quite reluctant. How could an ordinary woman be worthy of him? His woman should at least be the most beautiful under heaven. But when he saw Lung Ningxuang, he practically drooled and instantly accepted this fiancée. However, while he was very satisfied, it seemed his fiancée wasn't too fond of him. But he didn't mind, if such a woman had character, and conquering her would be all the more interesting. Get lost. Staring at the loser like Lin Fan before her, Lung Ningxuang felt a wave of nausea, her face growing even colder. Heh. The smirk on Lin Fan's lips curled even more. This was his fiancée, a very intriguing woman. Don't be so distant. This was arranged by the old man. Screech. The mention of the old man only enraged Lung Ningxuang further. She was sick of him using her grandfather to pressure her. Without a second thought, she floored the accelerator and charged forward. Lin Fan had to dodge hastily. If not for his agility, he might have been sent flying. Even so, caught off guard, he managed to evade, but ended up looking somewhat disheveled. Lin Fan didn't mind. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, watching the receding car. The roguish smirk on his face deepened as he extended his open hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Heh, an interesting woman. Since you're my fiancé, you can't escape my grasp. Lung Ningxuang drove all the way back to the Lung family villa. As soon as she arrived, she saw her parents and the old master standing at the entrance, as if waiting for someone. Could they be waiting for that guest mother mentioned? The thought crossed her mind, and Lung Ningxuang was shocked. If it were an honored guest, it would make sense for her parents to wait, but why was the old master here too? Even the patriarch of the most prominent family in the magic capital wouldn't warrant the old master's welcome at the doorstep. This guest must be extraordinary. Lung Ningxuang speculated, her expression turning somewhat grave. She parked the car and walked toward her parents. The group waiting at the entrance also noticed her. Old Master Lung frowned slightly and glanced at the beaming Lung Mu, but said nothing. Lung Fu's expression remained unchanged. He shared his wife's opinion, looking down on Lin Fan. He had not objected to his wife summoning their daughter back, hoping Gu Chenzhou would take an interest in her. In fact, he even harbored some anticipation. If Gu Chenzhou fancied their daughter, wouldn't the Lung family rise to prominence? Lung Mu's eyes lit up. When her daughter approached, she pulled her aside. She looked Lung Ningxuang up and down, her expression gradually darkening as she scolded Ningxuang. Didn't I tell you an honored guest was coming? Why didn't you dress up? Ordinarily, even her makeup-free daughter was the most beautiful woman in the world to her. But that depended on who she was compared to. Faced with that prodigy, Lung Mu had no confidence. Lung Ningxuang felt somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just meeting a guest? Why did it feel like a blind date? Seeing her indifference, Lung Mu sighed. A mother knows her daughter best. How could she not understand her personality? However, the guest was almost here, and it was too late to touch up her makeup. So it would have to do. Whether he would take a liking to her depended on fate. Taking this opportunity, Lung Mu warned her daughter to avoid offending the guest with her temperament. Even if he didn't fancy her and missed the chance for a match, they couldn't afford to offend him. Ningxuang, do you know who this guest is today? Lung Mu asked. Lung Ningxuang's brows furrowed in surprise. Lately, she had been busy with company restructuring, neglecting even major events. Seeing her daughter's expression, Lung Mu's face showed an I knew it look. Alas, my daughter is too strong-willed, focusing entirely on work, unaware of such big news. Lung Mu sighed inwardly and told her the one coming today is that legendary figure, the world's miracle, Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou? Lung Ningxuang's heart stirred. How could she not know of this myth-like existence? Without exaggeration, few in the world were unaware of Gu Chenzhou. You could forget who your parents were, but you couldn't forget Gu Chenzhou. No exaggeration, that was Gu Chenzhou's influence. Too dazzling, too brilliant. In just a few short years, he had reached the pinnacle of the world. Yet Lung Ningxuang was somewhat unconvinced. Could there really be such a genius in the world? She was no weakling herself. Through relentless effort, she had achieved her current success. In her view, Gu Chenzhou's heights were merely due to family nurturing. For the mysterious Gu family, achieving such feats should not be difficult. Yes, that's him. I've seen him online. Truly a hero emerges from youth. As if recalling something, Lung Mu's eyes sparkled, and a strange flush crept onto her face. Even she couldn't resist Gu Chenzhou's charm. If only Gu Chenzhou could be her son-in-law, then she would bask in the glory too, imagining seeing her son-in-law every day. She chattered on, oblivious to her daughter's indifferent expression. Soon, with a series of hissing sounds, a sleek black Porsche pulled up. Lung Fu stepped forward to greet it, while Lung Mu stopped talking and dragged her daughter to meet it. Yan Ji got out of the driver's seat and opened the rear door for Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou's figure came into view, his face peerless as if carved by nature itself, exuding a transcendent ethereal aura like a celestial being descended to earth. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Lung Ningxuang even felt a sense of inferiority. Her former pride seemed insignificant before him. Lung Mu stared at Gu Chenzhou, marveling inwardly. She had thought he looked stunning on various screens, but seeing him up close was utterly captivating, leaving one unable to look away. Old Master Lung, with a steadier mind, was the first to snap out of it. With a hint of excitement, he said, "Your presence graces our humble home, Master Gu, bringing us boundless honor. I am grateful for your hospitality, Elder Lung." Gu Chenzhou merely smiled faintly. Even facing Old Master Lung, a pivotal figure in the magic capital, he remained utterly at ease. "Not at all, not at all. Please come in, Master Gu." Old Master Lung's eyes flickered with admiration as he gestured. Gu Chenzhou nodded slightly, and noticed Lung Ningxuang beside them. Indeed, as the female lead, her looks and temperament were among the finest of the elite ladies he had encountered. Yet his gaze swept over her only briefly. He had some interest in this Ice Gold CEO female lead, but wasn't in a hurry to engage. Given his status, he didn't need to fawn over women like the protagonist. This Ice Queen still carried pride, and in the book, she seemed to harbor a disdain for men. Gu Chenzhou certainly wouldn't indulge her. Eventually, he would strip away her arrogance. Sensing Gu Chenzhou's glance, Lung Ningxuang's heart tightened. After his gaze swept past, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. In the past, every man who looked at her would stare, as if they couldn't get enough. Yet with Gu Chenzhou, she was merely glanced over like a passerby. Then Gu Chenzhou followed Old Master Lung into the Lung family villa. They sat down at a stone table in the garden where a chessboard was set. The old master proposed a game. Gu Chenzhou didn't refuse. He had come to relax and catch a glimpse of the Ice Gold CEO female led. They began to play while Lung Ningxuang was assigned by her parents to serve tea like a maid. But she was distracted, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Chenzhou from the corner of her eye. However, after that initial sweep, he hadn't looked at her again. This left her feeling both disappointed and somewhat defiant. Was she really so unworthy of a second look? A chessboard is a battlefield of back and forth of wits. Old Master Lung, weathered by the vicissitudes of time, had a particular fondness for the game. His skill needed no elaboration. It rivaled, even surpassed, that of professional national players. Gu Chenzhou played each move as if commanding the momentum of the world, exuding an invincible aura. At first, Old Master Lung responded with composure, but as the game progressed, he grew increasingly strained, each subsequent move requiring long deliberation. In Gu Chenzhou, from start to finish, he maintained an elegant and unhurried demeanor, occasionally lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip, utterly at ease. He saw no need to show face to this old man, nor did he hold back in the slightest. Witnessing Gu Chenzhou in this state, Lung Ningxuang found herself entranced. Even the tranquil, icy lake of her heart could not help but ripple with faint stirrings. Gu Chenzhou naturally perceived this, and a faint elusive smile played on his lips. The icy female CEO. Nothing more. If he deigned to give her face, she was an aloof executive. If not, she was nothing. His goal was to shatter this heroine's pride piece by piece until she submitted to him. Conquering this icy heroine, who was also the protagonist's fiancée, would surely be most intriguing. I concede. Old Master Lung finally laid down his pieces, letting out a dejected sigh, a wry smile on his face. Suddenly he stared at the board, the game they had just played, and his expression shifted to one of profound shock. In the game, he had divided his white stones into multiple paths, leveraging the overall momentum to encircle and devour, but the black stones remained unmoved. In the end, they defied the natural order, and the white stones crumbled, offering no resistance. Such a game was truly rare. No wonder he was so astonished. A person's character can be seen in the way they play chess. Old Master Lung gazed deeply at Gu Chenzhou. What kind of man was this? You yield, Gu Chenzhou said politely, yet his face showed no hint of humility as he leisurely savored his tea. After finishing his tea, he placed the cup on the table, and beside him Lung Ningxuang quickly picked it up to refill it. Old Master Lung silently admired his aura. It could no longer be measured by the standard of a dragon among men. As he thought this, he decided to drink some tea to steady his nerves, and brought the cup to his lips. My! Old Master Lung was taken aback. He looked at the teacup. There was no tea inside. It turned out that after he had finished his previous cup, his granddaughter had not refilled it. Glancing at the scene before him, where Gu Chenzhou's cup was promptly refilled by his granddaughter after he finished, Old Master Lung's mouth twitched. His old face flushed with embarrassment, but he set the cup down without a sound, and asked with feigned casualness, a busy man like young Master Gu always abroad. May I ask the reason for this return to the country? This in fact was what old Master Lung was most concerned about. Gu Chenzhou's arrival would affect the balance of power in the Magic City, and the city might no longer remain peaceful. He was naturally aware of Gu Chenzhou's relationship with the Magic City Gu family. The recent upheaval had been considerable, which was precisely why Gu Chenzhou had returned. What he cared about most was Gu Chenzhou's attitude, his stance toward the Magic City Gu family. If he was indifferent, then all would be well if he cared. Although the Lung family had not participated in the campaign against the Gu family of the Magic City, he remembered that just 2 days ago that Gu family's rich second-generation scion had been beaten by Lin Fan, and reportedly quite severely. What if Gu Chenzhou pursued the matter? Hand over Lin Fan. Not only had Lin Fan's master saved his life, but Lin Fan had also acted to protect his granddaughter. Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, time for the real topic, is it? He smiled and said, Gu Lingxiao has been cast out of the family, and is no longer a member of the Gu family. But he is still a dog of the Gu family, and I hear someone has been bullying that dog. His tone was flat, and his words made it clear he held Gu Lingxiao in no regard. Yet somehow his words sent a chill down old Master Lung's spine. Through this one sentence, he understood Gu Chenzhou's stance. He didn't care about the dog itself, but one must consider the owner before beating it. Even a dog of the Gu family was not to be casually oppressed. Old Master Lung felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had not agreed when several families had approached him to join forces against Gu Lingxiao. Suddenly his thoughts turned to Lin Fan, who had severely injured that Gu family heir. He wondered if Gu Chenzhou would pursue the matter. Lin Fan's master had saved his life. To prevent Gu Chenzhou from pursuing the issue later, he decided to resolve it now. Young Master Gu, it's like this, a friend's disciple lacking in judgment severely wounded that young Gu. I apologize on his behalf, and am willing to offer compensation. I hope you won't take offense. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. Was this old man being overly cautious? Rest assured, old Lung. Matters between the young are not so petty that I would hold a grudge. Despite his words, there was a strange glint in his eyes. That friend's disciple. It must be Lin Fan, right? Interesting. The very target of my return to the country is Lin Fan, and you tell me not to mind. What a joke. Hearing that Gu Chenzhou would not take offense, old Master Lung breathed a sigh of relief, completely oblivious to the peculiar look in his eyes. Beside him, Lung Ningxuang was somewhat astonished. She had never seen her usually dignified grandfather act so cautiously in front of anyone, not even when dealing with other families' venerable elders. This showed just how much he valued Gu Chenzhou. At the same time, she truly understood what her mother had meant. If Gu Chenzhou said a single word, even if it meant dissolving her engagement to Lin Fan, her grandfather would not object, nor would he dare to. Yet Gu Chenzhou did not seem to fancy her at all. Seeing Gu Chenzhou sipping his tea, without even glancing her way, Lung Ningxuang felt a pang of disappointment. Her pride before Gu Chenzhou began to shatter bit by bit. The conversation ended and Gu Chenzhou prepared to leave. The Lung family invited him to stay for dinner, but he declined. At the entrance of the Lung family villa, Lung Ningxuang stared blankly at the receding car. Because from start to finish Gu Chenzhou had only glanced at her once at the beginning and never again. Lung's mother sighed inwardly. This young master of the Gu family had ultimately not taken a liking to her daughter, and she felt deeply disappointed. Seeing Lung Ningxuang's expression, old Master Lung shook his head. If he were to choose a grandson-in-law, Gu Chenzhou would undoubtedly be the best candidate. But he was too outstanding, their granddaughter was not worthy of him. The black Porsche cruised along the main road, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing Gu Chenzhou's face. His visit to the Lung family had proven quite fruitful. Lung Ningxuang, that ice-cold leading lady, was not as unapproachable as she seemed. He was confident he could conquer her. He imagined the spectacle when the protagonist would witness his fiancée groveling before him. It would be immensely entertaining. As for old Master Lung's attitude toward Lin Fan, Gu Chenzhou paid it no mind. These factions were beneath his notice. The highlight of the day was touring the entirety of Modu, witnessing its splendor. Though it couldn't rival the capitals of other nations, it was still a first-rate metropolis. Soon the car returned to Iching Manor, where a crowd had gathered at the gate. Elite figures of Modu seeking an audience, including several families there to apologize. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou sat in the garden pavilion, leisurely sipping tea, while listening to Yan Jia's report. Master Gu Lingxiao, Patriarch Lu, Chairman of Luyan Group, Patriarch Li, Vice President of the Hero Society. Request an audience. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, catching one name among them. The Hero Society, founded 3 years ago, had quickly carved out a place for itself, and was now the largest underground force in Modu. Of course, Gu Chenzhou cared little for that. It was the society's leader who piqued his interest. President Tan Long had once been part of the underworld, and shared a deep bond with the protagonist Lin Fan, even saving his life. Thus, in the early days, Tan Long provided Lin Fan with substantial support, remaining unwaveringly loyal to the point of death. This was far from favorable for Gu Chenzhou, Vice President of the Hero Society. After a moment of contemplation, a glint flashed in his eyes, and a playful smile curled on his lips. summoned the vice president of the Hero Society. Since he had emerged ahead of time, he intended to toy with the protagonist thoroughly, making him experience betrayal, ruin, and enmity from all sides. Initially, he had considered turning the Hero Society into a mere dog, having Lin Fan's brothers betray him and stab him in the back. But since Tianlong would never betray the protagonist, it was better to destroy them early. Yes. A strange look crossed Yin Jia's face, her master taking an interest in a small gang. Yet she asked no questions and promptly dialed the gatekeeper's number. Had her words been overheard by others in Modu, they would have been astounded. The Hero Society, the largest underground force in Modu, was merely a small gang in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the manor's gate, a crowd had waited all day, with few leaving testament to their determination to see Gu Chenzhou. The crowd was divided into two factions. One side, numbering only 6, seemed isolated from the rest. These were, of course, the members of the 6 families ostracized for having previously targeted the Gu family of Modu. In the eyes of others, these old fools had offended the young master of the Gu family, and those seeking an audience naturally kept their distance. The heads of these families now deeply regretted their impulsive actions. Why had they targeted Gu Lingxiao? Even as a discarded son of the Gu family, he was not someone they could afford to offend. Oh, isn't this Patriarch Lu? And patriarchally, you're here seeking an audience with young Master Gu. Long time no see, what a pleasure. The words were polite, but the sarcastic tone was unmistakable. The speaker was the chairman of Lu Yun Group, who had previously cooperated with these families. But after they dared to offend Gu Chenzhou, he had swiftly cut ties. Having waited so long without seeing Gu Chenzhou, he believed it was because of these families. He had to sever all connections with them. The 6 family heads seethed with anger, but given the circumstances they could only suppress it helpless. Following the chairman's words, a chorus of mocking remarks arose, all targeting the 6 families. As the sneers and disdainful glances came from all directions, they felt utterly humiliated and aggrieved. Before this, these very people had cooperated and chatted amiably with them. Now they heaped scorn upon them, and some had even cancelled partnerships, chilling them to the bone. What terrified them more was that all this stemmed from Gu Chenzhou. Without even meeting him, they had already fallen to such a state. Look, it's the head of security. She's coming this way. Could there be news? Is young Master Gu going to see us? At the sight of the approaching figure, the crowd stirred with excitement, each hoping to be the one summoned. Vice President Chenzhou of the Hero Society, my master requests your presence. The security chief scanned the crowd, her expression unchanged, and spoke casually. All eyes turned to a slightly stout figure in the crowd. His face always bore a sculpted smile, giving an impression of safety and reliability. But those who knew him thought otherwise. Beneath that smile lay a cunning and deceitful nature. A smiling tiger indeed. Chenzhou, known as the Smiling Tiger, was the strategist of the Hero Society. The society's rapid rise to become Modu's largest underground force in just 3 years relied not only on Tianlong's extraordinary strength, but also on Chun Hu's shrewd brilliance. Even this cunning Smiling Tiger was momentarily stunned by the unexpected honor, then ecstatic. After all, those present were Modu's elite. As a vice president of the Hero Society, he was truly insignificant among them. Never did he imagine that the first person the Gu family's young master would summon was himself. Overjoyed, Chenzhou straightened his clothes and followed the chief with a broad smile. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their gazes inevitably falling on one figure among them. That was Gu Lingxiao, accompanied by a bandaged, unrecognizable figure, his sycophantic son Gu Yan. As expected, this discarded son of the Gu family was beneath Gu Chenzhou's notice. The family patriarchs breathed a sigh of relief. If Gu Chenzhou ignored Gu Lingxiao, they still had a chance to earn his forgiveness. Gu Lingxiao's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he burned with desire. In these 2 days, he had truly witnessed the power of the Gu family, or more precisely, the might of Gu Chenzhou. In that short time, the myriad difficulties facing his Lingxiao group had not only been resolved, but had even paved the way for further ascension. All of this was due solely to the young master's arrival, without even a single word spoken. One could only imagine the transformations that would occur if the young master openly pledged to protect Lingxiao group. Gu Lingxiao yearned deeply. He dared not hope to return to the family, nor even to become the young master's subordinate. He was willing to submit, even to be a dog. He would accept it. After all, countless people in the world aspired to be Gu Chenzhou's dog, but lacked the qualifications. Minutes later, under the escort of the security chief, the Smiling Tiger arrived outside the villa. As he stepped into the courtyard, he beheld Gu Chenzhou sipping tea, attended by the flame concubine. Facing this stunningly beautiful woman, he dared not steal a second glance. His instincts, honed through countless battles amid seas of blood and mountains of corpses, told him that the flame concubine was perilously dangerous. Young Master Gu. Stepping closer, the Smiling Tiger finally wiped the smile off his face and addressed him with the utmost reverence. He had no choice but to be reverent. Though the Hero Society was renowned and stood as the most formidable underground force in the magic capital, it was nothing before this magnate. A single word from him could reduce them to ashes. This visit was meant to secure a future for the Hero Society. Their dealings were far from legitimate. Once the state machinery was set in motion against them, it would spell their doom. Such was the chasm between the dark and the light. Thus, upon reaching a certain level, these underground forces invariably sought a patron to shield them from annihilation. Not long ago, the Smiling Tiger had sensed the turbulent undercurrents gathering in the magic capital, a storm on the horizon. He had been searching for a protector to weather the coming tempest, but had yet to find an ideal one. They looked down upon smaller legitimate forces, while the larger ones disdained them. Just as he was agonizing over this dilemma, Chenzhou announced his return to the country and his visit to the magic capital. A light bulb went off in his mind. What better patron could there be than the young master of the Gu family? Thus he joined the crowd in paying a visit, hoping at least to make an acquaintance and leave a favorable impression, even if he couldn't secure support. "Sit," Chenzhou said with a gentle smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. The Smiling Tiger glanced at the stone chair beside him. Was he really meant to sit opposite this young master? Involuntarily, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The pressure was immense. He forced a strained smile and said dryly, "Young Master Gu, just stand. I'm not accustomed to speaking to people." While looking up, Chenzhou frowned. The Smiling Tiger felt a chill in his heart, as if the very temperature around him had dropped. He was awestruck. Was this the aura of Chenzhou? Terrifying beyond measure. "Young Master Gu, I didn't mean." The Smiling Tiger hastened to explain, then quickly sat down on the seat beside him. Seeing the man cowed by his presence, Chenzhou's brow relaxed. The initial show of force had worked well. But let it slide this time. As he withdrew his imposing aura, the temperature returned to normal. "Let's get down to business. I summoned you to have you do me a favor." The Smiling Tiger's eyes lit up. Suppressing his unease, he pounded his chest in a solemn vow. "Young Master Gu, just say the word. My little tiger would go through fire and water without hesitation." "Oh." Chenzhou's expression turned peculiar, a faint smile curling on his lips. "In that case, go ahead and kill Tianlong for me." Boom. The Smiling Tiger's mind exploded, his ears ringing and his scalp tingling. What had he just heard? Chenzhou wanted him to kill Tianlong. Kill his own boss. He wondered if he had misheard, so he asked tentatively, "Young Master Gu, which Tianlong are you referring to?" Casting him a glance, Chenzhou said coolly, "Who else? Your boss, the leader of the Hero Society." Given his status, there was no need for pleasantries. He cut straight to the chase. "If you refuse, there were plenty of ways to deal with you." With a thud, the Smiling Tiger jolted and stumbled, falling off the stool. Yet he seemed numb to it, staring at Chenzhou in disbelief. To tell him to his face to kill his own leader, such audacity was beyond comprehension. It showed utter disdain for the Hero Society. Had it been anyone else, the Smiling Tiger would have already resorted to murder. But the speaker was Chenzhou, a being at the pinnacle of the world whose word could decide life and death. "Young Master Gu, you must be joking." After a moment, realizing his lapse, the Smiling Tiger scrambled to his feet with an awkward laugh. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Chenzhou fixed his gaze on him, his eyes deep and cryptic. The Smiling Tiger was struck speechless. What status did Chenzhou hold? His time was invaluable. Why would he waste it on a joke? "Young Master Gu, I can't do it. Brother Long is a first-class martial artist." The Smiling Tiger whined, hoping to decline on that pretext. "I think you're missing the point. I'm telling you, not negotiating," Chenzhou said with undisguised contempt, his tone brooking no argument. He paused before adding, "If you refuse, no matter. I wouldn't mind uprooting the entire Hero Society. Don't doubt my capability." The Smiling Tiger's face drained of color, his pupils constricting sharply. He harbored no doubt about Chenzhou's words. If he refused, the man would indeed follow through and obliterate the Hero Society. Destroy the Hero Society. How could that be? It was the fruit of 3 years of labor. He had poured more effort and devotion into it than even its leader Tianlong. Chenzhou had counted on this, so he remained utterly at ease, leisurely lifting the teacup beside him to take a sip. No wonder everyone enjoyed being the villain. This feeling of absolute control, of having people at your mercy, was exhilarating beyond words. The Smiling Tiger fell silent. Even his usually cunning mind was now at a loss. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and plots were nothing but a joke. At this moment, the Smiling Tiger faced the most critical decision of his life. On one side stood brotherly loyalty, on the other the legacy of 3 years of hard work. Agreeing to Chenzhou's demand meant betraying his big brother and saving the Hero Society, but at the cost of eternal infamy. Refusing would not only bring destruction upon the Hero Society, but also leave him with no place to hide, dead wherever he fled. After a long pause, the Smiling Tiger made up his mind. Just then Chenzhou's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. "If you kill Tianlong, I might consider extending my protection over the Hero Society." Chenzhou understood well the art of the carrot and the stick. First he dangled a fantasy, and in the end it was still his call. Later, when dealing with certain matters, these scoundrels might come in handy. Deploying his celestial punishment against the forces of the magic capital would be overkill. Wasn't it more amusing to let them tear each other apart? This final push from Chenzhou was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Smiling Tiger took a deep breath, his spirits flagging as if all his strength had been drained. Gu Chenzhou's meaning was crystal clear. If he agreed, Gu Chenzhou would become his patron, and the Hero Society's position would be more secure than ever. Young Master Gu, I accept. A wise choice. Gu Chenzhou set down his teacup, a smile spreading across his face. It was the expected outcome. Something occurred to him, and with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes he asked, killing Tianlong, how confident are you? Since he was taking action, Gu Chenzhou intended to eradicate the root, leaving behind a future threat. Unthinkable. 100%. The smiling tiger was not one to waver once a decision was made. He would see it through to the end. He was indeed fully confident about dealing with Tianlong. Their relationship had been close, which was exactly why he had been so hesitant. Catching him off guard, killing him, would be child's play. Is that so? Gu Chenzhou wore a knowing smile. This smiling tiger had some cunning, but Gu Chenzhou paid it no mind. He was merely an ant. Then I await your good news. The smiling tiger nodded repeatedly, preparing to take his leave. But before departing, he couldn't suppress his curiosity, and taking a deep breath asked, Young Master Gu, may I ask why you want Tianlong dead? Gu Chenzhou set down his teacup and smiled faintly, just for the fun of it. When the protagonist learned of his brother's death, his helpless rage would surely be amusing. The smiling tiger left dazed, killing a man just because it was amusing. What kind of being was this young master of the Gu family, holding human life in such contempt? Once outside the villa, he found his back drenched in cold sweat, trembling with lingering fear. The smiling tiger had departed, and Gu Chenzhou prepared to meet the next person, none other than the discarded pawn Gu Lingxiao. On the way, Gu Lingxiao, accompanied by his son, repeatedly cautioned, Yinner, when you see the young master, you must show the utmost respect. If you behave insolently and displease him, I will cripple you myself. Gu Yin also knew who he was about to meet, nodding repeatedly in agreement. He understood his place before a figure like Gu Chenzhou. This bootlicking antagonist only lost his wits when facing the female lead and the protagonist, but other times, he was fairly normal. Moreover, over the past 2 days, Gu Lingxiao had constantly drilled into him that Gu Chenzhou's status was transcendent, that he must never offend him, and that he should strive to please him. Gu Yin had already developed a firm resolve not to cross Gu Chenzhou. Since Gu Chenzhou is so formidable, if he could help me take revenge. A thought struck him, and Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Recalling his own misfortune, his gaze burned with resentment. Just 2 days ago, he had stood at the entrance of the Lung Corporation, holding flowers, ready to confess his love to Lung Ningxuan. Everything had been perfect until that damned security guard ruined it. Not only did he sabotage his confession, but he also brutally beat him, landing him in the hospital. Worst of all, he had utterly humiliated him before Lung Ningxuan. Naturally, he refused to let it go and hired some thugs to deal with the guard. But not only did he fail to get the better of him, the Hero Society even issued him a warning, leaving him utterly frustrated. Now about to meet Gu Chenzhou, a thought stirred within him. If Gu Chenzhou were to intervene, a mere security guard would be easily crushed, wouldn't he? The Hero Society may be powerful, even the top force in Shanghai, but it was nothing before Gu Chenzhou. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Gu Yan made a decision. He must win Gu Chenzhou's favor and convince him to deal with that petty security guard. The young master will be staying here for a while. We must entertain him well. Later I'll ask him to let you stay. Remember, when you treat the young master, you must be even more respectful than you are to me. Father, rest assured. I will treat the young master like I would treat my grandfather. Gu Yan nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. Gu Lingxiao twitched the corner of his mouth, about to slap this defiant son. Couldn't he speak properly? But seeing the boy's earnest expression, he held back. Well, perhaps his son was right, such an attitude was necessary. Before long, the two arrived at the villa and met Gu Chenzhou. Young master, I am immensely grateful that you came to Shanghai. Had it not been for you, my Lingxiao group would have gone bankrupt. In gratitude, I wish to dedicate the entire Lingxiao group to you. The moment he saw Gu Chenzhou, Gu Lingxiao fell to his knees with a thud and spoke respectfully. As he expressed his thanks, he also produced a document, the transfer contract for the Lingxiao group. He was offering the fruits of 20 years of hard work to the young master. He could sense Gu Chenzhou's attitude. The young master didn't care much about his Lingxiao group, or rather didn't even regard him highly, as evidenced by his summoning of the Hero Society's vice president first. Though Gu Chenzhou was indifferent, Gu Lingxiao had to show his sincerity. It was his repayment for the young master's intervention. His son Gu Yan knelt beside him. Thank you, young master, for saving us. Gu Chenzhou looked at the two kneeling figures, raised an eyebrow, and signaled to Yinji. Understanding, Yinji stepped forward, took the contract, and examined it. She then nodded at Gu Chenzhou, confirming its authenticity. Gu Chenzhou nodded inwardly. Though his visit to Shanghai wasn't for the Lingxiao group, since Gu Lingxiao offered it, he wouldn't refuse. His gaze fell on Gu Yan, wrapped in bandages, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He said calmly, rise. The Lingxiao group will be merged into my Tiandi group, but you will remain as its manager. Gu Chenzhou continued. Hearing this, Gu Lingxiao's face lit up with excitement. He felt no loss at being reduced from chairman to manager. Instead, he was thrilled. It was no longer just the Lingxiao group, but part of the Tiandi group, which with its immense influence would flourish even more. Being allowed to retain his managerial role, though partly due to his former position, might also be a test from the young master. If he performed well, he could keep this status. After another round of thanks, Gu Lingxiao left to attend to his duties. However, he left his son Gu Yan behind, hoping he could build a good relationship with Gu Chenzhou. Before departing, he shot Gu Yan a meaningful glance, urging him to perform well and not disappoint. With his father gone, Gu Yan was left alone, his heart pounding with anxiety. In Gu Chenzhou's presence, he dared not look directly at him, feeling utterly inferior. "Young master," he stammered, trying to speak, but failing, sweat beading on his forehead. Gu Chenzhou's eyes held a trace of disdain, but since he could still make use of this fellow, he didn't drive him away outright. Seeing his state, Gu Chenzhou asked casually, "What happened to you?" Gu Yan was startled, then looked at his own injuries. Under Gu Chenzhou's gaze, he dared not lie and told the truth. "Lung Mingxuang." "Interesting." Gu Chenzhou looked at him, then thought of the ice-cold CEO, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. A buzzing sound filled Gu Yan's ears as his body trembled and his pupils contracted sharply. "Lung Mingxuang is interesting. What does the young master mean? Could it be he's taken a fancy to Ningxuang too? How can this be? She's the woman I've claimed." His mind felt like it was about to explode, going blank as he became dazed and confused. Gu Lingxiao had told him to please the young master, but now the young master had his eye on his woman. What was he supposed to do? Noticing his distress, Gu Chenzhou paid it no mind and said indifferently, "You're a man of status, beaten by a security guard, and you don't know how to get revenge." Snapping back to reality, Gu Yan's expression shifted. Trembling and helpless, he said, "Young master, it's not that I didn't try. The next day I hired people to teach him a lesson, but it turned out he knows the boss of the Hero Society, who warned me not to bother him." Gu Chenzhou chuckled disdainfully. "Fighting and killing is boring. Can't you use your brain?" His words seemed to hint at something. Indeed, Gu Chenzhou intended to let Gu Yan go after the protagonist Lin Fan to test a hypothesis. The system stated that he would gain villain points by striking at the protagonist. But would he still earn points if he had someone else do it? If he had to act personally every time, he wouldn't bother milking the protagonist. He'd rather just kill him outright. But if he could gain villain points by having others attack the protagonist, then he could slowly toy with him. Gu Yan wasn't stupid, he only lost his wits around the protagonist and female lead. Hearing Gu Chenzhou's words, his eyes lit up. "Exactly. He's just a security guard. What's my status? If I can't beat him openly, why not play dirty?" The more he thought, the brighter his eyes shone. After a moment, he came to his senses and looked at Gu Chenzhou with gratitude. "Thank you for the guidance, young master. I know what to do." Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered with him and waved his hand, dismissing him. Watching him leave, Gu Chenzhou's expression was unreadable. After all, he was a minor villain. Hopefully he wouldn't be completely useless. As he stepped out of the Yiqing Villa's gate, Gu Yan let out a long sigh, only then realizing that his back was drenched in sweat without his notice. No wonder he's the young master. The image of Gu Chenzhou surfaced in his mind instantly, making Gu Yan feel a prickling sensation on his back, an overwhelming pressure. "Young Master Gu." At that moment, seeing the father and son of the Gu family emerge unscathed from the Yiqing Villa, one after another, the surrounding nobles immediately sensed something. Gu Lingxiao's arrogant demeanor upon leaving, coupled with Gu Yan's sigh of relief, only deepened their suspicions. The nobles crowded around, forcing smiles as they tried to ingratiate themselves. If one judged solely by the smiles on their faces, no outsider would ever guess that just days ago, when the 6 great families of the magic capital besieged the Lingxiao group, and Gu Lingxiao sought their aid, they had adopted a stance of non-interference. Yet in just a few short days, their attitudes had made a complete 360-degree turn. Gu Yan looked at the approaching nobles. In the past, he would have smiled back and curried favor with them, but now he felt indifferent, having witnessed their talent for shifting with the wind. "Young master, the master said you should head home first after coming out." A small thin figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Gu Yan's lackey. "I understand." Gu Yan nodded at him, then gave the surrounding nobles a cold sneer, and said softly, "Everyone, I must take my leave now. Make way." Though the nobles were inwardly reluctant to flatter this young man, they could only step aside with forced smiles. After all, who could ignore his connection to Gu Chenzhou? As Gu Yan passed the shivering leaders of the 6 great families, he shot them a vicious glare before quietly getting into his Mercedes. Alas, it seems Gu Lingxiao, the abandoned son of the Gu family, has now latched onto Gu Chenzhou's line. The landscape of the magic capital is likely to shift. Watching Gu Yan's Mercedes disappear into the night, someone sighed in such a manner. When the nobles' gazes fell upon the 6 great families, they saw that these once dominant figures who had commanded wind and rain in the magic capital just yesterday now had pale faces and haggard expressions, as if they had aged decades overnight. In the back seat of the Mercedes, Gu Yan was tangled in confusion, his fingers digging into his hair and tugging at it randomly. The young master had said earlier in the courtyard that Lung Mingxuang was interesting. What did he truly mean by that? If the young master has set his sights on Ningxuang, what am I to do? I've pursued her for so long. She's the woman I love most in this life. But if the young master really has taken a liking to Lung Mingxuang, how can I still pursue her? I'm afraid that before the young master even makes a move, my own father will cripple me. Xiao Qi, sitting in the driver's seat, saw Gu Yan's troubled expression and couldn't help but speak obsequiously. Young master, what's wrong? Tell Xiao Qi, and let me offer my thoughts too. I may not be as clever as you, young master, but as the ancients said, many hands make light work. Enough, stop your nonsense. Gu Yan cut off his lackey and asked directly, let me ask you this, if someone has now set their sights on Lung Ningxuan, what should I do? Xiao Qi was startled, knowing full well his master had been pursuing Lung Ningxuan. After a moment of thought, his eyes widened and he burst out cursing. Who is so blind as to dare compete with my young master for a woman? Young master, tell me the name of this fool, and tomorrow it'll take the boys to find him. Before he could finish, Gu Yan's face changed abruptly. Pull over. Huh? Xiao Qi was puzzled, half turning his head to ask. Young master, we're not home yet. I said pull over. Gu Yan's tone grew stern. Startled, Xiao Qi, unsure how he had offended his master, quickly pulled over. Gu Yan got out, walked to the front door, roughly dragged Xiao Qi from the driver's seat, and proceeded to beat him with fists and feet. Xiao Qi dared not resist. He curled up on the ground, crying out repeatedly, young master, I was wrong. After the lesson, Gu Yan stopped. He looked down at Xiao Qi lying on the ground, panting heavily. You remember this well. If you ever speak ill of that person again, it won't be as light as today. Understand? Xiao Qi quickly replied, young master, I know I've learned my lesson. But inwardly he thought, wasn't I speaking up for you? I get beaten for defending you. Where's the justice in that? Little did he know that in Gu Yan's mind, Chenzhou had already become as grand and towering as a lofty mountain. He could not tolerate anyone slandering Chenzhou in his presence. Moreover, who knew the extent of the young master's power? If the young master found out that someone close to him had spoken ill of him without receiving any reprimand, his own life might not be worth living much longer. All right, get up and keep driving, Gu Yan said before returning to the car. Though Xiao Qi had been curled up from the beating, he was thick-skinned and sturdy, suffering little real harm. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and resumed his seat in the driver's position. Once the car started, Gu Yan recalled another matter and asked, by the way, one more thing, I plan to teach that little security guard a harsh lesson. What do you think? Little security guard? Xiao Qi immediately thought of that fellow from the Lung Corporation who had beaten both him and his master. His mind raced, and soon a cunning idea surfaced. Young master, I do have a trick for dealing with that little guard. Gu Yan perked up upon hearing this, and asked, tell me in detail. Young master, isn't there a banquet tomorrow evening for the noble circle of the magic capital? Then we'll do this and that. Listening to Xiao Qi's plan, Gu Yan felt a sudden clarity, as if he could already see the scene of that little guard being publicly humiliated. He clenched his fists and said in a chilling voice, good, let's do it that way. The next day at noon, within the Yiqing Villa in the lakeside pavilion, Yan Ji poured fragrant tea into Gu Chenzhou's cup. Then she took out a small folding fan, opened it, and gently fanned the cup a few times. Master, this is the Wui Mountain de Hongpo scent by Gu Lingxiao, fine vintage, pure quality. Please taste it. Gu Chenzhou set down a document he was holding, took the tea at the perfect temperature from Yan Ji, sipped it lightly, and then chuckled softly. Not bad, that fellow has some thoughtfulness. At that moment, the valiant captain of the guard strode into the courtyard, bowed to Gu Chenzhou, and said respectfully, Master Gu, Yan seeks an audience outside the manor. Let him in. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. Before long, the guard captain returned, followed by Gu Yan. Greetings, young master. Though Gu Yan had seen Gu Chenzhou the previous day, facing him now, an overwhelming wordless pressure once again descended, nearly suffocating him. Is there something? Gu Chenzhou had no desire for idle chatter and cut straight to the point. Young master, it is like this. Tonight the elite of the magic capital are hosting a banquet, and only the most renowned young nobles and ladies are invited. I am fortunate to be among the invitees. Since you have just arrived in the magic capital, young master, I wish to take this opportunity to hold a welcome banquet in your honor. Gu Yan spoke with utmost humility. A banquet for the young talents of the magic capital. A faint impression stirred within Gu Chenzhou's mind. If his memory served him correctly, it was at a grand banquet that Lin Fan had first astonished the magic capital. Judging by the timeline, this must be that very event. He glanced at Gu Yan, noticing the barely concealed excitement flickering in the man's brow. Gu Chenzhou's brow twitched. He recalled that he had only just ordered Gu Yan to deal with the protagonist yesterday. Now inviting him to this banquet today. Could he be planning to make his move tonight? Interesting. A smile curled across Gu Chenzhou's face. A sycophantic villain turning the tables against the original protagonist. Such a scene was indeed exhilarating. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou spoke flatly. All right, I will attend tonight. A wave of relief washed over the initially anxious Gu Yan as he heard this. A smile spread across his face. Thank you for gracing the occasion, young master. In truth, he had been uncertain just moments before. After all, a gathering of the entire magic capital's elite to host a banquet for Gu Chenzhou would have been more befitting his status. Having the young master attend a mere gathering of the city's young nobles seemed rather unrefined. Anything else? Gu Chenzhou glanced at the visibly elated Gu Yan. No, I shall not disturb your rest. I will take my leave. Gu Yan hastily bowed, and under the guard captain's escort departed the courtyard. On his way back his smile never faded. He had feared his young master might refuse him. If the young master had refused then at the banquet when he tried to make things difficult for that Lin Fan, that little security guard might have beaten him up again, just like last time. Then not only would he fail to humiliate Lin Fan in public, but his own reputation would first become the laughingstock of the magic capital's elite circles. But since Gu Chenzhou had condescended to attend, that little security guard, no matter how capable, surely would not dare to act recklessly. Thinking this, he rubbed his cheeks with both hands and said fiercely to himself, "This time, I must not only avenge the beating from last time, but also perform well in front of the young master to secure a chance to serve him in the future." Lost in thought, he had already reached the gates of Yiqing Manor. After the guard saw him out, the heavy door slammed shut with a bang, snapping Gu Yin back to reality. His lackey, Xiao Qi, ran over from the car. He first cautiously surveyed the opulent gates of Yiqing Manor before asking, "Young master, what did he say?" The young master agreed. Gu Yin smiled and patted Xiao Qi on the shoulder, enunciating each word clearly. "Check the arrangements once more. There must be no mistakes tonight." "Yes." At 8 in the evening, the magic capital under the veil of night presented a completely different spectacle from the day. The sky was ablaze with colorful neon lights, and everywhere was filled with the clinking of glasses and soft whispers. Traffic surged around the Tiandi Grand Hotel in the magic capital. Upon closer inspection, all the vehicles were luxurious. "What's going on today? Why are all the luxury cars in the city heading this way?" A traffic officer on duty wiped the sweat from his brow, grumbling softly as a new Lamborghini sped past. His colleague shook his head and muttered, "Who knows? Maybe there's some banquet." Suddenly their walkie-talkies crackled to life, and a deep voice emerged. "How many times have I told you? No idle chatter during work hours." The senior officer's tone was severe. The two traffic officers immediately snapped to attention. The senior officer's voice continued from the walkie-talkie. "Furthermore, VIP number 1 will be appearing at the Tiandi Grand Hotel today. I don't care what method you use, ensure VIP number 1's safety." "Understood." VIP number 1. The two officers were instantly startled. This was the code name their force had given to the high-profile figure who had arrived in the magic capital a few days ago. They dared not slack off any longer, and immediately sprang into action on the street, directing traffic to transform the congested flow into a smooth passage. In front of the hotel, a sapphire-blue Bugatti slowly came to a stop. A hotel bellhop immediately ran forward to open the door. A young man and woman, both dressed in splendid attire, stepped out. Their eyes fell on Gu Yin, who was waiting by the entrance. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Gu Yin cast a glance at the pair. They were no strangers. They were also second-generation scions of the magic capital's elite. Gu Yin scoffed at their mockery. "Oh, what's with the sharp look today, young Master Gu? Got a date?" A few more young men approached from a distance, their voices preceding them. The crowd broke into subdued laughter. The elite circle of the magic capital was small. Everyone knew that Gu Yin, the heir of Lingxiao Group, had long pined for Lung Ningxuang, albeit without success. A textbook sycophant. Not long ago, he had been beaten up by Lung Ningxuang's security guard, becoming the laughingstock of the entire circle. Hence, everyone assumed Gu Yin was waiting for Lung Ningxuang and joined in to tease him. "I'm waiting for someone. What are you all clamoring about? Just go on inside." Gu Yin was somewhat irritated. A bunch of clueless fools, what right did they have to be so arrogant here? Seeing the anger on Gu Yan's face, the group decided not to provoke him further and walked into the hotel chatting and laughing, though their conversation still revolved around Gu Yin and Lung Ningxuang. At that moment, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom glided in from the main road, coming to a gentle halt before the hotel entrance. The rear door swung open, and a stunning woman descended clad in an off-white blazer paired with a dark black pencil skirt, silk stockings, and high heels. "Is that Lung Ningxuang?" President Lung, a scion of a wealthy family, exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure. "Lung Ningxuang, where?" Another young man of similar status spun around, gasping as he caught sight of her. Hiss. "It really is President Lung. Why is she so stunning today?" Numerous wealthy heirs and heiresses turned their heads at their exchange, their expressions shifting. The men's eyes locked onto Lung Ningxuang, while the women's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy they could not conceal. They had all seen Lung Ningxuang before, but today she seemed different. A society lady noticed the change and asked in surprise, "She usually scorns makeup, doesn't she? Why is she wearing it today?" The crowd suddenly caught on. Lung Ningxuang had always appeared barefaced, yet even without makeup her beauty was breathtaking. Today, however, she had donned exquisite cosmetics. Her expression remained serene, exuding a faint chill, utterly indifferent to the murmurs around her. They were right. She had indeed applied light makeup today, and only she knew the reason. Though she had never cared much for her looks, believing herself unmatched, she had met her match in Gu Chenzhou. The memory of Gu Chenzhou's visit to her home a few days ago was still fresh. After a single glance at her, he paid her no further heed, leaving her deeply wounded. Thus she had adorned herself for tonight's banquet. Hearing the crowd's comments, a flicker of confidence reignited within her. Yet, Lung Ningxuang glanced around and let out a silent sigh, musing wistfully. "But Gu Chenzhou isn't here. I wonder if he were present would he spare me a second glance. Shortly after Lung Ningxuang stepped out of her car, a taxi pulled up. When it stopped, a figure in a security guard's uniform stumbled out. It was Lin Fan. He had spotted her driving out of the company and followed immediately. She couldn't shake him off. Now he stared fixedly at Lung Ningxuang, his heart racing. Since leaving the mountains, he had spent some time by her side, yet this was the first time he had seen her with makeup. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Indeed, only such a beauty deserves me, Lin Fan, he thought, sweeping his gaze over the men present. Seeing their infatuated stares at Lung Ningxuang, a smug satisfaction swelled within him. The goddess in your hearts is my fiancée. Then some noticed Lin Fan and raised their brows. Was a security guard attending this high society banquet? I know who he is. He's the one who beat up young Master Gu, someone whispered. The incident a few days ago where Gu Yin was hospitalized after being assaulted by a guard had become a laughingstock in their circles. This person had looked into it and recognized Lin Fan as the guard. He began to explain, and those around listened with interest, their eyes darting between Gu Yin and Lin Fan. These two enemies meeting. Who knew if something amusing might unfold? They were eager to see. Meanwhile, Gu Yin glared at Lin Fan with fury. He had also been captivated by Lung Ningxuang's beauty in the past. He would have approached her, but he remembered he was waiting for his young master and restrained himself. Now all his attention was on that guard. That damned guard. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. He would never forget that day, being beaten by that mad dog of a guard in public before the eyes of his beloved. He wanted to rush forward and fight the man, but the next moment he held back. Now was not the time to settle scores. My task now is to welcome the young master. As for that little guard, he sneered inwardly, already envisioning the other making a fool of himself in public. As luck would have it, just as the wealthy heirs were eager to see how Gu Yin would handle Lin Fan, another car approached. It was a black Mercedes Maybach pulling up beside Lung Ningxuang's Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver's door opened, and a tall woman with a short bob stepped out. She cast a cold glance over the crowd, then walked to the Maybach's rear door and pulled it open. All eyes turned to see a woman draped in a striking red dress, exuding an alluring, almost bewitching aura, step out slowly. Unlike Lung Ningxuang, who seemed a celestial fairy, this beauty appeared as if she had emerged from the dark realm. Her beauty was cold and seductive, each movement captivating and enchanting. It's Xiao Wumei. Why is she here? She's Xiao Wumei. No wonder she's known as the flower of Magic City. Someone recognized her and marveled. Hey, I warn you all, don't even think about making a move on her, another whispered to a friend. My old man specifically told me she has powerful backing, not someone we can afford to provoke. Xiao Wumei glided gracefully to Lung Ningxuang, smiling at her with a mesmerizing charm, and extended her hand. You must be President Lung. I've heard so much about you. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Not only her looks, but her voice was incredibly alluring, each word stirring a man's heart. Lung Ningxuang had naturally heard of Xiao Wumei. Sensing the friendly tone and intention to build rapport, she shook her hand and replied, You flatter me, President Xiao. Brat, what are you staring at? The short-haired woman behind Xiao Wumei barked in displeasure. Xiao Wumei and Lung Ningxuang followed her gaze to Lin Fan, who was eyeing Xiao Wumei with keen interest. This woman was too beautiful. Lung Ningxuang and she stood together. One ice, one fire. If only he could. Ice and fire mingling. Startled by the short-haired woman's shout, Lin Fan snapped back, tossed his hair, glanced at her, and smirked roguishly. What's wrong with checking out a beauty? Is that a crime? His words made Xiao Wumei frown, and Lung Ningxuang's face twisted with disgust. The short-haired woman, Xiao Wumei's personal bodyguard, was about to step forward and teach the insolent man a lesson, but Xiao Wumei stopped her. Lung Ningxuang was utterly repulsed by Lin Fan. She turned to Xiao Wumei with an apologetic look. My apologies, I didn't leash my dog properly, and it came out barking. Please don't take offense. I apologize, I didn't leash my dog properly, it came out barking. Please don't mind it. Whoosh. Lin Fan's expression shifted, a vein pulsing on his forehead as he cast a resentful glance at Lung Ningxuang. Is it really appropriate for you to describe your fiancé like that? He wasn't particularly bothered, having forged a face of iron through years of trials. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of delight at her words. To spark a woman's interest, one must first leave a deep impression. She called him a dog, not a bad start. His fiancé certainly had character, he liked that. It's nothing serious. He'll head inside first. Xiao Wumei smiled, casting a lingering glance at Lin Fan before entering the hotel. Lung Ningxuang shot him a cold look. This man was as stubborn as a burr, impossible to shake off, and utterly irritating. Without another word, she turned and strode toward the hotel entrance. Lin Fan hurried after her, but at the gate a security guard blocked his path. Sir, this passage is for guests. Staff members must use a different entrance, the guard said, eyeing Lin Fan's uniform and mistaking him for a colleague. Security. Lin Fan was taken aback. Did he really look like a guard? Glancing at his attire, he realized he was indeed still in his uniform. In his haste to catch up with Lung Ningxuang, he hadn't changed. He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. I'm here for the banquet. Can't you tell? The banquet. The guard blinked, sizing up Lin Fan with a smirk. Come on buddy, don't joke around. In that security uniform you're here for the banquet. Who's joking? Let me in. Then please show me your invitation, the guard said coldly. Lin Fan naturally had no invitation. Frowning he retorted, what invitation? Didn't you see me arrive with Lung Mingxuan? That short-haired woman got in with someone else. Why can't I? Yeah. With that Lin Fan prepared to force his way in. His fiancée was already inside, and he had to protect her. If anything went wrong, he'd never forgive himself. The two guards spread their arms to block him, shouting into their walkie-talkies, "We need backup at the main entrance. Someone's causing trouble." Soon several more guards rushed over, encircling Lin Fan. They were all ordinary men, and Lin Fan frowned deeply. Surrounded by so many, he couldn't simply knock them down and barge in. If he did, the banquet would be ruined, and Lung Mingxuan would surely blame him. I really did come with Miss Lung. Why don't you call her to confirm? Lin Fan kept explaining, hoping to resolve things peacefully without escalating the conflict. Meanwhile, Gu Yan watched the commotion with a sneer, savoring the scene. The guards knew Lin Fan had arrived with Lung Mingxuan, but blocking him was all part of Gu Yan's scheme. Lin Fan. The real show is yet to come. Gu Yan muttered, his gaze turning icy as he watched the struggle. Boom. Just then the roar of an engine echoed from afar. Gu Yan turned to see a luxurious Porsche pull up and stop gracefully before him. The engine died, and the driver's door swung open. A stunning figure stepped out, her fair skin, alluring curves, and long legs captivating every man present. What was happening tonight? So many breathtaking beauties in one place. The woman was Yanji. She scanned her surroundings, ensuring it was safe, then walked to the rear door and bent to open it. Holy crap! A woman so gorgeous is just a driver. The onlookers were stunned. Who was in the car? What kind of status did they hold? Whoosh! A pair of exquisite leather shoes touched the carpet, followed by a strikingly handsome figure emerging before the crowd. His transcendent aura was like a sun suddenly blazing into view. The men managed to compose themselves, but they bowed their heads in shame under Gu Chenzhou's presence. Many young heiresses, however, lost their composure, covering their mouths and gasping, "Ah, so handsome. It's Gu Chenzhou. Oh my god, he's my dream man. And he's here for the banquet," one heiress whispered. "Would it be embarrassing to ask for an autograph now? Idolapa, I want to get a photo with him." And so the grand banquet began to feel like a fan meeting. Just then someone stepped forward before the others. Gu Yan, who had been waiting at the entrance. The crowd focused on him as he approached Gu Chenzhou. "Young master, you've arrived." Gu Yan bowed and scraped like a servant. Gu Chenzhou didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, still wrestling with the guards, and raised an eyebrow. He ignored the murmurs and adoring stares, long accustomed to such scenes. "Is that Lin Fan?" Gu Chenzhou's eyes gleamed with interest. Gu Yan glanced over and nodded hastily. "Yes, that's him. He's the one who..." Gu Chenzhou raised a hand, and Gu Yan fell silent. He had been studying his young master's temperament, and knew he loathed unnecessary chatter. "Enough nonsense, let me in." As Lin Fan argued with the guards, a chill ran down his spine, followed by an unsettling feeling of being seen through. A jolt of alarm shot through him. Who could it be? Lin Fan shoved the guards aside and spun around, searching for the source of that sensation. All he saw was an ethereal back slowly entering the hotel, flanked by Gu Yan and a stunning woman. Who is that? The unfamiliar figure left Lin Fan bewildered. Probably just a trick of the mind. Magic City wasn't the capital of some great nation. There couldn't be anyone too important here. Shaking his head, Lin Fan calmed the storm inside him and returned to arguing with the guards. Seeing the group enter without any invitation, he pointed at Gu Chenzhou's retreating figure. "That man? I saw clearly. He didn't show any invitation. Are you deliberately messing with me?" The head guard sneered, looking Lin Fan up and down with contempt. "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to someone as divine as him? I suggest you take a good look at yourself in the mirror first. Besides, did you even see clearly? The man beside him is young Master Gu of Lingxiao Group. Even Gu Yan treated him with such deference. A figure of that stature can come and go as he pleases. I advise you to find a cool spot and stay there. If you don't leave, we'll call the police." Just as several security guards were about to call the police, a man's voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, what's going on here?" Lin Fan turned around and saw a burly man in a black suit approaching him with 4 or 5 others. It was none other than his brother Tan Long. Tan Long, the president of the Hero Society, possessed extraordinary strength, and his magnanimous charisma made countless subordinates willingly submit, which was also the reason the Hero Society had risen rapidly to become the largest underworld force in the Magic City. The security guards recognized Tan Long's identity and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "President Tan." Tan Long, now likely understanding the situation, smiled and pulled Lin Fan aside, saying gently, "Lin Fan is my brother. Can we go in now?" The security guards dared not offend Tan Long and hastily cleared the way. As a renowned hotel in the Magic City, the interior decoration was still extremely luxurious. Beneath a massive crystal chandelier, the banquet hall was resplendent. Upon reaching the third floor, the entire level was ablaze with lights, the hall spacious and magnificent, decorated with opulent luxury, yet retaining elegance and grandeur. The floor was paved with smooth marble, and an enormous crystal chandelier emitted dazzling radiance. Soothing, melodious music echoed through the hall. A row of purple satin long tables adorned with fresh flowers displayed various delicacies for guests to help themselves. Hostesses in well-fitted cheongsams carried trays of beverages weaving through the guests. The venue buzzed with lively chatter and a sea of people. The men present were all in suits and ties, behaving politely and gentlemanly, while the women wore various evening gowns, carrying themselves with elegance. These men and women either whispered softly or chatted and laughed merrily. The more active ones mingled around, showcasing their exceptional social skills. Yet everyone's smile carried a hint of restraint and a touch of hypocrisy. This was the party of high society, the favorite social game of successful people. "Young master, this way, please." Gu Yan made a gesture and led the way. Although the banquet attendees were all scions of the Magic City's elite, just like any circle that has its own hierarchy, these privileged offspring also had their own distinct levels. Given Gu Chenzhou's status, his mere presence at the banquet was already a great honor. Naturally, Gu Yan intended to escort his young master to the highest tier area. Soon as several prestigious scions who entered after Gu Chenzhou spoke, the news of Gu Chenzhou's personal arrival gradually spread throughout the venue. At the same time, people noticed the peerless figure being servilely attended to by Gu Yan. "Oh my, is he Gu Chenzhou? Is this the nation's dream husband? How is he even more stunningly handsome than on TV?" The crowd turned their gazes, ceasing their conversations, their eyes fixed solely on that dignified and noble figure. The vast banquet hall seemed shrouded in darkness, while a bright beam of light illuminated Gu Chenzhou, making him the focal point of the entire gathering wherever he went. He is the young master of the reclusive Gu family, founder of the Tiandi Group, the financial trendsetter, the godfather of commerce. The elite scions whispered among themselves, their gazes at Gu Chenzhou remarkably unanimous. Oh, admiration. Envy was the only thing absent. Because when the gap between you and others is small, you feel envy and resentment, and you strive to surpass them. But when the chasm is as vast as a heavenly abyss, or when you are not even on the same level, you cannot even look up to them, let alone feel envy. Finally, a young master from a prominent family mustered his courage. He gently patted his cheek, took a deep breath, and walked toward Gu Chenzhou. Approaching Gu Chenzhou's side, he greeted respectfully, "Mr. Gu, it is truly our honor that you condescend to attend this banquet." However, Gu Chenzhou ignored him and walked straight past. This was not due to rudeness or arrogance. Does a lion on the vast grassland care about the ants crawling at its feet? It would be a different matter if their fathers were speaking to him. Similarly, the young master of the Magic City's top official's family found nothing amiss. He knew Gu Chenzhou and had been instructed by his family, aware that this miraculous figure treated everyone the same way. He had stepped forward to greet him on a whim, and not receiving a response did not disappoint him. As the first from the Magic City to pay respects, other elite scions and young ladies also came forward to offer their homage. Gu Yan, following behind Gu Chenzhou, watched the humbly bowing noble scions and couldn't help but straighten his back, his heart brimming with uncontrollable joy. Although Lingxiao Group was a listed company, it was by no means among the top echelon of the Magic City's powerful elite. Yet these people bowing and scraping were none other than the scions and young ladies from the most prominent families and major conglomerates at the pinnacle of the city's power structure. In the past, these individuals had often ridiculed and mocked him. Today, seeing them so respectful and obedient, Gu Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. And when he looked at the imposing figure before him, his eyes were filled with deep reverence and admiration. Not far away, Lung Ning Shuang naturally noticed Gu Chenzhou's figure. Her beautiful eyes instantly rippled with emotion. As her gaze shifted, the image of Gu Chenzhou ignoring her the day before surfaced in her mind, stirring a sense of frustration and a hint of defiance. Since she had seen him, it wouldn't be proper not to greet him. She slowly rose, took a deep breath, and then walked toward Gu Chenzhou. "Look, it's President Lung. She's heading toward Mr. Gu. Do they know each other? How could that be? Probably she's greeting Mr. Gu like the rest of us. Mr. Gu's charm is truly boundless. Even this ice-cold female president can't resist. Isn't that obvious? Facing a legend like Mr. Gu, even the iciest heart would melt. Mr. Gu." Amid the astonished gazes, Lung Ning Shuang arrived before Gu Chenzhou. Though she offered a greeting, it was as cold as ever. That was her nature, unchanged regardless of whom she faced. But today, when addressing Gu Chenzhou, there was an extra nuance. "My." Gu Chenzhou paused, raised an eyebrow, and looked at her with an amused glint. This icy beauty was somewhat intriguing. As he looked at her, Lung Ning Shuang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, secretly hoping he would spare her an extra glance today. Yet she was disappointed. Gu Chenzhou merely nodded in acknowledgement, said nothing more to her, and walked toward his seat. Watching Gu Chenzhou walk away, Lung Ning Shuang's gaze was complex. He had ignored her again, just a nod, and then he left. A wave of disappointment welled up within her. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, who was by Gu Chenzhou's side, felt his mind go blank. "It's over," He had been following Gu Chenzhou, closely observing how his young master treated others. His young master seemed not to see the other wealthy scions at all. But when it came to Lung Ning Shuang, he nodded. This was an extremely obvious distinction. It was over. His young master really had feelings for Lung Ning Shuang. He had thought he was overthinking it before, but now it was confirmed. Gu Yan lowered his head, his heart filled with desolation. What should he do? Continue pursuing Lung Ning Shuang? No, I absolutely cannot. How can I compete with the young master for a woman? But I truly love her. Gu Yan's thoughts raced, his mind in turmoil, and for a moment he was at a loss. Swish! Just at that moment, a burst of clamor came from the corridor. It was Tan Long and a few lackeys escorting Lin Fan as they walked in. They entered precisely when Lung Ning Shuang had finished greeting Gu Chenzhou, a look of disappointment spreading across her face. This scene was witnessed by Tan Long and Lin Fan. Tan Long patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, frowning. Fan Gu, isn't that your woman? Earlier, Lin Fan had claimed to Tan Long that Lung Ning Shuang was his fiancée, and Tan Long had believed it. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and looked again. The disappointment on Lung Ning Shuang's face had faded. He found it hard to believe. How could this be? Lung Ning Shuang was known for her icy demeanor. She was always cold to every man. Why would she look disappointed? Yet through her earlier expression, he vaguely guessed something. Why had she put on makeup today? Why had she shown disappointment? Could it be all because of that guy? Lin Fan stared at Gu Chenzhou's back, his brows tightly knitted. After Lung Ning Shuang, many wealthy young masters and ladies intended to step forward and pay respects. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. He was only here to see if there was any drama, not to bother with these people. Sensing his change in expression, Gu Yan immediately reacted and stepped forward to block the others. If everyone were allowed to greet him one by one, wouldn't the young master be standing all night? Gu Chenzhou took note of Gu Yan's actions. This fellow was quite adept at reading the room. Then he turned to face the crowd. I'm just here to take a casual look today. Don't mind me, carry on. Gu Chenzhou smiled faintly, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, enchanting countless women present. The crowd, upon hearing this, abandoned the idea of greeting him, and Gu Yan led Gu Chenzhou toward the seat of honor at the banquet. That was the seat reserved for the one at the apex of the social pyramid, and at this moment only Gu Chenzhou was qualified to sit there. Please have a seat, young master. Gu Yan said obsequiously, then glanced around and asked, would the young master like something to drink or eat? A cup of tea will do. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'll prepare the finest tea for the young master at once. Gu Yan quickly waved to his subordinates, and a few men went to prepare it. At this moment the hall was quite quiet, a stark contrast to before. Earlier the banquet atmosphere had been lively. Conversations, clinking glasses, and the sounds of music and instruments filled the air with young gentlemen chatting loudly. Now, even when people spoke, their voices were kept extremely low. Although Gu Chenzhou had said not to mind them, who among those present truly dared to let loose as before? They all put on airs, trying to appear as proper young masters or ladies, hoping to leave a good impression on Gu Chenzhou. The only direction in the entire venue with some noise was where Lin Fan and Tan Long were. Lin Fan paid no heed to decorum, eating and drinking as if he were at home. Lung Ning Shuang looked in his direction, her brow deeply furrowed. She truly didn't understand why her grandfather had made this man her fiancé. The other wealthy young masters also glanced at Lin Fan and his group, then tried to keep their distance. Imperceptibly, this group was ostracized by everyone. Meanwhile, in another direction, Xiao Wumei shook hands with a young lady from a prominent family, then turned her gaze toward the dazzling figure at the center of the hall. Is that Gu Chenzhou? He's so young and really handsome. A charming smile crossed her face, then faded as she regained her composure. If I could gain his help, perhaps my great revenge could be avenged in an instant. Thinking this, Xiao Wumei's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, spilling a few drops onto the floor. In her mind, memories surged like ocean waves, threatening to engulf her completely. Sect leader, are you all right? The short-haired female bodyguard quickly stepped forward to support Xiao Wumei, asking with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Wumei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Many knew she was the owner of the nightclub, the Heavenly Realm, but few knew her other identity. She was also the leader of the Heaven and Earth sect. The sect was founded by her father. When he was alive, the Heaven and Earth sect was the premier underground force in the magic capital. Back then, she was just a carefree little girl happily living under her father's protection. But the change came so suddenly. On a rainy night 5 years ago, everything changed. Her father was murdered in a scheme by the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, another underground force in the magic capital. At the same time, there was betrayal within the Heaven and Earth sect, plunging it into internal strife and facing a powerful enemy. The Heavenly Wolf Gang even wanted to eliminate Xiao Wumei to eradicate all threats. Fortunately, a few of her father's loyal men risked their lives to help her escape, otherwise there would be no so-called Heaven and Earth sect in the magic capital today. In recent years, although Tan Long's hero society had risen rapidly, the Heavenly Wolf Gang, having plundered the assets of the Heaven and Earth sect, now firmly held the second seat in the magic capital's underworld. Despite Xiao Wumai's diligent leadership in revitalizing the new Heaven and Earth sect, it still lagged far behind the current power of the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Often tossing and turning in the dead of night, Xiao Wumei wondered if she would ever be able to avenge her father in this lifetime. Now seeing Gu Chenzhou made her realize that if she could secure the help of this great figure, her vengeance would be effortless. But how could such a great figure be willing to help a stranger seek revenge, unless she could offer something that would tempt him? Yet in the eyes of someone like that, what could she possibly offer that he would value? Sigh. He'll observe for now and decide later. Xiao Wumei sighed, deciding to wait. She had already waited 5 years, what was a little more time? While Xiao Wumei was hesitating, she didn't realize that Gu Chenzhou, the man she yearned to befriend, had already noticed her. It wasn't surprising. With Xiao Wumei's beauty, she naturally became the most dazzling star in any crowd, impossible to ignore. I didn't expect this enchantress to show up here. This makes things more interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Gu Chenzhou's face. He knew Xiao Wumei's identity and could guess her intentions. Gu Chenzhou was in no rush. He would simply wait for the fish to take the bait. Beside Gu Chenzhou, Gu Yan's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, who was gorging himself in a corner. He glanced at his watch, then looked at Gu Chenzhou and said respectfully, "Young master, there's something I need to attend to." "Go ahead." Gu Chenzhou's gaze flickered as he spoke calmly. Gu Yan immediately walked toward the corridor beside the banquet hall where a man and a woman were whispering. The man, dressed in a suit, appeared to be a wealthy scion. The woman had a curvaceous figure and a flamboyant beauty exuding an air of worldliness. Her demeanor differed from that of noble ladies, instead resembling someone from the entertainment industry. When they saw Gu Yan approaching, they immediately showed great deference. Gu Yan whispered something to them, and the seductive woman nodded gently. Gu Chenzhou observed their exchange, a glint of understanding in his eyes as he discerned their plan. He took a sip of tea. Though it's a lowly trick, this little villain has finally wised up. Soon after, the seductive woman swayed over to Lin Fan's table. She glanced at Lin Fan, clad in a security uniform, with disgust in her eyes. But in the next moment, her face assumed a bewitching expression. She placed her fingers lightly on Lin Fan's thigh and cooed, "Handsome, I noticed you a while ago. Would you have a drink with me?" As she spoke, she raised a glass of champagne to his lips. Lin Fan frowned and pushed the glass aside. Though he appreciated beauty, not just anyone could catch his eye, especially a woman of such mediocre looks and worldly air, clearly someone of loose morals. Seeing Lin Fan reject her, the seductive woman's face flushed with anger. In the next instant, she splashed the champagne onto his face and delivered a sharp slap across his cheek. The crack of the slap echoed through the hall, catching Lin Fan off guard due to their close proximity. Then, amidst Lin Fan's shocked and furious gaze, the woman stood up and suddenly wailed, "You pervert! How dare you take advantage of me?" Her hysterical cries shattered the peaceful atmosphere of the venue. All eyes turned toward them, and upon seeing the scene, the guests showed surprise. "What's going on? Damn, this is a gathering of high society. How could anyone do such a thing?" From a distance, Gu Chenzhou noticed that the one shouting was the young rich heir who had just taken orders from Gu Yan. A playful smile crossed his face. The arrangements were well made. Even someone to lead the crowd was prepared. That shout had sealed the situation. The little villain had gained some cunning after his advice. With that shout, the wealthy young guests came to their senses, each looking at Lin Fan with contempt. How could he act so indecently at such an occasion? Is he that desperate? Who is this? Why is he in a security uniform? Who let him in? Yes, call hotel security. How did such riffraff get in? Isn't this lowering our standards? The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes fixed on Lin Fan with nothing but disdain. In an instant, Lin Fan found himself at the center of a storm of criticism. Initially dazed, he soon grasped the situation, and his face darkened with fury. Looking at the seductive woman crouching on the ground with a feigned look of grievance, Lin Fan frowned deeply and said coldly, "Who put you up to framing me? Speak. No, you molested me. How can I face anyone now?" The woman's acting was impeccable as she wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face. What a scumbag. Caught red-handed harassing a woman in public, and now he's turning the tables. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back, pointing at Lin Fan. Among the wealthy youth, some had already developed a prejudice against him after seeing him argue with the doorman like a ruffian at the entrance. Now, witnessing his thuggish behavior alongside the woman's sobbing, no one suspected otherwise. Some sharp-witted guests realized this was a golden opportunity to impress Gu Chenzhou. One immediately stepped forward, pointing at Lin Fan and cursing loudly. "Too cowardly to admit what you did. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Who do you think you are to be worthy of being framed?" "Exactly. Do you even know where you are? Even we dare not make a fuss. Who are you two?" "I saw him earlier making a racket at the door. I thought he'd be kept out. How did he get in? He must be up to no good. Call the police and have him taken away. He might even be a wanted criminal." Hearing the crowd's accusations, Lin Fan's face turned utterly grim. Normally, he wouldn't care about their opinions. He lived by his own rules and owed no one an explanation. But this time was different. Lung Ningxuang, his fiancée, was here. If the situation escalated, it would worsen her already poor impression of him. And if someone spread the story deliberately, even those in the Lung family who wanted to protect him would be forced to fire him under public pressure. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to stay as a security guard by her side, let alone win her over. With this thought, Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he stared at the crouching woman, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. "I'll ask you one more time, who sent you to frame me?" The seductive woman retorted angrily. "What? Too cowardly to admit it." Lin Fan snorted coldly, releasing an overwhelming pressure that fell upon her like a mountain. In an instant her breath caught, and she felt suffocated. She bit her tongue, remembering the rewards Gu Yin had promised. Enduring the pain, she wailed loudly. "You take advantage of me, and then bully me. Is there no justice?" Amidst the crowd, Lung Ning's countenance was so dark that it seemed as if water might drip from it. She was at a loss for words regarding that man, as some onlookers had already recognized him as the security guard from her own company. Her gaze toward Lin Fan was utterly frigid. With his keen senses, Lin Fan immediately lifted his head and met Lung Ning's cold, disdainful stare. A surge of inexplicable fury blazed within him as he looked down at the sobbing, seductive woman, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was this detestable woman who had caused his fiancée to misunderstand him. He reached out, grabbing her hair to lift her, causing her to cry out in pain. Just then Gu Yin, who had been standing at the edge of the crowd, stepped forward and declared loudly, "What do you think you're doing? First you harass her, and now you intend to commit violence. Kid, I advise you to behave. You know what kind of place this is, but with young Master Gu here, we won't let a rotten apple spoil the basket. Get out now, and well, let it slide. And I mean crawl out." Gu Yan's eyes turned icy as he spoke, lifting his head to look down with a haughty sneer. "If you don't crawl out now, you'll likely be carried out later." His words ignited the crowd, who pointed at Lin Fan and chanted, "Get out. Don't defile this elegant banquet hall. What does crawling look like? I've never seen it, ha." Hearing the crowd's jeers, a satisfied smile spread across Gu Yan's face. Days ago, while recuperating in the hospital, his mind was haunted by the image of Lin Fan beating him before Lung Ning, a humiliating scene that nearly drove him to despair. But now, with the backing of the young master, he could finally breathe easy. What a damn good feeling. Nearby, Tan Long, who had been observing everything since the escalating tension, and quickly stepped forward to shield Lin Fan. Tan Long clasped his hands toward Gu Yan. "Young Master Gu, we've only heard this latest side of the story. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. How about granting me this favor? If anything comes up later, just inform me, and let's drop this matter. What do you say?" As he spoke, Tan Long cast a menacing glance at Gu Yan. Startled by the sharp look, Gu Yan instinctively stepped back. The heroic council was a formidable underground force in the magic capital, its power not to be underestimated. In the past, with a figure of Tan Long's stature mediating, Gu Yan would have gladly taken me out, never daring to openly offend him. But now Gu Yan was different. Behind him stood not just the Lingxiao group, but the young master with connections reaching the heavens. With the young master here, why should he fear this man? Before the young master, what was Tan Long but a joke? With this thought, Gu Yan smiled at Tan Long, and amid the latter's astonished expression, sneered dismissively, "President Tan, it's not that I'm refusing your face, but this matter concerns a woman's honor. Would she risk her reputation to slander a mere security guard? Moreover, if we let him stay here today, wouldn't that mean we're mingling with scum like a thug?" His high-sounding words won immediate approval from many, who shouted for Lin Fan to get out. Hearing the crowd's curses and facing his old foe Gu Yan, Lin Fan instantly realized who was behind this. "Fine, very well, so it's you framing me. It seems the lesson I gave you before wasn't enough." A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He suddenly lunged forward, moving like a phantom to appear before Gu Yan. Startled, Gu Yan stumbled back, his instinctive fear of the man taking over. Lin Fan wouldn't let him escape. Grabbing his tie, he said coldly, "They'll give you one chance to tell the truth, or he'll kill you right now." "I don't know what you're talking about." Gu Yan stammered, his legs trembling, but he still craned his neck defiantly. "You don't know?" Lin Fan lifted Gu Yan into the air and slammed him hard against the ground. The tiles cracked under the impact, and Gu Yan's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood. Lin Fan stepped on Gu Yan's chest and demanded angrily, "I'll ask you one more time, why are you framing me?" The righteous young nobles who had been so indignant were all stunned by Lin Fan's sudden brutality. None dared to intervene. Instead, they subtly retreated, some even ready to flee. Gu Yan, lying on the ground, felt a sharp pain in his organs and struggled to breathe. Fear gripped him. He truly believed Lin Fan might kill him. But just as he was about to confess, the imposing face of Chenzhou appeared before his mind's eye. "No, I can't lose face in front of the young master, and he won't abandon me." Gritting his teeth, Gu Yan hardened his resolve and said in a chilling tone, "I don't know what you're talking about. You dare hit me, you're dead." Murderous intent flared in Lin Fan's eyes. He bent down, gripping Gu Yan's neck, and began to tighten his fingers as if ready to snap it. At the edge of the crowd, Chenzhou watched the scene with keen interest. Just then, the long-awaited system prompt rang in his mind. Ding. Due to the host's influence, Lin Fan's state of mind is unstable. Villain points 300. A glimmer of light flashed in Chenzhou's eyes, and a smile spread across his face. It worked. He had confirmed his theory. Even if he didn't act personally, as long as he orchestrated events, he could still undermine the protagonist. This was crucial. It meant he could slowly drain Lin Fan, driving him step by step into the abyss. Otherwise, he would have considered eliminating him directly. He didn't have the time to waste money dealing with a single person, and to prevent trouble, he would have to kill him. But since manipulating others to suppress the protagonist yielded villain points, he might as well take it slow and toy with him until the end. With this thought, Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered as he gazed toward the hall. Just as Lin Fan was about to continue his assault on Gu Yin, a voice as soothing as a spring breeze echoed through the room. Enough. The sound was gentle and refreshing to most, but to Lin Fan it struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone in the hall turned to look in one direction, where they saw the imposing figure of Gu Chenzhou. Those who had been frozen by Lin Fan's violence snapped back to reality and began murmuring among themselves. It's over. He's caught that one's attention. That security guard is as good as dead. Exactly. He dared to commit violence. Even that one can't tolerate it. If that guard had just crawled out earlier, he might have kept his life. But now no one can save him. With a swoosh, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He involuntarily released Gu Yin and looked up at Gu Chenzhou, who was seated in the distance sipping tea. Since stepping through the door, he had noticed that figure surrounded by a crowd like stars around the moon. At the same time, he recognized him as the one Ning Shuang had greeted earlier, someone of apparent consequence. Yet gradually Lin Fan sensed something amiss. Gu Chenzhou sat motionless in his seat, but an immense pressure bore down upon him. The air around him grew thin, and his breathing quickened. Then in the next second, Lin Fan suddenly smiled. How intriguing. Since descending from the mountain, he had yet to meet a worthy opponent. This noble young master seemed to possess some real skill. Lin Fan looked at Gu Chenzhou and sneered, "What can you do to me?" Confronted with Lin Fan's insolence, Yin Ji's expression shifted. She stepped forward, ready to strike down this wretch. How dare he show such disrespect to her master, courting death? With a swoosh, Gu Chenzhou raised his hand slightly. Yin Ji retreated, but kept her eyes locked on Lin Fan, her killing intent poised. She was ready to act at a single command from Gu Chenzhou to slay Lin Fan. Gu Chenzhou set down his teacup and slowly rose. As he stood, a vast, overwhelming aura surged forth, rolling toward Lin Fan. The residual force radiated from him, engulfing the entire venue. The first to sense the anomaly were the noble youths nearby, their faces paled as they staggered back several steps before regaining their composure. What was happening? Was this Gu Chenzhou's aura? Terrifying beyond measure. People exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. Lin Fan, however, was not so fortunate. He felt a formidable energy lock onto him, followed by an invisible pressure descending from the heavens, crushing down on his shoulders like Mount Tai. Damn it, how is he so strong? Lin Fan's face twisted in shock. He had been on guard, yet when the pressure descended, he barely managed to stay upright. Clenching his teeth, he channeled power into his body, straining against the overwhelming force. Gu Chenzhou strode toward Lin Fan, each step amplifying the pressure. Lin Fan felt the weight on him grow heavier. Moments later, despite gritting his teeth, his body began to bend under the strain, trembling uncontrollably, as if seized by convulsions. This had surpassed his limits. It felt as though he would be crushed entirely in the next instant. Who was he? To push me to this extent? Even the old man couldn't do this. Damn it, I won't kneel. Impossible. Lin Fan ground his teeth. He had always believed in kneeling only to heaven, earth, and parents. How could he kneel to another? As he struggled, his peripheral vision caught Gu Chenzhou approaching. The pressure intensified, and despite his utmost effort, Lin Fan could no longer hold out. His legs gave way. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he collapsed, kneeling stiffly before Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou looked down at him like an emperor regarding an ant, his expression serene, as if nothing had happened. Humiliation, an unprecedented suffocation, engulfed Lin Fan, driving him to fury. Yet he was powerless against this immense force. Ding. Lin Fan's anger toward you has destabilized his mind. Villain points 400. Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered briefly, but he paid it no heed. Gazing at the kneeling Lin Fan, he uttered disdainfully, "Know your place. There are some you cannot afford to offend." Tianlong, witnessing this, felt his scalp tingle. He too sensed the faint pressure, far too powerful for him to resist. Seeing his brother on his knees before another, he stepped forward with a forced smile. "Master Gu, my brother here failed to recognize your greatness. He meant no offense. Could you in your magnanimity overlook this? I am willing to." But Gu Chenzhou didn't even glance at him. He redirected a fraction of his aura toward Tianlong. With a boom, Tianlong's words were cut short as the immense force sent him flying, crashing into the tables and chairs behind. He lay on the ground, mouth agape, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner. Without lifting a finger, Gu Chenzhou had gravely injured his friend with mere aura. Lin Fan burned with rage, but was helpless, unable even to speak. Just then his peripheral vision caught sight of Lung Ningxuang among the crowd. His fiancée was watching him coldly. No pity, no sorrow, no compassion. Only disgust and indifference. Lin Fan felt a knot in his chest that refused to loosen. He had been groomed as a prodigy since childhood, crushing every other genius underfoot like stepping stones. But today, He was nothing more than a helpless stepping stone trampled by this man before him. And all before Lung Ningxuang's eyes. His frustration turned to rage. Straining with all his might, he lifted his head to face the tall, noble figure and roared, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 on the West. Never bully a youth in poverty. Who can remain exalted forever? Silence. A profound, unprecedented silence. As Lin Fan's roar echoed, the entire hall fell into absolute stillness. Then laughter erupted as if flipping a switch, filling the venue with mocking contempt. Ha ha, what's this little security guard trying to do? Make me laugh to death so he can inherit my fortune. Exactly. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 on the West. Even with 300 years, he'll never match Master Gu. Look at who he's facing. The man is already exalted by birth. And look at himself. What is he yet? I can't take it anymore. Help me, I'm laughing so hard I can't stand straight. The entire hall dissolved into a jovial atmosphere. Amid the crowd, Lung Ningxuang did not laugh. Her brows were tightly knit, her eyes filled only with disgust. This man was insufferable. Causing trouble outside was one thing, but here, he was shaming them all. Finally, unable to restrain herself, Lung Ningxuang pushed through the crowd to Lin Fan. His eyes widened at the sight of his fiancée. Could she be coming to speak for him? But in the next second he knew he had been deluded. His fantasy shattered. Lung Ningxuang stood before him, and in an icy voice she declared, "Get out. Stop disgracing yourself here." Lin Fan felt as if a battering ram had struck his chest. He stared at her, her look of disgust nearly suffocating him. After speaking, Lung Ningxuang turned and walked away, unwilling to look at him further. Gu Yan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and approached Gu Chenzhou. After a brief report, he waved his hand, and the waiting security guards surged forward. They hoisted the kneeling Lin Fan and the prone Tan Long, carrying them out of the hall. Though Lin Fan had left, the discussion about him in the banquet hall continued, making him the laughingstock of the entire high society. Lin Fan, dragged away like a dead dog by the security guards, still kept his eyes fixed on Gu Chenzhou, his gaze filled with humiliation and rage. He silently swore in his heart that he would not rest until he avenged today's disgrace. At the same time, a chime echoed in Gu Chenzhou's mind. Ding! The system has detected that Lin Fan's anger towards you has destabilized his state of mind. Villain points 400. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Watching Lin Fan being dragged out of the venue, a disdainful smile curled on his face. Can't take this already. Heh. The real show has only just begun. Though Lin Fan and his group had left, the conflict that erupted left no one in the venue with the heart to continue the banquet. After Gu Yan saw Gu Chenzhou off, the banquet naturally came to an end and the guests departed in twos and threes. In front of the hotel, Gu Yan opened the car door for Gu Chenzhou, and after he got in, respectfully closed it. Where was the slightest trace of a rich, second-generation heir? He was nothing more than a lackey. The powerful roar of the Porsche's engine sounded, and in the next second the car had already shot forward several meters, leaving only a trail of taillights in the night sky. Watching the young master's car disappear, Gu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Lung Ningxuang walking out of the banquet hall heading for her Mercedes-Benz. Looking at Lung Ningxuang, Gu Yan's expression was complex. He now understood that his young master had likely taken a liking to Lung Ningxuang. Although he himself liked her, he wasn't foolish. Vying for a woman with the young master was practically courting death. At that point, even if the young master didn't act, his own father would never let him off. Moreover, comparing himself to the young master was like comparing heaven and earth. What right did he have to pursue Lung Ningxuang? Thinking this, Gu Yan let out a silent sigh, knowing it was time to end this foolish infatuation. He straightened his suit, stepped forward, and said, "President Lung, please wait." Lung Ningxuang's hand was already on the car door. She turned around at the sound of his voice, and seeing it was Gu Yan, gave him a cold glance, her brows furrowed. Before, no matter where she went, this guy would follow, sticking to her like a plaster, much like the current Lin Fan. Just as annoying. Earlier today at the venue entrance, when he didn't approach, she thought he had changed his ways. But now the moment Gu Chenzhou left, he was right back at her side. Indeed, he was still as detestable as ever. "What is it?" Lung Ningxuang asked coldly, reaching for the door handle to get in and leave. But to her surprise, Gu Yan didn't shamelessly block her as usual. Instead, he sighed. "President Lung, I just came to congratulate you. It seems our young master has taken a liking to you. Our young master is an extraordinary being. His interest in you is your honor. I hope you'll give it some serious thought. I won't disturb you any further." With that, Gu Yan stepped back, took one last deep look at the stunned Lung Ningxuang, and turned away. Even after Gu Yan's car had sped away, Lung Ningxuang remained rooted to the spot, her face a mask of bewilderment, unable to snap out of it. It wasn't because Gu Yan had suddenly stopped bothering her, but because of his words, "Our young master has taken a liking to you." That simple sentence stirred a tempest within Lung Ningxuang's heart. His young master. Does he mean Gu Chenzhou? How is that possible? Gu Chenzhou is interested in me. No, he didn't even spare me a single glance the entire time. Lung Ningxuang stood in a daze, the image of that noble and imposing figure flashing before her eyes. She felt utterly lost. Who could tell her what was happening now? Inside the Porsche, Gu Chenzhou mused over the events at the banquet, a playful look on his face. He turned his head to gaze at the dazzling nightscape of the magic city outside the window, and spoke without warning, "We can make our move against the Lung family now." In the driver's seat, Yin Jia's eyes sharpened, and she replied in a low voice, "Yes, master." Gu Chenzhou reached a hand out towards the night, then suddenly turned it over. At that same moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness. Boom! Thunder roared and a torrential rain suddenly fell, shrouding the world in a curtain of water. Now that he had emerged ahead of time, this small magic city was his to command. At this moment, he was the supreme, uncrowned king of the magic city. The powerful and influential families of the magic city were well informed. They knew from the start of the banquet that Gu Chenzhou had attended in person. So they had all gone home early, waiting for their younger generations to return, eagerly asking what Gu Chenzhou had done at the banquet. When they heard the detailed accounts of every incident at the banquet, they all gasped in shock. In a large courtyard in the magic city, the residence of high-ranking officials, including the city's top leader, Gu Chenzhou, actually got angry. After hearing the full story from his son, he slumped into the sofa, muttering to himself in a daze, as if the sky were falling. The next second, he snapped out of it, grabbed his son's hand, and warned him sternly, "You must learn from Lin Fan. From now on, never offend young Master Gu, understand?" "Yes, I understand. I've heard of this Lin Fan. Humph. I haven't seen any great ability to accomplish things, but he certainly has a knack for offending people. Remember, no matter what relationship you have with Lin Fan, from now on you must sever all ties with him." After delivering his warning, he leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought, and continued, "This man dared to show disrespect to Master Gu. His ruin is likely only moments away. I only hope that young Master Gu will not take his anger out on the other families and enterprises of the Magic City. If he unleashes his wrath, the entire power structure of the Magic City will be reshuffled. And the Long family, since Lin Fan is their security guard, will inevitably be implicated. Remember, until young Master Gu makes his stance clear, stay away from the Long family." "I understand, father. As for Lin Fan, whether he can even keep his life remains to be seen, but his reputation is already ruined." "Exactly. And that don't bully a youth for being poor nonsense is just laughable, haha. I haven't seen such ignorance and audacity in a young man for a long time." The same scene played out in almost every influential family in the Magic City. Overnight, all the scions of the wealthy were admonished by their elders to stay away from Lin Fan, and by association, they began to distance themselves from the Lung family. On the other side, within a lavishly decorated conference room, 6 imposing figures sat around the conference table. Under the glow of the lights, the complexions of the 6 were far from good. In the past few days, they had been constantly worried that Gu Chenzhou would make a move against them, to the point that they hadn't had a single good night's sleep. "I understand," one of them said into his phone before hanging up. The other 5 all fixed their gazes on the man who had just made the call. Seeing him put down the phone, they all cast inquiring looks at him. "Oldly, what did they say over there?" Another person, unable to contain himself, spoke up to inquire. The elderly man, who had been holding his phone in a daze, finally came to his senses. He nodded first, and said, "The information is reliable. Lin Fan assaulted Gu Yin right in front of that person, was then disciplined by him, and was ultimately carried out by security. I'm afraid he'll have difficulty even getting out of bed for a while." "Sigh. Then what are we to do?" Another person, his face full of regret, sighed and said, "I said from the start that we shouldn't have casually made a move against the Lingxiao group. Look at the mess now." Upon hearing his words, the faces of the others also showed signs of chagrin. "Enough. That person hasn't made a move against us yet. There's still room for negotiation." The patriarch of the Li family slammed the table and declared in a loud voice, "Now there are 2 things we must do. First, sever all ties with Lin Fan completely. Second, continue to gather various treasures and present them to the young master of the Gu family. Don't be stingy with your family assets. If the young master of the Gu family is willing to let us off, how can we not earn back the money in the future?" Upon hearing this, the other 5 finally regained their composure. They first issued orders to their subordinates to cut off contact with Lin Fan, and then they deliberated together on what kind of treasures to offer to buy their own lives and the lives of their families. The next morning, when sunlight fell upon Lung Ningxuang's face, she turned over as usual, opened her eyes, and sat up. Last night, she had a myriad of chaotic dreams, but in every single one that dignified and noble figure seemed to appear. She shook her head, got out of bed, and entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, when she walked out of her home, she had once again transformed into that icy, frosty beauty. At exactly 8 o'clock, she walked into the headquarters of the Lung Group as usual. But as soon as she entered the office area, she immediately sensed that today's atmosphere seemed different from usual. Every employee she passed was scurrying about with panicked expressions, even ignoring her, their direct superior. The telephone in the office area was ringing incessantly in a chaotic cacophony. Witnessing this scene unfold before her, Lung Ningxuang furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding welling up in her heart. Just then her female secretary spotted her and rushed over, as if seeing a lifeline. "President Lung, you're finally here. Why didn't you answer your phone when I called earlier?" "My phone died yesterday. What's going on here?" Long Ningxuang looked at her flustered old subordinate, explaining as she quickened her pace toward her office. President Lung, haven't you seen the news? Something huge has happened. The secretary pulled out a tablet, opened a news page, and handed it to Long Ningxuang. Tianyun Group, Yunda Technology, Binting Group. They've all held press conferences announcing the termination of their contracts with our Lung Group. Furthermore, downstream retailers are demanding refunds, and upstream manufacturers are insisting we immediately pay off our previous debts. And the banks, they're even harsher. They're demanding we repay the loans right now. Right now we don't have that kind of money on hand. This is a premeditated run on us. What should we do now, President Lung? As Lung Ningxuang listened, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Fortunately, her secretary was quick-witted and caught her in time. President Lung, are you all right? Lung Ningxuang felt her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, as she didn't know what exactly was happening. All the bad news was converging at once. She wasn't a fool and immediately realized that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes, aiming to destroy the Lung Group. Get me the Li Group on the phone. Lung Ningxuang took a deep breath and instructed her secretary. The secretary hurriedly took out her phone and dialed, but moments later, she shook her head at Lung Ningxuang with a grim expression. They rejected the call. Then called Deputy Wang of Binting Group. The secretary dialed again, but shortly after the phone still emitted the tone indicating the call was rejected. Lung Ningxuang's face was pale. She leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions before giving another order, call the Zhang Consortium. After a moment, the secretary shook her head, her expression anxious. Still rejected. Lung Ningxuang said nothing more. She turned and looked out the window. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, no different from usual, as if this were just the most ordinary of days. Who is it? Lung Ningxuang lowered her eyelids, her eyes filled with helplessness. She had always projected the image of a strong woman being resilient to control her own destiny. And in fact, that was what she did, facing any difficulty with calm composure. But what happened today had truly exceeded her expectations. Who was targeting her, causing the Lung Group to crumble in the span of a single night? It was at this moment that she vaguely began to understand the terror of those in power, how easily they could manipulate situations with a turn of their hand. It was also at this moment that she realized her former belief in controlling her own destiny was nothing but a joke. There are always those who are stronger. In the eyes of some beings, she was nothing at all. Lin Fan arrived at the company a bit later than usual, but he too sensed something was wrong as soon as he arrived. After a brief inquiry with a few familiar employees, he immediately grasped the situation. Although it was a crisis for the Lung Group, for him, it could be an excellent opportunity to turn things around and change Lung Ningxuang's impression of him. Yesterday, he had completely disgraced himself in front of Lung Ningxuang. Now with the Lung Group facing a crisis, if he could single-handedly save the situation like a deity descending to rescue the Lung Group, he might be able to rebuild his image in her eyes. With this thought, Lin Fan immediately ducked into a secluded corner, took out his phone, and called the Li family, patriarch of the 6 great families. The next second, the phone emitted the carrier's prompt. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed has set incoming call restrictions. Huh. Lin Fan frowned, puzzled. What does Oldly mean by this? Has he actually blocked my number? After cursing, he called the other members of the 6 great families, but the responses were no different from the first call. When the call to the last of the 6 great families also showed he was blocked, Lin Fan couldn't help but tremble all over. Damn it, what's going on? Why have all those families blocked me? He seethed with hatred, slamming his fist against the wall. With a loud bang, the flat wall was immediately dented inward. Lin Fan managed to calm himself down again. Now, having lost the support of the 6 great families, he could no longer be of any help in this siege of the Lung Group by the Shanghai business circle. He had planned to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, but now his own allies had defected. How was he supposed to do anything like this? On the top floor of the Lung Corporation headquarters, the spacious and minimalist office bearing the CEO's sign stood empty. Lung Ningxuang reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the news channel playing on the television before her. In less than half an hour, the former partners of the Lung Corporation had terminated their contracts one after another, and many had even turned against the company, launching public attacks. In an instant, the once colossal Lung Corporation in the Magic City seemed like a drifting leaf teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Who is targeting my Lung Corporation? Lung Ningxuang watched the television, her mind racing. Was it a rival competitor? No. Impossible. If a competitor had such power, why hadn't they acted sooner? Had they offended someone recently? But the Lung family had always pursued a policy of making friends far and wide. Moreover, with such formidable power in play, how could her grandfather dare to offend anyone? Who could it be in the Magic City? Just then, a dignified and majestic figure suddenly surfaced in Lung Ningxuang's mind. Could it be him? Could Gu Chenzhou be moving against the Lung Corporation? No, Gu Chenzhou was to the Lung Corporation as a lion is to an ant. Though the family had some assets, they might not even catch his eye. But if not him, who in the Magic City possessed such power to manipulate clouds and rain with a turn of the hand? After much deliberation, Lung Ningxuang eliminated one name after another, leaving only the one that seemed the least likely, yet now the most likely: Gu Chenzhou. Regardless, it's better to ask him face to face. Even if he didn't order this with his influence, he surely knows who did. With this thought, Lung Ningxuang stood up to leave, but just as her fingers touched the handle, she withdrew her hand. She saw her reflection in the smooth door surface, her face slightly haggard. How could she meet Gu Chenzhou looking like this? She hurried into the restroom to freshen up. Facing the mirror again, she gave a slight nod of approval. She told no one about this meeting. Going straight to the parking lot, she drove her car directly to Yiqing Villa. The entire journey her heart was filled with turmoil, a state of mind she had never experienced before. Gu Chenzhou had always appeared before her as mysterious, majestic, and unapproachable. If it really was him, what should I do? At this thought, a sense of despair crept over Lung Ningxuang. If it were anyone else, her family might have a sliver of hope, but with Gu Chenzhou, bankruptcy seemed the only outcome. Over 10 minutes later, Lung Ningxuang parked her car haphazardly at the entrance of Yiqing Villa. As she stepped out, a black sedan suddenly appeared behind her. The driver's door opened, and a figure emerged smiling at her. It was Lin Fan. He had heard from the security guard at the underground garage that Lung Ningxuang had left in a hurry. Worried something might happen, he had followed her all the way here. Lung Ningxuang merely frowned, too preoccupied to pay him any mind. She walked straight to the entrance of Yiqing Villa and addressed the security guards. "Excuse me, I wish to see young Master Gu." The guards exchanged glances, then asked in surprise, "Are you Lung Ningxuang of the Lung Corporation?" Lung Ningxuang paused, then nodded. "I am." The guard's eyes widened as he glanced at his watch, astonished. "Exactly as the young master said." An older guard replied calmly, "I told you our young master never errs. He said who would come at what time, and it's always spot on. Miss Lung, please follow me to see the young master." He gestured for her to enter, and Lung Ningxuang followed his direction into Yiqing Villa. Behind her, seeing her about to enter, Lin Fan hurriedly tried to follow, but was grabbed by the collar. Hey. Who are you? Get out, get out. This is a private villa, no trespassing allowed." The guard blocked Lin Fan's path, shouting angrily. Inside Yiqing Villa, Lung Ningxuang followed the guard to a villa. "Miss Lung, please wait here while I inform the young master," the guard said to Lung Ningxuang before walking inside. In the villa's garden, Gu Chenzhou reclined in a wicker chair, eyes closed, savoring tea, with Yan Ji fanning him nearby. "Master." The guard bowed respectfully before reporting, "Lung Ningxuang has arrived outside." Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "Let her in." The guard rose and quickly exited the villa. Soon he returned with Lung Ningxuang. Though her demeanor still carried a hint of coldness, she now appeared tense, no longer the unapproachable Ice Queen Co. "Young Master Gu," she said, her tone slightly restrained, bowing slightly. Gu Chenzhou merely nodded, taking the teacup from Yan Ji without acknowledging her. Seeing he ignored her, Lung Ningxuang's face flushed, slightly at a loss. She had prepared many words on the way, but now she couldn't utter a single one. However concerned for her company, she bit her lip and finally asked, "Young Master Gu, have you seen today's news? Overnight, all our partners have terminated contracts, some even turning against us. I know few in the Magic City have such power to manipulate clouds and rain, so I dare ask, was it you?" Gu Chenzhou took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "This matter. Yes, I ordered it." His expression was serene, as if discussing a trivial matter, not the fate of a major family and a vast enterprise. A thunderclap echoed in Lung Ningxuang's mind. She stood frozen, lost in shock. He had admitted it outright. It was indeed Gu Chenzhou. Despite her preparation, Lung Ningxuang was still overwhelmed with disbelief. Why? Just 2 days ago, Gu Chenzhou had visited their home. Though he only glanced at her, he had gotten along well with her grandfather. Only 2 days had passed. Why? Why had Gu Chenzhou turned against her family? Why? Our family has never wronged you. Even last time they targeted Lingxiao Group, we didn't intervene. After a long moment, Lung Ningxuang came to her senses. Gazing at the composed Gu Chenzhou, she bit her lip. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, the playful expression on his brow deepening. "You should be well aware of what transpired at last night's banquet." After a pause, his voice rang out again. "That fellow named Lin Fan is a security guard from your conglomerate, isn't he? Since he dares to provoke me, he must be prepared to face my wrath." After the banquet concluded last night, the other families in Modu swiftly distanced themselves from Lin Fan, yet your Lung family made no response. "I'm sure you understand exactly what your patriarch is thinking." Gu Chenzhou's tone was calm, yet to Lung Ningxuang his words struck like thunderclaps, leaving her mind a blank void. It was all because of Lin Fan. Lung Ningxuang finally pieced it all together. It was Lin Fan's offense against Gu Chenzhou that had dragged the Lung family into this turmoil. Could the patriarch be unaware of last night's events? Impossible. And she knew all too well the patriarch's attitude. He had always held Lin Fan in high regard. No matter how hard she strived or demonstrated her capabilities, the patriarch never took notice, insisting instead on keeping Lin Fan by her side. Hence, even knowing Lin Fan had angered Gu Chenzhou, the patriarch made no move to respond. Of course, none of that mattered now. What mattered was the unprecedented crisis facing the Lung Corporation. A single misstep could lead straight to bankruptcy. This was something Lung Ningxuang could not bear to witness. As the executive president who had poured her heart and soul into the company's growth, How could she watch it crumble? At this thought, Lung Ningxuang snapped back to reality, gazing at Gu Chenzhou with pleading eyes. Young Master Gu, what must you have to spare the Lung Corporation? That depends on what the Lung family chooses to do. Gu Chenzhou replied with an enigmatic expression, then leisurely took a sip of tea. Lung Ningxuang fell into deep contemplation. To make Gu Chenzhou withdraw his assault on the Lung family, she needed to appease his anger. How could she achieve that? Persuading the patriarch to sever ties with Lin Fan was essential, but it was far from sufficient. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow as if detecting some disturbance, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He set down his teacup, extended his hand, and crooked a finger. Come here. Lung Ningxuang froze, her gaze meeting those profound eyes, and she found herself inexplicably stepping forward. Up close, confronted by those eyes, Lung Ningxuang's composure shattered, her usual icy demeanor replaced by flustered panic. Like a startled fawn, her heart pounding wildly. A strange smile crept across Gu Chenzhou's face as he rose slowly, reached out, and tilted her chin upward. Feeling the warmth radiating from Gu Chenzhou's hand, Lung Ningxuang averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. I'm in need of a maidservant to fetch tea and water. You'll do. Serve as my maid for a week. A sharp intake of breath. Lung Ningxuang stood frozen, staring blankly at Gu Chenzhou, utterly stunned by his words. What had she just heard? Become a maidservant? Who was she? The heiress of the Lung family, president of the Lung Corporation. And now Gu Chenzhou wanted her to serve as a maid to fetch and carry. For a moment Lung Ningxuang was petrified, her mind a complete blank. Gu Chenzhou's smile grew more pronounced. With Lin Fan, yet to mature, dealing with him was simplicity itself. Severing the Lung family's ties with Lin Fan was equally straightforward, stripping him of the six great families network. If he also lost the Lung family's backing, he would truly be alone. After all, he had to leave him a sliver of hope, didn't he? Sometimes hope only ushers in greater despair. Watching his fiancée fall into his hands, wouldn't that be far more intriguing? Just then a commotion erupted outside the villa, followed by a thunderous crash. A figure burst through the door, hurtling like a cannonball straight toward Gu Chenzhou. The figure clad in black was clearly one of the guards outside, sent flying inward. Gu Chenzhou paid him no heed, not even a glance, as he continued toying with Lung Ningxuang's cheek. Yan Ji frowned, swiftly stepping before Gu Chenzhou, and with a casual wave sent the figure tumbling aside. She fixed her gaze on the doorway, her eyes glacial. How dare anyone lay a hand on her master? Courting death. Lin Fan strode in swiftly, his face etched with fury. He had been detained at the villa's entrance, and after a heated altercation his concern for Lung Ningxuang drove him to fight his way through. Yet upon reaching the villa's threshold, he overheard Gu Chenzhou demanding Lung Ningxuang serve as his maid for a week. She was his fiancée, allowing his betrothed to become another man's maidservant. Rage consumed him, and he charged in. But the sight before him made him stumble, nearly collapsing. Lin Fan's eyes blazed crimson. What was he witnessing? Gu Chenzhou was actually tilting Lung Ningxuang's chin. The thought that he had never even touched his own fiancée's hand was unbearable. The insult was too great. How dare you touch my fiancée? You're asking for death. With that, Lin Fan lunged at Gu Chenzhou like a descending tiger. Yan Ji moved to intercept, but Gu Chenzhou raised a hand, halting her. As Lin Fan closed in, Gu Chenzhou calmly lifted his foot and kicked out. Bam! The kick was blindingly fast, arriving before Lin Fan's attack, striking him square in the chest. A sharp crack, the sound of ribs breaking echoed. In the next instant, Lin Fan hurtled backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After hitting the ground, Lin Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body utterly weakened. Yet he paid it no mind, his eyes fixed on Gu Chenzhou with a bloodshot glare. And Gu Chenzhou. From the moment Lin Fan burst into the moment he was sent flying, he never once looked at him. Only pure naked contempt. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and powerlessness. His all-out assault had failed to inflict even a scratch on his opponent, while a single move had left him grievously wounded and defenseless. The gulf between them was insurmountable. Footsteps echoed from the courtyard as a group of guards rushed in, encircling Lin Fan. A notification chimed. Lin Fan's anger toward you has caused instability in his Dao heart. Villain value 500. Gu Chenzhou ignored him, turning instead to Lung Ningxuang with a mocking expression. What? Not agreeable. Though phrased as a question, his tone brooked no argument. Snapping out of her shock, Lung Ningxuang met his gaze, her face a mask of inner turmoil. Images of her loved ones, her parents, and the countless days she had labored for the Lung Corporation's future flashed through her mind. If she refused now, everything would vanish into thin air. It seems the Lung family has outlived its usefulness. Gu Chenzhou's eyes glinted as he spoke softly. A sharp intake of breath. Lung Ningxuang's face twisted with anxiety as she hastily interjected, Young Master Gu, I agree. Gu Chenzhou smiled as if expecting this and asked playfully, you agree to what? Pain flickered across Lung Ningxuang's features. Her once icy visage was now etched with helplessness, her voice trembling. I am willing to be your maidservant. As she spoke, she closed her eyes in anguish. In that moment, all her former pride was shattered. No. From a distance, surrounded by guards, Lin Fan heard her words clearly and felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. Lung Ningxuang heard Lin Fan's voice, and his figure seemed to materialize before her eyes. Unconcealed fury blazed in her gaze. It's all Lin Fan's fault. If he hadn't offended young Master Gu at the banquet, none of this would have happened. Lin Fan roared in agony. Ningxuang, don't agree to this. We can still find another way. But his severe injuries left him immobile, his rage impotent. Receiving no response from Lung Ningxuang, he turned his fury on Gu Chenzhou. Gu, let her go, or he'll never stop hunting you down. I swear it. Enough noise. Gu Chenzhou waved a hand, and Yanji understood, immediately signaling the guards. Several men stepped forward, dragging the prone Lin Fan out of the villa, and finally hurling him down from the 10-step height onto the ground. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan collapsed helplessly onto the asphalt road, blood pooling from his wounds. A truly pitiful sight. Within the Yiqing Villa courtyard, the scenery that had been disrupted by Lin Fan's intrusion was now restored to its normal state. Lung Ningxuang stood in place, somewhat at a loss. Though she had agreed to be a maidservant, she had no idea how to proceed. A maidservant must look the part. Fetch a maid's uniform, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile to Yanji. Yanji departed, and soon returned carrying a bag. She approached Lung Ningxuang and produced a black and white maid's outfit. Put it on. Yanji said, her voice as indifferent as ever, only softening slightly in Gu Chenzhou's presence. Lung Ningxuang gazed at the maid's uniform, feeling her cheeks burn. It truly was a maid's outfit. Must I wear this? She was a CEO after all. Wearing a maid's uniform was utterly humiliating. Gu Chenzhou coughed lightly, saying nothing, but his meaning was clear. Helpless Lung Ningxuang lowered her head, took the clothes, and followed a maidservant to change. She had her pride. If it were solely for herself, she would never have agreed. But thinking of the Lung Corporation, which she had poured her heart into, she could only obey Gu Chenzhou's orders. At least it's only for a week. Then he'll be free. A week is short, it will pass in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, Lung Ningxuang consoled herself thus, and entered a room. 10 minutes later, she emerged shyly into the courtyard, meeting Gu Chenzhou. She covered her chest, head bowed, afraid to look at him. Though the maid's uniform was modest, it perfectly accentuated her figure, making it clearly visible. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow with interest. An Ice Queen CEO proud. He would shatter that pride. Seeing her head lowered, he frowned. Lift your head. Lung Ningxuang, lost in thought, was startled by Gu Chenzhou's voice. She trembled, not catching his words, and assumed he wanted her to lower her hands. I've come this far. Defying Gu Chenzhou would bring consequences I can't bear. With that thought, she moved her hands away from her chest, revealing her curves. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. I told you to lift your head. What do you mean by lowering your hands? I said lift your head. Lung Ningxuang was stunned. Had she misheard? Recalling her embarrassing mistake, she felt mortified. Would Gu Chenzhou misunderstand? Blushing fiercely, she gritted her teeth, raised her head, and met his gaze directly. Not bad, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. An Ice Queen CEO in a maid's uniform. Could anything be more amusing? Despite her shame, Lung Ningxuang felt a flicker of unexpected joy. He thinks I look good like this. As she thought this, her face grew even redder. Pour me a cup of tea. Gu Chenzhou returned to his rattan chair. Now that he had a maidservant, it was time to enjoy himself. Yes, Master Gu. From now on, call me Master, understand? At this, Yanji frowned beside him. Lung Ningxuang lowered her head, feeling aggrieved, and forced out 2 words, Mas. Time passed swiftly, and night fell over the entire city of Modu. Tonight's dinner is your responsibility, Gu Chenzhou said, glancing at Lung Ningxuang before heading upstairs. Her face stiffened as she watched his retreating figure frozen in place. She was to cook. He truly was treating her like a maidservant. A tumult of emotions churned within Lung Ningxuang. Yanji frowned and led her to the kitchen before leaving. The maids there, knowing someone else would cook tonight, stood by to watch. Among these maids were daughters of Modu's elite, sent to the villa for a chance to share Gu Chenzhou's bed and leap to fortune. Some immediately recognized Lung Ningxuang. Isn't that the CEO of Lung Corporation? Has the Lung family sent their Ice Queen here as a maid? I hadn't heard. Can she even take care of anyone? The maid's whispers left Lung Ningxuang flustered, but she soon composed herself. Seeing them eager to mock her, her competitive spirit ignited. The Lung family had initially raised Lung Ningxuang to be a refined lady, but after she made her mark in business, they steered her toward becoming a corporate powerhouse. Thus her culinary skills were adequate. She opened the refrigerator, scanned the top-tier fresh ingredients, and selected a few. With practiced ease, she washed, chopped, and cooked, surprising the watching maids. Trouble. A formidable rival has arrived. At mealtime, Gu Chenzhou descended from the second floor with Yanji. Lung Ningxuang had already placed the prepared dishes on the table. Her skin was flushed, her forehead beaded with sweat, her hair slightly disheveled, and her breath quick, evidence of her labor. Gu Chenzhou nodded slightly at the fairly abundant meal before him. He sampled each dish and cast a surprised glance at Lung Ningxuang. He hadn't expected the Ice Queen CEO's cooking to be quite good. Though not comparable to a five-star chef, it was still delicious. Barely passable, Gu Chenzhou remarked. Lung Ning Shuang nearly choked. After an hour of hard work, all she got was barely passable. After dinner, Gu Chenzhou sat on the sofa watching the news. Meanwhile, Lung Ning Shuang was in the kitchen, cleaning up her heart bitter. She had learned to cook, but had rarely made meals for herself. Today she was cooking for a man. Little Ning Shuang, hurry up, and come peel a pear for me. Hearing Gu Chenzhou's voice, Lung Ning Shuang gritted her teeth in anger. Little Ning Shuang. Was she little? She glanced down. She couldn't even see her toes. A few minutes later she fed a slice of pear to Gu Chenzhou. Not bad. Watching his leisurely expression, she seethed with frustration. But with power on his side, what could she do? Endure it. Yet despite her outward defiance, a hint of joy flickered within her. She had gained Gu Chenzhou's approval. This was something even Lung Ning Shuang herself had not realized. Gu Chenzhou leisurely watched the news, which was reporting on the recent turmoil at the Lung Family Corporation, causing a flicker of concern in Lung Ningxiang's heart. In truth, she didn't need to bring it up. As the president of the Lung Family Corporation, she was the backbone in the midst of chaos within the company. Once the employees realized she was missing, they would surely alert the authorities, and perhaps she could escape her fate of being a maid. Of course, this thought was fleeting. With Gu Chenzhou's status, even if they were to trace back here, what could they do? He would likely emerge unscathed, while the fact that she became a maid would only serve as a source of ridicule. Thus, she brought it up herself, hoping Gu Chenzhou would handle it to prevent any future discovery. You can rest assured neither the Lung Family Corporation nor your Lung family will face any issues. It just stay here and obediently act as a little maid. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Everything was under control. Lung Ningxiang nodded, absent-mindedly captivated by Gu Chenzhou's handsome profile. What kind of man was he really? He always exuded an air of mastery, making one imagine the despair of those who opposed him. Before she knew it, it was bedtime. Where am I supposed to stay? Seeing Gu Chenzhou head upstairs, Lung Ningxiang couldn't help but ask. When he ignored her, she stamped her foot in frustration, quickly recalling the room where Yin Ji had taken her to change clothes earlier. So she gritted her teeth and followed him upstairs. Arriving at the second floor, she approached the door of that room. To her surprise, Gu Chenzhou opened the door across from her. Was she really going to stay directly across from him? Did this mean she would be sleeping across from Gu Chenzhou's room? How could this be? He was so strong, and she was just a weak girl. What if he tried to take advantage of her? Master. Is this the room I'm supposed to stay in? Can I switch to another one? Seeing Gu Chenzhou enter the room, Lung Ningxiang panicked and hurriedly spoke up. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, turned his head, a hint of intrigue in his eyes, and replied lightly, "What do you think?" Lung Ningxiang helplessly said, "Are there any other clothes? I want to change into something else." She truly wasn't accustomed to this maid outfit and wanted something normal. "You can rest assured it has already been arranged." Gu Chenzhou looked at her with a puzzled expression before entering the room. Lung Ningxiang also pushed open the door and walked in. The room was very clean, obviously tidied daily. However, when she saw the fabrics inside, she was instantly dumbfounded. Lace patterns. There were many clothes, but they all had one common characteristic: they were super sexy. Lung Ningxiang's face turned crimson. Was this what Gu Chenzhou prepared for her? It was even less decent than the maid outfit. She searched for the clothes she had taken off earlier, but found no trace of them, leaving her in despair. After a while, she regained her composure and picked up a relatively modest outfit, wanting to cry without tears. Meanwhile, at a hotel under the Hero Association, the place had been booked out today exclusive for internal senior executives to gather. At the banquet, the brothers drank heartily and ate robustly, boasting grandly. Once they had eaten enough, someone finally asked about the purpose of today's gathering. "Tiger, why are we gathering today? Are we planning to unify the underground forces of Modu?" "Haha, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." "Yes. I've endured them for long enough. Those incapable ones still dare to cause trouble, and those who engage in petty tricks have long been on my radar for a cleanup." "Exactly." The President Tan Long looked at his second-in-command with a glint of expectation in his eyes. "Second, if you have a plan, just share it. We're all behind you." Tan Long trusted this second-in-command of the Hero Association greatly. However, he was puzzled as to why this gathering had been arranged solely by the second without consulting him. Still, he dismissed the thought. After all, they had been brothers for many years. The second-in-command, known as the Smiling Tiger, revealed a hint of mockery on his face. The purpose of gathering all the higher-ups today was naturally to prepare for action, fulfilling Gu Chenzhou's orders to eliminate President Tan Long. As our Hero Association continues to expand, our strength has reached a critical point. It's time to take action against those people. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of everyone present lit up with excitement, itching to launch an immediate offensive. Hearing this, Tan Long clenched his fists, his gaze intense. But just then the Smiling Tiger suddenly changed his tone. Everyone was stunned. It was frustrating to have a speech interrupted like this. "Tiger, stop teasing us. Just say what you need to say. You're keeping us in suspense here. Everything is ready. We just need the right moment. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Big brother, stop dangling us. Hurry up and tell us." Without exception, everyone present looked at the Smiling Tiger with expressions filled with frustration. Seeing this, the Smiling Tiger smiled. It's simple for us to unify the underground forces of Modu, but we need a solid backing. Indeed, the hero association is strong, but in the eyes of certain individuals we are nothing at all. Whenever they take a disliking to us, a single command could lead us to our doom, leaving our lives at their mercy. Hearing his words, the room fell silent. Despite the hero association's strength, they were still subject to others' control, which was quite frustrating. However, no one spoke. They didn't know how to refute him. After all, what the Smiling Tiger said was the truth. Such things had happened before. For instance, 5 years ago the Tianmin was swallowed up due to lacking a backing and became a stepping stone, now surviving only in a precarious state, which was lamentable. President Tianlong nodded. They had discussed this before, and it indeed posed a significant problem. He was momentarily surprised, wondering if the Smiling Tiger had already found a potential ally. Observing the expressions of everyone present, the Smiling Tiger smiled slightly, knowing it was time to reveal the true purpose. Therefore, we need to find a reliable ally to protect us. Coincidentally, someone is willing to collaborate with us. If we can partner with him, unifying the underground forces of Modu would be a breeze. A wave of shock coursed through the higher-ups. Who was this influential figure? Having such a powerful background to easily unify Modu was quite terrifying. Moments later, they were all exhilarated. If they truly could collaborate with the individual, wouldn't that mean they would no longer be the mice in the shadows, but could step into the limelight? However, to collaborate with this influential figure, we need to offer a token of our sincerity. At that moment, the Smiling Tiger spoke again. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, what token of sincerity? Tianlong felt excited, yet equally confused. Seeing their curiosity piqued enough, the Smiling Tiger stood up and pointed at Tianlong. That is, the life of the boom. The high-ranking members in the hall were all stunned, frozen in place. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard. Tiger, what are you saying? Take those words back. A joking like this is somewhat excessive. They still thought it was a jest, and began to urge him to retract it. Indeed, in their eyes, the president and vice president shared the best relationship. Who would expect one to seek the other's demise? The Smiling Tiger's expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath and spoke. I'm not joking, that is what that person told me. Upon hearing his words, everyone was filled with horror. The price for cooperation demanded by that great figure was the president's death, leaving them utterly bewildered. That person said they wanted to cooperate, and Tianlong was the strongest in their hero society. Wouldn't killing him eliminate the strongest partner? Tianlong stared blankly at his brother, with whom he had shared life and death for many years. Why? He didn't know what else to say. Those 3 words already reflected his turbulent heart. A flicker of change crossed the Smiling Tiger's face, but he quickly recovered, fully aware of what he was doing. If the big brother didn't die, he would be the one to perish. Better the friend than the self. He didn't want to die, so he had no choice but to ask his big brother to embrace death. All of this is for the hero society, for the brothers. The Smiling Tiger offered no further explanation, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Who among you stands with him? Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking members remained silent, and the situation fell into a momentary hush. This is mutiny, betrayal. Why are you doing this? Some of Tianlong's confidants pointed at him and cursed. The Smiling Tiger sneered inwardly. These people still hadn't grasped the situation. He snapped his fingers, and a group of menacing thugs rushed in, glaring fiercely at those few. Since accepting Gu Chenzhou's arrangement, the Smiling Tiger had already set things in motion. These men obeyed only his orders. Tiger, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to kill us too? It's not too late to stop now. We can overlook what just happened. Ha ha ha. You bunch of misfits think you can kill us. Tianlong gradually suppressed the pain in his heart. Regardless, he had to deal with the situation at hand first. These were his brothers. He couldn't let anything happen to them. He took a deep breath, striving to remain calm, and his gaze toward the Smiling Tiger gradually turned cold. You don't honestly believe that with your strength and these men you can kill me, do you? Tianlong cast a profound look at the Smiling Tiger, then scanned the surrounding subordinates who were watching eagerly. Since I've decided to act, how could I not be prepared? The Smiling Tiger laughed. He always planned before acting and wouldn't strike without thorough preparation. What? The high-ranking members were shocked and quickly checked themselves, indeed finding something wrong. They felt weak all over. In fact, some had noticed the issue earlier, but dismissed it as drunkenness. Now how could they not realize the wine was poisoned? One of them pointed a trembling finger at the Smiling Tiger and stammered, "You poisoned?" Tianlong finally sensed something amiss. His own strength was completely unusable. He was bewildered. What had happened? Why would a good brother betray him? Unfortunately, behind it all was Gu Chenzhou, and the Smiling Tiger wouldn't tell him. He could only die with his doubts. The next day, Lung Ningxuang opened her door with dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept all night. The transformation from CEO to maid filled her with uncertainty about the future. Afraid that Gu Chenzhou would barge in while she slept, yet secretly harboring a hint of anticipation. She tossed and turned until dawn, then simply got up. Another door creaked open. In her line of sight, Lung Ningxuang saw Gu Chenzhou emerge from his room across the hall. For an instant their eyes met, and she was captivated by his handsome features. Soon she noticed something amiss, a burning sensation on her body. Looking down, she let out a startled gasp, and quickly slammed the door shut with a smack. Oh heavens! What do I do? What do I do? He must have seen me. Behind the closed door, Lung Ningxuang leaned against it, panting heavily, her face flushed crimson. The outfit she wore was that lace. Wu, she was too embarrassed to face anyone. Last night, all the clothes were similar. She had picked this one at random, never expecting to end up with this. Would Gu Chenzhou misunderstand? Lung Ningxuang covered her face. How could she ever hold her head up in front of Gu Chenzhou again? Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou wore a strange expression. Indeed, he had seen it, and very clearly. Lung Ningxuang was wearing a sheer see-through style. Who would have thought? The Ice Queen goddess had such a side to her. Could it be that beneath that icy exterior lay a fiery heart? Interesting. Gu Chenzhou smiled, withdrew his gaze, and headed downstairs. He wasn't in a rush to devour this Ice Gold CEO, she still needed proper education. In time, having the Ice Queen CEO willingly submit to him would be far more intriguing. 10 minutes later, Lung Ningxuang came downstairs in a maid outfit and was ordered by Gu Chenzhou to make breakfast. Until the meal was over, she kept her head down, still too embarrassed to face anyone. After breakfast, Gu Chenzhou lounged on the sofa enjoying himself when Yanji approached and informed him about the Hero Society incident from last night. He merely waved his hand, indifferent. This was merely a pawn he used to annoy the protagonist. Its success or failure didn't matter. If it succeeded, he could continue playing; if not, he would wipe them all out. A mere gang was beneath his notice. Compared to that, taming this Ice Queen CEO was far more interesting. Just then he happened to see Lung Ningxuang finishing up in the kitchen and walking out, so he gave an order. When you're done, take care of the flowers and plants in the yard. Lung Ningxuang looked utterly bewildered. Take care of flowers and plants? Wasn't that a maid's job? My. Gu Chenzhou glanced at her sideways. What? You have a problem? Lung Ningxuang. Of course she had a problem, a big one. Did he really treat her like a maid? She had never even tended to her own garden, yet now she had to do it for someone else. However, when she met Gu Chenzhou's gaze, she dared not voice her objections. As a maid, she had no say at all. Half an hour later, cold dew beaded on Lung Ningxuang's forehead as she finally finished tending the flowers and plants, only to be summoned by Gu Chenzhou's command to clean. Time slipped away in a flurry of tasks, and by the time she was done, it was already noon. Before she could catch her breath, it was time to prepare the meal. After lunch, Lung Ningxuang cleared the dishes and finally found a moment of respite. Surely this was the end of her chores. Laundry, cooking, serving tea, and fetching water. She had been busy all morning, and now her back ached and her limbs were sore. Just then Gu Chenzhou's languid voice drifted over. Little Ningxuang, come brew me some tea. Lung Ningxuang was stunned. Was he treating her like a maidservant? He was utterly disregarding her dignity. Even a capitalist would weep at such exploitation. Yet how could she fathom the thoughts lurking in Gu Chenzhou's mind? Let her go after a week. Impossible. Since she was someone he had set his sights on, how could she ever escape? How should he discipline her? Naturally, by leaving an indelible impression upon her. The harsher the exploitation, the better. Though seething with indignation, Lung Ningxuang had no choice but to comply, for she was living under his roof. She sighed softly and walked over. When she drew near, she paused, taken aback. There Gu Chenzhou reclined in a rocking chair, basking lazily in the sun, utterly at ease. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting shadows upon his face, which was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refined elegance. What are you gawking at? Get on with it. His voice jolted her back to reality, and she inwardly scolded herself for losing her composure. How could she have been mesmerized by such a detestable man? She sat down at the tea table at a loss for where to begin. Brew tea. She had no idea how to do it. Pouring tea for someone was simple enough, but she rarely drank tea herself, and even when she did, her secretary handled it, sparing her such trivial concerns. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the teacup, then froze, unsure of the next step. Can't even brew tea. Gu Chenzhou's displeased voice rang out. Lung Ningxuang looked utterly wronged. As the heiress of the Lung family and the president of the Lung Corporation, when had she ever brewed tea for anyone? Go ask Yanji for instruction. If you still can't learn, be prepared for family discipline. There were punishments too. Lung Ningxuang's face flushed crimson, and the thought of such a scene filled her with shame and indignation. Gu Chenzhou was in high spirits, toying with this icy CEO in the palm of his hand. Especially since she was the female lead, the feeling was truly exhilarating. While he felt splendid, Lung Ningxuang was in a pitiable state, her back aching, and her gaze filled with resentment. Just then Yanji appeared beside him in a flash. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, dismissing Lung Ningxuang. As she departed, Yanji spoke respectfully. Master, the person you instructed me to watch, Xiao Wu Mei, seeks an audience. Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered and a smile crept across his face. So she could no longer hold back, could she? Xiao Wu Mei, one of the female leads, was among those he had asked Yanji to monitor. Tell her to meet me tonight at the Heavenly Realm, Gu Chenzhou said with a wave of his hand. The Heavenly Realm was one of the top nightclubs in the Magic City, and also the headquarters of the Heavenly Gate. Since he was in the Magic City, why not experience its nightlife? Time slipped by as daylight faded and night enveloped the land. The Magic City at night was dazzling, with streets and alleys aglow and vibrant lights illuminating the entire sky. In the countryside, it was already time for sleep, but in the city for the working crowd, the nightlife was just beginning. The Heavenly Realm, as one of the premier bars and nightclubs in the Magic City, truly came alive, each evening bustling with crowds. Outside the bar, a clamorous uproar filled the air, all because a seductive and enchanting figure stood at the entrance. She was the proprietress of the Heavenly Realm, Xiao Wu Mei. My God, she's stunning. I've long heard that Xiao Wu Mei's beauty could topple kingdoms, and seeing her today confirms it. No wonder so many people come here every day just for a glimpse of her. I'm smitten. The IC CEO Lung Ning Shuang and the fiery enchantress Xiao Wu Mei. If these two women were brought together, what a sight that would be. If I could have even one of them, I'd die without regrets. Gazing at the alluring figure standing at the door, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervor, their eyes blazing with passion and awe. Not far away, two figures were approaching, and one of them, a stout man, was chattering away to his companion. Fanggu, you've been in low spirits these past 2 days. Don't worry about the corporation. The chairman has come forward and said everything's fine. I just wonder where the CEO has gone. Such a big crisis, and she's nowhere to be seen. If the chairman hadn't stepped in, I'd have thought she was kidnapped. The difficulties the corporation faces will be handled by someone. Worrying is useless for small fry like us, Fanggu. Don't dwell on it. Today your brother is taking you out to relax. Have you heard of the Heavenly Realm? In my opinion, it's the most glamorous nightclub in our Magic City. The owner, Xiao Wu Mei, is a peerless beauty. These two were security guards from the Lung Corporation. One was Lin Fan, and the stout man beside him was his good brother. Had the stout man remained silent, it might have been better. But his words only darkened Lin Fan's expression, twisting it with bitterness. The thought of his fiancée serving his enemy as a maidservant tormented him to the core, yet he was utterly helpless. Throughout the day, he had sought out many people hoping to resolve the crisis at the Lung Corporation and bring Lung Ning Shuang back. But to his despair, everyone he approached turned him away, refusing to lend a hand. Worse still, the moment they heard he was opposing Gu Chenzhou, they drove him out, as if merely associating with him would bring disaster. He had also considered storming the pleasant villa again, but recalling Gu Chenzhou's terrifying strength, he dared not act recklessly. After a day of this, Lin Fan was disheveled and utterly haggard. Today his stout friend had come to take him out and unwind, and since he could think of no other solution, he had agreed. Soon they were drawn by the commotion ahead, and caught sight of Xiao Wu Mei, the center of all attention. For Lin Fan, despite the immense humiliation he had just endured, he managed to set aside those troubles the moment he stepped out the door. His current situation was only temporary. Gu Chenzhou relied solely on his family background. Without the Gu family status, he was nothing. Lin Fan believed he would surely catch up to him and make Gu Chenzhou repay him 100-fold. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, he displayed extraordinary confidence. A mysterious confidence. Fanggu. Look, that's boss Xiao Wu Mei. Spotting the revered figure, the fat man was both astonished and thrilled. The owner of heaven and earth was renowned in Magic City for her cold beauty and sensuality, and she rarely appeared in public. Someone like the fat man would never normally get a chance to see her true face. But now he could feast his eyes on her peerless beauty, and he couldn't bear to blink. Lin Fan, with his sharp eyesight, had already noticed Xiao Wu Mei's presence. She stood at the door looking around eagerly, as if waiting for someone important. Who could be so fortunate as to make this great beauty wait so anxiously? Lin Fan frowned slightly. Just then the fat man tugged hard at his arm. Fanggu, did you see that? That's the boss of heaven and earth. If I could marry a wife like her in this life, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. No, even 20. The fat man's eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily as he spoke. Lin Fan smirked, a hint of a devilish curve at the corner of his mouth. He had taken an interest in Xiao Wu Mei. In both looks and figure, she was no less than his cold fiancée. And with her charming smile and alluring demeanor, she seemed far more interesting than Lung Ning Shuang. With that thought, Lin Fan involuntarily straightened his back, shedding his recent dejection. This woman, I've set my eyes on her. Lin Fan by nature was bold and impulsive. He immediately tidied his already faded work uniform and strode toward Xiao Wu Mei. Fanggu, have you lost your mind? The fat man behind him, shocked by Lin Fan's actions, gaped and grabbed his wrist. Fanggu, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? This is heaven and earth, not a place to fool around. Though the fat man was large, he was timid and terrified by Lin Fan's behavior. He silently complained, Fanggu is great in every way, but the moment he sees a beautiful woman, he forgets his own name. Sigh, one day he'll get us both into trouble. However, a bewitching smile curled on Lin Fan's lips. What's there to fear? I know this beauty, oh, we're quite close. Watch today, he'll teach you how to pick up girls. Unfazed by the fat man's worry, Lin Fan thought, isn't she just a female boss with no backing? The heavenly sex power was now unmatched. How could he care about someone like her? Suddenly he thought of his fiancée, the ice-cold female CEO, who had become Gu Chenzhou's maid, and rage surged within him. This also drove him to conquer Xiao Wumei to soothe his burning hatred. Is that so? Fan Ge actually has a connection with Xiao Wumei. Really? The fat man felt a pang of envy but then thought it made sense. Fan Ge was so charismatic, if he were a woman, he might have fallen for him too. With that, he unconsciously let go of his hand, and Lin Fan strode confidently towards Xiao Wumei. Damn, who is this guy? What does he think he's doing? I remember him. Isn't he the Lin Fan who harassed that girl at the Grand Heaven Hotel a couple of days ago? Truly a leopard can't change its spots. Now he's setting his sights on Boss Xiao. In an instant, a chorus of scoffs and disdain erupted, all mocking and belittling him. Yet amid the hatred for this rogue, there was also a hint of envy. Sigh. Truly thick skin conquers all. If I could be as brazen as him, at least I'd get a chance to chat with Boss Xiao. Right, I bet Lin Fan will get slapped within 3 seconds, but even being hit by Boss Xiao would be worth it. What do you know? Even getting hit is worth it. As they say, die under the peony blossoms, be a romantic ghost. These idle murmurs reached Lin Fan's ears in fragments, but he paid them no mind. In all his life he had never cared about such gossip. He stepped forward, adjusted his fringe in front of Xiao Wumei to present his best angle, and wore what he thought was a charming smile. Beautiful lady waiting for someone. Xiao Wumei had been waiting at the door, occasionally glancing out, completely unaware of the ordinary-looking Lin Fan approaching her. The sudden voice startled her. She turned to look, sensing a vague familiarity, though she couldn't recall where she had seen him. Noticing his greasy smile and direct stare, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Xiao Wumei's eyes. She remembered, the security guard from Lung Ningxuan's company. Miss Xiao finally remembers me. Lin Fan smiled while the fat man behind him was stunned, his mouth agape. No way. So Boss Xiao really knows Fan Ge. Fan Ge is too amazing. However, Xiao Wumei's next words made both Lin Fan and the fat man's faces change drastically. Aren't you just a dog by CEO Lung's side? What now that she's disappeared and no one's watching you, you've come out barking again? Xiao Wumei wasn't usually so caustic, but Lin Fan's expression disgusted her. Besides, those words were originally Lung Ningxuan's description of him. She was merely repeating them. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. He was irritated that Lung Ningxuan could say such things, but now a woman was doing the same. Fine, a real man doesn't fight women head, let it slide, and endure. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou appeared at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth nightclub, having witnessed the entire scene. A playful expression crossed his face. He didn't expect Xiao Wumei to be so interesting. With Gu Chenzhou's arrival, the crowd buzzed again. Moi. Xiao Wumei fixed her gaze and saw 2 figures entering through the door. One was a woman whose aura rivaled her own, cold and aloof, following behind Gu Chenzhou. The leader was a man with a refined, elegant, and gentle demeanor, his features strikingly handsome, and his aura transcendent. One look, and one couldn't help but be captivated. By now, an increasing number of people had noticed Gu Chenzhou's arrival, and the already lively nightclub grew even more boisterous. Is that Gu Chenzhou, the legendary figure? Truly a paragon among men, flawless and perfect. Before Master Gu, I feel utterly worthless. No looks, no wealth. Master Gu is so handsome, I'm smitten. If I could spend just one night with him, I'd die content. But given Master Gu's status, why would he come here? Could it be? Haha. Get lost. Do you think Master Gu is here for the same reason as you? The major families are practically lining up to propose marriage alliances. The entire entrance of the Heavenly Pleasure Club erupted. Those who came here for amusement were well connected, and among them were scions of the Magic City's noble families. Though these young masters were usually surrounded by sycophants, they were nothing before Gu Chenzhou. Every man felt deeply inferior, humbled to the dust, while the women instantly turned into love-struck fools, their eyes filled with stars and fervent desire, yearning to bear Gu Chenzhou's children. But then they remembered Gu Chenzhou's status. How could he ever fancy their ordinary looks? Their eyes dimmed with disappointment. Xiao Wumei finally caught sight of Gu Chenzhou's transcendent figure, her lips curling into a spring-like smile. Like a dazzling fiery rose, she exuded the full allure of a mature woman. With no time to bother with Lin Fan's pestering, she quickly adjusted her clothes, smoothed her hair, took a deep breath, and walked toward Gu Chenzhou. Master Gu, you've arrived. What the hell? So Boss Xiao was waiting here all along for Master Gu. No way. Has Master Gu really taken a liking to Xiao Wumei? If that's true, her ancestors must be smiling from heaven. I'm so envious. The implications were staggering, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered, especially those who fancied themselves socialites, believing they were no less than Xiao Wumei, seethed with jealousy. What do I lack compared to her? Just a little less here, but there's still potential for development. These women now regarded Xiao Wumei as a common enemy, eager to challenge her to a duel. The fat man beside them was also stunned. No wonder Boss Xiao was standing at the door just now. She was waiting for Master Gu. That explains everything. Lin Fan, however, frowned deeply. Gu Chenzhou again. Why was he everywhere? How hateful. The enmity of having his wife stolen and being publicly humiliated made him loathe Gu Chenzhou to the extreme. But fearing the other's immense power, he dared not act rashly. Realizing he was nothing but a helpless ant before Gu Chenzhou, he inexplicably felt that taking his life would be as easy as crushing an insect. Yet seeing the woman he had just set his sights on ignoring him, while fawning over Gu Chenzhou with sweet smiles, dealt a severe blow to his pride. He clenched his fists in fury. Every move Lin Fan made did not escape the fat man's notice. No way had Brother Fan really set his sights on Boss Xiao. It was understandable. How many men could resist a seductress like Xiao Wumei? But Brother Fan, who was Xiao Wumei? You were just a lowly security guard. How could you even think of pursuing her? Have you no sense of your own worth? It wasn't that the fat man looked down on Lin Fan. In his eyes, Lin Fan was a hero unmatched by ordinary men. But competing with Gu Chenzhou for a woman, that was madness. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. Seeing Lin Fan's eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as if he might charge at Gu Chenzhou, at any moment the fat man shuddered and tugged at Lin Fan's arm. Brother Fan, let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Boss Xiao isn't someone like us can covet. Since Master Gu has taken a liking to her, drop the idea. You can't compete with him. Though these words were meant to persuade Lin Fan, the fat man's own heart ached. Wasn't he also like Lin Fan, a toad dreaming of a swan? In the end, all they got was a mess. The fat man's eyes grew moist. Lin Fan was furious. His hatred for Gu Chenzhou wasn't entirely because of Xiao Wumei, but more because Gu Chenzhou had forced his fiancée to become his maidservant. This was the greatest shame of his life, yet he could only swallow his bitterness in silence. Ding. Lin Fan's anger toward you has destabilized his mind. Villain value 400. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, glimpsed Lin Fan gnashing his teeth, and cast a disdainful glance before ignoring him. Then ill trouble Boss Xiao. He smiled slightly. As the female lead, Xiao Wumei was enchanting and seductive, a top-tier beauty. But for him who had seen countless stunning women, she wasn't particularly special. However, her status as the female lead piqued his interest. With Gu Chenzhou's agreement and that smile, Xiao Wumei's heart fluttered like a startled deer. For a moment it felt as if an electric current surged through her, leaving her spellbound. What delighted her more was the possibility that this cooperation might succeed. After all, with Master Gu's status, countless noble princesses and socialites would spend fortunes and risk everything for just a hint of his approval. Shaking her head to regain composure, Xiao Wumei flashed a breathtaking smile. Master Gu, please. She led the way in high heels, ushering Gu Chenzhou into the Heavenly Pleasure Club. Lin Fan, though grinding his teeth in rage, hurriedly followed. He resolved in his heart to win Xiao Wumei over, thereby avenging the humiliation of having his wife stolen. Seeing his good brother Lin Fan chase after them, the fat man, though terrified, reluctantly followed as well. Under Xiao Wumei's respectful guidance, Gu Chenzhou ascended to the 3rd floor of the heavenly realm. The scenery here offered a distinct charm, emphasizing luxury and class, with every glance revealing opulent and tasteful decor. In stark contrast to the bustling 1st and 2nd floors, this level had few private rooms, naturally commanding exorbitant prices. It primarily served nobility, aristocrats, and wealthy magnates, all of whom considered it an honor to step foot here. Yet one person stood as an exception: Gu Chenzhou. In Xiao Wumei's eyes, it was her utmost privilege that he deigned to set foot on her territory. Young Master Gu, this way please. She gestured respectfully, preparing to lead him to the floor's most luxurious VIP suite. To welcome Gu Chenzhou, the 3rd floor had been closed to all other guests today. Not even a celestial emperor could breach that rule. This was the unique treatment reserved for him. She feared any trivial distractions might disturb his mood. Thus no other patrons were present, only a few bunny girl attendants of exquisite beauty and figures standing on both sides. As Xiao Wumei entered with her guest, they all gracefully curtsied in unison, their gazes fixed solely on Gu Chenzhou. He was overwhelmingly handsome, every move he made enraptured them. Even Xiao Wumei, renowned as the flower of Modu, paled into insignificance before him, like the faint glow of a firefly dwarfed by the radiant moon. Nearly every woman's chest heaved violently, their hormones surging wildly. With just a single glance they realized that such a man existed in this world, one for whom they would willingly sacrifice everything, even their own lives. Of course, these mere flowers and grasses could never catch Gu Chenzhou's eye. From start to finish he did not spare them a single look. Alas! Am I truly so unworthy of notice? This thought echoed in every woman's heart. To be employed at the heavenly realm, each possessed looks and figures that were truly one in a million. Coupled with their alluring attire, any man on the 1st or 2nd floor would have stared wide-eyed, drooling uncontrollably. Yet they failed to capture Gu Chenzhou's attention. Sigh, young Master Gu scorns us. If only we had the boss' breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had already entered the suite under Xiao Wumei's guidance. She instructed a black uniformed beauty of a bartender to prepare the establishment's most lavish cocktail. Gu Chenzhou took his seat at the head of the room, while Xiao Wumei sat diagonally across from him as a companion. Though Xiao Wumei was a renowned strong woman in Modu, she did not assume an air of superiority before Gu Chenzhou. Instead, she felt a nervous flutter, her heart pounding wildly, as if it might leap from her chest. Xiao Wumei took a deep breath to compose herself. I have long heard of young Master Gus' fame. Meeting you today is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Her voice quivered slightly from overwhelming excitement. The tension, the suffocating pressure left her delicate fair hands with nowhere to rest. Recalling something, she finally introduced herself. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xiao Wumei, and also the leader of the Heavenly Gate. Gu Chenzhou paid little heed, casting a glance at the trembling woman before him. He had not expected this famed seductive enchantress to display such a timid feminine side. Quite amusing indeed. He reached out, lifted the transparent glass before him, and took a sip of the wine. His movements were elegant, and to Xiao Wumei, even the most refined aristocrat in the world could not compare. Recalling the look Gu Chenzhou had given her, Xiao Wumei's charming face flushed slightly, like the evening glow at dusk. Her subtle expressions did not escape his notice. He spoke calmly. Let's get down to business. Xiao Wumei was startled. Could he already know her purpose? That single glance from Gu Chenzhou seemed to have seen through everything. Before him, she felt she had no secrets. A buzzing sound filled her mind. Her head buzzed, struggling to keep pace. After fumbling for words, she stammered. It's like this. I wish to request young Master Gus' aid in destroying the Wolfpack gang. With your esteemed status, the Wolfpack gang would crumble at a wave of your hand. Rest assured, if you are willing to help me, I will have the Heavenly Gate pledge allegiance to you. She knew that all tricks were futile before such a man. Xiao Wumei steadied herself and revealed her true intent. After much deliberation, she believed this was the greatest leverage she could offer. Besides surrendering the Heavenly Gate, she could think of no other condition to secure Gu Chenzhou's intervention. Moreover, the Wolfpack gang had recently become entangled with some powerful family. This was her last chance, and she had to try regardless of the outcome. Gu Chenzhou nodded, gently swirling the glass in his right hand, his gaze revealing no emotion. Inscrutable. I am well aware of the situation with your Heavenly Gate. Indeed, to me a small gang is utterly insignificant. Yet the Heavenly Gate's allegiance, what a grand bargaining chip indeed. His expression turned ambiguous, then his tone grew cold. Do you think I have any interest in your so-called Heavenly Gate? Or perhaps in this motive? In an instant, the entire room's atmosphere plunged to freezing point. Xiao Wumei felt as though her very blood had congealed. She had never considered this question. The greatest chip she had believed in was worthless in Gu Chenzhou's eyes. After a moment, she sighed inwardly. Yes, who was he? Gu Chenzhou, the sole heir of the Gu family, the godfather of commerce. In this world, what could possibly catch his eye? She had once considered offering herself in exchange. Her confidence in her beauty remained intact, as evidenced by the gazes of every man she had ever dealt with. Yet before Gu Chenzhou, even that sliver of self-assurance was shattered to dust. Xiao Wumei felt an inner turmoil, uncertain of what to do. Then, in young Master Gus' view, what would it take for you to help me? She still refused to give up, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. Gu Chenzhou regarded the struggling prey before him, knowing she was on the verge of collapse. He raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and beckoned. Come here, and he'll tell you. Xiao Wumei's mind went blank. Gu Chenzhou was calling her over. Yet the sheer pressure emanating from him, even sharing the same suite, already overwhelmed her. Being face-to-face with him at such close quarters would utterly break her. But thinking of the Heavenly Gate's future, she had no choice. After careful consideration, she gritted her teeth, rose, walked over to Gu Chenzhou, and finally sat down beside him. May I ask what young Master Gu commands? Xiao Wumei's chest heaved violently, though she had never been so tense, feeling sweat trickle from her hands. Most terrifying of all, she had no idea what Gu Chenzhou intended to do with her, leaving her like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Gu Chenzhou scrutinized the woman before him. Hers was an exquisitely delicate face with flowing long hair and a fiery red dress. Bewitchingly alluring and soul-stealing, she seemed like a flawless work of art. If Lung Ningxuang was as cold as frost, then this Xiao Wumei burned like a flame, truly possessing the qualities of a female lead. Master Gu, what are your instructions? Anything within my power, I will do with all my might. Sensing his profound gaze, Xiao Wumei felt a hint of timidity, uncertain of his thoughts. This left her feeling unsettled. This man was truly unfathomable. From her current angle, she was certain that every detail of her being was laid bare before Gu Chenzhou's eyes. This caused her cheeks to burn even more, and against her fiery red dress, she resembled a tantalizing rose. Gu Chenzhou leaned his tall frame toward her, extending a right hand with neatly trimmed nails to lift Xiao Wumei's chin, forcing her eyes to meet his without evasion. I'm not really interested in the Heavenly Gate, but you yourself seem far more intriguing than the gate. Xiao Wumei was instantly stunned. She almost doubted her own ears. Good heavens! Such a teasing remark could actually come from Gu Chenzhou's lips. How was this possible? Her first reaction was disbelief. Added to that, the distance between them was so close that she could feel a powerful masculine aura wafting toward her. Xiao Wumei's heart began to race wildly. Could it be that he truly had taken a liking to her? If that were really the case, it would be a blessing cultivated in her past life. But how could it be possible given his status? Perhaps he was just playing games. Such a man possessed an aura too overwhelming for her to offer any resistance. Deep down, she even harbored a hint of anticipation. If this could truly save the already declining heavenly gate, even being toyed with would be her willing choice. With this thought, Xiao Wumei nodded shyly. As long as Master Gu agrees to act, I am willing to serve you once. As Xiao Wumei spoke, her voice dwindled to a mosquito's whisper, and her entire body burned as if on fire. If it were any other man, she would have already thrown him out. But the man before her was none other than Gu Chenzhou. The women willing to submit at his feet were surely countless. What was she but a drop in the ocean? Heh. Gu Chenzhou chuckled lightly. Once won't be enough. But no rush. Let's take some interest first. Gu Chenzhou looked at the prey before him with a playful expression, clearly sensing the shift in the woman's eyes, from initial restraint to abandoning shame, and finally, to resignation. Toying with a female lead like this between his fingers amused him greatly. Oh, interest. What interest? Xiao Wumei's mind was in a daze, her body trembling. This was the first time a man had made such a demand of her. After all, she was the renowned Xiao Wumei of the Demon City. Which man dared speak to her like this? Previously frivolous playboys who tried to flirt with her now had grass growing over their graves. But facing Gu Chenzhou, she felt a faint thrill. He'll tell you now. Just as she hesitated, Gu Chenzhou's sinisterly handsome face drew near, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Until a certain moment his lips pressed against her fiery red ones. Silence. The entire room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, as if time itself had stopped. This kiss was intoxicating. And by coincidence this scene fell right into the eyes of Lin Fan, who had secretly followed. He clenched his fists in fury. Damn it, he stole my fiancée, and now he's taking the woman I had my eye on. Truly damnable. Lin Fan watched from a distance as the lofty Gu Chenzhou kissed the bowtie's fragrant lips, while Xiao Wumei appeared utterly enraptured, fully immersed in the moment. This only fueled his rage. He felt that this woman originally belonged to him, had Gu Chenzhou not interfered. She should have been yielding and seeking pleasure in his arms, but now everything had been taken from him. At this thought the veins on his hands bulged and he longed to rush in and beat Gu Chenzhou senseless. But he recalled Gu Chenzhou's terrifying strength. Forget it. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Lin Fan glanced at the enchanting Xiao Wumei, his Adam's apple bobbing, but ultimately held back. Just then the beauty bartender in a black uniform noticed Lin Fan at the door and shouted at him. Who are you? How did you get here? Is this a place for you? Get out of here and don't dirty the floor. The bartender frowned at Lin Fan, who wore a security guard uniform with mud on his boots, and scolded him. Lin Fan had always been a free-spirited man who rarely paid attention to his appearance, but now he was being looked down upon again. His face flushed with anger, and he was about to lash out, but then thought better of it. He'll go then. A real man doesn't argue with a woman. Lin Fan clenched his fist and turned to go downstairs. His main concern was that causing a scene here would displease Xiao Wumei, and he was even more wary of Gu Chenzhou's fearsome power. He planned to wait until Gu Chenzhou left before talking to Xiao Wumei properly. He couldn't bear to see the girl fall into Gu Chenzhou's clutches. Ding. Lin Fan feels anger toward you, causing instability in his Dao heart. Villain points 500. Gu Chenzhou was naturally aware of all this. Even his teasing and kissing of the little female lead in his arms had been deliberate. As for the protagonist Lin Fan, he had no intention of killing him so easily. That would be too simple and dull. He had time to play slowly until Lin Fan's family was ruined, and he was an enemy to the world. Just then Xiao Wumei recovered from the kiss. Her mind was still replaying the scene just now. Good heavens. Was my first kiss really gone just like that? And the object of it was Gu Chenzhou. Not that it was so hard to accept, but why did it feel like it lasted longer? It all felt like a dream so unreal. The sensation just now had been so warm, so blissful, so full of security. But she was Xiao Wumei after all, and she did not sink into that ecstasy. Soon she regained a bit of composure. She tidied her disheveled hair, straightened her posture, and sat upright on the sofa. At this moment she appeared even more bewitchingly alluring and captivating. Xiao Wumei felt her heart flutter. She closed her eyes briefly to steady her breath, then opened them, her gaze bright. Young Master Gu, how do you plan to eliminate the Heavenly Wolf Gang? This was her greatest concern, and she hadn't forgotten her original intent despite her brief lapse. Yet recalling Gu Chenzhou's words, that once wasn't enough, it must be forever, she felt an intense shyness. Gu Chenzhou picked up the cocktail on the table and took a sip. You've endured all these years, what's a little more time? He was already well aware of the situation with the Heavenly Sect. In recent years it had been increasingly suppressed by the Heavenly Wolf Gang. For him dealing with a small gang was trivial, but he didn't intend to act yet. It wasn't the right time. He planned to watch a good show unfold. Tianlong of the Heroes Society was a brother to the protagonist Lin Fan. But Tianlong had already been killed by Smiling Tiger. The outcome was predictable, and when the time came he would add fuel to the fire. Xiao Wumei's breath caught upon hearing this, but she said nothing more. Indeed, since she had endured so many years there was no need to rush. She felt slightly reassured. If it were anyone else, she might have suspected deception. But the man before her was Gu Chenzhou. Finally, I no longer have to fear the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Xiao Wumei's heart could not calm for a long time. All these years facing the Heavenly Wolf Gang's various attacks, she had been constantly on edge. She never imagined that such a formidable force could be swept away with a wave of Gu Chenzhou's hand. At the same time, her eyes sparkled with a strange brilliance as she looked at Gu Chenzhou. After chatting for a while longer, Gu Chenzhou prepared to leave and rose to head out. Young Master Gu. Seeing him about to go, Xiao Wu Mei bit her lip and opened her mouth. My. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, slightly pausing in his steps. About what you said earlier, when will you? She couldn't finish, lowering her head with a blush. She wanted to ask when he would fulfill his promise. Do you want to fulfill it now? At these words, Xiao Wu Mei lowered her head even further. She didn't know why, but she always felt shy in front of Gu Chenzhou. He left, leaving behind a sentence, no rush for now. Wait until you're ready. Currently, Xiao Wu Mei was somewhat famous in the Magic City for her beauty, but not renowned enough. Once her heavenly sect unified the Magic City, imagine the godfather of the city, the goddess, and countless hearts yielding before him. That would be truly interesting. And he believed that day was not far off. Seeing Gu Chenzhou leave, Xiao Wu Mei quickly rose from the sofa and followed to see him out. The arrival of Gu Chenzhou at the Heavenly Pleasure Club caused a stir, with everyone constantly watching the upper floor. Seeing them come down together, and recalling they had spent an hour upstairs, a wave of whispers broke out. After seeing off Gu Chenzhou, Xiao Wu Mei returned to the third floor. Even now her mind was still in a daze. She took a glass of wine from the bartender and drank it to calm her nerves. It seems I'm the one who profited. Xiao Wu Mei recalled the recent events. Gu Chenzhou's handsome face and chiseled features lingered in her mind, especially when she thought of his forceful kiss. Domineering, addictive, yet so enjoyable that she couldn't help but sink into it, even fantasizing about him taking things further. Just as Xiao Wu Mei was lost in reverie, a familiar figure ascended to the third floor again. Lin Fan had returned once more. After being driven down the stairs by the barmaid, he had stayed on the first floor with Fatty, ordering the cheapest whiskey. Though it cost him a good chunk of his salary, he was willing to spend it for that enchanting woman. The two had been drinking among the crowd until they saw Gu Chenzhou leave, escorted by Xiao Wu Mei. Now that she was alone, Lin Fan patted Fatty's shoulder. Fatty, hang out here for a bit. I'm going to the restroom. Having learned his lesson, he didn't reveal his true intentions to Fatty to avoid any fuss. She's so beautiful, like a goddess stepping out of a painting. As soon as he reached the upper floor, Lin Fan caught a perfect side view of Xiao Wu Mei's flawless profile. Having cultivated on the mountain for years, his willpower was strong enough to keep him from getting a nosebleed. What delighted Lin Fan even more was that the bartender and the bunny girls had already left. He knew his chance had come. Lin Fan strode into the room. Miss Xiao drinking alone. He sat down uninvited across from her, picked up the decanter, and poured wine into a clean glass. Then he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he downed the entire glass. Good wine, good wine. After finishing, he licked his lips. Though he possessed martial skills, his life on the mountain had been one of simple fare. After coming down from the mountain, he had only become a minor security guard at the Lung Corporation with a meager salary. He had never tasted such fine wine. Xiao Wu Mei finally snapped out of her daze about Gu Chenzhou, frowning at Lin Fan's frivolous demeanor, her eyes filled with disgust. You again? What are you here for? Though she was enchantingly alluring and cautious with Gu Chenzhou, her tone was now icy cold. Lin Fan was choked. She had thrown herself into Gu Chenzhou's arms, but treated him like ice. Was such a contrast necessary? I'm a guest too. You treated Gu Chenzhou like that. Is such discrimination necessary? Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to young Master Gu? Xiao Wu Mei sneered, coldly mocking him without mercy. Lin Fan was speechless. His face stiffened. The insult was too great. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't argue with a woman. He took a deep breath and stated his purpose. I'm here to warn you out of goodwill. Gu Chenzhou is not a good man. The near bankruptcy of the Lung Corporation was his doing. He's a hypocrite. Don't be fooled by him. Thinking about it made Lin Fan furious. Gu Chenzhou had used such despicable means to make his fiancée his maid. Now he was trying the same trick to deceive Xiao Wu Mei. It was utterly detestable. Enough. Look at yourself in the mirror. Who do you think you are? If Gu Chenzhou isn't a good man, then what are you? You're not welcome here. Get out immediately. Security. Throw him out. Xiao Wu Mei was laughed off, her smile icy. How dare he slander young Master Gu? It was unforgivable. Somehow hearing someone speak ill of Gu Chenzhou ignited her fury. Lin Fan was utterly baffled by the scolding. What kind of love potion had Gu Chenzhou given these women that they were so devoted? He had thought that revealing the truth behind the Lung Corporation would at least make the beauty wary of Gu Chenzhou, if not win her over. But instead he got this result. What the hell was going on? No Gu Chenzhou, really. As he tried to explain further, a group of security guards suddenly rushed up from downstairs and threw him out without a word. Stepping out of the Tianshang Ren Yin Ji drove the car before him, respectfully opened the rear door, attended to Gu Chenzhou as he entered, and then carefully closed the door. Master, where shall we go? Returning to the driver's seat, Yin Ji inquired respectfully. Back to Yiqing Villa. Gu Chenzhou commanded, for at home a little maidservant awaited his tutelage, and he was already pondering how best to discipline that icy CEO. Yes. Yanji acknowledged, then floored the accelerator. The Porsche's engine roared, leaving the small displacement cars on the street in the dust. Chenzhou reclined in an extremely dashing posture on the comfortable rear seats, beginning to contemplate how to utilize that tool Lin Fan. Lin Fan had yet to develop, making it effortless to deal with him. He wouldn't let him die so easily. Tan Long had now been eliminated and Lin Fan had lost an arm. With his current status, he couldn't stir up any trouble in Modu. Ding. Lin Fan's mental collapse led to an unstable state of mind. Villain value 600. As the car passed by Modu's largest shopping mall, a girl dressed in a fresh and refined manner caught his eye. Stop. Chenzhou called Yanji to a halt, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His gaze was exceedingly sharp. In just a moment he recognized her. Lin Ziwei, Lin Fan's biological sister in the novel. When Lin Fan was young, he caused a huge trouble and was taken up the mountain by his master, living a carefree life, yet he never returned to see her. But the rest of the Lin family fared less well, especially Lin Ziwei, who had endured humiliation and scorn since childhood. The protagonist being taken away by his master, his family's tragic fate. This fit the protagonist's archetype perfectly. At her master's command, Yanji immediately braked and pulled over at a temporary parking spot by the roadside. Chenzhou did not alight, but watched quietly. The delicate-featured young girl before him was distributing flyers, but she was being harassed by several youths who were thoroughly drunk. Yo, this chick is quite pretty. Handing out flyers so late. I really feel for you. Don't work so hard. Come on, let me take you out to have some fun. A short, heavily tattooed social thug stepped forward, his eyes full of lecherous intent. You little beauty, don't do such tiring work. Come with our brother Long, and we'll make sure you eat and drink well. A group of lackeys immediately chimed in. One of them, eager to please brother Long, stepped forward and snatched the flyers from her hands. Give us those flyers, oh, we'll help you hand them out. With that he tossed the flyers into the air, scattering them everywhere. You? Lin Ziwei's face turned pale with anger. She was so distressed she was about to cry, hastily bending down to pick up the flyers from the ground. Bald brother Long's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at the girl's face, gleaming with desire. Lin Ziwei was at the prime of her youth, exuding vitality. She was the school beauty, naturally drawing attention. Beauty, don't pick those up. Come with me, I'll take care of you. Brother Long patted his wallet stuffed with cash and revealed a BMW key. Lin Ziwei, a naive girl just stepping into society, couldn't stand brother Long's ruffian demeanor and nearly vomited. Seeing these thugs, she was like a frightened fawn at a loss. You? What do you want? They'll call the police. Hold tight. Haha, brother Long, she wants you to hold her tight. Go on, grant her wish. The group of lackeys began to wildly jeer, all wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Little girl, you asked for it. With that he spread his arms and walked toward Lin Ziwei, who was already pale with fear and had fallen to the ground. Don't come near me, stay back. Lin Ziwei had never encountered such a situation. She scrambled backward on her hands in terror. How could brother Long let this opportunity slip? Why would he give up prey that had fallen into his hands? Seeing Lin Ziwei had retreated to the corner of the flower bed with nowhere to go, he stared at his prey, with a beastly gleam in his eyes, letting out a cackling laugh. Scream. Even if you scream your throat out. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged toward Lin Ziwei. Bang! But at that moment brother Long found his body flying through the air. Just as he dove, a kick sent him flying. Who? Who dared to touch me? At that moment, everyone noticed a man and a woman had appeared in the square. The woman had fair skin and exquisite features, radiating elegance, though her face was set in an icy expression that sent chills. But that was nothing compared to the man walking before her. He stood tall and graceful, his robes fluttering like an immortal descended to the mortal world. One glance was enough to make others feel inferior. The lackeys were dumbfounded. How could such a perfect being exist in this world? What are you standing there for? Get him. Brother Long, now dazed from the fall, couldn't get up and spat out a mouth. Brother Long was a figure of some standing in Modu and had never expected to be beaten today. In truth, Yanji had held back, otherwise that kick alone would have killed him instantly. The lackeys snapped out of it and quickly surrounded them. Who are you? Are you tired of living? How dare you lay a hand on brother Long? Insolence! How dare you show disrespect to the young master? Yanji would not allow such rudeness, not even a slight discourtesy. With that she struck instantly, sending everyone flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. It all happened in an instant. They hadn't even seen how this cold, beautiful woman had moved, nor had they time to scream. When they came to, they found they couldn't move, their bones and sinews twisted in agony, able only to hiss in pain. Swish! Their eyes went wide, filled with sheer terror. Ignoring the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Chenzhou walked straight toward Lin Ziwei. The underlings lying around him felt an overwhelming pressure as he approached, like a mountain bearing down on them, making them almost forget their own pain as they instinctively scrambled backward. Terrifying. They had never encountered such a fearsome presence. Even though he did nothing and said not a word, he instilled in them an unprecedented dread. Lin Ziwei, still on the ground, watched Chenzhou drawing closer and couldn't help but stare in awe. His face was extraordinarily handsome, fulfilling every beautiful fantasy she had about the word handsome. With each step he took, it felt as though he was stepping on her heart, causing it to race wildly. Coming to her senses, she pinched her thigh to confirm she wasn't dreaming. A sharp pain told her it was all real. Noticing her action, a playful glint appeared in Gu Chenzhou's eyes. Approaching her, a smile spread across his face as he reached out a hand to help her up. Are you alright? Lin Ziwei was stunned for a moment. Seeing his hand extended before her, she wanted to take it. But just as she reached out, she noticed her dirty hand and flinched. In an instant, Lin Ziwei tremblingly withdrew her hand, quickly lowering her head, unable to meet Gu Chenzhou's eyes. What's wrong? Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. Afraid of being misunderstood, she hurriedly explained, I am afraid it'll dirty your hand. Her voice was timid, mainly because Gu Chenzhou's noble aura made him seem as dazzling as the sun in the sky, filling her with an involuntary sense of inferiority. Hearing her answer, Gu Chenzhou found it somewhat amusing. I don't mind, so why should you? Without waiting for a reply, he took her hand and pulled her to her feet. It was in that moment that he clearly saw Lin Ziwei's face. As the sister of the protagonist Lin Fan, she was naturally beautiful. At school, she was a campus belle with an extremely pure appearance. With a bit of dressing up, she would be no less than Xiao Wumei or Lung Ningxuang. It could be said that none of the women around the protagonist were unattractive. Only the protagonist himself was ordinary-looking, yet everyone else revolved around him. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Lin Ziwei's heart pounded wildly. She lowered her head, even further afraid to look at Gu Chenzhou. Heh. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, his gaze growing deep. The reason he came over was that upon seeing Lin Ziwei, an intriguing idea struck him. He and the protagonist were already at an irreconcilable impasse, and he couldn't easily let him go. He wondered if sowing discord between the protagonist Lin Fan and his family, even causing misunderstandings and resentment, would make things even more interesting. Why are you still handing out flyers so late? Gu Chenzhou asked with feigned curiosity. Lin Ziwei bit her lip, momentarily unsure how to answer. She had graduated from a prestigious university with a good major and had applied to several companies after graduation. However, those people, seeing she had no background and was easy to bully, made various insinuations at her. This made her realize the complexity of society, and she refused to yield, choosing instead to take on odd jobs. As a recent graduate, it wouldn't have mattered if she didn't earn money at first, but her family situation left her no choice. Her father was injured at work and her mother was ill, so the family needed money. Thus, she had to work several jobs a day, handing out flyers after work. Despite her family's hardships, she was a strong-willed person who usually didn't talk about her family matters with others. Perhaps it was Gu Chenzhou's personal charm that gave her an inexplicable sense of security, so she shared some of her situation with him. Gu Chenzhou nodded in feigned understanding. Noticing a leaf on her head, he reached out to remove it. Just then, Lin Ziwei mustered the courage to sneak a glance at Gu Chenzhou, wondering if he was disgusted by her. Unexpectedly, she saw him reaching out. She froze, instinctively wanting to dodge, but before she could, a voice rang out. Don't move. His words seemed to carry a magic that made Lin Ziwei obey without a second thought. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou's hand arrived, brushing through her hair to pick out the leaf. Oh, he took off a leaf for me. Seeing the small leaf in Gu Chenzhou's hand, Lin Ziwei's mind went blank as she stood frozen. Apart from her parents, no one had ever been so kind to her. At this moment, she felt enveloped in unprecedented happiness. In reality, she was overthinking it. At school, as a campus belle, countless people tried to win her favor, but she never paid attention, subconsciously believing they had ulterior motives. Gu Chenzhou, however, was different. His handsome face and noble demeanor set him apart. Could someone like him be a bad person? What did she have that he might covet? She had also considered that Gu Chenzhou, like others, might be approaching her for her looks. But that thought flashed by and was dismissed. The reason was simple: the woman beside Gu Chenzhou, who looked like a bodyguard, was far more beautiful than her. So in Lin Ziwei's eyes, Gu Chenzhou's help was pure and without any ulterior motives. Her gaze toward him began to carry a hint of something special. Just then, an unusual sound rang out. Lin Ziwei was stunned. The next moment, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Her nervous hands had nowhere to rest, so she could only clutch the hem of her clothes. She had been handing out flyers since finishing work and hadn't eaten anything, so she was hungry. I'm sorry, She quickly apologized, feeling it was terribly rude, at a loss, and on the verge of tears from anxiety. Heh. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Lin Ziwei's head, as if petting a puppy. Lin Ziwei was like a frightened little rabbit, her big bright eyes darting around in confusion, momentarily at a loss. This feeling was so nice. Ever since she could remember, Lin Fan had already left, and she had never received any brotherly affection. Now Gu Chenzhou's head pat gave her a sense of being cherished. As she drifted in a daze, a gentle voice like a spring breeze sounded. Hungry, are you? Come on, I'll take you for a late-night snack. Oh. Lin Ziwei was stunned. Seeing her standing still, Gu Chenzhou, who also wanted to sample the flavors of Magic City, took her hand, without further ado, and led her toward a nearby snack street. This scene was as picturesque as a fairy tale of Cinderella and the Prince. The snack street was renowned in the bustling city of Modu. Affordable, and with unique flavors, it attracted many office workers. Lin Ziwen was pulled along by Gu Chenzhou until they reached the outskirts of the street. as the tantalizing aromas from the surrounding stalls wafted over her stomach protested ungracefully. What do you want to eat? Gu Chenzhou's slightly husky voice drifted over. Lin Ziwen's heart immediately began to race, yet she still spoke weakly. And no need. I'll just go home and make something myself. Her voice grew softer with each word. Though she was hungry, she didn't want to owe Gu Chenzhou anything. She couldn't even repay the debt of his rescue earlier. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the somewhat self-conscious Lin Ziwen, a flicker in his eyes as he shook his head. No one has ever dared to refuse my words. He wasn't lying. As the sole heir of the Gu family, his every word and action could decide the fate of countless people. Even the so-called major families of Modu were mere ants before him. A single word from him could reduce them to ashes. Ignoring Lin Ziwen's reaction, Gu Chenzhou took her hand and strode boldly into the snack street. Lin Ziwen struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. Her heart was flustered, yet a deeper feeling was gratitude. Over the years she had endured hardships no one her age should bear. Though born into a noble family, her life was worse than that of ordinary households. This man before her, though somewhat domineering, she could sense his kindness towards her. Gu Chenzhou led Lin Ziwen to a quiet barbecue stall at the edge of the street. He'll take everything here. He then found a seat and sat down with Lin Ziwen opposite him. She kept her head lowered the entire time, not daring to speak. Occasionally she would look up, stealing glances at his handsome face, his noble aura, making her feel inferior. Soon the table was covered with various skewers of grilled food. Eat up, aren't you hungry? Hearing Gu Chenzhou's voice, Lin Ziwen was about to decline. But when she met his gaze, the words died in her throat. Nervously she timidly picked up a few vegetable skewers and nibbled at them, fearing Gu Chenzhou might get angry. With every bite she would secretly glance at him. Seeing her like this, a smile spread across Gu Chenzhou's face. This was right. Then he picked up a handful of meat skewers and handed them to Lin Ziwen. Eat them all, not one left. At this her nose tingled with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. It wasn't because of the meat skewers. It was Gu Chenzhou's concern for her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt such warmth. Curious, she wondered why he was so good to her. Looking up, she saw him eating skewers as well. Even his manner of dining was incredibly elegant, convincing her further that he was no ordinary man. But when she saw him eating without restraint and feeling her own hunger, she gradually loosened up. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Unlike the icy CEO Long Ningxuang or the enchanting beauty Xiao Wumei, Lin Ziwen was more like the girl next door, her long-nurtured sense of inferiority evoking pity. Of course, this wasn't why Gu Chenzhou intervened. There were plenty of pitiable people in the world, and his temperament wouldn't easily waver. It was mainly because she was the protagonist's younger sister, fitting into his plan. After the barbecue, looking at the mess before her, a blush crept across Lin Ziwen's pretty face. She had been too hungry, so she ate a bit more. Worried Gu Chenzhou might be angry, she quickly stole a glance at him. Finding him looking at her with a knowing smile, she blushed instantly, lowered her head, twisted the hem of her clothes, and wished she could disappear into a hole. Full A. Gu Chenzhou's voice broke the silence, and Lin Ziwen quickly nodded. Yan Ji settled the bill, and they left. Moonlight spilled over them, casting two long shadows. Walking down the street, as if making a decision, Lin Ziwen suddenly looked up. Facing Gu Chenzhou, she mustered her courage. Wait for me. After speaking, she dashed off. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, curious about her actions. Minutes later, Lin Ziwen returned holding two large cups of tea. One plain lemon, the other a fruit-laden milk tea. Have some milk tea. Seeing him, she blushed slightly and handed over the cup of milk tea. She had spent her last 20 yuan on it. Hers cost only 2, the rest went into this cup. Looking at the milk tea, Gu Chenzhou felt a stir. Had this girl slipped away just to buy him milk tea? Lin Ziwen held out the milk tea, but when Gu Chenzhou didn't take it for a long while, she became flustered. After a long pause, she realized with his transcendent aura and noble bearing, how could he drink her cheap milk tea? Feeling embarrassed, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was on the verge of crying. Gu Chenzhou smiled and took the cup. Seeing him take a sip, Lin Ziwen froze, then couldn't help but grin foolishly. What would you have done if I had refused this milk tea? Gu Chenzhou looked at her teasingly. Lin Ziwen pondered, then answered weakly, I guess I would have cried and drunk it myself. Gu Chenzhou found it amusing and started chatting, while Lin Ziwen gradually shed her inhibitions. Ziwen, do you have any dreams? At this she lit up, speaking with fervor. First, I'll earn money, lots of it, to cure my parents. Then, I want to open my own milk tea shop. Because whenever I was upset as a child, my mom would buy me milk tea. A milk tea shop. Not a bad idea. Gu Chenzhou planned to take down Lin Fan, so naturally, he wanted to keep this girl close. Opening a milk tea shop was a good method. When Lin Fan saw that not only had his fiancée become his maid, but his sister had been lured away too, it would be quite amusing. Ziwen, I happen to be planning to open a milk tea shop. So Gu Chenzhou spoke. But I have other matters to attend to and no time to manage it. How about you manage the shop for me? They'll pay you a salary. Oh, Lin Ziwen's mind reeled. Someone as noble as Gu Chenzhou opening a milk tea shop. And what a coincidence. She mentioned it, and he was ready to open one. Could it be that he was doing it for her? Blushing at the thought, she quickly dismissed it as unrealistic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the young lady by his side was far more beautiful than her. Besides, with his status, looks, and aura, how could he lack women? If he said the word, countless goddesses would be vying to serve him tomorrow. How could she, insignificant as she was, deserve such a great figure? Just then Yanji received a phone call and whispered a few words to Chenzhou. He smiled faintly and turned to leave. Lin Ziwen heard his voice, tomorrow noon, at Times Square. His tone carried an unyielding dominance. Chenzhou got into the car, Yanji closed the door, and they drove off. Ding. Lin Ziwen's flustered heart has caused her mental instability. Villain points 300. Hearing the system notification, a smile appeared on Chenzhou's face. He then instructed Yanji, acquire a milk tea shop in Times Square. Yes. Yanji replied respectfully. The Porsche drove along the main road, Chenzhou, gazing at the starry sky, deep and brilliant. Such a trivial matter was a piece of cake for the Tiandi group. By keeping this girl close, he could easily sway her with a small scheme. Then he would make Lin Fan, the destined protagonist, unable to return home. At this thought, he almost looked forward to seeing the expression on Lin Fan's face when he found out. Lin Ziwei watched as Chenzhou's luxury car disappeared from sight, taking a long while before she snapped back to reality. As she regained her composure, a wave of regret washed over her. She didn't even know his name. She couldn't help but chide herself inwardly for being so spineless. Why hadn't she asked for his name just now? Yet on second thought, they would meet again tomorrow. The thought of tomorrow filled Lin Ziwei with a mix of unease and anticipation, her heart in turmoil. He wanted her to run a milk tea shop, but she had absolutely no experience. What if she failed? How would she face him then? Could she really pull it off? Given her humble background, what if he grew angry and dismissed her as clumsy and inept? At the thought, Lin Ziwei felt a surge of tears threatening to spill. Yet recalling how Chenzhou had treated her just moments ago, a sweetness akin to honey spread through her heart. After much deliberation, she finally decided that when they met tomorrow, she would decline his proposal. Moreover, she was determined to learn his name, so she could repay him someday. With her mind made up, a smile blossomed on Lin Ziwei's face, and she turned to head home. At the entrance of Iching Manor, several elderly men in refined attire knelt on the ground. If outsiders witnessed this scene, they would surely be stunned beyond belief. Each of these men, when out in the world, commanded immense influence. The major families of the magic capital nearly held sway over half of its market economy. Yet now they knelt outside the manor, not even daring to lift their heads. If this news got out, it would likely dominate headlines for a month straight. Boldly, do you think Master Gu will see us? Indeed, whether our lives and fortunes are safe hinges on a single word from Master Gu. You've all seen what happened to the Lung family. Master Gu's thoughts are truly inscrutable. As the other family heads rambled on incessantly, Patriarch Li's expression darkened. How could he not know of such a grave matter? The Lung family's downfall had struck too swiftly, plunging them into bankruptcy overnight. That was what terrified them most. After all, they had spent ages plotting against the Lingxiao group. Now the Lung family lay in ruin. It was said they'd have been obliterated if not for the intervention of Lung Ning's daughter, Lung Ningxuan. Thus, after much deliberation, Patriarch Li brought along his most beloved granddaughter. If it meant securing a connection with Chenzhou, he wouldn't hesitate to offer even 2 granddaughters, let alone 1. Xiaoya, you must seize this opportunity, he said, his tone earnest and affectionate as he looked at the young girl beside him. She was lightly made up and quite attractive. Hearing her grandfather's words, Li Xiaoya nodded, her heart brimming with shy anticipation. She seemed to envision the upcoming meeting, hoping fervently to catch Master Gu's eye. Seeing her nod, Patriarch Li felt satisfied. He had confidence in this granddaughter of his. She was a campus belle at school, her looks and demeanor speaking for themselves. Watching Patriarch Li's actions, the other family heads were struck with despair. Using such a tactic to curry favor with Master Gu and keeping it from them. How underhanded. They frantically scoured their minds for suitable young members of their own clans to send and win Chenzhou's favor. They were truly terrified. The Lung family had been reduced to this sorry state by a single word from Chenzhou, barely clinging to life. No matter how formidable old man Lung had been, he now dared not utter a peep and relied solely on Lung Ningxuan to prop up the family. They had no desire to follow in the Lung family's footsteps. At that moment, Chenzhou's car had already arrived outside Iching Manor. Yanji glanced at the family heads kneeling at the gate, her expression impassive. Chenzhou, however, kept his eyes half closed, not sparing them a single look. And so the Porsche sped past the assembled family heads without the slightest intention of stopping. Watching Chenzhou enter the manor with no sign of meeting them, the patriarchs' faces turned ashen. Some of the more timid ones collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's truly over this time." Yet none dared to leave. They remained kneeling, barely daring to breathe. This was the decision they had made today. They had to see it through. Meanwhile, as Chenzhou stepped into the villa estate, he spotted Lung Ningxuan. She stood gazing at the night sky, lost in thought for a long time. Without ceremony, Chenzhou commanded, "Go brew me a cup of tea." Lung Ningxuan shuddered, snapping out of her reverie. Seeing it was Chenzhou, she bit her lip and went to prepare it. Watching her retreating figure, Chenzhou's eyes gleamed with interest and contemplation. He wondered if he should upgrade her maid outfit in a couple of days. Something with ears, perhaps. The Ice Gold CEO in such attire would surely be amusing, wouldn't it? A smile crept across Gu Qinzhou's face as he lounged leisurely on the sofa. Before long, Lung Ningxuang approached with a cup of tea. She handed it to Gu Qinzhou, who took a sip before shifting his gaze. It's a bit hot. Fan me. Lung Ningxuang was taken aback. Hot? Where was the heat? It wasn't hot at all. Then it dawned on her. Gu Qinzhou was deliberately ordering her around. How infuriating. Yet faced with him she had no choice but to comply. So she picked up a fan from the tea table and began to fan him. Gu Qinzhou in turn indulged in the comfort, a satisfied glint in his eyes. An aloof heroine. She merely lacked proper discipline. Soon enough he believed this icy female CO would be completely tamed. Feeling pleased, Gu Qinzhou then thought of those kneeling outside. Let those fellows in, he instructed, glancing at Yan Ji beside him. Having them kneel at the gate wasn't quite right. It might make it look like he was bullying others with his power. Though he cared little for their fates, they might still prove useful. Crushing them would take no more effort than stepping on an ant. Better to keep them around and have them deal with Lin Fan, the destined protagonist, a fitting use of their worth. Yes, master. Yan Ji acknowledged, and promptly picked up the phone to notify the security at the gate. Outside Yiqing Manor, the family heads were growing increasingly anxious, incessantly questioning patriarchally. What do we do? Think of something. Yes, at this rate we might not see tomorrow's sun. Generations of the Liu family's hard work can't be ruined on my watch. Just as they were fretting over their futures, a security guard approached. You lot go on in. Remember, behave yourselves once inside. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude and kicking you out. Hearing the guard's words, the family heads were overjoyed, tears welling up in their eyes. They had endured so much. Then, filled with excitement, they hurriedly scrambled into the manor. Upon entering the manor, they arrived before a villa where the few individuals dared not make a sound. Follow me, Yan Ji said, coldly glancing at the patriarchs before turning to lead the way. In her eyes, these men were no different from worthless trash. Were it not for her master's wish to see them, she would have disposed of them long ago. To outsiders, these patriarchs, who commanded vast business empires with an air of superiority, were utterly beneath Yan Ji's notice. Yan Ji led the group directly into the hall where Gu Qinzhou sat. The moment they laid eyes on Gu Qinzhou, the patriarchs moved in uncanny unison, dropping to their knees with a thud. Young Master Gu, we were wrong. Young Master Gu, please be magnanimous and forgive us. We should never have moved against the Lingxiao group. The patriarchs began to confess without cease. Some were already weeping and pleading profusely. Yet Gu Qinzhou, having witnessed such scenes countless times, remained utterly impassive. Without sparing them a glance, he said to Lung Ningxuang, beside him, poor T. Lung Ningxuang's face flushed crimson with shame. Previously, when no one recognized her wearing a maid's uniform and being ordered about by Gu Qinzhou, had not felt so humiliating. But now these people knew her, and being reduced to a tea-serving maid before them stirred deep resistance within her. Yet she had no choice but to grit her teeth and pour the tea, her heart nearly weeping at the thought of losing all face. Only then did the patriarchs recognize her. Was this not the jewel of the Lung family, CEO of Lung Group, Lung Ningxuang? A CEO turned into Gu Qinzhou's maid. Though shocking, it was not entirely unacceptable, though in fact it seemed fitting for a man of Gu Qinzhou's stature. As Lung Ningxuang poured the tea, she felt the patriarch's gazes upon her. Her cheeks burned with shame, and she wished she could bury her head in her chest. She who had once been an exalted CEO was now nothing more than Gu Qinzhou's maid. The patriarchs, coming to their senses, quickly averted their eyes and lowered their heads. They dared not steal even a single glance. Patriarch Li quickly turned and signaled to his granddaughter. Ever since entering the villa and setting eyes on Gu Qinzhou, Li Xiaoya had been unable to look away. He was simply too perfect. Hearing the sound, she looked up, took in Gu Qinzhou seated aloft, and bit her lip. As if she had made up her mind, she rose gracefully and approached him with light steps. Young Master Gu, I have studied the art of tea. May I pour tea for you? As she spoke, Li Xiaoya deliberately arched her back as if to flaunt her alluring figure before him. Yet to her disappointment, Gu Qinzhou did not even glance her way. Though Li Xiaoya possessed some charm, she was far from enough to catch his eye. Beside him, Lung Ningxuang felt an inexplicable joy at his cold rejection. Sensing this thought, she quickly shook her head to banish it. That thought was dangerous. Patriarch Li trembled, fearing he might anger Gu Qinzhou, and quickly spoke up. Xiaoya, come back at once. Do not disturb young Master Gu's leisure. Li Xiaoya looked at Gu Qinzhou, her eyes filled with reluctance. She understood Gu Qinzhou's power all too well. He commanded the reverence of the great families of Modu, a hidden heir of an ancient clan with identities enough to shake the world. If she could forge a connection with him, even without a title, her Li family would soar. After much deliberation, Li Xiaoya resolved to seize any opportunity to win Gu Qinzhou over, even if it meant losing all dignity. Gu Qinzhou leisurely sipped his tea. The patriarchs knelt on the ground, barely daring to breathe, awaiting his judgment. Do you know where you went wrong? His voice was magnetic like a spring breeze, yet to their ears it thundered like a cataclysm. We should never have moved against the Lingxiao group. Young Master Gu, it was a misunderstanding. We were deceived and lost our minds. Rest assured, I will transfer all orders to Lingxiao group immediately. The patriarchs rushed to speak, but Gu Chenzhou only smiled coldly. In an instant, the kneeling patriarch's heart sank. Sure enough, Gu Chenzhou's voice rang out, whether Lingxiao group lives or dies matters nothing to me, it is but a dog of my Gu family. Yet even a dog cannot be touched by just anyone. Cold sweat poured from them as they nodded frantically. We understand, we understand. Young Master Gu, we dare not do it again. Please, in your magnanimity, spare us this once. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, only raised his teacup and savored the tea calmly. The patriarchs exchanged uneasy glances. Patriarch Li gritted his teeth, as if making a fateful decision. Young Master Gu, as a token of our Li family's sincerity, I offer 50% of all shares in our companies. Yet Gu Chenzhou still showed no reaction. Patriarch Li steeled himself and declared 70%. Seeing Patriarch Li's heavy sacrifice, the others, fearing to fall behind, quickly followed suit. Young Master Gu, our Lu family offers 70% of our group's shares as compensation. Our Chen family presents our shipping company to you. Our Zhao family also offers 70% of our shares. We beg you to show mercy and let us go. These were all illustrious families of Modu, each with assets exceeding 100 billion. They had staked everything this time, hoping Gu Chenzhou would let the matter rest. Indeed, if he pursued it, they would be left with nothing. Yet their offerings held no appeal for Gu Chenzhou. It was no exaggeration to say that even the combined wealth of these families was beneath his notice. Still, these men had their uses. So Gu Chenzhou gave a slight nod to Yan Ji, reluctantly accepting. Seeing he did not refuse, the patriarchs felt no pain at their loss, but instead brimmed with excitement. As long as Gu Chenzhou was satisfied, they would have given even 90%, let alone 70%. At last, the heavy stone that had weighed on their hearts was lifted. Seeming to recall something, they quickly addressed him. Young Master Gu, our attack on Lingxiao Group was solely due to Lin Fan's instigation. Before coming, I ordered a complete halt to all cooperation with Lin Fan. The other patriarchs chimed in agreement. Yes, young Master Gu, we were bewitched and believed Lin Fan's nonsense. I will have someone break his legs as soon as I return. Their hatred for Lin Fan had reached its peak. Had it not been for that accursed man, how could they have fallen to such a state? Now they wished to tear Lin Fan limb from limb. Gu Chenzhou smiled faintly at their angry expressions. Since Lin Fan had once collaborated with them, let them deal with him. That was why he had kept them alive. Heh. Former allies turning on each other. That should be quite amusing. Lin Fan. Indeed, he has shown remarkable arrogance. Gu Chenzhou lifted his teacup with calm composure and took a slow, deliberate sip. At that moment, the faces of the several patriarchs present paled. Decades of cutthroat business acumen had honed their instincts. They understood the implication instantly. Gu Chenzhou was displeased with Lin Fan. A chill ran down their spines. They felt profound relief that they had severed ties with Lin Fan in time. Otherwise, ruin would have been inevitable. Young Master Gu, that Lin Fan is utterly shameless, daring to oppose you without weighing his own worth. Rest assured, young Master Gu, such a petty figure need not trouble your noble hands. Leave him to us. Indeed, young Master Gu, I shall return immediately to deploy personnel and eliminate this wretch. Gu Chenzhou set down his cup, a faint, satisfied smile flickering across his lips. His subtle signal had achieved its intended effect. Now came the spectacle, and he hoped it would not disappoint. Beside him, Lung Ningxue overheard the patriarch's plans against Lin Fan, yet remained unmoved. In her heart, hatred burned fiercely. She blamed Lin Fan entirely. For provoking Gu Chenzhou, she had been reduced to this humiliating plight. Once back home, she vowed to punish him severely. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Gu Chenzhou waved them away dismissively. The patriarchs bowed deeply, showered him with obsequious praise, and hurried out of the villa. Outside Yiqing Villa, the patriarchs gathered. Oldly, though young Master Gu has pardoned us, lingering resentment remains. We must act to mend our standing. Absolutely. To secure young Master Gu's favor, any sacrifice is justified. That accursed Lin Fan, he deserves death. Upon hearing their words, Patriarch Li's eyes gleamed with cold calculation, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. Gentlemen, you are all aware, are you not? Didn't Lin Fan recently establish a company? A company? These seasoned veterans needed no further explanation. Their knowing smiles spoke volumes. They swiftly reached consensus: dismantle Lin Fan's enterprise as a token of loyalty, a formal pledge of allegiance to Gu Chenzhou. Having settled on their course, they departed separately in their vehicles. Inside Yiqing Villa, Gu Chenzhou reclined leisurely before the television, glancing sidelong at Lung Ningxuang. My shoulders ache, massage them. Let's see if your skill has improved. This was no novelty. Lung Ningxuang showed little reaction. Though reluctant, she stepped forward dutifully and began kneading his shoulders. Have you eaten nothing? Gu Chenzhou frowned, sensing her feeble pressure. Have you sought guidance from Yan Ji? At his words, Lung Ningxuang flushed inwardly. How could she, a CEO of stature, lower herself to learn massage techniques to please a man? Before she could protest, Gu Chenzhou's commanding voice cut through the air. Yan Ji, prepare the household discipline. Yan Ji bowed and withdrew to make preparations. Lung Ningxuang's expression shifted sharply as she stole a cautious glance at Gu Chenzhou, curiosity mingling with dread. What precisely was this household discipline? Moments later she learned Yanji returned holding a supple leather whip and presented it reverently. Master. Gu Chenzhou smiled faintly, took the whip, and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Genuine leather capable of inflicting sharp, stinging pain. Lung Ningxuang froze, mind utterly blank, rooted to the spot. Yanji's voice, devoid of warmth or inflection, pierced the silence, still uncooperative. Huh. Lung Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the household discipline. Unthinkable. Unbearably humiliating. Death would be preferable. Her face flared crimson, indignation warred with suppressed obedience, leaving her choked with silent fury. Then Gu Chenzhou's gaze fell upon her, his brow furrowed slightly. Instantly her defiant retort died unspoken. As if compelled by unseen force, she turned wordlessly and lay down stiffly upon the sofa. She squeezed her eyes shut, every nerve alight with burning shame. Without hesitation, Gu Chenzhou raised the whip. Its crisp, sharp report echoed through the hall. She bit down hard, stifling any sound. She ground her teeth in silent rage, enduring in silence. Thus Gu Chenzhou administered the punishment with unhurried precision, then paused. A searing ache throbbed across her skin and her cheeks burned, not from pain alone, but from sheer unprecedented humiliation. Never in her life had anyone treated her thus. Do you acknowledge your error? Gu Chenzhou remained impassive, sipped tea, and spoke with quiet detachment. Let us see how long this aloof CO maintains her pride. Pray she does not submit too readily. Lung Ningxuang shot him a wounded, resentful glance, initially refusing to answer. Yet beneath his unwavering gaze her voice faltered. I understand. Then, wherein lies your fault? He asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Stunned, she replied meekly. I should have learned proper massage technique from Yanji. And, will there be a next time? Never again. Then prepare foot-washing water, immediately. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she rose, only to wince violently. Stillness had masked the sting, movement reignited it, fierce and scalding. 10 minutes later, she knelt before him, placing a basin of warm water at his feet. Gu Chenzhou set aside his teacup and lifted one foot expectantly. Lung Ningxuang stared bewildered. Was she truly expected to wash his feet? What are you waiting for? His voice snapped her back to reality. Swallowing her humiliation and pain, meanwhile the patriarchs returned to their corporate headquarters. Upon arrival, Patriarch Li issued his first directive transfer of equity stakes. Chairman, this concerns 70% of shares. Shall we convene the board for deliberation? His secretary ventured cautiously. Patriarch Li's icy retort cut through the air. Who holds the chair? You or I? Naturally it is you, sir. Humph. Do as instructed. No unnecessary commentary, he snapped. The secretary bowed hastily and rushed off to execute the order. Patriarch Li then launched an immediate investigation into Lin Fan's new venture Yangfan Investment Co. After reviewing data on screen, he paused, astonished. Yangfan specialized in emerging energy and advanced material investments, boasting formidable growth potential. Yet it remained nascent, insignificant against the entrenched dominance of established conglomerates. He promptly initiated targeted countermeasures. Simultaneously, the other patriarchs mobilized their resources, coordinating a unified assault upon Lin Fan's fledgling enterprise. None of this reached Lin Fan's ears. At that very moment, he sat with friends, drowning his frustration in alcohol. Humiliated earlier by Xiao Wumei's disdain, his anger simmered unchecked. With a contemptuous snort, he drained another glass. To others, Gu Chenzhou stood atop a gilded pedestal. To Lin Fan, he was merely a privileged heir, empty of true merit. Lin Fan had already founded his own firm. Soon he would eclipse Gu Chenzhou entirely. Dawn broke the following day. After freshening up, Lin Fan headed toward his office. Since founding the company, he had delegated operations freely, but today he resolved to inspect matters personally. Upon arrival, he froze, stunned, speechless by what met his eyes. Disbelieving, he rubbed his temples fiercely. Only after a long, hollow silence did comprehension dawn. His face darkened with volcanic fury. The entire office had been stripped bare, desks, chairs, even fixtures, gone. Not a single employee remained. Chairman Lin. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out, looking utterly dejected. He was once a failed entrepreneur taken under Lin Fan's wing and appointed as the general manager. Back then, Lin Fan had promised him a chance to showcase his talent and lift him from the shadow of failure. Yet not long after, such a calamity had befallen them. A flicker of urgency crossed Lin Fan's eyes as he anxiously questioned the manager before him. What exactly happened? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan's eyes had now turned bloodshot. He resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour, his gaze fixed intently on the manager as an oppressive aura bore down upon him. A shiver ran down the manager's spine, and he blurted out, Chairman Lin, we're bankrupt. This declaration of bankruptcy left Lin Fan utterly bewildered. Hadn't the company been operating smoothly since its inception? How could it suddenly go bankrupt? Instantly, Lin Fan grabbed the manager by the collar and demanded coldly, speak. What is going on? The manager hurriedly began to explain. Chairman Lin, please listen. It's because of the several companies you had us invest in 2 days ago. After hearing the manager's explanation, Lin Fan snorted coldly and released his grip. Why did those companies suddenly go under? The manager glanced at Lin Fan, seemingly hesitant. Seeing the manager's faltering demeanor, Lin Fan slammed his fist heavily onto a small table nearby. With a crack, the table shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, the manager swallowed hard, fearing that Lin Fan might turn his wrath on him and deliver a similar blow. He quickly continued, Chairman Lin, according to my investigation, it all started with those few families. Every single tech company we invested in was deliberately targeted by those families. They spared no expense to steal away all the business from these companies. I've calculated it. They've lost more than twice what they've gained. They are deliberately targeting us. These words left Lin Fan silent, his expression gradually twisting into one of fury. This was impossible. After all, those 6 families had a good relationship with his master. When he left the mountain, the old man had even advised him to associate with them. Admittedly, those fellows had cut ties with him some time ago, but they wouldn't be this heartless, would they? Chairman Lin, the company is about to be transferred. Believe it or not, that's the reality. Here is my resignation letter. Having said that, the manager turned and walked away. Now the entire building stood empty and deserted. Lin Fan was stunned, standing there in utter confusion. As if to confirm the manager's words, bank staff arrived to repossess the company. Lin Fan tried to inquire who the company was transferred to, but the staff refused to answer. Through his connections, he discovered that it was indeed a joint effort by those families to deliberately target Yangfan Investment Company. Blazing with fury, Lin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in his rage. Suppressing his wrath, he stormed off towards the Li family estate. Along the way, Lin Fan pondered incessantly. He simply couldn't fathom what was happening. Even if they wouldn't help him, why would they stab him in the back? At the Li family estate, the heads of several families had gathered in the reception hall. Their faces were beaming with joy. With Yangfan Company now bankrupt, their mission was finally complete. Surely this would placate young Master Gu, wouldn't it? Just then a commotion erupted outside the main gate. I want to see the head of the Li family. Who dares to stop me today? Lin Fan fought past the security guards and stormed in furiously. Confronted by his menacing presence, the guards could only surround him, none daring to step forward. The Li family's old steward was earnestly trying to reason with Lin Fan. But Lin Fan, now in a state of frenzy, was beyond listening. He strode directly into the reception hall, his face darkening further upon seeing all the family heads present. Why did you target my company? You must give me a reasonable explanation today. Hearing Lin Fan's accusations, the once cheerful family heads turned cold. How dare this Lin Fan question them? Who did he think he was? If not for his master Sake, would they even bother with this brat from the mountains? The head of the Li family glared at Lin Fan and barked coldly, Lin Fan, I am still your elder. Is this how you show respect? Lin Fan had gone mad. He had poured his heart and soul into building this company, intending to use it against Gu Chenzhou in the future. And now it was gone. How could he not be devastated? Why target me? Lin Fan seemed not to have heard the Li family head's words, his murderous aura intensifying like a man possessed. At this, the head of the Lu family could no longer contain himself. He stared coldly at Lin Fan and retorted without mercy, target you? Who do you think you are to deserve our targeting? Following his lead, the other family heads also began to kick Lin Fan while he was down. Lin Fan, without your master, what are you? In my eyes, you're worse than a dog. How laughable. Don't you know your place, daring to question us? Hearing their relentless mockery, Lin Fan felt his face burn as if he had been slapped repeatedly. The Li family had looked at Lin Fan, his anger flaring uncontrollably. It was all because of this man that their hard-earned fortunes had nearly been wiped out. After much pleading, they had barely managed to hold on, but at a terrible cost. He wished he could flay Lin Fan alive. Indeed, they had pinned all the blame on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. And for your master Sake, we won't take your company. We'll give it to young Master Gu instead. Let me offer you some advice. Don't even think about challenging young Master Gu. You're not worthy. The Li family head's words struck Lin Fan like a dagger to the heart. What had he just heard? They were giving his company to young Master Gu. The only person those old fools would call young Master Gu was none other than Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou had not only taken his fiancée as a servant, but now his business partners were handing over his company to him. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced Lin Fan's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You will all regret this. His eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the family heads, his voice dripping with icy menace. Hearing his words, the family heads merely furrowed their brows in disdain. Lin Fan was already in Gu Chenzhou's crosshairs. To think he could still put up a fight was nothing but a fool's dream. Security, what are you waiting for? Throw him out. At that moment, though the security guards were terrified, they gritted their teeth and charged forward to protect their jobs. The Li family, being one of the foremost clans, naturally kept a large number of guards. In an instant, the crowd surged forward with weapons, encircling Lin Fan completely. Lin Fan's face was icy, his gaze fixed intently on the Li family patriarch. A nameless fury blazed within his heart. These families had not only betrayed their trust, but also stabbed him in the back. an unbearable humiliation. He held these guards in utter contempt. In his eyes they were no different from chickens or dogs. Yet in the end he suppressed his rage. These old patriarchs were not ordinary men. Striking them would only invite further trouble. Being thrown into prison was a minor concern. The real trouble would arise if Gu Chenzhou did something during his absence. He forcibly quelled the fury within. Still he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Soon his focus shifted back to Gu Chenzhou. In his view, Gu Chenzhou must have orchestrated this, aiming to bring him down. Thinking this would make me yield. How naive. At the same time a name surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. Given this person's status, he should be more than capable of contending with Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou, just you wait. With that thought, Lin Fan wasted no more time here. He slipped out of the guard's encirclement in a few swift moves, cast a deep glance at the patriarchs, and turned to leave. He would deal with these old foxes one by one in the future. He would make them taste the consequences of their betrayal. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, the Li patriarch let out a cold snort. Beside him, the Lu patriarch spoke with disdain. Why not just send some men to finish off that brat? Raising a tiger invites disaster. I agree. It would also be a chance to curry favor with young Master Gu. The other patriarchs fell into deep thought, weighing the feasibility of the plan. After leaving the Li residence, Lin Fan hailed a taxi. Take me to Sky City. Sky City, one of the most prestigious villa districts in all of Modu. At this hour that person should be there. To be sure, Lin Fan called his master. He was about to seek out a true heavyweight. Xia Qingshan, the foremost master of traditional Chinese medicine in Modu. This man was a legendary figure across the entire Kyushu nation. In Modu his reputation was unparalleled, making him a guest of honor among the elite. In the realm of Chinese medicine, he stood as a towering peak, revered as the Southern Medicine King. He was an old friend of Lin Fan's master, and was currently residing in Modu. Ordinary people would neither dare nor have the power to oppose Gu Chenzhou. But Xia Qingshan was different. In this corner of Modu, Xia Qingshan was a golden name. Surely he would help the disciple of his old friend. Gu Chenzhou, just you wait. Lin Fan's eyes turned bloodshot. At Yiqing Villa, Lung Ning Shuang woke from her sleep, still feeling the fiery sting on her buttocks now swollen. Resentment filled her heart. He was far too harsh. Not a trace of gentleness. Yet as she opened the bedroom door and stepped out, her face resumed its usual composure. After all, she was a CEO. If anyone saw her in such a sorry state, where would her authority be? Though before Gu Chenzhou she had long lost any semblance of aloofness. As she reached the living room, she spotted Gu Chenzhou sitting on the sofa, her heart skipping a beat. Like a child caught misbehaving, she averted her gaze, guilt and unease written all over her. Aren't you going to cook? Or do you want me to enforce family discipline? Gu Chenzhou's voice came dripping with amusement. At the mention of family discipline, Lung Ning Shuang flinched, her exquisite face instantly flushing crimson. She was genuinely terrified. Her buttocks still throbbed with a burning sensation. Resigned, she gritted her teeth and turned into the kitchen. Gu Chenzhou leisurely sipped his tea. Yan Ji reported the day's events to him. Master, the families have transferred the company's shares. They've also taken over Lin Fan's company and handed it over to Gu Chenzhou merely nodded, saying nothing. Such petty assets meant nothing to him. Still, the families targeting Lin Fan's company and gifting it to him was rather amusing. Soon Lung Ning Shuang finished preparing breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Chenzhou ordered Lung Ning Shuang to do laundry and clean the villa. He had only a week to conquer this ice-cold CEO. He couldn't let her off too easily. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to submit to his tyranny. After 2 days of being ordered around by Gu Chenzhou, she had begun to adapt. 2 hours later, just as she thought she could rest, his command came again. Pour tea. She scurried over like a little maid to serve him. Strangely enough, her maid outfit accentuated her figure, and her constant bustling was quite eye-catching. As she poured the tea, she caught sight of his handsome face and couldn't help recalling yesterday's scene. Shame and humiliation lingered in her heart. It was the most miserable experience of her life. She never wanted to go through that again. So she resolved to learn massage starting today. She would do better, leaving Gu Chenzhou no excuse to enforce discipline. While he drank tea, she spoke timidly. Could I learn massage from Yan Ji now? Oh. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Of course. I admire your initiative. He began to muse. This family discipline was remarkably effective. He should use it more often. If Lung Ning Shuang knew his thoughts, she would surely be furious. He was utterly merciless. How could she not improve? She had no desire for a repeat. Pretending not to hear, she asked Yan Ji, Sister, Yan Ji, could you teach me your massage techniques? Yan Ji naturally agreed. Yan Ji began instructing her. She gently placed her hands on Gu Chenzhou's shoulders and started massaging. Gradually she increased the pressure, first relaxing his shoulders, then smoothly working down his entire back. Lung Ning Shuang watched intently, not daring to miss a single movement. However, some of the techniques involved rather intimate gestures, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. But compared to family discipline, this seemed bearable. So she forced herself to keep learning. By noon, she cooked another meal herself. Gu Chenzhou took a few bites and shook his head slightly. You need to learn from Yan Ji in the kitchen as well. If there's no improvement next time, family discipline awaits. In truth, her cooking rivaled that of many professional chefs. But compared to Yanji, it still fell short. Of course, this was also part of his plan to administer another round of discipline. Lung Ning Shuang felt deeply wronged, but dared not argue, nodding in acknowledgement. Thinking of her fate, she sighed. She was a CEO, the eldest daughter of the Lung family. Not even her family had tasted her cooking. The first man she cooked for had dismissed it. She felt like crying. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou checked the time and remembered it was time to visit that little girl. Drive to Times Square. Yanji opened the car door for him, and they headed toward Times Square. In the car, Gu Chenzhou asked, "How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing?" "It's all prepared." At the Modu Times Square, this was one of the most bustling districts in all of Modu. It was noon, the peak hour for foot traffic, and crowds thronged everywhere. At the center of the square stood a radiant figure, Lin Ziwei. She had arrived early. Ordinarily, Lin Ziwei dressed casually and never wore makeup, always appearing with a bare face. But today, for some unknown reason, she had applied a light touch of makeup. Even more surprising, she had never worn a skirt before, yet today, she deliberately put on a dress. As a gentle breeze swept by, her skirt fluttered, making her resemble a celestial maiden descending to earth. Though it was merely the most ordinary of dresses, it still accentuated her pure and innocent temperament. At this moment, Lin Ziwei was like a holy Snow White, a stark contrast to the ugly duckling of the previous night. She was the most captivating sight in Times Square. Many around her were drawn to her, whispering amongst themselves, "A goddess? Could she be some big star?" "Probably not. But I think she's far more beautiful than those celebrities. If I could marry a wife like her, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. I'd give up 20 years. No martial ethics. I'm going all in." Hearing the blushing arguments of the passers-by, Lin Ziwei felt her cheeks burn. She was naturally very introverted, and becoming the center of attention made her so shy she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide. But she still had to wait for him to arrive. So she stood there with flushed cheeks, forcing herself to calm down. Not far away, a young dandy in a sports car was also deeply captivated by her appearance and temperament. He straightened his suit collar, flicked his hair in what he thought was a suave manner, blew a breath, and let his side-swept bangs lift. Then, flashing what he believed was a charming smile, he walked gracefully toward Lin Ziwei. "Beautiful lady, care to get to know each other? Can I have your contact info?" "Sorry, I don't have a phone." Lin Ziwei refused without a second thought. As she spoke, she pulled out a knockoff phone and glanced at the time. The young dandy. "You called it not having a phone." Rejected, he didn't get angry. Instead, he found it even more intriguing. A girl like this was interesting. He then extended a finger, pointing at his sports car on the side of the road. With a smirk, he said, "Beautiful lady, are you waiting for someone? I can drive you to him." "Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. I just want your contact info to be friends." The young dandy was very confident. This was his usual move to pick up girls, and it had always worked, with beauties flocking to him. This time, Lin Ziwei didn't even acknowledge him, her face growing more anxious. Earlier, Gu Chenzhou had said they'd meet at noon, so she came to Times Square early to avoid being late. She feared that if she was late, she might miss him. So she had arrived several hours early. Why hasn't he come yet? Despite her anxiety, she felt no impatience. She believed her big brother would definitely come. Maybe he just hadn't seen her. He couldn't possibly lie to her. The young dandy didn't lose his temper, his interest only grew, almost turning into tangible flames. She remained unmoved. How fascinating. He was even more convinced that Lin Ziwei was the one for him. When he pointed at his sports car earlier, Lin Ziwei hadn't even glanced at it. With his keen eye, he could tell at once that Lin Ziwei wasn't wealthy. And she wasn't playing hard to get. Given her looks and aura, anyone who saw her would be smitten. A woman like her was worthy of him. Yet Lin Ziwei only stared at her phone, completely ignoring him. As the young dandy noticed, she seemed to be waiting for something he was about to speak, when he suddenly saw her smile. That smile left him utterly spellbound. She was too beautiful. He watched as Lin Ziwei hurried forward to greet someone. He had arrived. The surrounding crowd all turned to look in her direction. What kind of figure was that? Peerless features, transcendent aura, a perfect physique. Every movement was a delight to behold. Standing there, he seemed like the center of the universe, captivating all. In an instant, the entire square fell silent, and Gu Chenzhou became the focal point of Times Square. The once noisy square now had no one speaking. They were all silent, stunned. Who is he? His presence is even stronger than my boss. Your boss is nothing. I work at a foreign company, and our chairman is world famous, yet he can't compare. You're all so ignorant. This is the founder of Tiandi Group, the godfather of business, Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou, the big shot who has the heads of several families groveling. For a moment, everyone present was shocked and awed, unable even to muster the courage to envy. If Gu Chenzhou were just a company chairman, they wouldn't care. After all, in Modu, you could hit a chairman with a thrown brick. But as the founder of Tiandi Group and the godfather of business, no one in all of Modu dared to offend him. Not only was his own status transcendent, but he also had the terrifying Gu family behind him, a world-class aristocratic clan. And as a reclusive family, their power surpassed all imagination. In this day and age, reclusive families weren't completely unknown to the public. With such advanced information, that was impossible. The true meaning of a reclusive family was that no one knew the extent of their influence. That was the truly terrifying part. To say it was fearsome as such was no exaggeration. The young dandy who had some status saw the direction Lin Ziwei was heading and without a word turned and left. Are you kidding? Even with 1,000-fold courage he wouldn't dare compete with Master Gu for a woman. A few days ago his father had told him never to offend Gu Chenzhou. If they met he should keep a low profile. So now he quickly lowered his head and slipped away into the crowd. He feared that his earlier chat with Lin Ziwei might have offended him. You're here. Lin Ziwei hurried over to Gu Chenzhou, her face beaming with excitement. But just then, growl. Lin Ziwei's stomach rumbled loudly. Whoosh. Lin Ziwei's face changed, instantly turning red. She hadn't eaten breakfast, having come to wait for Gu Chenzhou, and stood here all morning. Now she was indeed a bit hungry. Gu Chenzhou glanced at her and chuckled. How long have you been waiting? Lin Ziwei quickly shook her head. Not long. Knowing her personality, Gu Chenzhou guessed she had probably been waiting for a long time. He smiled and reached out to ruffle Lin Ziwei's hair. Surprisingly, she didn't resist. If it were anyone else, she would have stepped back to avoid it. But with Gu Chenzhou, Lin Ziwei instinctively felt no resistance, even a hint of enjoyment. His hand felt so warm. Come on, let's get something to eat. Gu Chenzhou glanced around and noticed a noodle shop with a decent ambience nearby. There was no need for a fancy hotel, so he led Lin Ziwei straight into the noodle shop. Inside, Gu Chenzhou ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Lin Ziwei asked curiously, aren't you eating? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I've already eaten. Let's go back. This is too expensive. I told you to eat, so eat. If you don't eat, he'll get angry. Gu Chenzhou raised his voice, feigning displeasure. Lin Ziwei, startled, quickly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Under Gu Chenzhou's gaze, she felt shy and ate slowly. Eventually urged by him, she quickened her pace. The bowl of noodles took half an hour to finish. Are you full? Gu Chenzhou looked at Lin Ziwei with a faint smile. Lin Ziwei nodded hastily, lifting her head cautiously to study Gu Chenzhou before her. Had he been put off by her unsightly eating manner? Since you're full, let's go check the shop. With that, Gu Chenzhou stood and walked outside. Lin Ziwei quickly followed. Leaving the noodle shop, Gu Chenzhou turned to Yanji. This trivial matter had never weighed on his mind. Yanji had handled it all. Yanji nodded in understanding and led the way in a certain direction. Lin Ziwei wanted to refuse, but before she could speak, Gu Chenzhou took her hand, compelling her to follow. Crossing through the crowd at Times Square, the trio arrived at a less bustling area. As they walked down the street, many passers-by stopped to stare. As Gu Chenzhou's personal bodyguard, Yanji's figure and beauty needed no elaboration. Without exaggeration, even the biggest TV stars paled in comparison. Lin Ziwei, with her pure features and a touch of vulnerability, was undoubtedly goddess-level in appearance. As for Gu Chenzhou, everyone, male or female, was captivated and felt inferior upon seeing him. This was because he was not just extraordinarily handsome, his transcendent aura and commanding presence were even more striking. Unmoved by such matters, Yanji remained perpetually indifferent, as if nothing in the world could faze her. Gu Chenzhou, long accustomed to it, was equally unperturbed. Lin Ziwei, however, felt embarrassed under the onlookers' stares. She kept her head down, her cheeks flushed. Under Yanji's guidance, the trio reached a row of quieter shops in Times Square. Pointing to the most prominent spot in the center, Yanji reported respectfully to Gu Chenzhou. Master, this is the place. Gu Chenzhou surveyed the surroundings. The shop front was modest, but its location was excellent. As he observed, Yanji began to explain. Master, this shop has been operating for many years and has a steady stream of customers. Moreover, all the equipment and machinery are top-notch. Even the recipes have been left behind, so it's ready to run from day one. Lin Ziwei, standing by, was utterly astonished. This was Times Square in Shanghai. Without exaggeration, every inch of Shanghai was worth its weight in gold, let alone the bustling Times Square. And from what Yanji had just said, this shop had been operating for years. Anyone who could open a shop in such a place was far from short on money. She never imagined he possessed such immense power. For a moment, Lin Ziwei felt her mind reeling, her gaze toward Gu Chenzhou, filled with curiosity and admiration. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Chenzhou nodded slightly. Yanji pushed open the door. Upon seeing Gu Chenzhou, the two pretty shop assistants were momentarily stunned before respectfully greeting him. Welcome. Yanji began to explain. Master, they were originally the shop assistants here and know how to operate these machines. When we bought the shop, we kept them on. If you're not satisfied, I can make other arrangements. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. Keep them. The two employees were also young women. Their gazes toward Gu Chenzhou were tinged with shyness. Yesterday, when Yanji came to buy the shop, they hadn't taken it seriously. After all, others had tried to buy the shop before, but had failed. The shop's owner was quite well known in Shanghai, and certainly not lacking in money. They had thought Yanji would also leave in defeat. Unexpectedly, that very evening, they received a call from their boss asking if they still wanted to work at the shop. He also informed them that the shop had changed hands. The salary at this shop was decent. Moreover, both had grown attached to the place, so they stayed. Initially, they assumed Yanji was the new owner, but now it seemed it was this incredibly handsome young man before them. Working for this young master. How exciting. The equipment in the shop was all the latest models appearing almost brand new, clearly well-maintained. Lin Ziwei's eyes sparkled with delight. The shop style and scale perfectly matched the milk tea shop she had in mind. Just then Gu Chenzhou's voice came, "Do you like it?" Still excited, Lin Ziwei nodded instinctively and replied joyfully, "I do. Since you like it, from today this place is yours." A sharp gasp escaped the two shop assistants at a loss for words. He was simply giving away the shop. They both looked at Lin Ziwei with envy. What incredible fortune. If it were given to them, they would do anything for it. This single shop was enough to sustain them for centuries. Huh. Lin Ziwei finally snapped out of it, hurriedly waving her hands in refusal. "No, I can't accept it." Though her family was not well off, she knew the shop's value and feared mismanagement. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, his tone brooking no argument. "How about this? Consider it a partnership with a 50-50 split on profits." Lin Ziwei's face flushed her heart in turmoil. She fidgeted with her skirt as if trying to ease her inner conflict and anxiety. "But what if we lose money?" Lin Ziwei was on the verge of tears, finally voicing her worry. Gu Chenzhou's brow twitched. His purpose was to tie Lin Ziwei down and set the stage for the protagonist Lin Fan, so he had prepared this milk tea shop, not for profit. Even a loss wouldn't matter. A mere milk tea shop meant nothing to him. If he wished, he could fill all of Shanghai with milk tea shops. "From now on you'll work for me. Run it as you see fit." Gu Chenzhou's eyes flickered with amusement. "If you incur losses, you'll have to pay with yourself." Ah. Lin Ziwei was stunned, her expression adorably dazed. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded reluctantly, agreeing. "I promise you. I will. Definitely not let you down." Lin Ziwei's delicate face was resolute as she recalled Gu Chenzhou's words, her cheeks flushing with shyness. By the end, her head was nearly buried in her chest. The two young waitresses nearby stared intently at Lin Ziwei, their minds wandering. Could it be that their boss was susceptible to this? Gazing at Gu Chenzhou's handsome visage, their hearts began to stir with ambition. Yet to their disappointment, Gu Chenzhou did not spare them a single glance. These two waitresses possessed a certain charm, otherwise Yan Ji would not have kept them around, fearing they might taint Gu Chenzhou's sight. In the outside world, they might even be considered beauties. But in Gu Chenzhou's eyes, they were not even worthy of being his maids. He chuckled and reached out to tousle her hair. Lin Ziwei smiled, too gently nuzzling against his hand. His hand was so warm, so comforting. A sudden thought lit up her eyes, and she dashed to the counter. She began making milk tea, familiar with the process from her previous job at a bubble tea shop. She wanted to personally brew a cup of milk tea for Gu Chenzhou, the first cup of autumn to be gifted to the one in her heart. Soon the milk tea was ready, and Lin Ziwei promptly served it to Gu Chenzhou. He raised an eyebrow, took a small sip, and set it down on the table. Watching his reaction, Lin Ziwei's face instantly turned pale. Could it be that the milk tea she made was not to his liking? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she grew frantic. "Moi." Noticing Lin Ziwei's distress, Gu Chenzhou was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the milk tea beside him, he immediately understood. No wonder. The little girl had put so much effort into it, yet he had only taken a single sip. It must have been disheartening for her. But he rarely drank milk tea, so he wouldn't force himself. However, seeing her sincerity, he still offered a word of praise. "It tastes good." In an instant, Lin Ziwei, on the verge of tears, broke into a smile upon receiving his affirmation. After spending some time there, Gu Chenzhou instructed Lin Ziwei to familiarize herself with the shop, while he prepared to leave. As he got into the car, Lin Ziwei followed behind, opening her mouth hesitantly. "Brother, I still don't know your name." Summoning her courage, she looked up at Gu Chenzhou, her eyes filled with anticipation. He smiled. "Gu Chenzhou." With that, the car started and gradually disappeared down the street. Lin Ziwei stood rooted to the spot, dazed, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Meanwhile, at the Sky City, Lin Fan arrived by taxi and got out, surveying his surroundings. His peculiar behavior quickly drew the attention of the security guards. Sky City was a renowned villa district in Shanghai. As its guards, their duty was to ensure the safety of the residents. Without a word, the head of security led several guards straight to the main gate. At the entrance, Lin Fan fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper which bore a vaguely legible address. This was the Shanghai residence of Xia Qingshan, a medical luminary. From experience, Lin Fan knew there was no point in reasoning with these people. So without hesitation, he vaulted over the fence and entered the villa complex. The ordinary security guards were no match for him. Following the address, he went straight to the innermost standalone villa, confirming it was Xia Qingshan's home. He straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A crisp, melodious voice came from within the villa. The door slowly opened, revealing a stunning face before Lin Fan. A young girl in a light yellow top and tight jeans appeared before Lin Fan. Unlike other women, she exuded a vibrant, youthful energy. "Who are you looking for?" Xia Shirhan frowned at Lin Fan's direct gaze. "I'm looking for Xia Qingshan." Realizing his slight rudeness, Lin Fan flashed what he thought was a charming smile, while secretly sizing her up. "You have business with my grandfather." Xia Shirhan's face turned wary, her voice cold. Lin Fan smiled. "You must be Grandfather Xia's granddaughter." "Lin Fan." My master is an old friend of your grandfather. With some skepticism, Xia Shirhan went inside to fetch her grandfather. Soon an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor emerged. So you're Lin Fan. Your master has mentioned you. Look how you've grown. Xia Qingshan said with a hearty laugh, sizing Lin Fan up. He then warmly pulled Lin Fan inside and said to his granddaughter, Shirhan, bring out the Longjing tea I've been saving for years. Hearing this, Xia Shirhan was puzzled. Her grandfather cherished those tea leaves dearly, unwilling to even indulge in them himself. The fact that he was willing to bring them out now surprised her. Who was this unremarkable fellow? But Xia Shirhan didn't dwell on it and went to fetch the tea. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fan's eyes flickered. Another stunning beauty. This woman, he claimed for himself. However, he had pressing matters at hand and forcibly suppressed his inner restlessness. Xia Qingshan was unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts. If he were, he might not have been so hospitable. Soon Xia Shirhan returned with the tea, and Xia Qingshan cheerfully poured a cup for Lin Fan. Lin Fan promptly reciprocated the courtesy. After a few more pleasantries, Xia Qingshan noticed Lin Fan's furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor, understanding the situation. Lin Fan must be facing some trouble. Given his close bond with Lin Fan's master, he wouldn't refuse to help if he could. Lin Fan, have you encountered some trouble? Whatever it is, just say it. Don't stand on ceremony. Xia Qingshan had only recently returned to Shanghai and was unaware of the drastic changes that had taken place. Hearing his words, Lin Fan felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. His main purpose in coming was to seek Xia Qingshan's help in opposing Gu Chenzhou. With this renowned divine physician on his side, Gu Chenzhou would surely not be able to dominate Shanghai unchallenged. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan spoke. Grandfather Xia, you must help me. I once ran a company in Shanghai and had a fiancée. That Gu Chenzhou not only took my company by despicable means, but also made my fiancée his maid. Utterly heinous. Grandfather Xia, you must seek justice for me. Recalling the events of late, Lin Fan ground his teeth in fury. After hearing his story, Xia Qingshan's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Beside him, Xia Shirhan was not swayed by Lin Fan's words. Perhaps it was the look in Lin Fan's eyes earlier that displeased her, making her suspect there might be more to the story. But since her grandfather was present, she held her tongue. As Lin Fan finished speaking, he covertly observed Xia Qingshan. Rumor had it that old Master Xia abhorred evil, and he believed that after hearing his account, he would surely offer his assistance. However, before Lin Fan could grow too confident, Xia Qingshan's calm voice rang out. Lin Fan, I cannot help you with this. Lin Fan was stunned, looking up at Xia Qingshan in bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion. Xia Qingshan's face remained expressionless as he sipped his tea, lost in thought. As a master of medicine in the 9 provinces, he stood among the elite at the pinnacle of this world, and thus understood the extent of Gu Chenzhou's influence. Not even the patriarchs of the great families in the imperial capital dared to defy Gu Chenzhou. Going against Gu Chenzhou, was that not akin to seeking death? Shirhan, see our guest out. Xia Qingshan sighed and addressed Xia Shirhan beside him. Huh. Xia Shirhan was puzzled. Why had he suddenly turned them away when things were going so well? Even when troublemakers had come to their door before, her grandfather had always been courteous. Since he had spoken, however, she would not question him. Without a word, Xia Shirhan gestured toward Lin Fan, the meaning unmistakable. Lin Fan's expression shifted as he gradually regained his composure. Rage simmered within him, the pent-up frustration of recent days erupting, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Gazing at Xia Qingshan's indifferent demeanor, Lin Fan let out a scornful laugh. Grandmaster Xia, your noble character truly commands respect. My master considered you a close friend, yet you refused to aid me in such a trivial matter. I regret that my master once imparted his medical knowledge to you. As if finding an outlet, Lin Fan vented all his fury at Xia Qingshan. Alas! Xia Qingshan set down his teacup and sighed, allowing Lin Fan's tirade to wash over him. Guilt weighed on his heart. Lin Fan's master had indeed shown him kindness. Yet this was no small matter. Offending Gu Chenzhou could lead to the ruin of his entire family. At his age, he feared little for himself, but he had loved one's a beloved granddaughter, and thus dared not provoke such an adversary. Beyond the terror of the Gu family's power, Gu Chenzhou's status alone was not something he could casually challenge. Over the years, none who had opposed Gu Chenzhou had met a good end. Beside him, Xia Shirhan frowned. This man dared to shout before her grandfather. Had her grandfather not remained silent, she would have summoned the security guards to throw Lin Fan out. At the same time, she grew curious about this Gu Chenzhou he mentioned. She had heard of him, of course, but never delved deeper. She had not expected even her grandfather to fear him. She knew her grandfather's temperament well. He loathed evil with a passion. If one were wicked, no amount of influence would earn his regard. Such was the capital of a medical sage in the 9 provinces. After a long silence, Xia Qingshan's eyes flickered as he finally made up his mind. Lin Fan, I can promise nothing. I will only try to speak with Master Gu to see if he might spare Lung Ning Shuang. Beyond that, I can offer no further help. He sighed, acknowledging the debt he owed. Hearing this, Lin Fan gradually calmed, his expression softening. Though still reluctant, he spoke apologetically. Grandmaster Xia, I let my temper get the better of me just now. Please don't take my words to heart. Xia Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Once this matter was settled, he would have repaid his debt. Henceforth his conscience would be clear. Lin Fan too began to relax. His visit had not been in vain. His greatest worry was Lung Ning Shuang, his betrothed. Now she served as a maid in Gu Chenzhou's Yiqing manor. The thought filled him with seething rage. Moreover, Lung Ning Shuang was a stunning beauty with the allure of an ice queen CEO. What man could resist such temptation? Though loath to admit it, Gu Chenzhou indeed had a handsome boyish face. Alone together for long, who knew what might transpire? At this thought, Lin Fan burned with impatience, yearning for Lung Ning Shuang's swift return. Grandmaster Xia, I'll take my leave and await your good news. With a grin, he turned and departed. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Xia Shihan. This woman was his for the taking, but the time was not yet ripe. After Lin Fan's departure, Xia Qingshan felt a deep melancholy, dreading the meeting with Gu Chenzhou. Seeing her grandfather's distress, Xia Shihan grew worried. Grandfather. Xia Qingshan set down his teacup and waved at her. Shihan, bring that imperial green jade I unearthed last time. You'll accompany me. Xia Shihan was startled. That imperial green jadeite was a treasure her grandfather had won from a stone gambling session, holding great significance. For years he had cherished it, never showing it to anyone, only admiring it in private. And now he wanted her to retrieve it. Where are we going, grandfather? She asked, puzzled. Yiqing Manor. Xia Shihan understood. From the earlier conversation, she knew this manor was where Master Gu resided. Could it be? Her grandfather intended to gift that imperial green jadeite to Master Gu. Shaking her head, she assented and went to prepare. Before long, Xia Qingshan set out with his granddaughter, arriving at Yiqing Manor as the sun dipped below the horizon. Outside the manor, Xia Qingshan straightened his robes and approached the guard. I am Xia Qingshan. I wish to see Master Gu. Hearing the old man's name, the security guards exchanged glances. Working at Gu Chenzhou's manor, they were knowledgeable enough to recognize the medical sage. Even so, since Gu Chenzhou was away, they would have to wait. Our master is out and hasn't returned yet. Xia Qingshan was disappointed but agreed to wait. Watching her grandfather, Xia Shihan frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. In the past, when she accompanied her grandfather, even the great families of the imperial capital had received them as honored guests. Now they were turned away and forced to wait. Indignant, Xia Shihan grew even more curious. What kind of man was Gu Chenzhou? Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou was on his way to the Golden Splendor nightclub. After giving Lin Ziwei some instructions, he arranged to meet Smiling Tiger of the Hero Society. It was time to set the stage for the drama. Just then, Yin Ji received a text message from the manor and reported to Gu Chenzhou. Master Xia Qingshan is at Yiqing Manor requesting an audience. Xia Qingshan. Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. He knew Xia Qingshan was a medical sage, a titan in the medical world of the 9 provinces. The man had some influence, but in Gu Chenzhou's eyes he was no different from an ordinary person. In the original plot, he was also a key ally for Lin Fan in the early stages. Had Lin Fan sent him? Gu Chenzhou's gaze turned intrigued. If it were anyone else, Lin Fan's involvement would compel respect. But since Gu Chenzhou had emerged ahead of time, the rules were different. Master Lin Fan approached Xia Qingshan before. He's likely here to plead for mercy. Should I have someone drive him away? Yin Ji speculated and sought Gu Chenzhou's opinion. Interesting. Gu Chenzhou chuckled dismissively. Let him wait. The Golden Splendor nightclub, one of the top bars in the magic capital, drew countless pleasure seekers every night, corporate slaves and wealthy signs alike. A slightly plump middle-aged man with a perpetual smile stood at the entrance. This was Smiling Tiger. Upon learning that Gu Chenzhou was coming, he had arrived early to wait. He stood there smiling, his eyes betraying no impatience despite having waited an hour, occasionally straightening his attire to ensure his poise. Several of his underlings waited beside him, curious about whom their leader was awaiting with such deference. Just days ago they had trembled under this man's iron fist, daring not to disobey. Since Smiling Tiger had killed the previous leader Tan Long and become the new chairman, the entire Hero Society had become his one-man domain. From top to bottom, everyone obeyed his commands. In all the magic capital, who wouldn't show him some respect? That he would wait here for an hour without any irritation meant he was expecting a truly great figure. The patrons coming and going from the Golden Splendor nightclub all stared in surprise at Smiling Tiger waiting at the door. Brother, have you heard? The Hero Society has changed hands. Yeah. Who would have thought Smiling Tiger, always smiling, was such a backstabbing snake? Indeed. Boston really invited a wolf into the fold. Shoo, keep your voices down. Do you want to die? Everyone knows what Smiling Tiger is capable of now. We might end up dead here. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The gazes directed at Smiling Tiger held fear, contempt, but all cast worried glances his way, sighing in relief only when he showed no reaction. Brother, he's been here for an hour. Who is he waiting for? Yeah, who commands such respect from Smiling Tiger? Could it be a big shot from some family coming in person? The man called brother shook his head. That seemed unlikely. The major families looked down on gang factions and would never meet with a snake like Smiling Tiger. Then again, maybe not. Their curiosity only grew. Who could make the ruthless Smiling Tiger so docile? Just then the roar of an engine announced a majestic Porsche coming into view. The car stopped at the nightclub entrance. Under everyone's gaze, Smiling Tiger bowed and scraped, scurrying over eagerly. As the door opened, a figure of unparalleled handsomeness and transcendent aura appeared. Master Gu, you're here. Smiling Tiger greeted with a fawning smile, then gestured, please come in. Gu Chenzhou swept his gaze across the crowd, said nothing, and strode into the bar. Smiling Tiger followed closely behind, beaming and deferential. Though Gu Chenzhou's reputation had spread, many had never seen him in person. At first glance, they were all stunned by his extraordinary presence. So handsome, such presence. Who is he? Yeah, I've never seen him before. Could he be a young master from a capital family? Some in the crowd recognized Gu Chenzhou and quickly silenced those around them. Shut up. Don't speculate. This is Master Gu. How dare you gossip about him? Do you have a death wish? The color drained from the faces of those who had been talking. Recently, no one was more famous than Gu Chenzhou. From the moment he arrived in the magic capital, he had been greeted by numerous big shots. After a single gathering, the Lung Corporation, one of the top conglomerates, nearly went bankrupt overnight. All because of one word from Gu Chenzhou. That showed the immense power he wielded. Now they understood why Smiling Tiger was as obsequious as a lapdog. Not just a small gang like the Hero Society. Even the top figures of the magic capital would behave the same. Many felt both fear and envy. Could it be that Smiling Tiger had actually curried favor with Master Gu? If he had Master Gus backing, the Hero Society would soar to the heavens. Among the crowd, informants from various factions were stunned. Without a second thought, they frantically relayed the news to their bosses. The news sent shockwaves through many organizations, and they quickly issued orders to their subordinates. The orders were mostly the same: do not provoke the Hero Society under any circumstances. The Hero Society had long been eyeing the other factions, ready to unify the magic capital's underworld. With Gu Chenzhou's support, they would only grow more reckless. They must not give them an opening. At the same time, they were intensely curious how had Smiling Tiger managed to connect with Master Gu. They would pay any price to secure such a connection themselves. For a moment, the entire magic capital seethed with undercurrents, a storm brewing on the horizon. These factions racked their brains over how to approach Gu Chenzhou, with undercurrents surging in silence. Meanwhile, at the Golden Splendor nightclub, under the guidance of Smiling Tiger, Gu Chenzhou ascended to the top floor. Smiling Tiger pulled out a chair and personally brewed tea, his demeanor exceedingly reverent. Please, Master Gu. Gu Chenzhou took the teacup, surveyed the opulent surroundings, and smirked ambiguously. You've been living well lately. Swish. Smiling Tiger's expression shifted. He dared not show the slightest negligence, and quickly forced a fawning smile. I wouldn't dare. It's all bestowed by you, Master. Indeed, he hadn't felt it before, but since Head eliminated Tan Long and taken over as the boss, the thrill of wielding power had utterly captivated him. Yet he hadn't forgotten that all this was achieved by Gu Chenzhou. His gaze toward Gu Chenzhou was filled with awe and reverence. Though he now reigned as the overlord of the largest underworld force in the magic capital, his status was nothing before this man. In blunt terms, in this man's eyes, he was little better than a dog. Thus, Smiling Tiger resolved to cling to this patron and prove his worth. Gu Chenzhou took a sip of tea and smiled noncommittally. Let's get to business. I'm here today to have you handle something. My. A sharp gleam lit up Smiling Tiger's eyes. Had just been pondering how to showcase himself, and now an opportunity had arrived. So he promptly thumped his chest with grand fervor. Name it, Master Gu. In the magic capital, I can accomplish anything for you. This wasn't arrogance from becoming the head of the Hero Society. He fully understood Gu Chenzhou's standing. In the entire magic capital, there was hardly anything that required Gu Chenzhou's personal intervention. If anything, it would be trivial matters, nothing challenging for his Hero Society. Thus, he wouldn't miss this chance to shine. Is that so? A flicker of peculiarity passed through Gu Chenzhou's eyes before he spoke calmly. I'll give you 3 days. I want your Hero Society to annihilate the Wolfpack gang. This was the spectacle he intended, letting both sides clash, then having Xiao Wumei step in to clean up. Though he dismissed the magic capital's underworld, many protagonists emerged here, so keeping it under control was prudent. He didn't trust other factions. Xiao Wumei of the Heaven's Gate was a woman easier to manage. Smiling Tiger was taken aback, then overjoyed. What had he sacrificed so much for? Wasn't it to unify the magic capital's underworld? He was already serving Gu Chenzhou and had been thinking of when to broach the subject. Now the opportunity had arrived. And with Gu Chenzhou's backing, eliminating other forces would be a breeze. Rest assured, Master. With my preparations over this period, I won't let you down. Smiling Tiger replied excitedly, as if envisioning the moment his Hero Society would crush all other forces and dominate the magic capital. Heh. Then I'll await your good news. Gu Chenzhou smiled, his expression cryptic. After chatting a while longer, Gu Chenzhou prepared to leave. Let me see you off. Smiling Tiger hurriedly rose to escort him. As they descended the stairs, they stirred another commotion. They're coming down. Look at Smiling Tiger's beaming face. Something good must have happened. Damn it, that sly Smiling Tiger, an insidious schemer. How did he manage to chat with Master Gu for half an hour? The Hero Society's position is secure now. Smiling Tiger ignored the gossip and Gu Chenzhou cared even less. After he left, informants from various factions relayed the news back. At the Howling Moon Wolf Bar, the headquarters of the Magic Capital's second-largest force, the Wolfpack Gang. On the top floor, a burly, rugged-faced man gazed at the starry sky. His name was Xiang Tianlong, the gang's leader. In his hand, he held a crushed phone. Had just received word that the Hero Society had connected with Gu Chenzhou, fueling his rage. 5 years ago, had led the Wolfpack Gang at great cost to annihilate the Peerless Gate, becoming the overlord of the Magic Capital's underworld. But before he could settle in, the Hero Society had emerged and swiftly usurped his position. With no choice, they were too powerful. He could only bide his time. Days earlier, news of Smiling Tiger's rebellion and murder of Tianlong had delighted him. Tianlong's strength was what had feared. With him gone, Xiang Tianlang could again vie for the throne of the Magic Capital's godfather. Thus, he began preparations to seize the Hero Society and dominate the underworld. He even spread rumors condemning Smiling Tiger's treachery. Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. Smiling Tiger had somehow allied with Gu Chenzhou, filling Xiang Tianlang with envy and resentment. All his preparations were now a joke. Alas! Xiang Tianlang sighed. For now, he'd lie low and avoid provoking them. Who? Suddenly his expression hardened as his aura surged. He threw a punch behind him, the fist slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Yet that fearsome punch was caught firmly by a hand. No matter how he strained, he couldn't advance an inch. Xiang Tianlang's heart pounded as he focused his gaze, making out the figure before him, a masked man in black. Who was this man with such terrifying strength, and why had he come for him? Feeling the crushing force on his left hand, Xiang Tianlang gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and reached for his waist. A cold dagger flashed, glinting as it stabbed toward the masked man's face. Oomph! The masked man snorted, unleashing a vast, overwhelming pressure that enveloped Xiang Tianlang. Xiang Tianlang trembled in fear, frozen by the immense aura locking him in place. Who are you? What do you want? He steadied himself, suppressing his terror, and asked with bluster. Who I am doesn't matter. A cold voice emerged from beneath the mask. I'm here to cooperate with you. Xiang Tianlang was startled. What cooperation? To destroy the Hero Society together. Swish! Xiang Tianlang's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head. Was he insane? Had just learned the Hero Society was close to Gu Chenzhou. How could he dare act? That would be suicide. Find someone else. Oomph. Say that again. The cold voice accompanied a tightening grip, soon followed by the crack of breaking fingers. Xiang Tianlang's cold sweat poured down, a sign of excruciating pain. Stop. I can't afford to provoke the Hero Society now that they're tied to Gu Chenzhou. You can't afford to provoke Gu Chenzhou, but can you afford to provoke me? The voice seethed with suppressed fury, his aura slightly disturbed, as killing intent surged, locking onto Xiang Tianlang. Swish! The fierce killing intent made Xiang Tianlang feel that refusal meant death. Just as news of Gu Chenzhou's link to the Hero Society arrived, this man sought his alliance against them. Who was he? An enemy of Gu Chenzhou, of the Gu family. Sensing the lethal intent that could end his life at any moment, Xiang Tianlang gritted his teeth. Survival was paramount. He nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Gu Chenzhou won't act against you. If trouble arises, he'll intervene. The cold voice added, as if reading his concerns. Xiang Tianlang's expression shifted. This man's strength was undeniably terrifying. If he stepped in, crushing the Hero Society would be trivial. Then he could deal with the rest. And from his words, he was indeed an enemy of Gu Chenzhou. After weighing his options, Xiang Tianlang's heart steadied. The masked man threatened him further before retracting his killing intent and departing. Watching the retreating figure, Xiang Tianlang collapsed, drained of all strength, gasping heavily. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the masked man left the Golden Splendor Bar and entered an alley. Removing the mask, he revealed an ordinary yet extraordinary face. He was Lin Fan. His reason for coming here to have the Wolfpack Gang attack the Hero Society traced back 3 hours earlier. After leaving Xiaqingshan, Lin Fan was in decent spirits. He thought of his good brother Tianlong, whom he hadn't seen in days, and decided to invite him for a drink. Taking a taxi, he arrived directly at the Hero Society's headquarters, the Golden Splendor Bar. At the entrance, he noticed new doorman, but paid no mind, stepping forward to say, "Announce me. Lin Fan is here." The doorman looked at him like he was an idiot, sneering with disdain. Who the hell did he think he was? Could anyone just see their boss? Then tell your manager, Lin Fan said, softening his tone, realizing his earlier demand was too arrogant. These underlings might not know his bond with Tianlong. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The doorman barked impatiently, treating him like a joke. What nonsense was this? First he wanted the boss, then the manager. Did he think he mattered? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, but he suppressed his anger for his brother's sake. Did they think they could stop him? If they wouldn't let him in, head force his way. What are you doing? Stop. The doorman chased as Lin Fan dashed inside, but his speed was no match, and he soon lost him. Once inside, Lin Fan hurried toward the top floor, intent on finding his brother Tianlong. At a corner, he ran into the manager. Do you know where Longa is? The manager looked at him with surprise, taking a moment to recall who he was. Hearing Lin Fan's question, his heart sank. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? How did you get in here? The manager demanded coldly. In these times still asking for longa. He'd be beaten to death if word got out. If this reached Smiling Tiger's ears, he wouldn't know how he died. Something was off. Lin Fan's face showed suspicion at the manager's reaction. What was going on? They'd had a decent relationship before. Why the sudden hostility? Something was wrong. Brother, you must be joking. Remember when? At his words, the manager's face changed. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know any longa. I get it. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Get the hell out of here. Soon a group of underlings rushed in and dragged Lin Fan out. Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Sensing something was seriously wrong, he grabbed a doorman to inquire. What did you say? Tan Long is dead. How? Lin Fan was stunned. Not long ago they'd been laughing together, and now they were separated by life and death. What really happened? Lin Fan erupted, his terrifying aura suffocating the doorman. He was assassinated. The doorman fearfully recounted the story Smiling Tiger had fabricated. History is written by victors. True enough. After becoming the Hero Society's leader, Smiling Tiger had concocted a cause for Tan Long's death. But walls have ears, some factions knew the truth. This doorman loyal to Smiling Tiger believed it wholeheartedly and gave that answer. Assassination. Lin Fan's face showed suspicion. The whole situation was too strange, especially the manager's behavior earlier. Something was definitely wrong. After investigation and inquiries, he finally learned the truth when he saw Smiling Tiger welcoming Chenzhou. Chenzhou must have been behind this. Thinking his brother died because of him, Lin Fan's heart ached. He nearly rushed to confront Chenzhou then and there. But he held back at the last moment. He was no match for Chenzhou. Seeking him out would only invite humiliation. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't let it go. Unable to deal with Chenzhou, he decided to start with the Hero Society and Smiling Tiger. They had betrayed his brother, and he would spare none of them. So he sought out the Wolf Pack gang, which rivaled the Hero Society in strength, to use them against it. They were all underworld scum. He wouldn't feel guilty for using them. Chenzhou, you took my fiancé and killed my brother. This enmity is irreconcilable. Even if I can't defeat you now, I'll still make you suffer. In the Celestial Realm, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Gate, the sect leader Xiao Wumei also received a message from her subordinates. Not long ago, Chenzhou had actually visited the Hero Society and was warmly received by Smiling Tiger. Xiao Wumei's first instinct was disbelief. Chenzhou had promised her to help eradicate the Wolf Pack. Why was he getting close to the Hero Society? Though there was no direct conflict, if the Hero Society harbored ambitions of domination, how could the Heavenly Gate remain unscathed? Xiao Wumei's thoughts churned, a mix of emotions flooding her. Could it be because I failed to keep my promise that Chenzhou hasn't moved against the Wolf Pack? Suddenly a question struck her. In their original deal, she had intended to offer herself once, but Chenzhou demanded forever. After deep contemplation, unable to offer any other bargaining chips, she had tacitly acquiesced. These past days she had been on tenterhooks, uncertain when Chenzhou would come to her. Deep down there was even a hint of anticipation. Yet instead of Chenzhou's arrival, she received this news. No, I must go ask. Xiao Wumei grew restless, but as she prepared to seek him out, she halted. Wait, would it be inappropriate to go like this? He'll go tomorrow. After a bath and a change of clothes. Meanwhile, Chenzhou had already returned to Yiqing Villa. After a few days of discipline, Lung Ning Shuang had begun to resign herself to her fate, donning a maid's uniform to change his shoes and take his coat. Seeing this, Chenzhou ruffled her hair in praise. Not bad, you're getting more obedient. She rolled her eyes in response. Disobedience would only invite domestic punishment. As he settled onto the sofa, Yen Ji entered and reported in a low voice. Master Mandala has news that Lin Fan went to the Wolf Pack and urged them to move against the Hero Society. Oh. Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, a glint of interest in his eyes. Interesting. He dares not face me directly, but chooses to pull strings from the shadows. Let him be. If he wants to play, I wonder if he can bear the blow. Outside, upon learning of Chenzhou's return, Xia Qingshan brought his granddaughter to pay a visit. Initially, Xia Qingshan had planned to go alone, but his granddaughter insisted on accompanying him. Xia Shihan was intensely curious about the legendary Chenzhou. With this rare opportunity, she wouldn't miss it. As they passed rockeries and ponds entering the luxurious villa, she laid eyes on Chenzhou. His features handsome, his bearing transcendent. Xia Qingshan was momentarily stunned. With his vast experience, he instantly recognized Chenzhou's extraordinary nature. However, his attention soon shifted to another figure. By Chenzhou's side, someone was respectfully pouring tea. Who else could it be but Lung Ning Shuang? Xia Qingshan felt puzzled. Was she truly coerced? She seemed quite willing. Recovering, he walked over with a hearty laugh. I've long heard of young Master Gus' unparalleled grace. Today's meeting truly lives up to the legend. You flatter me, Elder Xia. Chenzhou replied with a non-committal smile. His gaze then fell upon the girl behind Xia Qingshan, a flicker in his eyes. So this was Xia Qingshan's granddaughter, one of the heroines. Sensing Gu Chenzhou's gaze, Xia Shirhan snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. Young Master Gu. She stammered, her usual calm demeanor gone, at a loss for words. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly and gestured. No need to be formal, please both of you have a seat. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and Xia Shirhan felt her heart race, instinctively obeying him. Elder Xia, you're usually busy with work. What brings you here today? Gu Chenzhou didn't waste words and asked directly. Xia Qingshan's face showed slight embarrassment. He called to his granddaughter, Shirhan, bring out the gift. Xia Shirhan, flustered, quickly produced a box. Xia Qingshan took it and opened it, revealing a piece of emerald jade glowing with a faint green light. Aside from healing, his few hobbies included stone gambling, and this piece, a glass-type imperial green, was a prized possession he had treasured for years. But to repay a favor, he had no choice but to part with it. Elder Xia, what is this? Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. To be honest, young Master Gu, I was entrusted to convey a token of respect. I hope you might for my sake grant Lung Ning Shuang her freedom. After speaking, Xia Qingshan glanced at Lung Ning Shuang. I think there's something you haven't understood, Elder Xia. Gu Chenzhou chuckled lightly. Xia Qingshan was startled, unsure of his meaning. Before he could ask, Gu Chenzhou continued, from start to finish, I have never confined President Lung. Whether she stays or goes is entirely up to her. He looked at Lung Ning Shuang with a knowing, almost mocking smile. Lung Ning Shuang. Xia Qingshan. Xia Qingshan was bewildered. Hadn't Lin Fan said Lung Ning Shuang was being coerced? But she showed no signs of being forced. Could there be a misunderstanding? Lung Ning Shuang was even more confounded. It seemed perhaps that Gu Chenzhou truly hadn't bound her. No, she shook her head, discarding the thought. Though he hadn't explicitly forbidden her from leaving, did she dare? She had no doubt that if she left, the Lung family and the Lung Corporation would face devastating consequences. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou spoke again. I never force anyone's hand, and it's the same now. If President Lung chooses to leave, I won't stop her. Xia Qingshan was delighted, expecting to pay a heavier price, but Gu Chenzhou proved so accommodating. He then turned to Lung Ning Shuang, awaiting her answer. She took a deep breath and, against her true feelings, said, Yes, I am staying voluntarily. With that, she cast a resentful glance at Gu Chenzhou. Xia Qingshan and Xia Shirhan both looked at her in surprise. Xia Qingshan paused, then grasped the deeper implication. But his mission was to bring her back. If she refused, it was no longer his concern. Xia Shirhan was momentarily dazed, then seemed to understand. If she could stay by the side of a man like Gu Chenzhou, she would be willing to. After chatting for a while longer, Xia Qingshan took his leave and departed. The priceless imperial green jadeite was left behind. Since he had given it away, would he still have the face to take it back? Only Xia Shirhan felt reluctant, casting several more glances at Gu Chenzhou before leaving. Gu Chenzhou paid no heed to their departure. He looked at Lung Ning Shuang, admiration in his eyes. This ice-cold female was becoming more and more sensible. He should reward her well. Under his gaze, Lung Ning Shuang grew flustered, her eyes darting away, afraid to meet his. You did well today. It seems the gift I prepared for you needs to be given ahead of schedule. Gu Chenzhou smiled and instructed, Yanji, bring over the gift I prepared. Lung Ning Shuang was bewildered. A gift? For her? While she was puzzled, Yanji had already brought over a bag and handed it to her. Seeing this, Lung Ning Shuang was pleasantly surprised, a nameless emotion stirring in her heart. She hadn't expected that even as a maidservant, she still held a place in Gu Chenzhou's heart. Even her gaze toward him softened, the resentment replaced by a trace of tenderness. However, when Lung Ning Shuang took the bag and saw the so-called gift inside, she froze on the spot. Inside lay a set of clothes and 2 rabbit ears. When she spotted the label bunny girl outfit, her head spun with dizziness. I must be insane to believe Gu Chenzhou would do me any good. Wait. Oh heavens. Gu Chenzhou isn't really going to make me wear this, is he? Lung Ning Shuang was mortified and furious, lifting her head to look at Gu Chenzhou. But Gu Chenzhou ignored her entirely, his indifferent voice drifting over. What do you think? Do you like it? Yanji picked it out specially. Lung Ning Shuang. Meanwhile, Xia Qingshan returned empty-handed. He and his granddaughter Xia Shirhan arrived home and found an unexpected person at the door. Lin Fan was waiting at the entrance. Indeed, knowing that Xia Qingshan had gone to Gu Chenzhou's villa, he was here to await good news and to express his gratitude. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was actually here to see the young beauty. Spotting the grandfather and granddaughter getting out of the car, Lin Fan stepped forward. Thank you, Grandpa Xia. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. He smiled and handed over several gift boxes. In Lin Fan's mind, with Xia Qingshan intervening, even Gu Chenzhou would surely show some respect. But after hearing his words, Xia Qingshan didn't take the gift boxes, his old face turning awkward. He had promised to help, but failed. Seeing Lin Fan again, Xia Shirhan's expression changed, filled with disgust and disdain. Compared to Gu Chenzhou, Lin Fan was nothing. He had even falsely accused Gu Chenzhou, nearly causing her to misunderstand him. Yes, Lin Fan had claimed that Lung Ning Shuang was coerced by Gu Chenzhou, but she found that wasn't the case at all. Lung Ning Shuang showed no signs of being forced. Sensing their unusual expressions, Lin Fan's smile froze. Well, Lin Fan, I didn't manage to bring out that girl from the Lung family, Xia Qingshan said, ignoring the bewildered Lin Fan. It's not that I didn't want to help, but the girl is willing. Gu Chenzhou hasn't imprisoned her. Lin Fan was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Lung Ningxuang staying at Gu Chenzhou's as a maidservant. Was that her choice? How could that be? Still, he believed Xia Qingshan had no reason to lie about this. Yet he remained unconvinced. He had seen Gu Chenzhou forcing Lung Ningxuang with his own eyes. Could there be another reason behind this? Was Gu Chenzhou threatening her again? Or had something happened between them? At the thought of his fiancée yielding to Gu Chenzhou, Lin Fan trembled all over, feeling as if a vast green grassland had sprouted on his head. No, I must go and ask clearly. With this thought, Lin Fan abandoned Xia Qingshan and dashed toward Yiqing Villa at an incredible speed. Sigh. Xia Qingshan reached out, but found Lin Fan had already vanished, letting out a sigh. He had wanted to advise Lin Fan. Even he had to admit, compared to Gu Chenzhou, Lin Fan was far too ordinary. He believed that as long as Lung Ningxuang's eyes weren't blind, she would know how to choose. Lin Fan seeking her out would only bring humiliation upon himself. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at Yiqing Villa. What would normally take an hour, he covered in 10 minutes, testament to his urgency. Despite his extraordinary strength, he was panting heavily. But he paid it no mind, using his speed to dash straight into the villa. Security guards spotted him along the way, but his speed was too great for them to stop. Inside the villa, Yanji received word and prepared to intercept him, but Gu Chenzhou stopped her. Thus Lin Fan smoothly entered the villa. Bursting inside, he immediately saw Lung Ningxuang holding a piece of clothing, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Gu Chenzhou. Seeing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't what he had feared. Then anger flared within him, and he grew displeased with Xia Qingshan. He had claimed Lung Ningxuang was willing. It seemed he had overestimated Xia Qingshan. Today he would take Lung Ningxuang away, and no one, not even the gods, could stop him. Gu Chenzhou, what kind of man bullies a woman? With a whoosh, Lung Ningxuang startled and turned around. Seeing Lin Fan, her slightly flushed face quickly shifted back to the coldness of an ice-cold CEO, and she demanded coldly, "What are you doing here?" She had ended up in this situation because of this man, and now he was causing more trouble. "Ningxuang, I know you're being bullied here. I've come to take you back." Lin Fan flashed a charming smile. But upon hearing his words, Lung Ningxuang's face grew even more impatient. Moreover, for some reason, she felt uneasy that Lin Fan addressed her so intimately, afraid Gu Chenzhou might misunderstand. "Who asked you to come?" "I'm doing just fine here. Get lost as far as you can." Lin Fan was taken aback. "Stop joking. I saw it just now. He's bullying you again, isn't he? Today I'll make him pay." With that, he turned to Gu Chenzhou, his gaze icy. "If you have a problem, take it out on me. Bullying a woman is no mark of a man." Gu Chenzhou felt somewhat speechless. Were all protagonists nowadays so self-righteous? He shook his head slightly and waved at Lung Ningxuang. "You don't need to worry about this. Go change first. I want to see if it fits later." Lung Ningxuang's face flushed. How embarrassing. But since Gu Chenzhou demanded it, she had no choice but to take the bunny girl outfit and go change. Seeing that Gu Chenzhou paid him no heed, Lin Fan grew irritated, and the man's words puzzled him. He couldn't help but glance at the clothes in Lung Ningxuang's hand. That single glance stunned him, his mind buzzing as if struck by lightning. Lin Fan glanced at the clothes in Lung Ning's hand, spotting the rabbit ears at once. Though he had been taken to the mountains by his grandfather since childhood to learn medicine and martial arts, he had also carried out missions in the dark world, encountering many women along the way. He understood this kind of playful seduction, yet precisely because of his understanding he was stunned and dumbfounded. Gu Chenzhou had actually made his own fiancée, a dignified corporate CEO, wear a bunny girl outfit. Lin Fan was bewildered. Coming to his senses, he grew furious. "This is too much. Gu Chenzhou, you deserve to die." He immediately roared, his aura surging and killing intent spreading, chilling the temperature of the entire villa lobby. However, this had no effect on Gu Chenzhou or Yanji. Just then Yanji moved, her indifferent eyes now filled with iciness. Her aura rose, surpassing Lin Fan's by a whole level. With a swift blur, she appeared before Lin Fan in an instant. With a single kick, Lin Fan was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body flying backward like an arrow from a bow. He flew out of the villa, crashing heavily onto the ground, carving a groove in the dirt before finally stopping. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with ultimate rage. As he opened his mouth, puffed, he spat a mouthful of blood. The bones in his chest were broken, causing immense pain. Yet how could the physical agony compare to the torment in his heart? When he saw Lung Ning merely glance at him before taking the bunny girl outfit upstairs, the suffering became indescribable. In his eyes, all of this was forced by Gu Chenzhou. By now he had lost his reason, utterly failing to realize that if Lung Ning had truly refused, she would have resisted. At this moment his hatred for Gu Chenzhou deepened further. But he was powerless, merely watching in futile rage. Ding. Lin Fan feels anger toward you, destabilizing his mind. Villain points 500. Ding. Lin Fan feels anger toward you, destabilizing his mind. Villain points 500. Ding. Lin Fan feels anger toward you, destabilizing his mind. Villain points 500. Listening to the system prompts refreshing in his mind, Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, slightly a faint smile appearing on his lips. This wave of villain points was well earned. This was the proper way to handle a protagonist. Having finished farming, Chenzhou waved at Yanji. Understanding, Yanji instructed the security guards to throw Lin Fan out. Thus Lin Fan was once again expelled from Iching Manor covered in wounds. This minor incident did not affect Chenzhou's mood. He was now sipping tea waiting for the ICCEO to come down in her changed attire. After about 10 minutes, Lung Ning descended the stairs in shame and anger, her steps slow and cautious, as if afraid of being seen. Yet no matter how much she wished to avoid facing Chenzhou, the moment inevitably came. Chenzhou appraised her bunny girl outfit and did not hesitate to praise. Not bad. Indeed, Lung Ning was already a stunning beauty, though she wore it far better than others. Especially the contrast between her inherent icy aura and her current adorably flustered expression. It had a unique charm. Under Chenzhou's intrigued gaze, Lung Ning felt mortified. This was too humiliating. Yet why did a hint of delight stir within her at his compliment? Next, Lung Ning, still in the bunny girl outfit, brought water and washed Chenzhou's feet, fulfilling her maid duties. Meanwhile, after a bout of dejection, Lin Fan staggered to the hospital. This time, Yanji had not held back, breaking his sternum. Even with his remarkable medical skills, he was helpless and had to go to the hospital, likely requiring several days of stay. Damn it, Chenzhou, just wait. I won't let you off. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot with mad hatred. A faint crimson flickered briefly, a precursor to his descent into darkness. The next day, Xiao Wumei sent an invitation asking to meet at the heavenly abode. Chenzhou was intrigued. A moment's thought made it clear. It seemed that seductive enchantress could not wait any longer. After going through the motions of ordering the ICCEO around, he instructed Yanji to prepare the car. At the heavenly abode, after sending the invitation, Xiao Wumei sat in her bedroom, pondering what to wear. Before her lay several options: a professional OL suit, a maid outfit, a mini dress. All of these had been prepared overnight by her staff. After trying them on, she ultimately chose the mini dress as it best complemented her alluring aura. Once fully dressed, she draped a trench coat over herself as she still needed to go out and receive him. She had never dressed like this before. Today's choice was a necessity meant for his eyes alone. No one else could even dream of it. Time passed, and noon arrived. Xiao Wumei welcomed Chenzhou. Seeing him, she felt a mix of emotions. Last time they met, he had taken her first kiss. Yet she felt no aversion. Upon seeing him, an inexplicable joy arose in her heart. This left her at a loss. Could this be the legendary feeling of love? For a moment her mind swirled with thoughts. It was mealtime, so Xiao Wumei led Chenzhou to the top floor for lunch. During the meal, she removed her trench coat, the mini dress perfectly accentuating her figure. It even drew a second glance from Chenzhou. This woman was up to something. After finishing the meal, they moved to the sofa to sit. The room now held only the two of them. Chenzhou spoke calmly. What do you want by asking me out? Before she could answer, Chenzhou reached out, pulled her into his arms, and lifted her chin with his finger, a teasing smile in his eyes. Tell your big brother, did you miss me? Xiao Wumei was truly a temptress, especially in that outfit which evoked a single word: conquest. Startled by the sudden move, Xiao Wumei froze momentarily, a blush spreading across her cheeks. When she heard him call himself big brother, her face reddened even more, and she shot him a glare. I should be older than you, right? That glance was brimming with allure. Indeed. Chenzhou glanced at her, noting she was quite generous. He had to admit that. Xiao Wumei felt a bit uneasy, instantly realizing what he meant and what he was looking at. She seethed with embarrassment and anger. She had a favor to ask, leaving her only to be taken advantage of. You still haven't answered my question. At this moment, Chenzhou's demeanor carried a hint of sinister charm as his fingertips brushed across her cheek before pinching it gently. It hurts. Xiao Wumei let out a soft cry and spoke weakly. Can't I just think about it? Speak clearly. Chenzhou smiled as he pinched a bit harder, finding the texture quite pleasant. It was no wonder they said daughters were made this way. Her skin felt like it could drip with moisture. I missed you. Xiao Wumei was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly bullied. Was she a child to him? This pinching hurt terribly. Missed who? You. Speak clearly, dear brother. Uttering those three words, Xiao Wumei felt an overwhelming shame, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Fortunately, only he could hear her, otherwise she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Chenzhou expressed his satisfaction and finally released his grip. State your business. Xiao Wumei quickly covered her cheeks, rubbing them with a resentful gaze. But upon hearing his words, she recalled the real matter at hand. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Young Master Gu, about what you promised me last time. Xiao Wumei voiced her concerns. After a pause, she added weakly, if you need it, I am willing to. Her voice trailed off, growing softer until it was barely a whisper as she lowered her head. Chenzhou had already anticipated this and showed no surprise. He leisurely picked up the tea brewed on the table and began to drink calmly. Xiao Wumei kept her head down, and with no response for a long time, anxiety crept into her heart. Could it be? Chenzhou doesn't fancy me. She couldn't help but lift her head only to find him studying her with a peculiar expression. I told you you're mine for life. But now is not the time. A beauty like this was meant to be savored slowly. When the time came and Xiao Wumei unified the magic capital, becoming the underground godfather and the goddess in countless hearts, only then would she possess true allure. To put it bluntly, the current Xiao Wumei failed to spark much interest in Gu Chenzhou. In contrast, that ice-cold female CEO was nearly conquered by him, and he looked forward to that day. Xiao Wumei's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. Somehow when Gu Chenzhou said she would be his forever, a surge of joy filled her heart. Then a wave of disappointment followed. What did he mean by not the time? Noticing this thought, a flush of red quickly spread across her cheeks, and she silently scolded herself for being so unguarded. As she was lost in a whirl of thoughts, Gu Chenzhou spoke softly. You can sing, can't you? Huh. Xiao Wumei was taken aback by the question. The shift in topic was too abrupt. Still she nodded dazedly. I'm in no rush to have you, so sing a song for me first. Gu Chenzhou appraised her, a peculiar light gleaming in his eyes. He had to admit Xiao Wumei's attire had stirred him, and the consequences would be severe. Alright, I'll go get the microphone. Still somewhat confused, Xiao Wumei thought he simply wanted to hear a song, and prepared to fetch the microphone. This was the heavenly realm, and as its owner, singing was naturally effortless for her. Since Gu Chenzhou wanted to listen, she intended to sing well and satisfy him. However, she found she couldn't stand up as Gu Chenzhou held her down with one hand. Bewildered, Gu Chenzhou's voice reached her. No need for a microphone, ooh, I have one here. Xiao Wumei was stunned, following his gaze, and her pupils sharply contracted. She stared at him in disbelief, her mind struggling to keep up. What? You call that a microphone? And you want me to sing? How? At that moment, she also felt his hand move to her head, pressing it down. Initially unfamiliar with Gu Chenzhou's microphone, her mind was a chaotic mess. But time smoothed everything over, and she gradually grew accustomed. Then came Xiao Wumei's diligent performance. At this moment, holding the microphone in both hands, she was the epitome of allure. As she sang, Gu Chenzhou's words sounded to ease her mind. Rest assured, I won't go back on such a trivial matter. Hearing this, Xiao Wumei's nervous and anxious heart slowly calmed. Then, the hero, association. Thinking of the news she had received, Xiao Wumei couldn't help but ask, though her words were slurred from singing. Gu Chenzhou interrupted her, telling her to just sing obediently. That's merely a pawn. Not even a pawn, at best a toy. There's a good show tonight. That morning, the smiling tiger had messaged him, eager to prove himself by launching an attack tonight, a decisive battle with the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Though he spoke casually, Xiao Wumei found it rather speechless. Treating the magic capital's top underground force as a toy, only he could say such a thing. Then curiosity piqued, a good show tonight. What kind of show? But that would have to wait until she finished singing. Magic Capital First People's Hospital. Lin Fan walked out of the ward, having also received a message from the Heavenly Wolf Gang leader. The Hero Association had detected their movements and decided to strike tonight. He was somewhat baffled at first. Wasn't this the second largest force in the magic capital? Yet they were discovered within a single day. Oh, truly a useless waste. But this was to avenge his brother and retaliate against Gu Chenzhou, so he couldn't miss it. He had no faith in those from the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Not only would he avenge his brother, but he would also frame the Heavenly Wolf Gang, setting them against each other. That was Lin Fan's plan. He was admittedly still too naive. Heavenly Realm, top floor, Xiao Wumei's room. A song took Xiao Wumei an hour to finish. Her voice was excellent, truly a song for the ages. Gu Chenzhou patted her head with a smile. Well sung. This earned him a roll of Xiao Wumei's eyes. Her lips were numb and slightly swollen from the ordeal. She had truly been bullied terribly. Keep up the good work next time. At those words, Xiao Wumei's face turned pale. There was a next time. She began to worry about her future. Would she have to sing every day? And after singing for so long, what would become of her? Xiao Wumei couldn't bear to imagine. Master Gu, which play were you referring to? Biting her numb lips, Xiao Wumei was still pondering the spectacle Gu Chenzhou had mentioned, and she voiced her question. You'll know by nightfall. Gu Chenzhou did not elaborate, but simply ruffled her hair. As night descended, the tranquil evening was shattered as the Hero Society and the Heavenly Wolf Gang erupted into a fierce conflict. As the two most formidable powers in the magic capital, having endured in silence for years, their clash was now exceptionally brutal. Smiling Tiger, you treacherous and duplicitous scoundrel, do you even deserve to be the leader of the Hero Society? Xiang Tianlang sneered, his expression grim. He had just been about to strike at the Hero Society, hoping for a surprise attack, only to discover they were also preparing to move against him. This brazenness, he surmised, came from Gu Chenzhou's backing. Yet as the master of a gang, he was no one's prey and would not surrender without a fight. Of course, the source of his confidence was the black-masked figure from the previous night, whose strength was terrifyingly immense. With such a formidable ally, even Gu Chenzhou would have to tread carefully. Smiling Tiger's face was ashen. He had acted discreetly, but the news had still leaked. Xiang Tianling's campaign of slander was precisely why he was so eager to annihilate the Heavenly Wolf Gang. He then let out a cold laugh. Words are useless. Today will be your last. Umph. Do you truly believe that usurping the leadership of the hero society makes you invincible? It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. Xiang Tianlang retorted with equal disdain, his words dripping with contempt. Hearing him repeatedly utter "scoundrel" and "usurper," Smiling Tiger was enraged, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his aura. You seek death. Moi. Xiang Tianlang was taken aback, then scrutinized Smiling Tiger's, shock flooding his heart. The aura emanating from Smiling Tiger was now on par with his own. Xiang Tianlang was incredulous. How was this possible? After all, Smiling Tiger had always been perceived as the strategist. The peak combat power of the hero society had always been its leader Tan Long. He never imagined Smiling Tiger possessed such formidable strength hidden so deeply. From that moment on, Xiang Tianlang's gaze grew heavy with wariness. One could never be too cautious when facing someone who concealed so much. Didn't expect that, did you? Noticing the shift in his opponent's eyes, Smiling Tiger sneered, savoring a moment of vindication. Is this level of strength enough to deal with you? You despicable snake, how dare you? A subordinate behind Xiang Tianlang, unable to bear it, moved to act, but was stopped. Humph. Even with some power, you lack the skill to kill me. Suppressing his shock, he snorted in disdain. Well, see who has the skill on the battlefield. With that, he pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, and charged at Smiling Tiger. Well met. Smiling Tiger wasted no words, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he swung his tang blade to meet the assault. Clang, clang, clang. Both were highly skilled, their combat experience rich as they exchanged blows, their blades and swords clashing incessantly. Die! Xiang Tianlang roared, sweeping his broadsword horizontally towards Smiling Tiger's waist. With a cold snort, Smiling Tiger slashed diagonally with his tang blade, the force immense. Crack! Amidst the clear sound of shattering steel, both blades broke in two under the tremendous force. Undeterred, Xiang Tianlang channeled his inner energy, raised his right fist, and struck at Smiling Tiger's vital point. Whoosh! Smiling Tiger sidestepped, perfectly dodging the blow, and swept his leg toward his opponent's head. Xiang Tianlang swiftly evaded the lethal strike. They clashed back and forth, fists colliding and blows landing on flesh, each fighting for their life. Elsewhere in the area where the underlings of the Hero Society and the Heavenly Wolf Gang were locked in battle, the ground was strewn with fallen figures. Jun, Smiling Tiger's trusted lieutenant, had been with him from the start. After Smiling Tiger became the leader, Jun's status rose, and he was now the second strongest in the Hero Society. In battle, Jun was a human machine charging through the ranks and crushing all in his path. Die! Just as he cleaved off a man's head, a sudden change occurred. A figure in a black robe appeared behind him, a blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. With a flash of dazzling light, Jun's head rolled to the ground, his face still frozen in arrogance, even in death. Jun is dead, someone shouted. A flurry of gazes followed the voice to the headless corpse of Jun slowly tumbling to the ground. In an instant, the entire scene fell into silence. Jun. After exchanging a move, Smiling Tiger glanced sideways and saw Jun's severed body freezing in place. Though he had calculated everything, he had truly regarded Jun as a brother, and now he witnessed his brutal death before his eyes. Distracted while fighting me. Xiang Tianlang realized the black-clad figure from that night had appeared. Seeing Smiling Tiger lost in thought, he thrust his fist forward, aiming for his opponent's vital point, seeking a fatal blow. In the nick of time, Smiling Tiger snapped back to reality, dodging the strike's critical point. But Xiang Tianlang's punch was too fast and fierce, carrying terrifying, overwhelming power. Buffed! Smiling Tiger was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood in midair, before crashing heavily to the ground. The surroundings gradually quieted as the black-clad figure approached Smiling Tiger, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. The figure's eyes locked onto Smiling Tiger, filled with murderous intent. Indeed, the owner of those footsteps was none other than Lin Fan. After leaving the hospital, he had rushed here, determined to kill Smiling Tiger with his own hands to avenge his brother. This was only the beginning. His ultimate target was Chenzhou. Unbeknownst to them, on the rooftop of a two-story building not far away, two figures were watching the entire scene unfold. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Chenzhou and Xiao Wumei? Gazing at the scene below, Xiao Wumei was dumbfounded, utterly speechless with shock. She had been in a state of astonishment ever since it began. The Hero Assembly and the Heavenly Wolf Gang had actually come to blows. Seeing the Smiling Tiger and Xiang Tianlang locked in a stalemate, she couldn't help but marvel in surprise, never expecting the Smiling Tiger to have concealed his strength so deeply. With both sides evenly matched, she had anticipated mutual destruction, yet now a black-clad figure had suddenly emerged. After a long moment, Xiao Wumei turned her head in a daze to look at the man beside her, who remained as composed as ever. Mr. Gu, how did you know those two would fight? Because I wanted them to, Chenzhou replied with a faint smile, his tone casual and light, his gaze resting with keen interest on the black-clad figure. Xiao Wumei stood frozen, Chenzhou's words echoing in her mind as a possibility dawned on her. Could it be that everything had been orchestrated by this man? Then she realized more. He had not forgotten their agreement, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. Soon she too was drawn to the sudden appearance of the black-clad figure, her eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't the plan to have the hero assembly and Heavenly Wolfgang fight each other? Who was this mysterious black-clad interloper? Mr. Gu, that is. Fearing the man might disrupt her plan, she couldn't help but ask. The black-clad figure was clearly aiding Xiang Tianlang. Could something go wrong? No matter, just a leek to be harvested, Gu Chenzhou said with a light chuckle, a playful glint in his eyes. Huh. Xiao Wumei was taken aback, even more puzzled. How about a wager? Gu Chenzhou glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Wumei hesitated. What wager? I bet he can't kill the smiling tiger. Xiao Wumei paused, turning her gaze back to the arena. The black-clad figure's strength was formidable, likely second only to the unfathomable man beside her. At this moment, the man's murderous intent was palpable, and he was clearly targeting the smiling tiger. The outcome seemed inevitable, unless Gu Chenzhou had other experts in reserve. Sensing her thoughts, Gu Chenzhou spoke. I haven't arranged for anyone else to intervene. His tone was indifferent, laced with disdain. Dealing with the current Lin Fan required no great effort on his part. He had countless ways to finish him off. Then what are we betting? Xiao Wumei's eyes flickered with eagerness. If Gu Chenzhou had no other hidden experts, the black-clad man would have no trouble killing the smiling tiger. Thus she decided to take the gamble. She sought no material wealth. If she could earn Gu Chenzhou's favor, it would be a tremendous gain. What do you want? Gu Chenzhou smiled dismissively. I haven't decided yet. How about this? If I win, I'll tell you when I think of something. Xiao Wumei flashed a bewitching smile, captivating and alluring. Heh. You haven't said what happens if I win. Surely I'm not the only one putting something on the line. Then what's your demand? Xiao Wumei frowned slightly. Gu Chenzhou's expression turned playful. If I win, all I ask is for you to dance for me. Xiao Wumei was taken aback. A dance? Was that all? She had expected a hefty price. But seeing the enigmatic smile on Gu Chenzhou's face, a foreboding feeling crept over her. True enough, the next moment he said, a striptease. A flush of crimson spread across Xiao Wumei's cheeks, whether from shame or anger. After a long hesitation, she gritted her teeth and asked, can we change it? What do you think? Fine, I accept. Xiao Wumei's eyes flickered as she agreed, convinced she would win this bet. She couldn't believe that with the black-clad figure's murderous aura and Gu Chenzhou refusing to send anyone, and the smiling tiger already gravely wounded, he could still survive. Soon the developments in the arena captured her attention. The black-clad figure stood before the smiling tiger, his killing intent boiling over. Today he would avenge his brother, and the hatred he harbored for Gu Chenzhou also erupted in that moment. Who are you? At this moment the smiling tiger finally snapped back to his senses, his pupils contracting sharply. This man's strength was immense, beyond his comprehension. Ha ha ha, your time has come. Just then a hearty laugh rang out. The smiling tiger looked up to see Xiang Tianlang, then glanced between him and the black-clad figure, understanding dawning. You hired an assassin. Indeed, in the smiling tiger's eyes the black-clad man was an assassin brought in by Xiang Tianlang. Heh, this esteemed one is no mere assassin. Xiang Tianlang sneered, his eyes glinting. This is the end. Go in peace. I'll take good care of your hero assembly. You dare kill me. And Mr. Gus man, do you dare offend him? Startled, the smiling tiger's pupils shrank as he blustered in a mix of fear and bravado. Hep. Xiang Tianlang laughed coldly, his gaze dripping with mockery and mystery. Umph. Lin Fan let out a cold snort, and at the mention of his enemy's name a surge of fiery rage erupted. He struck out with a palm toward the smiling tiger. The blow was heavy and forceful, enough to shatter a skull if it connected. The smiling tiger sensed the terrifying power of the strike and tried to dodge, but found himself locked in place, unable to move. Fear gripped his heart. Across the way Xiao Wumei smiled at Gu Chenzhou. Well, I win, don't I? It's not over yet. Why the rush? Gu Chenzhou replied with a calm smile. Seeing his unruffled demeanor, as if nothing mattered, Xiao Wumei sighed in resignation. I refuse to believe anything can change now, she muttered to herself. Stop thinking. Have your people been deployed? It's almost over. It turned out that Gu Chenzhou had instructed Xiao Wumei to gather her forces, intending to annex both factions today. They're already on their way. Xiao Wumei analyzed the situation. No matter how the battle unfolded, as long as this man beside her was present, everything would be manageable. She resolved swiftly. This was a golden opportunity. Thinking of Gu Chenzhou, she couldn't help but ask, I'm counting on you. You'll have to help me deal with that black-clad man. In her mind, the black-clad figure was unfathomable, and only the man beside her could handle him. Gu Chenzhou gave a non-committal smile. Just then a lethal threat surged through Lin Fan's heart, filling him with terror. In the split second before death, his body instinctively shifted, and a blade pierced through his chest. His slight movement had just barely avoided a fatal strike to the heart. Lin Fan's body trembled as a terrifying force erupted, sending the blade flying from his flesh. He quickly sealed several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, then turned his head in disbelief to look behind him. A figure was being flung backward. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiang Tianlang. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this insignificant ant to stab him in the back. He had been careless, consumed by rage, and failed to dodge. You dare to strike at me? Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fury. Betrayal was what he loathed most in this life, and this wretch was practically courting death. He yearned to strike and slay the man before him. Yet having been stabbed by his opponent, he was grievously wounded and could muster no strength. Heh, why wouldn't I dare? Xiang Tianlang flicked his glaive, sending a line of blood arcing through the air, and sneered with disdain, "What do you think you are? Worthy of opposing young Master Gu?" Hearing this, Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting with shock and uncertainty. His suspicions were correct. That night after Lin Fan had left, Xiang Tianlang had visited Gu Chenzhou. He lacked the audacity to oppose Gu Chenzhou and the Gu family. Everything done today was orchestrated by Gu Chenzhou. As for the consequences of killing Lin Fan, he wasn't overly worried, for he now acted on Gu Chenzhou's orders. Damn it, Gu Chenzhou again. Lin Fan's heart seethed with shock and rage, his agitation overwhelming him. Uffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed forth, staining the floor crimson. Words are done, now you can die. Xiang Tianlang's eyes flickered as he swept his blade horizontally, aiming straight for Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan, driven by fury, loathed Gu Chenzhou and wished to dismember the man before him. But he could not. He had to flee swiftly and find a place to heal. With this thought, Lin Fan shot a venomous glare at Xiang Tianlang, narrowly dodged the blade, and vanished into the darkness, disappearing after several agile movements. Ding. Due to the host scheming, Lin Fan is severely injured and his Dao heart damaged. Villain points 800. Across the way, Xiao Wumei was dumbfounded by the scene. Such a maneuver was possible. She turned her head blankly to look at the still calm Gu Chenzhou, utterly bewildered. You? How did you know Xiang Tianlang would betray us? She hadn't expected that moments ago an ally Xiang Tianlang would suddenly strike. Gu Chenzhou merely smiled without explaining. It's time to deploy your people. Fine, keep your secrets. Xiao Wumei rolled her eyes, and without hesitation sent a text message. Ahem. Don't forget your bet. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou's leisurely voice rang out. You? Humph. I know. Involuntarily recalling that scene, her face flushed even deeper, and once again fear crept in. Usually even she found her own body perfect and alluring if she were to actually dance like that. Meanwhile, after Lin Fan's departure, Smiling Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Then recalling Xiang Tianlang's words, he grew puzzled. You're also working for young Master Gu. Naturally. Seeing Lin Fan escape, Xiang Tianlang's face darkened with irritation as he replied impatiently. Smiling Tiger was even more confused. Hadn't Gu Chenzhou ordered him to wipe out the Heavenly Wolf gang? What was going on? Despite his confusion, he decided to get through this first, so he forced a dry laugh. What a small world indeed. Indeed. Xiang Tianlang smiled, a smile laden with hidden meaning. Pity that fellow escaped, but young Master Gu gave me another task. Oh, what task? Smiling Tiger was taken aback and asked. Sending you on your way. Xiang Tianlang grinned, eerily swung his blade, and cleaved off Smiling Tiger's head. The sudden turn left everyone present stunned. The boss is dead, someone shouted, sending a jolt through all of Hero Society. True enough, behind Xiang Tianlang, they saw Smiling Tiger's headless corpse. Run! The boss is dead. Members of Hero Society scattered in panic, fleeing without direction. Kill. The sect leader said, spare none, those who don't surrender kill, without mercy. At that moment, war cries erupted from all sides of the alley. Don't kill me, I surrender. Smiling Tiger's death shattered Hero Society's morale, leaving them without any will to fight. As they saw a crowd charging in, they dropped their weapons and crouched on the ground with hands on their heads. Members of the Heavenly Wolf gang were at a loss, retreating backward, drawing closer to Xiang Tianlang. Since both factions sought each other's annihilation, they had deployed nearly all their elites. After a bloody clash, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Tonight was truly a river of blood. In the past, neither faction would have dared to act so boldly. The consequences would have been too severe. But who could argue with Gu Chenzhou's orders? Though serious, with a single word from Gu Chenzhou, everything became manageable. Both factions were thoroughly exploited by Gu Chenzhou. Xiang Tianlang was fortunate to witness it, but Smiling Tiger never got the chance. Now, hearing the war cries around him, Xiang Tianlang frowned. It was the Heaven Sect. Are these people courting death? With the Heavenly Wolf gang's heavy losses, they had no strength to resist the Heaven Sect's assault. Soon most lay dead, leaving only Xiang Tianlang and a few high-ranking members. Across the way, let's go. It's time to see. Gu Chenzhou watched the scene unfold, his heart undisturbed, and spoke calmly. Xiao Wumei, however, was different. On the verge of avenging her great grievance, her heart pounded with excitement. She nodded vigorously at Gu Chenzhou's words. If she had sought revenge alone, it might have taken ages, but now the chance was right before her. She hadn't forgotten who had brought this about. Gazing at the serene and ethereal Gu Chenzhou beside her, her eyes sparkled with a strange light. Then side by side they walked toward the other side. By now the Heaven Sect had taken control of the battle surrounding Xiang Tianlang and his men. Xiang Tianlang's face was dark with fury. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He could break through the encirclement with his strength, but he chose not to. He wanted to see where Xiao Wumei found the audacity to strike at him. Sect leader. Greetings rang out from beyond the encirclement as the crowd parted to either side, speaking with reverence. It was Gu Chenzhou and Xiao Wumei arriving. Many in the Heaven sect eyed the man walking beside their sect leader with curiosity and hostility. Xiao Wumei was not only their sect leader, but also the goddess of their hearts not to be defiled. What gave him the right to walk beside the goddess? Wait. Isn't this that esteemed one? Suddenly someone recognized Gu Chenzhou's identity and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Among these people some might not know what Gu Chenzhou looked like, but none were unaware of his status. Comparing their sect leader's strength to Gu Chenzhou's was like comparing the bright moon to a firefly, utterly incomparable. Everyone parted to the sides and bowed their heads in reverence. At that moment Xiang Tianlang stood frozen in place. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe what he saw. How could Master Gu be walking alongside this woman? And with such an intimate air between them. Xiang Tianlang narrowed his eyes slightly, his body instinctively adopting a defensive posture. He shared a blood feud with Xiao Wumei, irreconcilable and sworn enemies. Now this person with whom he had a deep-seated vendetta stood together with Master Gu. If it were only Xiao Wumei, Xiang Tianlang would not have feared her, but if she truly had ties with Master Gu, matters would become troublesome. Xiang Tianlang watched Gu Chenzhou and Xiao Wumei approaching step by step and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Master Gu. He mustered his courage, stepped forward respectfully, and inquired, "May I ask Master Gu, what is your relationship with this person?" He had to get to the bottom of this. However, before Xiang Tianlang could finish his question, Yin Ji, standing behind Gu Chenzhou, flashed a cold glint of murderous intent in her eyes. The master's actions need no explanation to you. Her body moved like a specter in front of Xiang Tianlang, and she delivered a lightning-fast kick. Despite Xiang Tianlang's prior vigilance, faced with such a swift and fierce flying kick, he had no time to react. He felt as if his chest, struck by the kick, had been hit by a battering ram. His ribs seemed on the verge of shattering, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. With a heavy thud, Xiang Tianlang crashed to the ground, his head lolling weakly to the side as a mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth. He felt as though his internal organs were scorched by fire, suffering severe internal injuries. Forcing his eyes open, Xiang Tianlang saw a pair of polished leather shoes. He lifted his head with effort and beheld a face as handsome as a deity. "Your heart is so cruel." At that moment he realized he had fallen into Gu Chenzhou's trap. The smiling tiger was a pawn, and so was he. A discarded pawn callously abandoned by the player. Huh. Xiang Tianlang suddenly let out a few bitter laughs filled with both sorrow and despair. Meanwhile, Xiao Wumei watched Yin Ji, who stood quietly by Gu Chenzhou's side in astonishment. Though Yin Ji's strike had been swift, Xiao Wumei had seen it clearly. She knew Xiang Tianlang's background well. As a dominant figure in the underworld, his personal strength was far from weak. In fact, it could be considered formidable. Yet Yin Ji had subdued him with such ease, truly terrifying strength, perhaps even surpassing that of the man in black. To think that such a powerful figure would willingly serve as a mere attendant to Gu Chenzhou filled Xiao Wumei with profound respect for him. After a few bitter laughs, Xiang Tianlang closed his eyes and said weakly, "Since things have come to this, do as you will. Kill me or flay me." Xiao Wumei cast her gaze back at the pitifully fallen Xiang Tianlang and said coldly, "Xiang Tianlang, your day has finally come. I've waited for this for so long." Xiao Wumei looked up at the night sky and murmured, "Father, watch from heaven above as your daughter avenges you." With that she stepped forward, pulled out a dagger, and a cold gleam flashed through the night. A massive wound appeared on Xiang Tianlang's carotid artery, blood gushing out like a fountain. His head then fell heavily to the ground, and after a few seconds, all signs of life faded. Xiao Wumei immediately ordered her subordinates from the Heavenly Gate, "Leave no one alive." Yes. In a flurry of movements, the Heavenly Gate members charged at Xiang Tianlang's men. Bereft of their leader, the Wolf Gang was slaughtered within minutes. Soon people arrived to handle the aftermath, cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. "Since matters are settled, I should take my leave." Gu Chenzhou's gaze was calm as he spoke flatly. With her vengeance achieved, Xiao Wumei seemed to shed a heavy burden, her entire demeanor lightening. Hearing Gu Chenzhou's words, she snapped back to reality and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Master Gu, your kindness to me is unforgettable." Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. "I need none of that. Just don't forget the agreement between us. Oh, and the bed as well." With that he turned and walked back the way he came without pause. As that tall, imposing figure slowly disappeared from her sight, Xiao Wumei's cheeks flushed involuntarily. What agreement? She was to be his from now on. He's so wicked. Remembering the earlier bet about dancing that particular dance, she couldn't help but stamp her foot lightly. Though it sounded like a complaint, her tone carried a hint of unspoken joy. Gu Chenzhou's car slowly vanished from this arena of slaughter and 30 minutes later stopped in front of the manor gates. Inside the manor, Lung Mingxuang, upon hearing the sounds outside, immediately stood up and hurried to the villa's entrance. She cast an embarrassed glance toward the parking spot, but the dark, tinted windows blocked her view, leaving her feeling a pang of disappointment. Over this period of time together, Long Ningxuang had gradually grown accustomed to this way of life, and her thoughts were slowly changing. To her surprise, she found that not only did she not resist this life, but she even came to enjoy it. Moreover, after Gu Chenzhou left, she often found herself longing for his early return, like a wife awaiting her husband. Oh dear. What's wrong with me? Cold Ningxuang shook her head, casting aside the stray thoughts, then stepped forward and pulled open the rear car door. Master, you're back. Cold Ningxuang lowered her proud head, her voice tinged with joy. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he observed her. If the other noble scions of the magic capital could see their dreamlike ice goddess now as obedient and docile as a maidservant before him, their expressions would surely be most amusing. After entering the villa, Gu Chenzhou had barely settled onto the sofa when Cold Ningxuang approached with a tea set. She poured a cup of steaming tea and placed it respectfully by his hand. Please enjoy, master, she said softly. Gu Chenzhou lifted the teacup, bringing it to his nose, and a refreshing fragrance immediately greeted him. This was fine Biluakun tea, and combined with Cold Ningxuang's exquisite brewing technique, it was a true delight. He took a gentle sip, then reached out to stroke her head, pressing down lightly. Cold Ningxuang paused for a moment before realizing it was time for her to sing again. Watching the ice-cold female CEO perform, Gu Chenzhou's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Not bad. Her singing had improved. She must have practiced diligently on her own. It seemed it wouldn't be long before this ice-cold female CEO was completely subjugated. 2 days later at 2:26 p.m., a dust-covered minibus slowly pulled over to the roadside. With a hiss, the door opened. A young man with greasy hair, a thin frame, and a slightly weary expression stepped off the bus carrying a suitcase half his height. He glanced around to confirm his direction, then dragged the suitcase toward the roadside. This young man was Lin Fan. 2 days earlier, severely injured, he had been forced to return to the mountains to recuperate. Now that he was feeling better, he wanted to come down and visit his parents, whom he hadn't seen in years. Over 30 minutes later, Lin Fan stopped in front of a rundown courtyard. He looked at the gate and scratched his head. He hadn't been back in so long, he wasn't even sure if this was his home. Just as Lin Fan was about to knock, he heard footsteps from inside. The door creaked open from the inside, and a white-haired woman emerged carrying a basin of water she was about to toss out. The woman noticed someone standing at the door and was about to ask what he wanted. But when she saw the young man's face, she froze. The basin slipped from her hands and crashed heavily to the ground. Mom. Lin Fan couldn't help but call out, stepping forward to embrace the woman. She reached up to touch his face, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "My child, you've finally returned." "Mom, is everything all right at home?" Lin Fan asked. Lin's mother wiped away her tears, picked up the fallen basin, and took his hand, leading him inside. "It's fine, everything's fine. How have you been out there?" Lin Fan nodded, recounting the events of the past decade as they walked. As they entered the small, shabby house, they saw an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair, craning his neck to look outside. "Dad." Lin Fan stepped forward, pain flickering in his eyes at the sight of his father in the wheelchair. "Dad, what happened? Why are you in a wheelchair?" Lin's father paused for a moment before truly believing that his beloved son had returned. "Dad's fine," he said, wiping the corner of his eye and forcing a smile. "It's a work injury. I fell from the second floor at the construction site." "Have you been to a major hospital?" Lin Fan asked anxiously, fearing his parents had avoided proper treatment to save money, missing the critical window for care. "Yes, we went. The doctor said it wasn't too serious, just 2 broken legs. Thanks to your sister Ziwei. Without her, your father would have been bedridden for the rest of his life." Lin's mother added. Confused, Lin Fan pressed, "Mom, what do you mean? I don't understand." Lin's mother explained, "After your father was injured a few days ago, he refused to go to a big hospital, saying it was too expensive. In the end, your sister Ziwei had to drag him to the city's major hospital. Alas, the doctor said if he didn't have surgery, he'd be permanently disabled. But surgery costs money, and we had none. Finally, your sister had to ask her boss for help. And that boss of hers, truly a good person, not only lent her the money but also arranged for the best hospital in the city and the most renowned doctor to perform the operation." Lin's mother's face was full of gratitude as she wiped her tears with her sleeve. May such a person live a long life. The boss she mentioned was naturally Gu Chenzhou, though Lin Ziwei hadn't revealed the details. Gu Chenzhou had orchestrated all this to make Ziwei feel indebted to him. After hearing his mother's account, Lin Fan felt a chill of fear but also a surge of gratitude. He couldn't imagine what his family's situation would be without the help of Ziwei's boss. So he asked, "Mom, where does my sister work now?" Hearing this, Lin's mother couldn't help but smile. "Your sister works as a manager at a huge milk tea shop in the city. She's so lucky to have met such a benefactor at such a young age." Lin Fan nodded lightly and said, "Then I really must thank him." "Mom, do you know where that milk tea shop is? They'll go meet my sister's kind boss and pick her up. We can have a proper family reunion." In truth, he planned to use his abilities to help this boss who had aided his family in his absence. Lin's mother's eyes lit up at the idea. "It's at Times Square in the city. You'll see it as soon as you go in, a huge milk tea-shaped sign." Lin Fan nodded, and said to his parents' mom, "Dad, I'll go pick up my sister now. You two get ready, and we'll have a nice dinner together tonight." Lin's mother and father nodded with joy. Lin's mother pushed Lin's father to see him off at the gate. After leaving home, Lin Fan hailed a ride-sharing car to Times Square, and sure enough spotted a massive milk tea-shaped sign. This is the place, Lin Fan thought, straightening his clothes as he walked over. Just as Lin Fan was about to approach the milk tea shop, he caught a glimpse of a familiar luxury car pulling up at its entrance out of the corner of his eye. He immediately halted his steps and instinctively retreated a few paces, concealing himself behind a flower bed. This was because he recognized the car whose owner was none other than his mortal enemy. Gu Chenzhou alighted from the vehicle and first surveyed the milk tea shop, noting that business was thriving with many men and women queuing both inside and outside. It seemed that Lin Ziwei's talent for commerce was already beginning to manifest. With this thought, Gu Chenzhou stepped into the shop, and as the door opened, the bell hanging on it chimed with a crisp ding-dong. Lin Ziwei, who had been busy with her head down, knew a customer had arrived, and looked up with a smile, saying, "Welcome, may I?" "Ah, Brother Gu, you're here." Lin Ziwei was both surprised and delighted, quickly wiping her hands on a wet wipe before hurrying over. "I happen to be nearby on business, so I thought I'd drop by," Gu Chenzhou said with a gentle smile. "Brother Gu, you've come at just the right time. I've been experimenting with a new milk tea recipe these past few days, and haven't let anyone try it yet. Would you be willing to taste it?" After speaking, Lin Ziwei looked at Gu Chenzhou with slightly nervous eyes, afraid he might refuse. In truth, she hadn't been entirely honest. The new milk tea she had concocted was inspired entirely by her feelings when facing Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded gently. "Of course. Then please have a seat, Brother Gu. He'll be ready shortly." Seeing Gu Chenzhou's agreement, Lin Ziwei was overjoyed and promptly rushed back to the kitchen to busy herself. About 2 minutes later, she emerged with a cup of milk tea, placed it beside him, and smiled. "Brother Gu, please give it a try. I hope it suits your taste." It was a cup of entirely pink milk tea with a slice of lemon clinging to the cup's wall. Lin Ziwei quickly introduced it. "Brother Gu, this milk tea is made from strawberry chunks, watermelon juice, and various other ingredients." Gu Chenzhou nodded slightly, picked up the cup, and took a gentle sip. The initial sensation was sweet with a hint of coolness, while the lemon slice on the cup's rim balanced the sweetness of the watermelon juice, allowing the drinker to taste a subtle tartness amidst the sweetness. Putting down the cup, Gu Chenzhou turned to see Lin Ziwei, watching him anxiously, her small hands tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. "It's quite good, just the flavor I like." Gu Chenzhou smiled warmly, then patted the empty spot beside him. "You've been busy all day, haven't you? Take a seat and rest for a while." Lin Ziwei beamed with joy, nodded, and carefully sat down beside Gu Chenzhou. "I haven't asked yet, what's the name of this milk tea?" Gu Chenzhou chuckled. In an instant, Lin Ziwei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head to murmur softly, "It's called Secret Crush." Because a secret crush is something sweet, yet tinged with bitterness, much like the taste of this milk tea. A flicker passed through Gu Chenzhou's eyes, his expression unreadable. "A good name." As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Lin Ziwei's head, offering a slight smile. "Are you tired today?" Feeling the large hand on her head, Lin Ziwei felt no aversion whatsoever. In fact, she rather enjoyed the sensation. Her face flushed, and she stammered, "No, not tired at all." Hidden behind a flower bed outside the milk tea shop, Lin Fan watched the scene inside clearly through the glass. One hand gripping the edge of the flower bed, his fingers left 4 grooves in the soil. His expression was not merely ugly, it alternated between pale and ashen, as if he were on the verge of demonic possession. Although he hadn't seen his sister in over a decade, he had recognized her at a glance. It was Lin Ziwei. What he hadn't expected was that Gu Chenzhou, his sworn enemy, was so intimate with his sister. Something was definitely amiss. Given Gu Chenzhou's status, even the high society of the magic capital didn't earn his regard, yet here, he was deeply involved with his sister. There was no way this was mere coincidence. With Gu Chenzhou's influence, he surely knew Lin Ziwei's identity. Knowing she was Lin Fan's sister, yet maintaining such a close relationship with her, there had to be a hidden motive. Gu Chenzhou. What a venomous scheme. Though Lin Fan didn't know the exact nature of their relationship, he was certain Gu Chenzhou's approach toward Ziwei harbored ill intent. "Gu Chenzhou, targeting me is one thing, but now you've set your sights on my family. This is an irreconcilable feud." When he saw through the glass that Gu Chenzhou was gently stroking Lin Ziwei's head, a surge of rage rushed to Lin Fan's mind. He slammed his fist into the ground, leaving a dent, then rose from behind the flower bed and turned to walk toward a cafe across the street from the milk tea shop. He desperately wanted to rush in and cut off the hand that Gu Chenzhou had placed on Lin Ziwei's head, but he knew the time wasn't right. He was no match for Gu Chenzhou, yet charging in now would be like walking right into a trap. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, as he turned away, a faint gaze quietly fell upon him. Inside the milk tea shop, Gu Chenzhou, while gently caressing Lin Ziwei's head, allowed a faint smile to curl at the corner of his mouth. Everything was going according to plan. Inside, Lin Ziwei finally mustered the courage to look up at Gu Chenzhou and said timidly, "Brother Gu, tonight. Are you free tonight? You've always been so kind to me, and I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude." Gu Chenzhou chuckled lightly. "It won't be another milk tea invitation, will it?" At this, Lin Ziwei's face reddened even more, and the scene of their first meeting flashed through her mind. Back then she had no money and could only afford to treat him to milk tea. No, not this time. I know a very nice restaurant, we can go there tonight. Seeing the eager anticipation in Lin Ziwei's eyes, Gu Chenzhou ruffled her hair. Alright then. Knowing that Gu Chenzhou was a busy man, and worried he might grow impatient waiting, Lin Ziwei called over a few staff members to take over her duties. After days of practice, Lin Ziwei was gradually maturing, no longer the naive little girl she once was. Lin Fan arrived at the coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and observed the situation across the street. He decided to wait until Gu Chenzhou left before going in and speaking clearly to his sister. Lin Fan knew Gu Chenzhou's true nature all too well. His sister being so close to him was likely falling into his trap. He had to make her wary. Yet after finishing his coffee, Gu Chenzhou still hadn't left, and Lin Fan grew increasingly impatient. Just then a waiter approached and asked politely, "Sir, would you like another coffee?" Lin Fan had only ordered one cup, and the staff was subtly hinting that he should leave. Annoyed, Lin Fan was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Gu Chenzhou emerging from the milk tea shop. He ignored the waiter, his gaze fixed on the shop's entrance. To his dismay, his sister Lin Ziwei followed Gu Chenzhou, chatting and laughing, and they got into his luxury car together. Lin Fan's expression changed. He dashed out, hailed a taxi, and pointed at Gu Chenzhou's car ahead, saying, "Follow that car." The driver hesitated as if had encountered similar situations before. The car was clearly a luxury vehicle, and offending its owner would be unwise. Seeing this, Lin Fan threw down a stack of cash, roughly 10,000 yuan. Money had prepared for his parents, but now had to use. The driver's eyes lit up, and he immediately sped off to tail Gu Chenzhou's car. "Sir, are you catching a cheater? If I were you, I'd give up. Look at that car. Its owner might be someone you can't afford to mess with," the driver warned kindly. Lin Fan's face was as cold as ice, and he ignored the driver's words. Gu Chenzhou's car stopped in a bustling downtown area. He and Lin Ziwei got out and walked with Lin Fan following suit. Lin Ziwei led Gu Chenzhou to a spotless Western restaurant where two suited doormen stood at the entrance. The doors were wide open, revealing a lively scene with laughter inside. A large LED sign by the door read, "Qianlong." "It's here," Lin Ziwei said softly. A waiter approached, and upon seeing Lin Ziwei, he instinctively froze. Lin Ziwei was breathtakingly beautiful, pure yet vibrant, with a newfound charm from recent experiences. When he saw Gu Chenzhou, he froze again. "Gu." The waiter's face showed surprise, and he instinctively bowed, but Gu Chenzhou waved him off. Waiters at high-end restaurants were well paid because the clientele were wealthy or powerful, making them far more astute than ordinary staff. The waiter quickly changed his tone. "Sir, miss, do you have a reservation?" He had vaguely guessed that Gu Chenzhou didn't want the restaurant to treat him with its usual deference, so he didn't mention a table, even though every top restaurant in the city kept seats for VIPs. "Yes, I booked a few days ago under the name Lin," Lin Ziwei quickly said. The waiter checked on his tablet and asked politely, "Are you Miss Lin Ziwei? You reserved a table for two, correct?" Lin Ziwei nodded. The waiter stepped aside to let them in. The restaurant was brightly lit with guests in elegant attire. Lin Ziwei looked down at her t-shirt and jeans, feeling a bit shabby. Just then she felt a warmth in her hand. Turning, she saw Gu Chenzhou holding it, leading her inside. Lin Ziwei's heart pounded wildly as she followed him, her head lowered. "Sir, do you have a reservation? If not, we regret, we cannot serve you." A waiter stood outside addressing Lin Fan, who was peering inside. Lin Fan stood still, watching Gu Chenzhou and Lin Ziwei walk in hand, a chill running through him. What was that despicable Gu Chenzhou planning to do to his sister? Why was he so deliberately approaching Lin Ziwei? Was he setting some kind of trap? "Sir," the waiter called softly when Lin Fan didn't respond. Lin Fan blinked, snapped back to reality, and turned to leave. He didn't want to go in, or perhaps he lacked the courage. He didn't know what would happen if Gu Chenzhou caught him. Besides, his parents were waiting at home for a family reunion dinner with him and his sister, and he needed to explain things to them. But this wasn't over. He would make sure his sister saw Gu Chenzhou's true face, and wouldn't let her be toyed with. The waiter watched Lin Fan walk away without a word, scratched his head, muttered, "Crazy," and returned to his post. Inside the restaurant, Gu Chenzhou led Lin Ziwei to their reserved table by the window, offering a view of the city's night traffic. At the table, Gu Chenzhou let go of her hand. Lin Ziwei didn't know what was wrong with her, but when he released her, she felt a distinct sadness and loss. A waiter approached with menus. "Sir, miss, would you like to order now?" The waiter's voice interrupted Lin Ziwei's tumultuous thoughts. She took the menu, and her eyes widened slightly at the prices, as she hadn't expected the restaurant to be so expensive. Still, since she was treating Gu Chenzhou, she couldn't dwell on such details. Though she had little money, she wanted Gu Chenzhou to enjoy the best food, even if it meant deducting from her salary. She handed the menu to him. "Brother Gu, please order. Foie gras Wellington, steak, Norwegian grilled salmon, Australian lobster." Gu Chenzhou casually listed several dishes. "Brother Gu, that much? Can we finish it all?" Lin Ziwei said weakly as he ordered over a dozen items. She wasn't complaining about the quantity, but her frugal nature couldn't bear waste. "I didn't realize Ziwei is such a thrifty, virtuous woman," Gu Chenzhou teased. Lin Ziwei froze for a moment, then flushed bright red, a strange joy bubbling within her. A few minutes later, a waiter pushed a delicate silver cart to the table where Gu Chenzhou and Lin Ziwei were seated. "Sir, madam, may I serve your meal now?" The waiter bowed slightly and asked politely. Gu Chenzhou nodded faintly, and the waiter began placing dishes one by one on the table. For this invitation, Lin Ziwei had decided to spend the money she had saved over the years. After the waiter finished serving and withdrew, Lin Ziwei's face flushed lightly. Summoning her courage, she stood up and placed food on Gu Chenzhou's plate. "Brother Gu, thank you for taking care of me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Gu Chenzhou's lips curled slightly, a playful expression appearing on his face. "How about giving yourself to me in return?" Give myself. In return." A flush. Lin Ziwei's face turned crimson with shyness and she lowered her head in embarrassment. But then she secretly stole a glance at Gu Chenzhou. Seeing him looking at her with a smile, she felt her heart pounding wildly, thump 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 in her chest. Does Brother Gu truly like me? But I'm so ordinary with his status. Can I be worthy of him? Perhaps only princesses from various countries on TV could match a gentleman like Gu Chenzhou. Many voices echoed in Lin Ziwei's heart. She stood up and poured a glass of wine for Gu Chenzhou, murmuring softly, "Brother Gu, please have some wine." Gu Chenzhou smiled faintly. A single glance at Lin Ziwei's reaction told him almost everything about her inner thoughts. He picked up a piece of foie gras from his plate and placed it onto Lin Ziwei's dish across the table. "You should eat too. You're too thin, you need to eat more." Lin Ziwei was momentarily stunned, a doubtful voice rising in her heart. Was Brother Gu dissatisfied with her figure? In truth, Lin Ziwei had an excellent figure. She was slender where she should be and curvaceous where she should be in terms of physique. She was in no way inferior to female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Then Lin Ziwei noticed Gu Chenzhou's gaze lingering on her chest. Sensitive as she was, she immediately thought she must have gotten something dirty on herself. But when she looked down, she realized what Gu Chenzhou was looking at. Today she wore a clean white t-shirt that perfectly showcased her figure. Lin Ziwei's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Brother Gu is so naughty, always teasing me. Though shy, her heart felt as sweet as if it had been coated with honey. While the two were conversing, the restaurant manager received word and hurried over with several waitstaff. The manager, dressed like a business elite, immediately bowed to Gu Chenzhou and spoke. "I didn't know you were gracing us with your presence, young Master Gu. Please forgive our lack of welcome." Lin Ziwei looked bewildered, stunned by the commotion, and unsure how to react. Gu Chenzhou reached out and gently patted Lin Ziwei's head to reassure her, then said calmly, "I'm just here with a friend today. This has nothing to do with you." Yes. The manager wiped cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, several waiters unfolded folding screens to block the view of others, creating a private space for Gu Chenzhou and Lin Ziwei. "Brother Gu, do you come here often?" Lin Ziwei asked curiously. That didn't seem right. Hadn't Brother Gu only been in Magic City for a few days? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. "No, but they know who I am." Hearing this, Lin Ziwei felt a pang of disappointment. She turned to look at the waitstaff standing on both sides and recalled the manager's deferential attitude. She felt her own status was far too low. Even the high-end restaurant she could only afford after saving for so long was in Gu Chenzhou's eyes no better than a street stall. The gap between them was immense. Sensing Lin Ziwei's dejection, Gu Chenzhou reached out and ruffled her hair. "Eat up. If you like it, you can come here often." At that moment, Lin Ziwei's inner defenses crumbled. She felt that the gentle man sitting across from her was the kindest person she had ever met in her entire life. "Thank you, Brother Gu. Next time I want to cook for you myself, okay?" Lin Ziwei's eyes glistened with tears as she asked, full of hope. Gu Chenzhou smiled lightly and nodded. "That would be even better." Lin Ziwei broke into a smile and nodded vigorously. "It's a deal." In a remote residential area on the outskirts of Magic City, Lin Fan carried several bags of takeout he had grabbed casually on the way home. After his mother opened the door, she didn't see Lin Ziwei and asked in confusion, "Why didn't your sister come back with you?" Lin Fan handed the takeout to his mother and replied, "Sister has something to do. She can't have dinner with us tonight." Then he sat down at the table with his parents to eat. During the meal, Lin Fan tentatively asked, "Mom, Dad, have you ever met Lin Ziwei's leader?" Lin's mother thought for a while, then shook her head. She looked at Lin's father. "I haven't seen him." "Old man, have you?" Lin's father also shook his head. "The one who took us to the big hospital last time seemed to be that benefactor's employee. Your mother and I really haven't met that benefactor. Why are you looking for him? Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. "He has been kind to our family. I want to thank him in person." Lin's parents nodded together. "Yes, without him, we don't know how our family would have managed. We really must thank him properly." Gratitude showed on their faces, but they didn't notice Lin Fan's expression darkening. Hearing his parents say they wanted to thank his enemy, Lin Fan felt a surge of anger rushing to his heart. The wounds on his body seemed ready to reopen, so he quickly changed the subject. After dinner, Lin Fan still couldn't rest easy about Lin Ziwei being alone with Gu Chenzhou. He told his parents he was going to pick up his sister and hurried out the door. When he arrived again at the restaurant called Hidden Dragon, he happened to see Gu Chenzhou and Lin Ziwei leaving together chatting and laughing. Lin Fan quickly hid in the shadows nearby, secretly watching them laugh and talk. An unnamed fury rose in his heart. Damn it, what exactly is Gu Chenzhou trying to do? No, I absolutely can't let my sister fall into that bastard's clutches. Lin Fan clenched his fists, silently vowing to protect his family. At the fork in the road. Goodbye, Brother Gu. Lin Ziwei waved at Gu Chenzhou, a smile gracing her face. She had been very happy today. Gu Chenzhou merely waved back before getting into the back seat of the car. With a roar, the luxurious Porsche started up and gradually disappeared from sight. Yet Lin Ziwei remained standing by the roadside, her gaze fixed on the direction where Gu Chenzhou had vanished, a look of bewilderment in her eyes. She had truly wished he wouldn't leave just now, as she longed to spend more time alone with Brother Gu. At this thought, Lin Ziwei was suddenly startled by her own realization. She reached up to touch her cheek, feeling it burning hot, as if she had a fever. Could it be? She had fallen for Brother Gu. It wasn't her fault, though a man as outstanding as Brother Gu was naturally easy to admire. As she pondered, she glanced back at the restaurant where they had dined together, and a wave of regret washed over her. She should have asked a waiter to take a photo of her and Brother Gu. After all, it was their first date, and it deserved to be commemorated. In a corner beside the restaurant, Lin Fan, hidden in the shadows, had witnessed every move his sister made. He could clearly see that his sister had developed feelings for that Gu Chenzhou. At that moment, a nameless rage seared his soul, and he could distinctly feel the freshly healed wounds threatening to split open again. Lin Fan quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the turbulent emotions to avoid succumbing to chi deviation. My sister is far too naive. In the hands of that old fox Gu Chenzhou, she might be sold and still count the money for him. But for now, there shouldn't be any substantial progress between them. If I reveal Gu Chenzhou's true nature to her now, I might still save her. With this thought, Lin Fan stepped out from the shadows and waved at Lin Ziwei, who was still standing there in a daze. Ziwei, Ziwei. A maiden's heart is always full of spring dreams. Lin Ziwei had been fantasizing about a sweet future with Gu Chenzhou when she was abruptly called back to reality. She quickly regained her composure and turned to look. She saw a young man, unfamiliar, yet somehow recognizable, walking toward her while waving. You? Do I know you? Seeing Lin Fan approach, Lin Ziwei asked warily. You don't recognize me? Huh. I suppose that's understandable. Lin Fan scratched his head, pulled out his phone, scrolled through his photo album for a moment, and then handed it to Lin Ziwei with a smile. I'm your brother, Lin Fan. The photo was an old one showing a little girl playing with a slightly older boy. You're my brother. Lin Ziwei immediately recognized the little girl in the photo as herself. She then studied Lin Fan closely, incredulous. She did remember having a brother, but he had run away from home when she was very young, and her memories of him were already hazy. Have you seen Mom and Dad yet? Lin Ziwei remained cautious. Of course. I asked them and found out where you were. Lin Ziwei nodded, pulled out her phone, and called their mother to confirm. Only then did she accept that this somewhat disheveled man was her brother. This amused Lin Fan. He hadn't expected his little sister to be so cautious. Let's go home, big brother, Lin Ziwei said with a smile. Although she had little memory of this sudden brother, she was still happy to see a family member. Seeing that his sister was clever and vigilant, Lin Fan was delighted. He thought that once he told her about Gu Chenzhou's true colors, she would quickly break free from his trap. Let's head home first. Mom and Dad will be thrilled to see us both together. Lin Fan smiled, and Lin Ziwei nodded. He hailed a taxi, and they sat together in the back seat as the car drove toward their suburban home. On the way, Lin Fan tested the waters. Sis, I happened to see you with a man earlier. Who is he to you? Hearing this, Lin Ziwei felt a bit shy and replied softly, He's a friend. In an instant, Lin Fan detected the undisguised joy in her tone, and the happiness of their reunion was quickly overshadowed by anger. How did you meet Gu Chenzhou? Lin Fan pressed further. Huh. Big brother, you know Brother Gu. Lin Ziwei was surprised. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. Mom and Dad told me he helped our family, so I'm curious. Tell me how you two met. Lin Ziwei nodded and recounted how she had met Gu Chenzhou, how she later helped him run his milk tea shop, and how he had assisted in getting their father medical treatment. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with gratitude and a certain other light. Finally, Lin Ziwei concluded, Brother Gu is a really good person. The taxi driver, having overheard her story, couldn't help but chime in. Young lady, you've truly met a kind soul. You're very fortunate. However, sitting beside her, Lin Fan was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly steadied his breathing, suppressing his fury, but couldn't help coughing violently. Lin Ziwei immediately patted his back. Brother, what's wrong? Lin Fan's face was frighteningly pale. From his sister's account, he had concluded that Gu Chenzhou's intentions were anything but good. Everything he did was to deceive her. Handing over the milk tea shop to my sister. That's clearly a ploy to tie her down. Gu Chenzhou, you are truly ruthless, poisonous, and insidious. Amidst his fury, he also felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had returned in time. If he had been even a few days later, his sister would have been completely infatuated with Gu Chenzhou and at his mercy. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm himself and said seriously to his sister, Ziwei, stay away from that Gu Chenzhou. He's not a good person. Lin Ziwei was stunned, her hand stopping mid-pat on his back. Brother, what are you saying? She asked, unable to believe her ears. Lin Fan repeated with utmost seriousness. I said this Gu Chenzhou is no good. Stay away from him. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Gu has shown kindness to me, and even greater kindness to father. How can you speak of him like that? Lin Ziwei's words were already tinged with anger. Seeing his sister's disbelief, Lin Fan had to speak up. Sister, I've known this Gu Chenzhou before. He is the most wicked, the most malicious, and the most venomous person I have ever met. Everything he does now is just to win your trust. You must not fall for his schemes. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Ziwei grew even more furious. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him, and said coldly, Brother, I don't know why you're saying this, but I won't allow you to speak ill of Brother Gu in front of me. The taxi driver in the front seat also chimed in. Young man, your sister is right. That man has been so good to your family. Instead of thanking him, you're bad-mouthing him behind his back. Don't you have any sense of gratitude? Mind your own business. The long-suppressed anger made Lin Fan roar at the driver. Startled by his outburst, the driver dared not interfere further and drove on quietly. Lin Fan turned back to Lin Ziwei, pleading earnestly. Ziwei, I'm your own brother. Would I ever harm you? Everything I'm saying now is for your own good. Lin Ziwei grew even angrier at this. She impatiently shoved Lin Fan away. She had never held much affection for this brother who had left home at a young age. If not for him, perhaps, she wouldn't have had to bear the family's burdens alone. Maybe their parents' lives could have been easier, but now he had suddenly returned claiming that Brother Gu, who had been a benefactor to her and their parents, was not a good person. How could Lin Ziwei accept this? Lin Ziwei turned around and said sternly, Brother'll still call you brother for now, but I hope you won't speak ill of Brother Gu in front of me anymore. Otherwise, from this day forward, I'll no longer have a brother like you. After saying this, Lin Ziwei turned her head to look out the window, refusing to glance at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his sister would threaten to disown him over Gu Chenzhou. Heaven knows he was only doing this for her own good. Soon the car stopped in front of Lin Fan's house. Lin Ziwei pushed open the door and ran inside. Lin Fan quickly pulled out a 100 yuan bill and tossed it to the driver, shooting him a vicious glare as he got out. The man had only interfered in his advice to his sister. By the time Lin Fan got out of the car, Lin Ziwei had already rushed into the house. He hurried after her. Lin's mother and father were still awake, chatting in the living room. Hearing the commotion outside, they quickly came out to greet them. You're back. Before she could finish, Lin's mother sensed the tension in the air. Her son had returned, so why was her daughter not happy, but instead angry? What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? She asked. Lin Fan nodded helplessly. Lin's mother pointed at them both. You two, you're grown-ups now and still fighting. Tell me what happened. Lin Ziwei spoke quickly, her voice laced with anger. Mom, he said Brother Gu is not a good person. I don't understand why he dislikes Brother Gu so much. Lin's mother and father exchanged a glance before turning to Lin Fan. Xiao Fan, why do you speak of that good man this way? Mom, Dad, sister, that man surnamed Gu is truly not a good person. Lin Fan then explained patiently. I knew him before. We had a conflict. Now he's definitely trying to deceive my sister and use you and her to harm me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin's parents and Lin Ziwei were all stunned. Lin Ziwei said with concern, Brother, are you okay? Have you been under some kind of stress? If you're sick, we can go see a doctor. In their eyes, someone of Lin Fan's standing could never have crossed paths with Gu Chenzhou. One was as lofty as a deity, the other like an ant in the mud. How could they possibly have been enemies? Mom, Dad, sister, I'm not sick. Why won't you believe me? Seeing Lin Ziwei's persuasion and his parents' expressions, Lin Fan felt speechless and said earnestly, This Gu Chenzhou is vicious at heart. You must have been deceived by him. Xiao Fan, that's enough. This time it was Lin's father who spoke. He cut Lin off with a stern face. Lin's father pointed to his own 2 legs encased in plaster casts and said gravely, Xiao Fan, if it weren't for Mr. Gu arranging a doctor to reattach these legs of mine, your father would have been bedridden for the rest of his life. If he were as bad as you say, why would he help me? Lin Ziwei added, Exactly. If Brother Gu were really what you claim, why would he pay me such a high salary and help me at every turn? Besides, given our family situation, what could he possibly covet? Lin's mother concluded, Xiao Fan, we don't know why you think Mr. Gu is a bad person, but he has genuinely helped our family. He is our benefactor. We may not be wealthy, but we have basic morals. When someone helps us, we must remember their kindness. Especially since he has done so much for our family, we owe him even more gratitude. Lin's mother finally said, Xiao Fan, I hope you won't speak ill of Mr. Gu anymore. Seeing his parents and sister so fiercely defending Gu Chenzhou, Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He felt shattered. He stared blankly at his solemn family, finding it all absurd and ridiculous. They were his own family. Why would they rather trust the insidious outsider Gu Chenzhou than him? That night, Lin Fan's return should have been a joyous occasion, but because of his words, not a single smile graced the Lin household. Lin Ziwei even sulked, threatening to take her clothes and stay at the milk tea shop, but Lin's parents and Lin Fan finally stopped her. After 11 o'clock that night, Lin Fan lay in the side room, full of grievances and anger, and fell into a restless sleep. Throughout it all, he never noticed a person lying on the roof of the side room. That person had recorded the entire family quarrel with a video camera. An hour later, in Gu Chenzhou's manor, he watched the footage of the Lin family's argument on his phone. As the video ended, Gu Chenzhou lightly clapped his hands and laughed. Brilliant, truly brilliant. But now I need to add a bit more fuel to make the fire burn even brighter, Gu Chenzhou murmured. A glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, selected a number, and pressed the call button. In the Demon City, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Gate, a realm of ethereal beauty reigned. Since the two underworld powers of the Demon City lost their leaders, the Heavenly Gate, backed by Gu Chenzhou, rose swiftly. It not only devoured many territories of the two forces, once again becoming the supreme underground power of the Demon City, but also showed signs of unifying the entire city. It was during this process that Xiao Wumei displayed an iron will, earning the admiration of countless gang members and recruiting many renowned figures to her cause. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Heavenly Gate headquarters, Xiao Wumei sat at the head seat listening to a report from one of her senior subordinates. Just then, a phone placed aside suddenly rang. Though the sound was not loud, Xiao Wumei instantly picked it up. Her usual ringtone was different. This was a special tone set for that person alone, signaling that he was calling. Xiao Wumei picked up the phone and stood saying to the crowd in the meeting room, "I need to take this call." With that, she held the phone and hurried out of the conference room. Her actions left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. This was a crucial meeting about unifying the Demon City, which Xiao Wumei valued immensely, yet she had left at such a critical moment. At that moment, they were all intensely curious, wondering what could cause this empress who held absolute authority in the Demon City's underworld to be so anxious. In the lounge adjacent to the meeting room, Xiao Wumei answered the call. "Master Gu." Xiao Wumei answered the phone. On the other end, Gu Chenzhou reclined in the courtyard of Yiqing Villa, comfortably lounging in a chair while savoring tea. His phone was set to speaker mode and placed on the coffee table. "Did you miss me?" Gu Chenzhou asked with a smile in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Wumei felt a blush of shyness, but she still replied yes. "How much?" Gu Chenzhou's voice carried a hint of playfulness. In the lounge, Xiao Wumei held the phone, her face growing even more flushed with embarrassment. "Master Gu, you're so wicked." Gu Chenzhou did not respond. After a long pause, Xiao Wumei finally said, her face reddening, "It's a longing beyond words." Haha. Her words amused Gu Chenzhou. They exchanged light-hearted banter for a while, then Gu Chenzhou shifted the topic. "Now I have a task for you." In the lounge, Xiao Wumei had been lounging lazily on the sofa, but upon hearing Gu Chenzhou's words, she immediately stood up, her expression turning serious. "Master Gu, please give your orders." Gu Chenzhou said, "I recall that residential area in the western suburbs of the Demon City is scheduled for demolition, isn't it?" Xiao Wumei was momentarily puzzled, wondering why Gu Chenzhou was concerned with such matters, but she quickly went to the computer to check some files. "Yes, Master Gu. There are still a few households that haven't moved out. Get some lackeys from other factions to go over." After listening to Gu Chenzhou's instructions, Xiao Wumei was left somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that she couldn't carry out his orders, but rather that this was such a trivial matter. Even as the leader of the Heavenly Gate, she usually wouldn't bother with such minor affairs. Why would Gu Chenzhou take an interest? There had to be something behind this. Xiao Wumei wanted to ask, but she hesitated, fearing that inquiring rashly might seem disrespectful. A flash of memory surfaced in her mind. The image of Yan Ji nearly kicking Xiang Tianlang to death with a single blow. "Master Gu, should I tell the men to hold back?" Xiao Wumei asked tentatively. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. "No need. Proceed as usual." After hanging up, Xiao Wumei rose from the lounge and paced around the room, feeling a mix of unease and excitement. This was the first time Gu Chenzhou had entrusted her with a task, and she was determined to execute it flawlessly to prove worthy of his trust. Then she pushed open the door and called out, "Summon Chen Fu to see me." Soon a burly man pushed open the lounge door. Despite his imposing build, his demeanor was humble and respectful. "Sect leader, you called for me?" Chen Fu asked. Xiao Wumei looked over the leader of the Dagger Society in front of her and gave a slight nod. This man was not only skilled in lethal arts, but also possessed a sharp mind, a rare combination in the underworld. "Chen Fu, I have a task for you today." Then Xiao Wumei relayed Gu Chenzhou's instructions to Chen Fu verbatim. Finally, she added, "As for the extent of the measures, use your own judgment." Chen Fu nodded. "Understood, sect leader. They'll see to it tomorrow." Xiao Wumei nodded and re-entered the conference room for the meeting. The next morning in the Lin family courtyard, Lin's mother wheeled Lin's father out to bask in the sun. Both elders wore rare smiles. Though the previous night had been chaotic because of Lin Fan's outburst, Lin's parents remained convinced that Lin Fan was in the wrong. They believed his harsh words about Gu Chenzhou stemmed from jealousy. They didn't think much of the incident, assuming everything would improve with time. At that moment, Lin Ziwei had gone to work at the milk tea shop, while Lin Fan had vanished early in the morning, his whereabouts unknown. As the two elders were chatting, a fierce and rude knocking suddenly erupted at the courtyard gate. A voice outside shouted, "Open up. The demolition crew is here." Then came the sound of banging on the door. Before Lin's parents could react, a loud crash echoed as the door panel was kicked in from the outside. First, a burly man strode into the courtyard followed by over a dozen thugs wielding baseball bats. We're the demolition team. Are you going to let us demolish or not? Why haven't you moved out yet? Do we have to break your old bones and toss you out in a box before you are willing to leave? The lead thug cursed loudly. At the same time his eyes scanned the courtyard, silently wondering why his boss had taken such a personal interest in such a trivial matter. Hearing this, Lin's mother's face paled. She pleaded, "Please, sirs, don't demolish yet. If you tear this down, we'll have nowhere to live. Have mercy on us." The lead thug sneered. "Old hag, who are you calling, sir? You're making me sound old." Ha ha ha. The group of thugs behind him also burst into laughter. "Brothers, let's go. Since the two old folks won't move, we might as well do them a favor. Help them move out." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the thugs immediately stepped forward to enter the room and start moving things. Mother Lin quickly blocked their way, pleading incessantly, "Gentlemen, please grant us a few more days, I beg you." The leading thug, annoyed by Mother Lin's persistence, cursed, "Old hag," and shoved her hard. Mother Lin lost her balance and fell into the muddy ground. Though not seriously injured, her entire body was covered in mud. Several thugs rushed into the room, tossing out the TV, first followed by tables and chairs. Father Lin, trembling with rage in the courtyard, could not stand due to his unhealed legs, let alone confront these vicious thugs. Slap, slap, slap. Father Lin pounded the armrest of his wheelchair in fury, shouting, You bastards. They'll take you to court, I swear I will." Yet his threats had no deterrent effect. The thugs continued tossing the Lin family's furniture out piece by piece. The leader, standing by, couldn't help but laugh heartily at Father Lin's words. "Old fool, do you know who we are? We're from the Chenzhou Society. Even if you win in court, we haven't killed or set fires. We'll just spend a few days inside. But when we get out, just watch how we'll finish you off." As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he glared fiercely at Father Lin. Indeed, these were men sent by Chun Fu, the leader of the Chenzhou Society. Father and Mother Lin, ordinary townsfolk, were no match for these hardened gangsters. They trembled in fear at his gaze. Father Lin's lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Ziwei was in good spirits today. Her milk tea shop was thriving. She had planned to rest at the shop during lunch, but worried about her unreliable brother. If he didn't return home at noon, the elderly parents would be left unattended. So around 12 she rode her electric bike home. But as she entered the village, she heard from neighbors that a group had come to cause trouble at her house. Alarmed, she rushed home. When she arrived, she found the front yard crowded with onlookers, and her mother's sobs echoed from within. Hurriedly dismounting, she pushed through the crowd and squeezed into the yard. The scene inside startled her. A dozen burly, menacing men stood in the courtyard. Her parents were clinging to each other, weeping, while their furniture was being tossed out piece by piece. "Mom, what's happening?" Lin Ziwei rushed in to shield her parents. The thug leader's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Ziwei. This girl was stunning. Even in simple jeans and a black t-shirt, her delicate features and curvaceous figure were striking. Heh, who'd have thought the old man had such a beautiful daughter? Ignoring him, Lin Ziwei helped her mother up and asked what was going on. Wiping her tears, Mother Lin sobbed. "It's about the demolition. It should have been good news, but their offer is far too low. And with your brother back, now he'll need to marry in a few years. A man needs a house, doesn't he? We wanted a bit more compensation, but we never expected it to come to this." Hearing this, Lin Ziwei's heart churned with mixed emotions. She glanced at the thugs, still tossing out furniture, her expression darkening. "Have you no respect for the law? Stop right now." The thugs paid her no mind, some even approached, sensing her vulnerability. Panic seized Lin Ziwei as they drew nearer, her heart pounding with fear. She stepped back, and in that moment a tall, commanding figure surfaced in her mind. If only Brother Gu were here, he could surely handle this mess. Suddenly an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. As a thug closed in, Lin Ziwei suddenly shouted, "Stop! I know Gu Chenzhou." In all of Modu, Gu Chenzhou's name was legendary. Surely these men would think twice. But after a brief pause, the thugs erupted into laughter, as if they'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "Did I hear that right? She knows Gu Chenzhou. Ha ha. Exactly. Does she even look in the mirror? How could someone like her be worthy of knowing Gu Chenzhou? Forget her, let's start dismantling the house." After the laughter subsided, the thugs resumed their work, smashing beds and walls. Desperate, Lin Ziwei insisted, "I really do know Brother Gu. We're even business partners." But her words only fueled more ridicule. "Business partners with Gu Chenzhou? That's hilarious. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. A man of his stature deals in hundreds of billions. Why would he go into business with you?" At a loss, Lin Ziwei glanced back at her weeping parents, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. At Yiqing Villa, Gu Chenzhou lounged gracefully on a recliner, his perfect physique on display. Beside him knelt Lung Ningxuang, giving him a back massage with increasingly skilled hands. Gu Chenzhou was beginning to enjoy the sensation. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just then his phone on the coffee table rang. Lung Ningxuang picked it up, answered, and held it to his ear. "Brother Gu, someone is trying to demolish my house by force. Can you come and help me?" As the call connected, Lin Ziwei's anxious voice came through the phone. Gu Chenzhou asked calmly, "What happened?" Lin Ziwei then gave a brief account of the matter. "All right, don't confront them. Wait for me to come." Hanging up, he waved at Lung Ningxuang. The icy female CEO, now far from her aloof demeanor, obediently used a towel to dry Gu Qinzhou's back. He slowly sat up, unhurriedly sipped a cup of tea, then said to Lung Ningxuang, "Go inform Yin Ji to bring the car around." Lung Ningxuang had overheard part of Gu Qinzhou's conversation with Lin Ziwei and asked curiously, "Master, aren't you worried?" Gu Qinzhou smiled slightly. "What's there to worry about?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan had been out all morning searching for evidence of Gu Qinzhou's misdeeds. He wanted his family to see Gu Qinzhou's true face and stop being deceived by that despicable man. But his morning's efforts yielded nothing. Gu Qinzhou never left evidence, and some victims, intimidated by his power, dared not testify. Alas! On his way home, Lin Fan sighed, helplessly tugging at his hair in frustration. As he entered the village, he heard a commotion, but paid little mind. Then a gossipy woman at the entrance called out, "Are you Lin Fan? Hurry home. Your family is in a fight." Huh. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Concerned for his family, he sprinted toward his house. At the gate, he saw thugs blocking the way. The sounds of arguing came from the yard. "Damn it, they dare to mess with me." Already seething with anger, Lin Fan erupted. He stepped forward and kicked a thug in the lower back. The thug, caught off guard, flew forward like a cannonball, knocking over several others. The others turned, seeing someone attack their own, and charged with baseball bats. But these thugs used to bullying ordinary folks were no match for Lin Fan. In a few moves, the thugs outside lay groaning on the ground. Lin Fan stormed into the house to find their belongings thrown into the yard. His parents and sister huddled together, weeping pitifully. "Who are you?" The lead thug pointed a baseball bat at Lin Fan, his eyes wary and fearful. This guy had taken down so many of his men. He was no pushover. Lin Fan cursed, "I'm your father." With that, he lunged forward. The thug swung his bat at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan raised his arm to block. The wooden bat shattered against his forearm as if hitting steel. A master!" The lead thug exclaimed in terror. With a thunderous punch, Lin Fan struck his chest. The thug felt a searing pain and flew backward. The other thugs, seeing their leader beaten, grabbed their bats and charged at Lin Fan. "Be careful, Xiao Fan," his mother cried. Lin Fan merely smirked coldly. He had been holding in a bellyful of anger and was ready to vent. He moved like lightning, and soon the yard echoed with cries of pain. In moments, all the thugs who had charged lay on the ground, unable to rise. Inside and outside the yard, they writhed and groaned. He had held back. None would die here. "Mom, Dad, sis, are you alright?" Ignoring the fallen thugs, Lin Fan rushed to his parents, asking anxiously, "Xiao Fan, are you okay?" His mother touched his arm, worried. Lin Fan shook his head. "Mom, I'm fine. They're no match for me." The lead thug coughed violently, spitting blood and teeth. He struggled to sit up, glaring at Lin Fan and his parents with venomous eyes. Slowly he rose, each movement aggravating the wounds Gu Qinzhou had inflicted. That kid had hit hard. He shot Lin Fan a vicious look, then limped to the door, kicking his men and ordering them up. Leaning against the wall, he turned and pointed at Lin Fan, his voice dripping with malice. "You're finished. Do you know who we are? We're the Small Knife Society, backed by the Heavenly Gate, the most powerful underworld force in Magic City. You think you're tough? Just wait. They'll call for backup. Can you beat dozens? Hundreds? Even if you can, you won't always be around." The lead thug's venomous gaze swept over Lin Fan's parents and sister. "When that happens, just see if I don't finish them off." Lin Fan's parents were terrified. They were simple folk who lived honest lives. Being targeted by such people would ruin everything. Just then a car horn sounded outside. Lin Ziwei was startled, then remembered she had called Brother Gu for help. "Brother Gu is here." Overjoyed, she jumped up and ran out the gate. There she saw the ethereal Gu Qinzhou stepping out of the car. "Brother Gu." Lin Ziwei threw herself into his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Brother Gu, you're finally here." The thugs of the Small Knife Society were stunned. They knew Gu Qinzhou, of course. A dozen thugs exchanged glances, feeling as if thunderstruck. That girl really does know Gu Qinzhou. Just then a thug whose ribs had been broken earlier, still reeling from the assault, saw Gu Qinzhou suddenly appear and block their path, and an inexplicable fury ignited within him. Perhaps it was jealousy over the man's striking elegance or the stunning beauty of the woman trailing behind him. Or maybe it was the pent-up rage from their recent beating with nowhere to vent. Either way, the thug rushed forward, snarling aggressively. "Who the hell are you? Do you know we?" Swish. Behind Gu Qinzhou, Yan Jia's eyes flickered with murderous intent as she stepped forward to strike. The lead thug, startled, grabbed the shouting thug by the collar before Yan Ji could act, yanking him to the ground and launching a barrage of kicks and punches. "You blind bastard, you've got a death wish." He was itching to kill the fool. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." He knew all too well who Gu Qinzhou was and what he was capable of. Without an explanation, he might not live to see tomorrow's sun. After the beating, he approached Gu Qinzhou with utmost deference. "Master Gu, my men were out of line and offended you. We had no idea this family truly had ties with you. I deeply apologize. Whatever punishment you deem fit, well accept." Seeing Gu Qinzhou silent, he then turned to Lin Ziwei's family, offering sincere apologies and scraping together tens of thousands in compensation from his men. Now he was groveling, a far cry from his earlier arrogance. Finally, he returned to Gu Chenzhou, trembling in anticipation of judgment. The Lin family stood dazed, unable to process the scene. Get lost. Gu Chenzhou didn't spare them a glance, uttering the words flatly. Yes, yes. We're going. The thug, relieved as if granted amnesty, promptly rolled forward on the ground. With a signal to his men, they all copied his move, rolling once before scurrying away without a moment's pause. Mom, Dad, this is the boss who's been so kind to me. Lin Ziwei said, her eyes brimming with admiration. Gu Chenzhou had merely stood there, and the thugs had fled in terror. He was like the superhero destined to protect her, solving every trouble with his mere presence. Hearing this, Lin's mother quickly wiped the mud off her clothes with her sleeve, pushing her husband's wheelchair forward a few steps, yet a sense of inferiority washed over her. She could only stammer endless thanks to Gu Chenzhou. Brother Gu, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Without you we wouldn't have known what to do. Lin Ziwei, who hadn't shed a tear until now, suddenly felt tears welling up at the sight of Gu Chenzhou. A strong woman rarely cries except in the presence of someone she deems worthy of reliance. In Lin Ziwei's heart, Brother Gu was far more dependable than her own brother. Lin Fan, standing by the door, watched the scene with a bitter taste in his mouth. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Something was off. Why did the demolition crew show up just the day after he returned home? If it were a coincidence, it was too convenient. He looked up at Gu Chenzhou and caught a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. In an instant, Lin Fan understood everything. Gu Chenzhou had orchestrated it all. As he took in his parents' profuse gratitude and his sister's adoring gaze toward Gu Chenzhou, his fury exploded. Along with it, the anger he had suppressed days ago surged forth. Gu Chenzhou! Lin Fan roared in rage, forgetting that he was no match for his opponent. All he wanted was to land a punch on that hypocritical face. The sudden roar startled everyone nearby. Seeing Lin Fan charge at Gu Chenzhou, his parents cried out in alarm, "Xiao Fan, don't be rude." Yet Gu Chenzhou stood motionless, a calm, faint smile still playing on his lips. Yan Ji flickered silently, positioning herself beside Gu Chenzhou, her legs slightly bent, ready to strike at Lin Fan. Whoosh! As Lin Fan's fist flew forward, Lin Ziwei suddenly stepped in front of him, shielding Gu Chenzhou with her arms. No! The sight of his sister before him jolted Lin Fan back to reason. He halted his punch, growling, "Move aside." Lin Ziwei stood firm. "Have you lost your mind? Why attack Brother Gu? Can't you see he's here to help us?" Lin's mother shouted from behind. "Xiao Fan, what's gotten into you? How can you treat our benefactor this way? Have you forgotten that without Mr. Gu, your father would be bettered in for life?" Lin's father, seething with rage, pounded his wheelchair. "Ungrateful wretch! A disgrace to our family." Hearing his sister's cries, his mother's shouts, and his father's tone of utter disappointment, Lin Fan swayed, feeling his barely calmed mind ignite with fury once more. "I'm your family. Why are you all siding with Gu Chenzhou, an outsider, instead of me?" Lin Fan fumed silently, his rage impotent. Looking up, he saw Gu Chenzhou standing behind Lin Ziwei, a contemptuous sneer on his lips. That smile was the last straw, driving Lin Fan over the edge. "Can't you see that all of this was set up by Gu? Why are you still defending him? He's scheming against our family, playing the Good Samaritan. Can't you see that?" Lin Fan pointed at Gu Chenzhou, shouting furiously. Lin Ziwei and her parents looked from Gu Chenzhou to Lin Fan, stunned. Emotionally, they wanted to trust their blood relative. But rationally, they couldn't believe that Gu Chenzhou, who had been so kind to them and had just driven away the thugs, bore any ill will. "Shut up. Haven't you embarrassed us enough?" Lin Ziwei fumed. Seeing her brother not only ungrateful, but also trying to slander and attack their benefactor, she felt dizzy. Just then Gu Chenzhou gave a nonchalant smile. "It seems I've come at a bad time. Yan Ji, prepare the carriage." Gu Chenzhou turned and walked away without a moment's pause. Seeing this, Lin's parents grew anxious. Lin's mother called out loudly, "Sir, please stay, sir, please stay." However, Gu Chenzhou acted as if he hadn't heard and continued walking toward where the carriage was parked. Lin's parents became increasingly worried. Gu Chenzhou had not only shown immense kindness to their Lin family, but was also now Lin Ziwei's superior. If they failed to repay his kindness and even allowed Lin Fan to anger him, their family would be haunted by guilt. They would likely be branded as ungrateful wretches behind their backs for the rest of their lives. Lin Ziwei caught up to Gu Chenzhou, clutching his sleeve and offering endless apologies. But Gu Chenzhou showed no sign of stopping. As Yan Ji opened the carriage door, and he was about to step in, Lin Ziwei, in a moment of desperation, threw her arms around his waist. "Brother Gu, we don't know why he attacked you. Brother Gu, you must believe we are not ungrateful people. Please don't be angry." Lin Ziwei's eyes were brimming with tears. Hearing this, Gu Chenzhou feigned helplessness and let out a soft sigh. "I don't know what I did wrong to make your family member hate me so deeply. I hold the entire city of Modu in contempt. What could your family possibly have that I would covet?" With that, he gently exerted a bit of force to free his arm from Lin Ziwei's grasp, then stepped directly into the carriage. Yan Ji closed the door, casting a profound glance at Lin Ziwei, whose hair was disheveled and expression lost in bewilderment. Then she took the driver's seat, and the luxury car roared off into the distance. Lin Ziwei collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed dazedly on the direction where Gu Chenzhou had vanished, but her mind grew clearer by the moment. How noble was Brother Gu's status? If he truly intended to harm her family, why would he need to continuously help them to earn their trust? If a lofty deity despised ordinary mortals beneath the earth, it would simply rain down divine punishment. Why resort to convoluted schemes? At this thought, she became increasingly convinced that Brother Gu was right, and that her newly returned elder brother Lin Fan must be mentally unhinged. Lin's mother was also furious. Since receiving Gu Chenzhou's help, their family's life had been steadily improving, and she was truly grateful to him. But now her son, who had been away for over a decade, had come home only to declare that their benefactor who had cared for them so well was a villain, and even attempted to attack him face to face. Lin's mother felt a throbbing ache in her head. Lin Fan, you go apologize to Mr. Gu right now, or else I won't acknowledge you as my son anymore. Lin's mother turned and walked away, pushing her trembling, furious husband back into the house. She feared that if he continued watching Lin Fan's madness, he would be angered to death. Lin Ziwei wiped away her tears. She looked at Lin Fan with an expressionless face and said coldly, Lin Fan, if Brother Gu doesn't forgive you from now on, I won't acknowledge you as my elder brother either. With that, she directly followed her mother, not even sparing Lin Fan another glance. Watching his loved ones leave him one by one, Lin Fan felt as if his head were about to split open. Damn it! What is happening? He clutched his hair and sat on the ground, then suddenly slammed his fist into the ground with force, creating a hole. With a sudden movement, Lin Fan rose. He looked back at the home that had been thoroughly wrecked by the thugs, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Then he sprinted off in the direction the car had disappeared. At the entrance of Yiqing Villa, just as Gu Chenzhou's car approached, Lin Fan suddenly darted out from the side, recklessly blocking the vehicle about to enter the villa. Hey, do you have a death wish? Several security guards were alarmed, and some moved to drag Lin Fan away. The rear window of the luxury car rolled down. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand at his security guards, who understood and immediately retreated. Gu Chenzhou merely looked at him calmly. The latter approached the car door, his furious eyes glaring at him. Gu Chenzhou, why are you doing all this? Gu Chenzhou let out a light chuckle, a flicker in his eyes, and spoke blandly, because this is the consequence of crossing me. A sudden thought struck Lin Fan. The hand hidden behind his back moved stealthily, pressing the record button on his phone. Was everything today arranged by you? Lin Fan raised his voice. Umph. Gu Chenzhou glanced at him, seeing through his little trick clearly, and found it somewhat amusing. That's right, he nodded faintly. What is your real purpose in approaching my sister? Lin Ziwei. She's good-looking, has a great figure, and is very obedient, a fine pawn. She would look even better in a black lace-made outfit. Gu Chenzhou's expression was mocking. These words instantly provoked Lin Fan. Nothing was more infuriating than having someone openly admit their designs on his sister. Then, putting away his phone, he punched toward Gu Chenzhou through the car window. Gu Chenzhou's face showed disdain. A defeated opponent still daring to strike. He waved his hand lightly, and Lin Fan felt an invisible force suddenly slam into his chest. With a thunderous crash, his entire body was sent flying, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Lin Fan felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. By this time, Gu Chenzhou had already entered Yiqing Villa, and the gate slammed shut. Watching the car's silhouette gradually disappear, Lin Fan grew even more resentful. However, he was no match for his opponent now, and could only endure. Still, this encounter wasn't without gains. So he quickly reached into the pocket where he had placed his phone, but found nothing. Ignoring his injuries, he shoved his hand into his pocket and discovered that his phone had been shattered into pieces. The chip was reduced to powder, making it impossible to retrieve the recording from earlier. Lin Fan suddenly realized. No wonder Gu Chenzhou had so readily cooperated with his questions. He had been playing him for a fool, and he hadn't even noticed. How hateful. In an instant, a wave of powerlessness enveloped Lin Fan. He slammed his fist into the ground with all his might. Turning back, he fixed a deathly stare on the four characters Yiqing Villa, then struggled to his feet and staggered toward the intersection. By the time he returned home, dusk had fallen. The small courtyard was still in utter disarray, but the inside of the house had been tidied up. His family was sitting on a sofa with a broken side, waiting for his return. Within just a few short hours, Lin's parents had aged considerably, their spirits utterly deflated. When Lin Fan stumbled into the house, Lin Ziwei immediately rose to her feet. Lin Fan, did Mr. Gu forgive you? Lin's father and mother also looked at Lin Fan. Seeing this scene, with his entire family hoping he would apologize to Gu Chenzhou, he found it hard to speak, gritting his teeth as he said, everything that happened today was orchestrated by Gu Chenzhou. Why won't any of you believe me? Then, recalling Gu Chenzhou's words, Lin Fan looked at Lin Ziwei and said word by word, Ziwei, Gu Chenzhou approached you with ill intentions. Do you realize that? Lin's parents exchanged bewildered glances, then both looked at Lin Ziwei. Lin Ziwei's eyebrows shot up as she glared at her brother, her face flushed with indignation. Lin Fan, have you lost your mind? Brother Gu is the president of Tiandi Group, a business magnate, an honored guest of many nations. Tell me, what could our family possibly have that he would covet? You say he has ulterior motives. Haven't you seen his bodyguards? They're far more beautiful than I am. Hearing Lin Ziwei's words, Lin's parents were also stunned by his status, and they grew even more convinced that their son was in the wrong. Lin's father grabbed the TV remote and threw it at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? Why have you become like this since coming back? Framing and slandering others like this. Don't you realize that without him your father would have spent his life bedridden as a cripple? Lin Fan was left speechless and his pent-up anger finally erupted. Wake up all of you. Gu Chenzhou is up to no good. Don't you understand? Lin Fan, get out. Get out of our house. I never want to see you again. Lin Ziwei shouted, shoving Lin Fan forcefully out of the living room, then slammed the door shut. Lin Fan stood outside the door in disbelief. His own sister had told him to leave and kicked him out of the house. At Yiqing Villa, young master, do you have any free time this evening? Gu Yan, who hadn't been seen for days, suddenly arrived. Upon seeing Gu Chenzhou, he asked with a fawning expression. Gu Chenzhou lounged in a recliner, ignoring him. Before long, Lung Ningxuang, dressed in a maid's outfit, approached with a cup of hot tea. She knelt beside Gu Chenzhou and presented it respectfully. Master, please have some tea. Gu Yan was dumbfounded, watching his former unattainable goddess, now serving as Gu Chenzhou's maid, a bitter ache swelling in his heart. Yet in Gu Chenzhou's presence he dared not say a word. He couldn't even muster the courage to glance at Lung Ningxuang. After taking a sip of tea, Gu Chenzhou spoke indifferently. Something on your mind, Doi? Young master, there's an underground boxing match tonight on the eastern outskirts of the Magic City. If you're interested, I'd be honored to accompany you. Gu Yan stated his purpose respectfully, intent on fulfilling his father's wish to build a good rapport with the young master. An underground boxing match. Gu Chenzhou had little interest in such things, having seen plenty while in Europe. Suddenly a thought struck him. Some vague memories began to crystallize. If his recollection served him right, the protagonist would have a brother appear at this very match, and the protagonist himself would also show up. In that case, it might be worth attending. He'll be there. Gu Yan was overjoyed at the response. Inviting the young master was a great honor. Then he'll go make the arrangements, young master. See you tonight. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand, and Gu Yan tactfully withdrew. After Gu Yan vanished, Gu Chenzhou turned his head to look at Lung Ningxuang, who was still kneeling beside him. He reached out and lifted her chin. Care to join me tonight? Lung Ningxuang was momentarily stunned. Before she could answer, Gu Chenzhou added, it'd be dull alone. You'll come along. Late at night at the western outskirts of the Magic City, countless luxury cars were parked before a massive manor. One by one, the wealthy young scions of the Magic City stepped out of their vehicles, arms slung over each other's shoulders as they headed toward the manor's entrance. Thrilling and exhilarating. These privileged youths adored coming here to watch underground boxing matches, especially for that rush of death. Isn't this young Master Gu? A wealthy heir spotted Gu Yan and hurried over to greet him. Ever since Gu Yan had connected with Gu Chenzhou, he had risen from a marginal figure in the Magic City's elite circle to someone respected wherever he went. Young Master Gu, I heard you've invited that one tonight. Is it true? A wealthy heir inquired obsequiously. Gu Yan glanced at him and replied coolly, naturally. The young master will be here shortly. Huh. Then well, bask in young Master Gu's glory, and see if we can exchange a few words with him. The surrounding heirs chuckled, straightening their collars lest they appear flustered when meeting Gu Chenzhou. Basking in their flattery, Gu Yan felt immensely gratified, savoring the sensation of being surrounded. Yet he didn't forget that it was Gu Chenzhou who had bestowed all this upon him. Without Gu Chenzhou, neither he nor his father would still be in this world. Time slipped by, and soon it was 8 o'clock, the appointed hour for his meeting with Gu Chenzhou. He stepped ahead toward the steps leading to the manor's gate. Young Master Gu is the gentleman coming. Let's go greet him together. Several leading heirs from the Magic City's second-generation circle rushed over to inquire. They had long admired Gu Chenzhou and yearned to make his acquaintance, but had never found the opportunity. Tonight that opportunity had arrived. Gu Yan glanced at them, then a thought struck him. The young master's grand arrival merited more than a solitary welcome. It would befit his status to have these heirs join him in the greeting. Thus he nodded and added a caution. When you meet the young master, don't be noisy. Holy crap. The gentleman is really coming. Hurry, hurry. What are we waiting for? Let's go greet him. The heirs clamored and scrambled down the steps, eager not to miss the welcome. Seeing this, Gu Yan hastily followed, fearing they might offend the young master and cause a catastrophe. Yet when they reached the manor's entrance, there was no sign of Gu Chenzhou. The heirs looked to Gu Yan, who ignored them. Checking the time, he began to wait patiently. With no other choice, the heirs joined him, unwilling to miss the chance to connect with Gu Chenzhou. Thus Gu Yan and the assembled heirs stood in the biting wind for over half an hour before they finally saw a luxury car approaching from afar. Gu Yan glanced at the license plate and exclaimed in surprise, "It's the young master." The heirs of the Magic City instantly straightened their backs, not daring to move an inch. The Porsche slowly came to a halt before the manor gates. The driver's door opened, and Yanji stepped out, scanning their surroundings before reaching back to open the rear door. Gu Chenzhou slowly stepped out from the back seat of the car, his figure flawless and his aura transcendent. The young masters waiting at the entrance couldn't help but feel inferior. Lung Ningxuang emerged from the other side of the back seat clad in a light blue evening gown adorned with diamonds and crystals, which accentuated her naturally cold and noble demeanor even further. Then she walked over to Gu Chenzhou and linked her arm through his. These wealthy young scions were once again stunned. Wasn't this the iceberg CEO Lung Ningxuang? It seemed she was here as Gu Chenzhou's companion. Rumor had it that this iceberg CEO from the Magic City was serving as Gu Chenzhou's maid, but now she appeared even more beautiful than before. Of course they dared not stare too long, for she was Gu Chenzhou's woman and they valued their lives. Yet recalling Gu Chenzhou's identity, they soon felt at ease. Instead they wondered if Lung Ningxuang was worthy of him. They quickly approached and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, young Master Gu. Welcome, young Master Gu. Gu Yan glanced at Lung Ningxuang holding Gu Chenzhou's arm, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. Young Master, welcome. We've reserved the most luxurious private room for you. At that moment Gu Yan shed all pretense of being a wealthy scion, his words and demeanor resembling those of a professional attendant. Under Gu Yan's guidance, Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang walked into the manor together. As for the other young masters, they trailed behind like lackeys, having all glimpsed Lung Ningxuang. Inside, the manor revealed a hidden world usually secluded and hard to find. But tonight it was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. Gu Yan took a black velvet mask from a server's tray and handed it to Gu Chenzhou. Young master, guests here value privacy and anonymity. If you wish to conceal your whereabouts, you may wear this. Gu Yan then handed 2 more masks to Lung Ningxuang and the flame maiden behind. Gu Chenzhou didn't mind, but decided to wear it to avoid causing a stir. After donning the mask, Gu Yan and the surrounding young masters also put theirs on. I know you prefer tranquility, young master, so I specially rented a private suite at great expense. With that, Gu Yan gestured for them to follow and led the way. As they passed the front courtyard, some guests still had not put on their masks. But in the back courtyard, the atmosphere was entirely different. Everyone wore masks, and there were more bodyguards and attendants. Gu Chenzhou even noticed a few concealed armed guards, which he dismissed, though they suited his plans. The crowd gathered around a massive elevated platform where masked men and women cheered wildly as boxers fought on stage. On the ring, 2 burly men stood on opposite sides, blood trickling down their skin onto the platform. The wounds from their earlier brawls swelled grotesquely, making them look like monsters. The only way to tell them apart was by their red and blue fighting trunks. The red boxer suddenly lunged like a leopard at the blue boxer, landing a heavy punch square on his nose. The red boxer's supporters immediately roared with raised fists, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch, raw and bloody. Gu Yan led Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang to an elevator. This time the other young masters did not follow, staying outside, not daring to intrude. Have a pleasant evening, young Master Gu. Gu Chenzhou ignored them and stepped into the elevator. It ascended directly to the private suite, where the quiet and warmth felt like a different world from the noisy hall beyond the window. Young master, would you like some red wine or something else? Gu Yan asked tentatively. Gu Chenzhou replied, strolling to the floor-to-ceiling window. Yes. Gu Yan hurried to brew the finest West Lake Dragonwell tea, then approached the window to introduce young master. The one in red is nicknamed Thunder God. He's won 30 consecutive matches on this ring. The one in blue is a nobody. He'll likely be sent to meet his maker by Thunder God today. Gu Chenzhou smiled nonchalantly, settling onto the sofa to sip tea and watch the boxing match. The so-called boxing match was far from standard, resembling a Roman gladiator arena where 2 men were thrown in. There were no rules, only the need to defeat the opponent and ensure one's own survival. Bang! Thunder God landed a heavy blow on the blue boxer's face, sending him flying 3 meters before crashing down, his head lolling as he fell unconscious. A referee rushed onto the stage, quickly examined him, and announced into the microphone, "Let's congratulate Thunder God on another solo kill in the ring." Thunder God punched the air triumphantly, and the crowd erupted, howling like wolves. Gu Yan couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration, but then realizing his rudeness, turned to apologize. Young master, I got carried away. A solo kill means beating someone to death in the ring. Thunder God excels at it. This is his 10th kill here. Lung Ningxuang, a first-time visitor, felt uneasy. The bloody scene on stage made her nauseous, and Gu Yan's explanation only deepened her disgust. Had it not been for Gu Chenzhou, she would have left long ago. Gu Chenzhou smiled ambiguously, pulling Lung Ningxuang into his arms and teasing her gently. Gu Yan quickly turned away, not daring to watch. The matches moved swiftly. After his victory, Thunder God retired to rest due to his injuries. 4 more matches followed, 3 of which ended with one boxer killing the other. Alright, after a brief intermission, we've just received word that your beloved Thunder God has regained his fighting spirit. He demands another match tonight. Now let's welcome both fighters to the ring. At the host's loud call, a thud sounded, and the lights on both sides of the ring illuminated. Let's welcome Thunder God. As the host spoke, a spotlight fell on Thunder God. Still in his red boxing trunks, his facial wounds had been mostly treated, and he strode in quickly, waving his fists. His small, narrow eyes held a fierce look, instantly instilling fear. The crowd erupted, waving their fists and shouting, "Take him down. Fight, fight hard." Show no mercy. Thunder God's fans chased his figure, raising their arms in fervent cheers. Then our blue corner fighter is called Yi Huan, also from our magic city. Let's give him a round of applause. Swish. The spotlight instantly fell upon Yi Huan as he strode over from the opposite side. He wore blue boxing shorts, his muscles bulging ferociously, clearly no pushover. Whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd. Some fans of Thor even rushed over to taunt Yi Huan. Kid, you'd better go home and drink your milk, or else our Thor will beat you to tears. Yi Huan's face darkened. He had trained in boxing since childhood to keep fit, not to fight others. Stepping onto this ring was truly a last resort. Inside the private room, Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, watching the scene with keen interest. The Yi Huan on the stage was Lin Fan's childhood friend. Tonight promised to be an interesting spectacle. Chenzhou arched an eyebrow, a peculiar smile curling on his lips. Yi Huan reached the ring, cupped his fists, and said to Thor, "My name is Yi Huan. Please go easy on me." But before he could finish, Thor had already charged at him, throwing an utterly unsportsmanlike punch aimed at Yi Huan's face. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Yi Huan's chest, sending him flying backward before he crashed heavily against the ring ropes with a loud thud. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Huan couldn't help but cough violently, a few drops of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You? Yi Huan suppressed the searing pain in his chest, pointing at Thor, his face a mix of shock and fury. But Thor looked at him as if he were a fool, sneering dismissively. This was an underground boxing match. It only ended when one side fell with no rules in between. He spat, "Pa, you little brat, prepare to die." With that, he shot forward like a cannonball, his fist the size of a sandbag slamming toward Yi Huan's face. Yi Huan quickly raised his arms to block, but Thor's punch was too powerful. Even with both arms guarding, the force penetrated through and struck his head. Yi Huan let out a scream, then crashed heavily to the ground. He had thought that with his childhood boxing foundation, he could win a few matches in the underground arena. But reality was far crueler than he imagined. Thor's strength was overwhelming, he was no match for him. Seeing Thor raise his fist again from above, Yi Huan quickly rolled aside to dodge his will to fight, already shattered. "I surrender." Yi Huan raised his hand hastily. How naive." Thor sneered, spun around, and ruthlessly threw a straight punch. Yi Huan's face twisted in terror as he tried to block, but it was too late. The sandbag-sized fist slammed into his face with a dull thud. Yi Huan's mind went blank. He struggled to control his body, but his limbs seemed to have a mind of their own. "Kill him." The audience below raised their hands, cheering loudly. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Thor's eyes. He cracked his neck, then charged toward Yi Huan, who lay motionless on the ground. "Stop." At that moment, an enraged male voice rang out from the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. The arena fell silent, instantly, all eyes turning toward the source of the voice. A figure sped toward the elevated stage with astonishing speed. On the ring, Thor paid no heed to the voice, driving his fist viciously toward Yi Huan's head. In underground boxing, it was always a fight to the death. The one who had shouted was Lin Fan, who had just arrived at the underground boxing match. After being distrusted by his family, he had gone out to clear his mind, and unknowingly ended up at the doorstep of his childhood friend Yi Huan. He decided to drop in only to learn that Yi Huan's mother had been in a car accident and was now unconscious in the hospital. Lin Fan rushed to the hospital to find Yi Huan's mother hanging by a thread. He then stepped in, using all the medical skills he had learned over the years to heal the elderly woman. When Lin Fan asked about Yi Huan, even his mother didn't know where he was, only saying he had gone to raise money. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong and began inquiring about Yi Huan's whereabouts, but found nothing. Finally, from a distant cousin of Yi Huan, Lin Fan learned that he had gone to fight in underground boxing to raise funds. Knowing how brutal underground matches could be, Lin Fan rushed over immediately, but it was already too late. "Damn it, stop." Just as Lin Fan leaped to land on the fighting stage, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Swish! His legs buckled, nearly forcing him to his knees. Even so, he couldn't take another step forward. Lin Fan's face paled. The aura was too powerful, leaving him utterly defenseless. Who was it? Who was targeting him? Yet there was something vaguely familiar about this terrifying presence. Die! Just as he struggled to break free from the oppressive force, Thor's heavy fist came crashing down on Yi Huan's head. Bang! His skull was driven several inches into the wooden stage floor. Yi Huan's body convulsed a few times before going completely still. "No!" Lin Fan screamed hysterically from below. Then, sensing the terrifying aura dissipate, he flashed onto the stage, knocked Thor down with a single punch, and immediately checked Yi Huan's pulse. But Yi Huan had already stopped breathing. No medical skill could save him now. Lin Fan stood frozen, his mind ringing with emptiness as he watched his brother die before his eyes. This helplessness was suffocating. "Who's that? How did he get into the ring? This is against the rules. Drag him out. Could he be here to cause trouble? Huh. This is getting interesting." The audience below began to jeer and shout. Lin Fan. Why is he here? Gu Yan would never forget Lin Fan. The humiliation he had suffered still felt like yesterday, and fury blazed in his eyes once more. But he managed to keep a clear head. With Gu Chenzhou sitting right beside him, he had to suppress his rage no matter how great. Ding. Lin Tian's mind collapses, causing instability in his mental state. Villain points 1000. Gu Chenzhou, lounging on the sofa, glanced at Gu Yan with a faint smile on his face. Interesting. Meanwhile, the bodyguard, sensing something amiss, quickly moved toward the ring. Who are you? On the stage, Thor coughed up blood and struggled to his feet. He looked at the man before him, fear creeping into his eyes as he instinctively backed away. Swish. Lin Fan turned his head. His eyes were now bloodshot. Rage consumed his mind. He wanted this man dead. In the private booth, when Gu Yan saw the face of the intruder on the stage, he froze in place. Roar. Lin Fan lunged at Thor like a hungry tiger. Before the latter could react, a powerful hook caught him in the face. Thor's face twisted grotesquely. He tried to shield his head, but the next second Lin Fan's whip-like kick slammed into his back. A sharp crack echoed. His spine snapped. Lin Fan grabbed him by the throat and drove his fist into the crown of his head. Bang! Thor's skull caved in, all life extinguished. At that very moment, several bodyguards clad in black uniforms stormed the ring. They formed a circular formation, drawing out batons as they warily fixed their gazes upon Lin Fan. One bodyguard approached Thor, the boxer who had once claimed dozens of consecutive victories. A single glance confirmed the man was beyond saving. Captain, he's dead, the bodyguard reported, lifting his head to address a superior. Who the hell are you causing trouble here? The bodyguard captain barked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan let out a few bitter chuckles, tilting his head skyward. His icy gaze swept over the encircling bodyguards, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Every single one of you will be buried with my brother today. The bodyguard captain, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, knew this conflict could not end peacefully. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Get him! Pin him down." A dozen bodyguards surged forward, brandishing their batons. The memory of Lin Fan felling Thor with a few punches was still fresh, and they dared not underestimate him. "Umph! Vermin like you think you can take me down." Lin Fan sneered with disdain. He clenched his fists, ready to strike, planning to dispatch these bodyguards one by one, then hunt down the mastermind behind this underground boxing arena to avenge Yi Huan. Yet the moment he was about to throw a punch, the overwhelming aura that had descended upon him earlier and then inexplicably dissipated returned. This vast and oppressive presence crashed down upon Lin Fan's shoulders like a mountain. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the force. His eyes flew wide open, a look of sheer terror flashing within them. He had not recognized the origin of this aura before, but now he instantly identified it. Gu Chun Zhou. He uttered each word deliberate. He followed the source of that aura, his gaze finally settling on a private booth on the second floor. Through the glass, he could clearly see a figure standing there with two others seated on the sofa behind. When he saw Lung Ning Shuang, the woman he yearned for day and night, nestling affectionately in Gu Chenzhou's arms and feeding him cherries, a piercing agony tore through Lin Fan. Then he noticed Lung Ning Shuang turn to look at him, and a sudden nervousness gripped him. But Lung Ning Shuang's gaze merely swept past his position before she averted her eyes, returning to massage Gu Chenzhou's shoulders. A deafening buzz filled Lin Fan's mind, and an indescribable bitterness surged within his heart. Yet even if he had discovered Gu Chenzhou sitting there, what could he do? At that moment, the ferocious bodyguards had already reached Lin Fan. Steel batons rained down upon him like a storm. Helpless and unable to move, he was beaten to the ground. Still, he was tough, stubbornly refusing to utter a sound, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Gu Chenzhou's direction. The bodyguard captain, though baffled as to why Lin Fan, who had just killed Thor with a few punches, had lost all ability to resist, was not about to let this golden opportunity slip by. Pinned down his upper body, the captain barked at his men. Then he seized a massive wooden club and brought it down with brutal force on Lin Fan's right leg. A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed through the air. Lin Fan's eyes bulged and he passed out from the agony. "Douse him with cold water. Wake him up," the captain ordered. An intruder like this would surely displease the big boss upstairs. If he didn't cripple this trespasser today, the boss would likely cripple him instead. The crowd below erupted in cheers. They cared little for the truth or authenticity of the spectacle on stage. As long as it was bloody and violent, they loved it. That was what they paid to see. A bucket of ice-cold beer was splashed onto Lin Fan, the frigid liquid jolting him back to consciousness. But the searing pain in his right leg made him cry out in agony. In the next instant, he heard the whoosh of something cutting through the air. Looking up, he saw a wooden club descending like a gale. With a heavy thud, the crude club mercilessly struck his left leg. Another crack of bone echoed, and Lin Fan's entire body convulsed in excruciating pain. Both his legs were shattered. Yet the bodyguard captain showed no sign of stopping. He continued to rain blow after blow upon Lin Fan's legs, the sound of bones breaking ceaselessly. Lin Fan blacked out several more times, only to be revived by various means. Lin Fan was subjected to relentless torment. His legs deteriorated from simple fractures to the most severe comminuted breaks. The audience below, however, cheered wildly, the atmosphere even more raucous than during the life-and-death battle between the two boxers earlier. Finally, panting from exhaustion, the bodyguard captain picked up his walkie-talkie and exchanged a few words. Then he waved his hand and ordered his men, drag him out and toss him outside. Two bodyguards hauled Lin Fan away, pulling him down from the stage like a dead dog. One bodyguard, showing a hint of mercy, whispered, "Captain, if we don't get him to a doctor, he might not survive the night." The captain shot him a glare and snapped, "If he dies, he dies. He deserves it. Do you think if I hadn't beaten him so viciously just now, would all be the ones getting flogged by the big boss? He should be grateful I didn't kill him outright." The captain glared at the younger guard once more before dragging him off the stage. The host quickly jumped onto the stage, waving his microphone and announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, that was just a little interactive event we arranged for you. Did you enjoy it?" The audience, now enlightened, waved their arms and shouted, "Yes. Haha, glad you liked it. Now let's welcome the next pair of fighters to the ring. Give them a round of applause." The clamor reached a fever pitch as the next fighters entered the ring, and the crowd quickly forgot Lin Fan's brief interlude. Inside the private booth, Gu Yan's face was wreathed in smiles. Watching the estate's bodyguards shatter Lin Fan's legs with blow after blow, he wished he could have taken their place. He wondered if he could slip out later, find out where the bodyguards had taken Lin Fan, and personally deliver a few more savage beatings to the down dog. As Gu Yan was secretly scheming, he suddenly heard Gu Chenzhou's voice laced with insinuation. "Go ahead and settle your grudges. I don't like that guy much either." Gu Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this. It seemed that his young master also despised that Lin Fan. Then today he would certainly not let him off. "Young master, rest assured. After today, even if Lin Fan still lives, I will ensure he can never raise his head in your presence again." After speaking, Gu Yan bowed respectfully and quickly exited the private room. Once outside, he immediately found several lackeys who usually served as his thugs. Asking them about the current whereabouts of the bodyguard captain Lin Fan, he then led his men straight to the manor's entrance. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, lying prostrate on the ground, struggling to crawl forward with his arms. He possessed extensive medical knowledge and knew clearly that if he couldn't receive professional treatment within 24 hours, he might survive, but he would never stand again for the rest of his life. He now had to find a kind soul to take him to the city hospital for treatment. Just as he had crawled a few meters, he suddenly heard someone shouting from behind, "Master Gu, that kid is up ahead." Hearing footsteps rushing from behind, Lin Fan's heart jolted with alarm. He quickly turned over. Although his legs had lost sensation, his arms were still intact. But before he could see who was coming, a large sack was thrown over his head. Then he felt himself being lifted and stuffed into the trunk of a car. "Let me out!" Lin Fan roared. These people certainly weren't taking him to the hospital. With both legs broken, he dared not imagine what fate awaited him. Would they bury him alive? Or continue to torture him? "Master Gu, where to?" someone in the front seat asked. "Drive into the mountains. It's too crowded and conspicuous here to make a move," a somewhat familiar voice replied. Lin Fan froze for a few seconds before realizing. "Gu Yan, let me out, or I swear I'll make you regret it." "Ha ha ha." Gu Yan's laughter rang out as he cursed. "Lin Fan, do you even understand your situation? Just wait to die." The car started, and after a few minutes it began to jolt, noticeably indicating they had entered a mountain road. About 10 minutes later the car stopped. Lin Fan, still in the sack, was dragged out. Someone untied the sack, and he finally saw his surroundings. The headlights of two Land Rovers illuminated the area, revealing they were deep in the mountains. Gu Yan walked over to Lin Fan and casually pulled down his pants. He saw Lin Fan's legs had turned a deep purple with cracked skin, oozing blood in many places except for the clotted wounds. In one or two spots, fragments of white bone had pierced through the flesh. Gu Yan clicked his tongue and stepped on Lin Fan's leg. It felt like stepping on mud. He looked down at Lin Fan and said with a grin, "Lin Fan, look at you now. How about this? We're old acquaintances. Don't say I'm heartless. Call me Grandpa Gu. Your grandson was wrong. Please let me go, and he'll take you to the hospital right away. Deal?" Gu Yan's words made the lackeys on both sides burst into laughter. But Lin Fan just stared coldly at Gu Yan, saying nothing. "What the hell are you looking at?" Gu Yan felt unnerved by Lin Fan's gaze and stomped on his face, cursing. Lin Fan's head was pressed hard into the ground by Gu Yan's foot, but he still glared coldly. Gu Yan spat on Lin Fan's face, then waved his hand. "Did you bring the baseball bat?" "Boss here." A lackey retrieved a metal baseball bat from the car and handed it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan stepped on Lin Fan's groin and said maliciously, "Lin Fan, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Beg for mercy now, and you won't lose everything." Lin Fan glared at Gu Yan with a fierce look, showing no signs of begging for mercy. "Damn it, I told you to look." Gu Yan, angered by Lin Fan's glare, swung the metal bat furiously and slammed it into Lin Fan's crotch. "Up!" Lin Fan screamed and passed out. The lackeys felt a chill in their own groins and instinctively covered themselves. Seeing Lin Fan unconscious, Gu Yan was still unsatisfied. He took out a bottle of water, splashed it on Lin Fan's face, and woke him up. "Here comes the bat again." Gu Yan sneered, swinging the iron bat once more at Lin Fan's crotch, striking hard. In an instant all was shattered. On a distant tree, Yanji stood silently on a branch, broadcasting the scene to Gu Chenzhou via video. "This guy is ruthless enough." Gu Chenzhou was slightly stunned, then said to Yanji, It's fine, come back. Yes. Yin Ji agreed, then her figure flickered and vanished lightly into the mountain forest. Lin Fan passed out again. Gu Yin, now thoroughly satisfied, tossed the bat aside and waved his hand. Let's go. The group ignored Lin Fan, got into the car, and drove off into the mountains. Returning to the private room, Gu Yin looked refreshed and said respectfully, Young master, everything is arranged. Gu Chenzhou of course knew what had happened and nodded slightly. I know. They watched the boxing match for a while longer, then Gu Chenzhou grew bored. We're leaving. Gu Yin quickly attended to Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang as they left. At the manor, a crowd of young masters and ladies saw Gu Chenzhou off until his car disappeared from sight before dispersing. Meanwhile, in that nameless mountain forest, an old man in hemp robes appeared silently. He walked slowly to Lin Fan, who lay unconscious on the ground, gazed at him for a long time, and let out a deep sigh. He was Lin Fan's master, having foreseen this calamity and come specifically to find him, but he was still too late. He hoisted Lin Fan onto his shoulder and quickly disappeared into the forest. The evening breeze blew in through the open car window. Lung Ningxuang glanced at the street scene outside and suddenly asked with a hint of confusion, Master, where exactly are we heading? This doesn't seem like the way back to Yiqing Manor. Gu Chenzhou revealed a faint smile upon hearing this. He reached out and lifted Lung Ningxuang's chin, making her raise her head to look at him. Taking you to a wonderful place, Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly. Moonlight fell upon Lung Ningxuang's face, adding an extra layer of allure to this already stunningly beautiful woman. The fruit had ripened, and it was time to savor her. Lung Ningxuang felt that his words carried a deeper meaning, though she didn't fully understand why. A sense of anticipation stirred within her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Before long, the car came to a halt. Lung Ningxuang looked out the window and was startled to see a couple's hotel glittering with neon lights. The moment she saw the hotel, she knew what was about to happen tonight. After they got out of the car, Lung Ningxuang buried her head in Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, refusing to lift it no matter what. They entered the hotel, where the interior was decorated with an intimate ambience. Pink lights hung overhead, and the patrons were all young couples embracing each other. Gu Chenzhou had already made a reservation, so he led Lung Ningxuang directly to room 888 on the 8th floor. A crystal nameplate on the door read, Crystal Love Room. Gu Chenzhou gently swiped his key card over the handle, and a ding sound was heard. The door then swung open. Inside, both the bed and the floor were strewn with rose petals, and a scented candle flickered on a small side table. Put this on, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile, pointing to a sexy bunny girl outfit laid out on the sofa. Lung Ningxuang glanced at it, her face flushing a deep shade of red, yet she nodded gently. She picked up the bunny girl outfit and dashed into the bathroom. Soon the bathroom door opened, and she emerged wearing the attire. Master. Lung Ningxuang suppressed her shyness and looked up slightly at Gu Chenzhou. Under the pink glow, her skin took on an unusual flushed hue, and Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but swallow hard. Not bad. Gu Chenzhou stepped in front of Lung Ningxuang, wrapped an arm around her waist, and leaned down. Their lips met, and she responded clumsily before tumbling onto the waterbed beside them. The soft, pliant texture of the waterbed enveloped them both as Gu Chenzhou raised his hand and tore off the outfit with a commanding gesture. When the morning sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps into the room, Lung Ningxuang slowly opened her. At that moment, she was lying in Gu Chenzhou's arms, the waterbed bearing the traces of their love. Awake! Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes as well. Lung Ningxuang quickly covered her chest with her hands. Though she had given herself to Gu Chenzhou, she still felt a bit embarrassed facing him now. Master'll go. He'll freshen up first. Lung Ningxuang ran into the bathroom with a blush. Soon she emerged washed and neatly dressed. Afterward, Gu Chenzhou also went in to freshen up, with Lung Ningxuang attending to him throughout. Their bond seemed to have grown even closer. Master, where shall we go later? Lung Ningxuang asked. Let's grab a bite first. I know a great Western restaurant. How about we go there? Gu Chenzhou readily agreed to such a trivial matter. They then left the couple's hotel and drove toward the heart of Magic City. Lung Ningxuang led Gu Chenzhou to an open-air Western restaurant on the top floor of a mall. From a spot near a transparent wall, customers could overlook half of Magic City through the glass. Good morning, you two. What would you like to order? A server approached with menus. Lung Ningxuang looked at Gu Chenzhou. Master, do you have any dietary restrictions? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. She then said to the server, then please serve all the dishes from today's chef's menu. This wasn't extravagance. The chef's menu typically featured the restaurant's best offerings, and she simply wanted Gu Chenzhou to enjoy the finest food. Oh, just the two of you. The server was surprised, having never encountered such an order before. Lung Ningxuang nodded, raising an eyebrow with the commanding aura of a formidable executive. Is there a problem? No. Please wait a moment, I'll be right up. The server replied, and quickly stepped away. After leaving, he reported the matter to the restaurant manager on duty, who grew curious and came over to check. Oh, isn't this President Lung? The manager immediately recognized Lung Ningxuang. This restaurant was one of her favorites, and many business negotiations for the Lung Corporation took place here, so the manager knew her well. As a regular VP, a greeting was essential. The manager hurried over to Lung Ning Shuang's table, bowed respectfully, and said courteously, "I was wondering why a flock of magpies were chirping away at the entrance this morning. It's because you've graced us with your presence, President Lung. Have you ordered? Let me have the kitchen send out a few dishes." The manager spoke warmly, and though Lung Ning Shuang didn't respond, he felt no embarrassment. Such was the nature of the service industry. After his enthusiastic welcome, he finally looked at the person sitting across from her and paused in surprise. "MMR. Gu." The manager's expression shifted, and he quickly put on a fawning smile. "Mr. Gu, your esteemed presence is a great honor. We failed to welcome you properly. How remiss of us. Please do inform us in advance next time you visit, and we'll close the restaurant to serve you alone." Though this was Gu Chenzhou's first visit to the restaurant, his reputation had already spread throughout Magic City, making such flattery unsurprising. "We're just having a casual meal. Don't disturb our dining," Lung Ning Shuang said coldly. This famed ice queen of Magic City was always aloof with others. Except, of course, when it came to Gu Chenzhou. Yes, of course. Please wait, I'll have the kitchen upgrade the ingredients immediately." Shortly after the manager departed, several uniformed waitresses gathered around Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ning Shuang's table, attending exclusively to them, disregarding the other patrons. 10 minutes later, the executive chef and the manager wheeled 2 exquisite silver carts to their table. "Honored guests, please forgive our humble establishment's lack of preparation. We could only gather these top-tier ingredients today." The executive chef first offered a respectful explanation, then stepped back half a pace and snapped his fingers with considerable flair. Waiters in suits placed silver trays laden with food on the table. Everything from traditional steak and seafood to various national specialties, a rich aroma of cuisine wafting forth. "Tonight's wine is Lafite, opened for you both." A waiter uncorked a bottle of red wine, decanted it, and swirled it to let the wine aerate before pouring a glass for each. Lung Ning Shuang raised her glass toward Gu Chenzhou, pursing her lips. "Master, I toast you." The restaurant staff, from the executive chef to the manager, clearly heard her address him as master. They inwardly admired Gu Chenzhou's prowess in earning such a title from the Ice Queen CEO, but outwardly dared not show it, pretending not to have heard. Gu Chenzhou lifted his glass and clinked with Lung Ning Shuang. Together they downed the wine in one gulp. A flush of color tinted Lung Ning Shuang's cheeks, making her appearance, already nurtured by last night's attentions, even more delicate. She then personally served Gu Chenzhou, pouring his wine and usurping the waitstaff's duties. Some patrons witnessing this were stunned, casting envious glances at Gu Chenzhou's back. They longed to be like him. The heir of a powerful family with extraordinary abilities, striking looks, and a woman as exquisite as Lung Ning Shuang willingly serving as his attendant. The two chatted and laughed for nearly an hour before finishing with another toast. "Master, will settle the bill." Lung Ning Shuang, who had eaten little while attending to Gu Chenzhou, appeared quite delighted. "Check, please." At the counter, Lung Ning Shuang handed the manager a diamond card. "The total is 37,000 yuan. You could also charge it to your account for next time." The manager hoped this would encourage her to return, knowing someone of her stature would never default. "I won't repeat myself." Her tone was icy, rebuffing any familiarity. The manager found it peculiar how different she was with Gu Chenzhou compared to now. After leaving the restaurant, they drove back to Yiqing Manor. "Master, can we go on another date next time?" Lung Ning Shuang rested her head on Gu Chenzhou's chest, murmuring coquettishly. He stroked her hair and chuckled. "Sure, if you behave well, I'll take you out again." Her heart swelled with joy, though she wondered why she felt so happy being so subservient to him. "Is this what it means to be in love?" she mused, yet her body leaned trustingly against him. "He'll serve you well, master." As the car neared Yiqing Manor, she drifted off to sleep against him. It was understandable given their passionate night and lack of rest. A buzz came from Gu Chenzhou's phone. He saw the caller ID, Lin Ziwei. "Humph. The little lady can't hold back anymore." A smile played on his lips as he swiped to answer. Is this Brother Gu?" Lin Ziwei's cautious voice came through the receiver. Ever since Gu Chenzhou stormed off that day, she had worried that her brother Lin Fan's actions might make Gu Chenzhou dislike her. She had wanted to call and ask if Lin Fan had apologized as their family urged, but several calls went unanswered. Now unable to contain herself, she dialed Gu Chenzhou. "What's the matter?" Gu Chenzhou asked indifferently. "Brother Gu, did my brother Lin Fan apologize to you?" she inquired anxiously. Gu Chenzhou's gaze turned odd. "No, he didn't." Her face fell as she imagined Lin Fan's offensive behavior. "Brother Gu, I'd like to meet and talk. Are you free?" Her voice remained timid, as if fearing rejection. "I have time soon. Newcastle Cafe, room 0 in 30 minutes. After a brief pause, he gave the address and hung up. The car entered Yiqing Manor, and as it passed a speed bump, Lung Ning Shuang stirred awake. Master, where are we?" she asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Home. Go inside and wait for me. I have some business." Though she wished he'd stay, she knew she must follow him, not be a burden. "All right. I'll do your laundry. See you tonight, master." She got out, then leaned back in for a lingering French kiss. After she left, a smirk curled on Gu Chenzhou's lips. The female lead was secured, the protagonist crippled. All that remained was to annihilate. Newcastle Coffee Shop was located in the eastern district of the Magic Capital, occupying a space converted from an old foreign-style house. The parking area attached to the coffee shop was filled with luxury cars such as Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Porsches. Lin Ziwei stopped her worn-out bicycle in front of the coffee shop. She glanced at the signboard, then leaned her bike against the door, locked it, and was about to enter. However, the door opened before she could, and a man in an impeccably tailored suit stepped out. Frowning at her, he said, "I'm sorry, but we no longer need any part-time students. Also, please move your bicycle away." Lin Ziwei was dressed in a faded black t-shirt and a pair of jeans, looking every bit like a poor female college student. "No. I'm here to see someone. Is this Newcastle Coffee Shop?" The man in the suit nodded. He was about to say something more, but Lin Ziwei had already pushed open the door before he could speak. The air conditioning was on inside, and perhaps out of nervousness Lin Ziwei couldn't help but shiver as she entered. Then she looked around, searching for Brother Gu. The cafe's decor was opulent, with low-saturation furnishings and gilded ornaments scattered everywhere, evoking an era of decadent luxury. The Blue Danube waltz played softly in the background, its melodies soothing and refined. On the walls hung numerous oil paintings from both domestic and international artists. Any connoisseur would be astonished to discover that this small street-corner cafe housed a collection of masterpieces comparable to a small museum. "Miss, may I help you?" A waiter in a tailcoat, seeing Lin Ziwei standing at the entrance and scanning the room, stepped forward to block her view. The patrons here were all wealthy or influential, and Lin Ziwei hardly looked like someone who could afford to be a customer. Many customers turned their heads to look, their brows furrowed in displeasure at the interruption of their pleasant afternoon tea. Those dressed in dark suits and cream-colored dresses wore expressions of annoyance. "I'm here to see Brother Gu." "Yes, room 0. Lin Ziwei, her heart pounding with anxiety, paid no heed to their stares and asked nervously, "Room 0. Brother Gu." The tailcoat waiter paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Are you looking for Mr. Gu?" Lin Ziwei nodded quickly. The waiter's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, his previously straight back bent slightly as he made a gesture of invitation. "This way, miss. Please follow me." As she followed the tailcoat waiter deeper into the cafe, each step made Lin Ziwei's heart grow heavier. Would Brother Gu be angry? After all, he had helped her family so much, yet her brother Lin Fan had treated him so poorly. Any normal person would be angry, wouldn't they? How could she make Brother Gu understand that Lin Fan's actions didn't represent their family's feelings? Would he never speak to her again? Lost in thought, Lin Ziwei suddenly stopped in her tracks. Miss? The tailcoat waiter noticed she had halted and called out to her with some confusion, thinking to himself that this pretty girl didn't seem very sharp. "Oh, I'm fine." Lin Ziwei snapped back to reality and quickly tugged at her clothes, gathering her composure. The waiter led her to the eastern side of the cafe and stopped before a door marked with a gilded 0. He knocked politely and said, "Mr. Gu, your guest has arrived. Come in." Gu Chenzhou's calm voice came from inside. The waiter pushed open the door and made a welcoming gesture. The room was spacious, about 40 square meters, with simple furnishings, a sofa set, a coffee table, and stereo speakers placed on either side. "What would you like to drink, miss?" "Anything will do." Lin Ziwei waved her hand. When she saw Gu Chenzhou, all the words she had rehearsed in her mind evaporated. After the waiter left and closed the door, Lin Ziwei fell to her knees with a thud and said softly, "Brother Gu, I'm sorry. I don't know why my brother, who just came back, suddenly acted like a madman when he saw you and spoke rudely to you. Brother Gu, please believe me, this really isn't what my family or I intended. My parents are very grateful to you." Gu Chenzhou reached out and helped Lin Ziwei to her feet, guiding her to sit on the sofa. "I'm not angry with you. Look at you kneeling the moment you come in. Good thing there's no one else here, or they'd think I did something to you." Gu Chenzhou said with an amused smile, "Get up now. Brother Gu, I just want to sincerely apologize to you and apologize on behalf of my brother." Lin Ziwei spoke, cautiously sneaking a glance up to observe his reaction. Such a small attempt at concealment could not escape Gu Chenzhou's perceptive eyes. He let out a soft chuckle. Then he poured a cup of coffee for Lin Ziwei from the coffee pot and slid it in front of her. "Try this. It's my favorite coffee." Lin Ziwei carefully picked up the cup and took a small sip. The distinct bitterness of American coffee immediately assaulted her taste buds, and her expression changed. "Oh, it's so bitter." Haha. Gu Chenzhou smiled faintly and gently stroked Lin Ziwei's head. She felt no discomfort at all. Instead she enjoyed the sensation. Brother Gu's hand was so warm. "Brother Gu, are you still angry?" Lin Ziwei asked timidly. Gu Chenzhou smiled lightly and shook his head. "I'm not angry anymore. And I know this has nothing to do with you." Lin Ziwei's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Really? When has Brother Gu ever lied to you?" Gu Chenzhou continued to stroke her hair. Hearing his words and feeling his gentle hand, Lin Ziwei's anxious heart finally began to calm down. "Brother Gu, I believe you. I will always believe you. You are the kindest person to me in the whole world." Lin Ziwei's voice grew softer, and her face flushed redder until at last only the blush remained, and her own words became unintelligible. "Brother Gu, I feel much better hearing that from you." Lin Ziwei's face was full of gratitude. I will definitely make my elder brother come and apologize to you. Gu Chenzhou's expression was sardonic, a faint smile playing on his lips. That won't be necessary. I'm afraid if he comes he might want to kill me. Seeing Lin Ziwei's expression shift at his words, he continued, but whether he apologizes or not doesn't matter. I know you and your parents are good people. Brother Gu. Hearing such considerate words, Lin Ziwei could no longer contain herself. She buried her head in Gu Chenzhou's chest, refusing to move away. The two chatted until past 5 in the evening, when Lin Ziwei had to leave reluctantly to care for her parents who had fallen ill from anger caused by Lin Fan. On his way home, Gu Chenzhou received a call from Lung Ningxuang. Master, are you done with your work? Her voice was full of vitality, completely unlike the hysterical pleas for mercy from the previous night. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Chenzhou's mouth. It seemed this little girl was completely conquered by him both in heart and body. I'm done. Is there something? His tone remained as calm as ever. Master, I wanted to ask. Lung Ningxuang hesitated for a moment before continuing. I wanted to ask if we could watch a movie together tonight. Her voice was filled with hope. If the other young masters of the magic capital who regarded Lung Ningxuang as their goddess could see her humbly and eagerly pleading for a date with Gu Chenzhou, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross their minds. Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment. Having no other plans for the evening, he replied, all right. Great. The receiver rang with Lung Ningxuang's joyful voice. In reality, inside her room at Yiqing Villa, the cold-faced CEO dressed in a maid's outfit was bouncing on her bed like a little girl. They'll be home in 15 minutes. Wait for me at the door. Gu Chenzhou spoke calmly before hanging up. Lung Ningxuang snapped out of her elation and let out a silent sigh. Though she had always presented herself as aloof and unapproachable, she was still a woman, one who yearned for love. Her coldness was merely a shield to keep away men she deemed unworthy. The love she had once hoped for was sweet and blissful, yet now she had fallen for the domineering Gu Chenzhou. She didn't even know when she had started loving him. There had been no courtship at all. But Lung Ningxuang quickly shook those stray thoughts from her mind. Tonight she was going on a date with the man she loved. How could she not dress her best? 15 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou's luxury car slowly came to a stop before the gates of Yiqing Villa. Lung Ningxuang was dressed in a dark evening gown adorned with platinum jewelry at her neck and wrists. She looked both noble and understated, like a celestial maiden descending to earth in the glow of the setting sun. Master, do I look good? Lung Ningxuang struck a seductive pose before Gu Chenzhou, blinking her eyes. Not bad. Get in the car. Just not bad. Lung Ningxuang pouted instantly, but dared not vent her anger at him, obediently getting into the car. To Central City, Gu Chenzhou instructed Yanji. Yes. Yanji acknowledged and drove swiftly toward Central City. Central City was a newly opened high-end venue in the magic capital, a mall integrating leisure entertainment and shopping. 15 minutes later, Yanji drove into the underground garage of Central City, while Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang entered the mall together. Since it wasn't a weekend, the mall wasn't crowded. Gu Chenzhou asked, what movie do you want to watch? Lung Ningxuang pulled 2 movie tickets from her purse and smiled. I've already bought them. Gu Chenzhou took them and saw the title, Before Sunrise. As it was almost time for the screening, they didn't loiter, but headed straight to the cinema on the 5th floor. During ticket inspection, the young usher thought Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang were celebrities. She would have asked for autographs if Yanji hadn't stepped forward to push her away. The theater was crowded. After Gu Chenzhou and Lung Ningxuang took seats near the back, the lights went out with a click and images slowly unfolded on the screen. Given Lung Ningxuang's wealth, she could have easily rented out the entire theater or watched the movie in the private cinema at Yiqing Villa. Yet she chose a crowded public theater, craving the feeling of an ordinary couple's date. The story was simple: a handsome man and a beautiful woman, strangers, hit it off on a train in France. When the train arrived in Vienna, the man invited the woman to explore the city. As she watched, Lung Ningxuang leaned her head on Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Gu Chenzhou smiled, and his hand, like a divine touch, slid from her side into her clothes, climbing the peaks of her bosom. Lung Ningxuang's cheeks flushed. She turned and shot him a glare, but offered no resistance, continuing to rest on his shoulder, allowing his roving hands. The movie played on. Even though the woman had a flight the next morning, she accepted the man's invitation. They toured the city, talking about their pasts and their thoughts on life. As they grew more familiar with each other, they felt their love deepening, sharing many romantic experiences. They agreed to meet again in 6 months, and this date ended before the sunset. With a click, the theater lights blazed on. The credits were rolling on the screen, and staff appeared to guide the orderly exit. Lung Ningxuang, her eyes brimming with tears, nestled in Gu Chenzhou's arms. He gently stroked her head, as if petting a cat. I'm much better now. Let's leave too. Lung Ningxuang wiped away her tears with a tissue and said to Gu Chenzhou, okay. So they rose and followed the crowd out of the cinema. It was already past 9 in the evening when Lung Ningxuang suddenly looked at him. Master, I haven't gone shopping in a long time. Would you accompany me? Gu Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at his lips. All right, but as repayment for accompanying me on this shopping trip, we'll be exploring new knowledge tonight. Lung Ningxuang instantly understood Gu Chenzhou's implication, her face flushing crimson. She buried her head in his chest and murmured softly, "You're so wicked. Then where should we go first?" Long Ningxuang quickly pulled out her phone to search the layout of the central city's shops, then took Gu Qinzhou's arm and led him to a store tucked away in the northwest corner of the third floor. The shop occupied a vast area, but its sign was dim and unassuming. Only upon approaching did they see the words "Enchanting Night" outlined in violet neon light. Flanking the entrance were two large display windows inside, which mannequins were clad in black silk lingerie. Let's browse here first," Lung Ningxuang said shyly. She hoped to win his favor through this gesture, so even though she didn't particularly enjoy it, she brought Gu Qinzhou here. Pushing open the door, unlike other stores that swarmed with sales assistants, only a mature and attractive female shopkeeper approached them. The shopkeeper's gaze swept over the couple, instantly discerning their relationship, and she gave a slight bow. "Ours is a fully self-service store. Whatever you need, just snap your fingers, and our staff will appear. Other than that, we won't disturb you." Gu Qinzhou casually surveyed the store and noticed a few other couples quietly browsing. Lung Ningxuang nodded slightly, but caught the shopkeeper's intense gaze fixed on Gu Qinzhou. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face as she tugged him deeper into the store. Sensing the change in the girl's mood, Gu Qinzhou's lips curved into a smile as he leaned close to her ear. Jealous. The warmth of his breath and the magnetic timbre of his voice against her ear instantly dispelled the sourness in Lung Ningxuang's heart, replaced by a stirring of desire. "No, not at all." Lung Ningxuang murmured a weak denial, then her eyes lit up as she pointed to a nurse's costume. "How about this?" The sales assistant approached, confirmed Lung Ningxuang's size, and handed her the appropriate garment. "The fitting room is over there. Please go ahead." Shortly after Lung Ningxuang entered the fitting room, Gu Qinzhou's phone chimed with a notification. He took it out and saw a message from her with just 2 words, "Come in." Smiling, he glanced around and quickly pushed open the door. Inside the cramped fitting room, Lung Ningxuang wore a highly revealing white silk-made outfit. It was more an adornment than clothing, barely covering her body, but accentuating her figure to perfection. "Master, do I look good?" Lung Ningxuang tilted her head back, her eyes seductive, as she whispered the question. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Gu Qinzhou suddenly lowered his head, his intensity driving her to surrender. She gently pushed him away. "No, not here." Gu Qinzhou relented, and Lung Ningxuang quickly changed back into her clothes. "Let's pick out a few more pieces." "Moi." Catching the hint of confusion in his voice, her cheeks burned even hotter. She playfully tapped his chest with her little fist. "It's all because you're too rough. You tore my clothes, so of course I need to buy spares. You're such a clever little thing." Lung Ningxuang finished changing and left the fitting room with Gu Qinzhou. "I've always been clever, you know." She then selected a playful JK uniform, a schoolgirl outfit, and an air stewardess costume. Although it went against her nature, she was now completely in love with Gu Qinzhou and would do everything to please him. As Lung Ningxuang carried a large bag to the counter, the shopkeeper couldn't help but cast another lingering glance at Gu Qinzhou. "You're a lucky man, sir," she teased. Lung Ningxuang shot her a cold glare, and the shopkeeper quickly averted her gaze. "That'll be 54300 yuan. How would you like to pay?" Lung Ningxuang handed over a bank card. After the transaction, she asked, "Could we have a dark plastic bag?" "Of course," the shopkeeper replied, understanding the need for privacy. She packed the items in a black bag. Once outside the Enchanting Night boutique, Lung Ningxuang took a deep breath, her face still flushed. "That was so embarrassing. Master, you have to be good to me from now on." Gu Qinzhou's lips curled into a smile. "That depends on your performance. The better you perform, the better I'll treat you." Lung Ningxuang's cheeks reddened further, fully understanding which performance he meant. "It's still early. Let's keep browsing. I've bought enough for myself. Let me buy you a piece of clothing too," Lung Ningxuang suddenly suggested. With nothing else to do, Gu Qinzhou nodded, and they strolled through the bustling streets. Soon Lung Ningxuang spotted a houndstooth suit displayed in the window of an elegantly decorated men's boutique. Her eyes lit up, and she tugged Gu Qinzhou toward the entrance. As they pushed open the door, several sales assistants bowed. "Welcome to VV. We aim to provide the finest men's apparel. Is there anything you like?" Lung Ningxuang pointed to the window display. "Please bring out that houndstooth suit. I'd like my boyfriend to try it on." The sales assistant paused. "Please wait a moment. They'll fetch the manager. That garment is special. Our manager insists on handling its sale personally." The assistant hurried to the back. "Master, let me buy you something to wear," Lung Ningxuang said, her eyes seductive. "As you wish," he replied. Just then the assistant returned, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man in a dark suit. "Young sir and madam, are you interested in that suit?" Lung Ningxuang nodded. "This suit fits my boyfriend perfectly." The old shopkeeper turned his gaze to Gu Qinzhou, who stood aside, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. Gu Qinzhou not only possessed a handsome countenance, but also a well-proportioned and slender physique honed through years of exercise, making him even more aesthetically pleasing than some professional models. "You see, this suit is the last handmade piece I crafted before my retirement," the old shopkeeper explained, "so I didn't want to sell it casually, but rather give it to a destined person. However, this gentleman seems to complement the suit perfectly. Please try it on." Hearing this, an assistant retrieved a key, opened the glass display case, and carefully handed the suit to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou entered the fitting room and emerged shortly after. The suit looked magnificent on him, as if it had been tailor-made. My goodness, the old shopkeeper couldn't help exclaiming. Lung Mingxuang gazed at Gu Chenzhou, her eyes filled with affection. Only such a perfect man could make her willingly submit. It's absolutely perfect, the old shopkeeper said, rubbing his hands together. Even though I made it myself, I never imagined it would look this flawless. Lung Mingxuang pulled out her bank card. Can I buy it now? The old shopkeeper waved his hands repeatedly. No. I said I wanted to give it to a destined person. But Lung Mingxuang was a seasoned businesswoman. In her view, free things always carried a hidden cost far greater than any marked price. I can't accept it for free. Just ring it up. The assistant stood awkwardly between them, glancing from Lung Mingxuang to the old shopkeeper, unsure whether to take the card. All right, then he'll charge you 8 yuan for good luck. Sensing Lung Mingxuang's wariness, the old shopkeeper conceded. After the transaction, Gu Chenzhou took off the suit and handed it to the assistant, then changed back into his own clothes. The old shopkeeper personally escorted them to the door. Wish you a pleasant day. Please come again. After leaving the men's boutique, Lung Mingxuang linked her arm with Gu Chenzhou's and strolled through the mall for a while, buying some flowers, snacks, and milk tea before heading home. On the way back to Yiqing Villa, she spotted a barbecue stall by the roadside, and her mouth began to water. She looked at Gu Chenzhou with pleading eyes and whispered coquettishly, "Master, would you like to grab some barbecue?" This was something she had often seen in romantic movies, the protagonists doing such simple things together, and now she wanted to experience it too. Having nothing else to do, Gu Chenzhou said, "Pull over." Yan Ji guided the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost to the curb. The luxurious car had already drawn the attention of many at the barbecue stall. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they marveled at the priceless vehicle, wondering why anyone who could afford such a ride would eat street food. Amid the murmurs, the rear door of the Silver Ghost opened, and a young couple stepped out. Realizing they were wealthy heirs, the onlookers stared with envy. Gu Chenzhou and Lung Mingxuang approached the stall, and 4 or 5 servers rushed out to greet them. Finally, the stall owner shooed away the servers and put on a fawning smile. "So, what would you two like to eat?" His voice carried curiosity mixed with reverence. Lung Mingxuang replied, then turned to Gu Chenzhou. "Master, what would you like?" "Grill some beef and lamb, and you decide on the rest, whatever you're best at." Of course. "Would you like some beer as well?" the owner asked eagerly. "Yes, some of that too," Lung Mingxuang said first. Great. Please find a seat, and he'll get it grilled for you right away." Knowing a big sale was coming, the owner bustled about enthusiastically. A server led them to a table set on the lawn. The table and chairs looked freshly wiped, though a touch revealed faint traces of dampness. "Master, this feels wonderful." Lung Mingxuang sat beside Gu Chenzhou, resting her head on his shoulder. Her gaze swept over the other patrons, and she felt enveloped by an inexplicable sense of happiness. She then pressed her lips gently to his cheek and whispered emotionally, "Thank you, master." Gu Chenzhou said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He knew that when she uttered those words, both her body and spirit had been conquered by him. From now on, his words would be her command. If he told her to go east, she would never dare go west. "Here come your orders," the owner announced cheerfully as he personally carried a large tray laden with various foods to their table. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. "These are my specialties. If you need anything else, just call me, and they'll be right over." Lung Mingxuang nodded politely. "Thank you. No need to thank me, it's my honor to serve you." The owner gave a slight bow and quickly withdrew. Lung Mingxuang opened a bottle of ice-cold beer, poured glasses for herself and Gu Chenzhou, then picked up a skewer of lamb and began to eat heartily. Gu Chenzhou also took a piece and ate, enjoying the cool beer and the gentle evening breeze. Everything felt wonderfully comfortable. As Lung Mingxuang savored the thrill of street food, she chatted with Gu Chenzhou, sharing childhood thoughts and feelings. Gu Chenzhou responded occasionally, but mostly just wore a faint smile. Lung Mingxuang looked up at the sky. The brilliant Milky Way seemed close enough to touch. "If only time could stop right now, with the person I love beside me, delicious food, and such a beautiful setting," she mused to herself. Suddenly the heavens turned against them. A bolt of lightning split the sky, and a torrential rain poured down, without warning, engulfing the world in a curtain of rain. A large umbrella rose silently above their heads. Lung Mingxuang turned to look. It was Gu Chenzhou's attendant Yan Ji. Eating at a street stall was supposed to be romantic, but not in a downpour. So they both stood up. By then the other customers had already paid and scattered to take shelter from the rain. Lung Mingxuang pulled a thick stack of bills from her leather bag, without counting them, handed them to a waiter, then linked her arm with Gu Chenzhou's as they returned to the car. The engine started. Yan Ji activated the rear seat heating, which brought great comfort to Lung Mingxuang, who had been feeling the chill. 20 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost entered Yiqing Manor. The rain fell harder, showing no sign of letting up. Once inside the villa, Lung Mingxuang hugged the stack of lingerie and hurried into Gu Chenzhou's room. In a soft voice, she said to him, "They'll go shower first. In a little while I'll call you in. I want to give you a surprise," she added shyly. Gu Chenzhou naturally didn't refuse. He nodded and returned to the living room to sit down scrolling through the day's news on his phone. If something major happened, his subordinates would alert him. Reading the news now was merely a habit. 10 minutes later, he received a text from Lung Ningxuang. Master, come upstairs. Your little kitten is ready. The message was followed by a heart emoji. A smile crossed Gu Chenzhou's face. He quickly went upstairs and pushed open the door to his bedroom. Inside, purple ambient lighting cast an intimate atmosphere over the room, and a subtle, elegant fragrance burned in one corner. On the large circular bed, Lung Ningxuang wore a provocative nurse's uniform, a glass of red wine in her hand. Master, you're here, she called softly. Then she stuck out her tongue to moisten her crimson lips, gazing at Gu Chenzhou with a deeply seductive look, as if to say, come and get me. She sat up. In the mood lighting, her already curvaceous figure appeared especially alluring. She took a sip of wine, rose, and approached Gu Chenzhou. Mumbling, she said, let me feed master. Then she came right up to him. In the next second, she kissed him passionately, using her tongue to part his lips and teeth, transferring the wine into his mouth. The aroma of the wine and the bow ties, teasing relentlessly, stirred Gu Chenzhou. Moments later, the wine glass slipped from their hands and fell onto the carpet, spilling red liquid everywhere. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Lung Ningxuang instinctively opened her eyes. The nurse's uniform she had worn last night was now torn into shreds, scattered on the floor. Gu Chenzhou's body beside her was covered in love bites, and especially between his ribs were several scratch marks. All the handiwork of Lung Ningxuang from the night before. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Lung Ningxuang felt a bit embarrassed. She carefully climbed out of bed, grabbed a bathrobe from Gu Chenzhou's wardrobe, and tiptoed out of his room. After a quick wash and light makeup, Lung Ningxuang went to the kitchen. Miss Lung, why are you here? The chef asked in surprise. Though she had been acting as Gu Chenzhou's maid at Yiqing Manor and doing many of the maid's tasks, everyone knew she had entered his room last night, and the sounds had been loud. The chef naturally dared not offend this beautiful woman who had caught Gu Chenzhou's eye. Lung Ningxuang said, Master is still asleep. I thought I'd get up early to make a loving breakfast myself. What does Master usually like for breakfast? The chef quickly replied, Master's breakfast is usually simple, mainly balanced nutrition. Miss Lung, do you normally cook? Lung Ningxuang shook her head honestly. The chef thought for a moment and said, that's fine. They'll teach you to make a loving sandwich and warm a glass of milk. Master will surely love it. Great, teach me quickly. Master will be awake soon. So under the chef's hands and guidance, Lung Ningxuang soon prepared a nutritionally balanced sandwich and warmed a glass of milk, placing them on the dining table. Just then Gu Chenzhou came down the stairs in his pajamas, browsing the news on a tablet. Good morning, Master. You're awake. Come quickly, I just made you a loving breakfast. Still warm. Lung Ningxuang called out loudly. Gu Chenzhou finally lifted his gaze from the tablet, glanced at her, and smiled. All right. He handed the tablet to a maid, sat down at the table, took a sip of milk, then picked up the sandwich and sniffed it. The aroma of toasted bread, lettuce, cheese, and steak blended together. He took a small bite, then looked over at Lung Ningxuang, who was staring wide-eyed at him. Her expression was utterly adorable, like a little animal begging for praise. Gu Chenzhou gave a thumbs up. It tastes great. I really like it. Lung Ningxuang seemed to receive immense encouragement. She exclaimed excitedly, really? That's wonderful. From now on, I'll take care of Master's breakfast. You only know how to make sandwiches, don't you? For now, yes. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and chuckled. Then better not. I don't want to wake up every morning and already know I'll be eating a sandwich. Lung Ningxuang quickly said, I can learn. I pick up things fast. Master, don't worry. You'll get delicious food every day. Gu Chenzhou had already finished the sandwich and downed half the glass of milk. He smiled. All right, I'll look forward to it. Lung Ningxuang rubbed her hands together, then blushed as she thought of something. He'll go tidy up the room and wash yesterday's clothes, she said before hurrying upstairs. Gu Chenzhou then went to the study to review some documents. He always controlled his company through remote command, but there were still important matters to handle. Lung Ningxuang placed the clothes into the washing machine, then pressed the button. Leaning against the machine, she gazed out the window with a hint of bewilderment. Today was the final day of the 7-day agreement she had made with Gu Chenzhou. Once this day passed, she would regain her freedom and return to the Lung Group to resume her role as the female CEO. This was what she had always anticipated, yet why did she now feel a sense of reluctance? Could it be that this ICCO harbored some peculiar obsession? Lung Ningxuang couldn't fathom what was wrong with her. All she knew was that she now had no desire to leave Yiqing Villa or Gu Chenzhou. After the clothes were washed, Lung Ningxuang ironed and hung them one by one. Having finished these tasks, she trotted to the garden of Yiqing Villa, where she indeed found Gu Chenzhou reclining on a lawn lounger, leisurely sipping tea and reading. She hurried over, kneeling beside him to refill his hot tea. Then she busied herself preparing snacks and other delicacies for him. Her sudden diligence did not escape Gu Chenzhou's notice. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. He could see that her unusual behavior only signified one thing. She couldn't bear to leave him. Stop bustling about for now. Just as Lung Ningxuang was about to attend to other matters after pouring tea for Gu Chenzhou again, he suddenly spoke. What? Beads of sweat glistened on Lung Ningxuang's forehead. She tucked a strand of damp hair behind her ear and looked at Gu Chenzhou with a confused expression. The 7-day period is almost up. You don't want to leave here, do you? Gu Chenzhou asked with a soft chuckle. Lung Ningxuang was slightly startled. Her thoughts laid bare. A look of bewilderment flickered in her eyes as she stammered, I. Yet after hemming and hawing for a long while, she ultimately said nothing. All right. Gu Chenzhou gently stroked Lung Ningxuang's head. I will arrange for someone to go to your company and manage it on your behalf, so you can come here often. Lung Ningxuang responded softly. Suddenly she felt herself being lifted into Gu Chenzhou's arms. Her face flushed crimson, and she murmured coquettishly, Don't mess around. We're in the garden. In the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou went out to meet a few clients and returned to the villa to rest afterward. Lung Ningxuang spent the whole time browsing online for tea sets. Knowing Gu Chenzhou's love for tea, she wanted to gift him a set. That evening, Lung Ningxuang suddenly received a text message from Gu Chenzhou. Come to the rooftop garden on the 3rd floor of the villa. Upon reading the message, she couldn't help recalling the scandalous things they had done in the garden that morning, but after carefully grooming and dressing herself, she headed to the rooftop garden on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lung Ningxuang was slightly surprised. The villa was usually staffed with many servants on nearly every floor, but after entering the 3rd floor, she hadn't encountered a single one for a while. When she arrived at the rooftop garden, it was silent and pitch black with no sign of anyone. Is my master teasing me? Lung Ningxuang wondered, puzzled. She was about to check her phone to see if she had misread the address or the time. But just then, candles one by one lit up in the garden, arranged in a heart shape on silver bases. The candlelight illuminated the path beneath her feet, revealing a trail paved with rose petals just a few meters away. The next second, a firework burst into the sky with a loud boom. At the same time, melodious music began to play. Lung Ningxuang shifted her gaze from the fireworks to the source of the music and saw a pair of violinists who had appeared there as if from nowhere. Then Lung Ningxuang saw Gu Chenzhou clad in a white suit riding a white horse toward her from a distance. She stepped back in surprise, then rubbed her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Gu Chenzhou reined in the horse before her, bent down, and extended his hand. Shall we have dinner together? Tears trickled from Lung Ningxuang's eyes. This was the date of her dreams, yet she never imagined that one day a Prince Charming would truly reach out to her. She stepped forward and grasped Gu Chenzhou's hand. The next moment, she felt herself being lifted from the ground and settled into his embrace. Gu Chenzhou urged the horse forward a few steps, and Lung Ningxuang then saw a long table at the end of the garden laden with an array of delicacies illuminated by several candles. A candlelit dinner, prepared by my master for me. Lung Ningxuang turned around excitedly, only to see Gu Chenzhou looking at her with a smile. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she embraced him and kissed him. After a passionate French kiss, they dismounted and went to dine at the long table. Amidst the music, Lung Ningxuang finished the candlelit dinner she would never forget. There's another surprise. Gu Chenzhou took her hand and led her to the other side. Pushing aside the bushes, Lung Ningxuang saw a small hot spring hidden there. They then undressed and soaked in the hot spring together. Suddenly, Lung Ningxuang noticed a button on the stone steps of the spring. She picked it up curiously and asked, Master, what is this? Gu Chenzhou glanced at it, then said with a light laugh, Why don't you try it yourself and find out? May I press it? Gu Chenzhou nodded gently. So Lung Ningxuang reached out and pressed the red button, but then nothing happened. Just as she was feeling bewildered, a series of booms sounded from all directions, and countless fireworks of various colors and patterns rose into the sky. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by the fireworks, as if it were daytime. Wow! Lung Ningxuang stared wide-eyed at the fireworks blooming in the sky, completely enraptured. After a moment, when she turned to look at Gu Chenzhou, her eyes were already brimming with tears. She splashed over to Gu Chenzhou and rested her head on his shoulder, silently admiring the fireworks filling the heavens. Master, you don't have to be so good to me. Lung Ningxuang wiped away the tears of emotion with her hand and spoke softly. Gu Chenzhou pinched her cheek gently and said lightly, Am I really that good to you? Master is good to me. I love you most, Master. As the fireworks faded, the two embraced and entered the room. Throughout the night, they intertwined passionately, only ceasing when Lung Ningxiang begged for mercy. The next morning, Lung Ningxiang awoke, first finding the spacious room in disarray due to their intense battle from the previous night. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Lung Ningxiang felt a mix of joy and shyness as she leaned down to plant a kiss on Gu Chenzhou's cheek before rising to leave the room. After washing up, she donned her office attire. The 7-day period had ended, and she could finally return to the company. After reminding the chef to prepare breakfast for Gu Chenzhou, she took a car to the headquarters of the Lung Group located in the city center. Secretary Chun, she called from the back seat. Send me a report on the company's financial flow during this period. She then reviewed the company's financial flow on the ride, feeling reassured that the situation had returned to normal, indicating that the company was stable overall. After finishing the report, the car had already parked in the underground garage of the company. As she took the elevator into the building, her anxious heart finally relaxed. Inside the company, there was none of the chaos she had imagined. Employees either navigated between offices carrying documents or focused diligently at their desks, creating a well-organized atmosphere. This was a stark contrast to the disarray that had existed when she left the company. President Lung is back. A client manager exclaimed upon seeing Lung Ningxiang suddenly appear after her long absence. Good morning, President Lung. Finally back, President Lung. Employees of various levels gathered around, greeting her warmly. Though satisfied with the company's current state, Lung Ningxiang maintained a somewhat aloof expression as she nodded. Good morning. Who is currently in charge of the company, she inquired. Oh, it's Stephen and his professional management team. A curious executive asked, President Lung, where did you recruit Stephen and his team from? If I recall correctly, they were previously employed at the 5th-ranked group in the world, right? Lung Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback, and then quickly asked, where are they? Oh, in the top-floor conference room. Without further delay, Lung Ningxiang rushed off. As she pushed open the doors to the conference room, the brisk pace she had maintained coupled with her high heels left her slightly breathless. Inside the conference room, several individuals clad in suits were engaged in a meeting with a large screen displaying the quarterly financial report of the Lung Group. Upon hearing the noise from the entrance, everyone turned to look. Oh, it's President Lung. What a pleasure to see you. Stephen quickly approached Lung Ningxiang, extending a friendly handshake. When she finally saw Stephen, Lung Ningxiang could hardly believe her eyes. She had previously sought to hire a professional management team to assist her in running the company, but the team she admired were unwilling to join the Lung Group, while those who would come were not to her liking. Stephen's team was a world-renowned professional management team praised by Fortune magazine as the best managers at making money for their employers. The arrival of such a team at the Lung Group felt akin to a team of high-level players descending upon a novice village in a game equipped with a myriad of dazzling artifacts to aid a level 1 protagonist in battling minor foes. Mr. Stephen, how did you? Lung Ningxiang was somewhat stunned. Mr. Gu personally called me, Stephen replied, a hint of pride appearing on his face. No one can refuse Mr. Gu, can they? At this moment, Lung Ningxiang connected the dots. Oh, when she left the company to seek help from Gu Chenzhou, the Lung Group had been in chaos. Without Gu Chenzhou's intervention, how could everything have returned to normal so swiftly? After exchanging a few words with Stephen, Lung Ningxiang returned to her office, reclining in the wide, comfortable executive chair. Yet the image of Gu Chenzhou lingered in her mind. My master has treated me so well, I must repay him double in the future. She picked up a pen and wrote this sentiment in her notebook, then opened the documents beside her and began to read intently. Tiandang Mountain, located on the outskirts of the Magic City. Lin Fan stood atop the mountain with all the surrounding peaks bowing beneath his feet. Flowing clouds encircled the mountain, and several white cranes soared gracefully between heaven and earth. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the maple leaves on the slopes. Yet amid this tranquil scenery, Lin Fan's expression was ominously dark. He gazed at the endless mountains around him, feeling as if they were all faces, some belonging to Gu Chenzhou, some to Gu Yin, some to Lung Ningxiang, and others to his parents and sister. Each face wore a mocking smile. A cold wind brushed by, sending a chilling sensation through Lin Fan's body, and then a voice whispered in his ear. You are no longer a man. Who is it? Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he spun around quickly at the mountaintop, but found no one in sight. Though he had been saved by his master through exceptional medical skills in the face of the grim reality Lin Fan faced, even his master had no way to help. Did he look at him without any manhood? Is he a man or a woman? A voice echoed in Lin Fan's ear. Shut up. Shut up. Lin Fan shouted hysterically, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth, fueled by his internal energy. Yet that voice continued to linger in Lin Fan's ears, and he could no longer control himself. He struck the giant rock in front of him with his palm. The rock exploded with a thunderous boom, sending debris flying in all directions. In a daze, Lin Fan seemed to see his brothers who had perished in the underground fighting arena, as well as the scene of Lung Ningxiang being toyed with under Gu Chenzhou, and Gu Yin repeatedly striking at his groin. Revenge. No one shall have it easy. Lin Fan's eyes lost all glimmers of light, replaced entirely by a surging malevolence. With that thought, he no longer lingered, using his finger as a pen to write on the trunk of a nearby maple tree. Master, as if writing face to face, your disciple is ensnared by inner demons. I vow not to return until I slay these inner demons. After writing, his figure blurred, and he seemed to dash down the mountain like a fleeting shadow. An elderly figure appeared silently after Lin Fan left the mountain peak. He slowly walked to the spot where Lin Fan had stood, gazing at the frantic figure racing down the mountain, and let out a silent sigh. Turning his head, he looked at the line of characters Lin Fan had carved into the maple tree, and sighed once more. The old man knew what Lin Fan intended to do, yet he could find no reason to stop him. Any man who suffered such a devastating blow, losing what made him a man, would likely descend into madness, just as his disciple had. But the enemy at the foot of the mountain was far too formidable. The old man furrowed his brow, wondering if he should summon his senior brothers, long retired to the mountains, to help settle this matter. That night, a secluded manor on the outskirts of the Magic City was ablaze with lights and brimming with clamor. The underground boxing match was still in full swing, and the business had grown even more prosperous after the minor incident caused by Lin Fan's unexpected appearance. But today the security guards at the entrance were noticeably more numerous. Perhaps the manor's owner had sensed the danger after someone successfully broke in last time. In a dense forest northwest of the manor, a figure stealthily emerged from the thicket. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn from traversing the woods. Yet he paid no heed to his own condition, silently fixating on the manor. Then he dashed toward the northwestern wall, intending to climb over. "Hey, who are you?" Two patrolling guards spotted Lin Fan. But Lin Fan's charge did not falter. Sensing trouble, the guards reached for their guns, but their movements were far too slow. Crack! Crack! Two necks were twisted with a sickening sound, and the guards' bodies crumpled silently to the ground. Lin Fan did not spare them a glance. He leaped, his hands gripping the edge of the wall, and with a core-driven surge he vaulted onto the high wall. His figure vanished over the wall in the next instant. Before, Lin Fan never killed such people. Now he no longer cared. To the east of the underground boxing arena stood a 3-story building, the office area for the arena's organizers and a resting place for the staff. In the luxurious office on the easternmost side of the 3rd floor, Chu gazed at the wall of cash stacked taller than a man on his desk, his face blooming like a flower. Several ultra-practical shopping carts in the room were also brimming with banknotes. Made tens of millions in a single day, haha. Even my father's business isn't this profitable. Chu laughed heartily, taking a selfie with the money wall. The old master is the wave before, and you young master are the wave after. Each wave stronger than the last. This is just the beginning, you'll earn even more. A bodyguard lit a cigar and presented it with both hands, flattering him obsequiously. Ha, good lad, you know how to. Chu took a deep drag from the Cuban cigar, then pointed at the bodyguards and the staff running the arena. Don't say I'm not generous. I'm giving you a chance now. Use both arms to carry as much cash as you can, and it's yours. The bodyguards rejoiced and were about to grab the money when a soft tapping came from the door. Open up, open up. Smelled the money, did you? Chu was in high spirits and waved his hand with a smile. A guard opened the door, but his face instantly changed. He recognized the man outside as Lin Fan, who had been beaten half to death that day. What do you want? The guard bellowed, reaching for his gun. Puffed. Lin Fan's hand pierced through the guard's chest, tearing out his heart. The guard collapsed lifelessly, blood spreading rapidly. The guards inside instantly realized the danger. 3 shielded Chu while the other 4 drew guns or batons. A bunch of ants trying to stop me. Lin Fan sneered. As 2 guards aimed at him, Lin Fan's figure seemed to blur into a shifting shadow, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Chill. Lin Fan's 2 fingers struck out simultaneously, slicing across the throats of 2 guards. Blood gushed forth. Their pistols clattered to the floor as blood bubbled and flowed from their necks. One died instantly, the other tried to clamp his hands over the wound to stem the flow. The 2 guards with batons were utterly shattered by the sight. One threw down his baton and turned to flee, but the fully darkened Lin Fan gave them no chance. He grabbed a fountain pen from the desk and hurled it with force. The pen flew like a dagger, piercing through the fleeing guard's forehead. Thud! The body of the guard who had just reached the window to escape crashed heavily to the floor. They'll fight you. The other baton-wielding guard, seeing his friend and colleague slain so casually, lost all reason. He lunged at Lin Fan, swinging the baton at his face. Lin Fan punched out. The charging guard's skull shattered, brains splattering as he collapsed devoid of life. Don't come any closer. Chu, shielded by his guards, was nearly scared out of his wits. He shouted, I have money. He'll give you money, okay? There's 50 million in cash here. Take it all, take it. Money. Heh. Lin Fan tore a stack of bills apart, laughing. Do you think this still matters to me? A voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. No amount of money can buy back your manhood. Shut up. Lin Fan roared. Chu was both terrified and bewildered. I didn't say anything. Lin Fan's eyes bloodshot, he advanced on Chu, murderous intent blazing. A guard dropped to his knees, kowtowing as he begged, please, big brother, don't. That day they all hit you, but I didn't. They'll be your slave from now on. Spare my life, spare me. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home, a sick wife in bed, and a baby who needs feeding. If I die, they won't survive. Whoosh, a sound of tearing air. Lin Fan's clawed hand seized the kneeling guard's head. Then a crunch of breaking bones. Lin Fan released his grip, and the body slumped silently. Demon. 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 The bodyguards had never witnessed anyone capable of crushing a skull with their bare hands, and they were all left in. Chu screamed hysterically, completely on the verge of collapse. Lin Fan had already approached them, and one bodyguard committed suicide by swallowing his gun, while the other 3 rushed towards Lin Fan, determined to fight to the death. Lin Fan merely curled his fingers into claws, and then swept his arm forcefully. The office fell silent in an instant as the throats of the 3 men were crushed in Lin Fan's grip, their bodies collapsing to the ground. You are young Master Chu, right? You are quite wealthy. Lin Fan stepped forward, speaking with a smile that was not quite a smile. Lin Fan was covered in blood, As he stood before Chu-yi, he seemed like a devil emerging from hell. Chu-yi was instantly terrified to the point of losing control, a foul stench enveloping him. "Big brother, I beg you to spare me. I have no enmity with you. Please let me go." Chu-yi kept banging his head on the ground. Lin Fan grabbed Chu-yi's shoulder and lifted him up, saying, "This is the price you have to pay." He then seized Chu-yi's left arm and exerted force. "Up!" Chu-yi screamed hysterically as Lin Fan ripped one of his arms off his shoulder. Then Lin Fan grabbed his right arm and forcefully tore that one off as well. Chu-yi fainted from the pain, and Lin Fan poured a basin of cold water over his head to wake him up again. Lin Fan then tore off Chu-yi's 2 legs, just like the ancient punishment of dismemberment. Finally, Lin Fan placed his claws over Chu-yi's groin. "Kill me. Kill me, I beg you." Chu-yi trembled and cried out. Compared to living, he now only wished for a silent death to quickly end this inhumane torment. When he felt his genitals being grasped, he screamed hysterically, "Kill me, kill me." Lin Fan touched what he had long since lost, and then gripped hard, feeling the sensation of flesh exploding under his fingertips. Unable to contain himself, Lin Fan burst into a hearty laugh. He then stood up and left while the dismembered Chu-yi writhed on the ground like a maggot, lacking even the strength to end his own life. After Lin Fan closed the office door, he smiled at Chu-yi, saying, "Enjoy this feeling, will you?" He was not worried about whether Chu-yi could survive with such injuries. It was only a matter of time before he died. Lin Fan wanted to ensure Chu-yi suffered immensely before his demise. 30 minutes later, all the bodyguards in the manor had been slaughtered by Lin Fan. Some guests noticed that something was off and immediately fled, while a few dozen who were slower were trapped inside the manor. Then a raging fire engulfed the entire estate. Not far from the manor, Lin Fan soaked his body in a stream, slowly washing away the blood. He then changed into a clean outfit and took one last look at the manor, which was still ablaze, before turning to leave. It was time to find the next person to take revenge on. Shiyuan Haijing was one of the more upscale villa districts in Modu, and it was also Gu Yan's residence. After driving his Ferrari Romo into the garage, he embraced the new beauty he had picked up that day and headed towards the villa, his hands wandering over her body. Today he was in a particularly good mood. During the street racing earlier, the other young masters dared not drive fast when they realized Gu Yan was the protege of Gu Chenzhou, which ultimately led him to win the street racing championship. After the race, he even managed to charm the prettiest girl present. "Am I about to reach the pinnacle of my life?" Gu Yan thought to himself with a smile. As he closed the villa door, he pulled the beauty into his arms for a passionate kiss, his hands roaming freely. This beauty resembled a star to some extent, and he shamelessly touched her. "Gu Xiao, you're so annoying. Let's go to the bedroom." The beauty giggled playfully. "All right," Gu Yan replied, lifting her up and quickly running to the bedroom door, kicking it open. A gust of cold wind blew in through the open window, causing the white curtains to flutter. The cold air made Gu Yan's mind clear up a bit. Did I not close the window? He stepped forward to shut it, and then, grinning wickedly, lunged at the beauty. Just as he was about to strip her naked, he suddenly noticed that the beauty who had been smiling earlier had turned pale. "There's someone!" the beauty exclaimed in shock, then quickly returned to normal. She playfully slapped Gu Yan's arm and teased, "Two people are not the same price." "Two people?" Gu Yan turned his head and suddenly found a figure sitting on the television cabinet, facing the bed. "Who the hell are you?" Gu Yan cursed, thinking it was some ignorant servant. However, the man sitting on the television cabinet suddenly lifted his head, and the pale moonlight illuminated his face, revealing a grotesque and terrifying expression. "Lin Fan." Gu Yan took a step back, struggling to believe his eyes. "Are you a ghost or a human?" He grabbed a peachwood sword from the edge of the bed and shouted, "Of course I'm human." Lin Fan sat up, looking at the beautifully delicate girl who was staring at him. Memories of that night flooded his mind, recalling how Gu Yan had beaten him mercilessly. "Up!" Lin Fan screamed hysterically, his voice sharp and piercing. Gu Yan turned to flee, but Lin Fan's figure merely swayed slightly before appearing right in front of Gu Yan, blocking the bedroom door. Thud! Gu Yan bent his legs and fell to the ground, shouting, "Big brother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare me, just treat me like a fart and let me go." "Spare you?" Lin Fan repeated with a smile that was not quite a smile, then coldly laughed, "Ha ha. Who will give me back what you took if I spare you?" Gu Yan seized the opportunity to grab a dagger. He knew that he and Lin Fan were sworn enemies, and the other could not spare him. He lunged at Lin Fan, aiming the dagger at his chest. "How dare you show off such trivial skills in front of me?" Lin Fan chuckled lightly, then kicked Gu Yan in the groin, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. A faint cracking sound was heard. Gu Yan was sent flying over 10 meters until he slammed into the wall, embedded so deeply he couldn't be pried off. Extreme agony twisted his face, and finally his head lolled to the side as he fell unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt a surge of relief and satisfaction deep within his heart. He had not forgotten everything this man had done to him, which had cost him his manhood. Now he finally let him taste his own suffering. But this was far from enough. The shattered eggs were merely the beginning. He wanted to make him experience true despair. He would repay every humiliation he had endured 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Gu Yin was only an accomplice. He had not forgotten the true culprit Gu Chenzhou. Once the man before him was dealt with, he would be next. Hatred glimmered in Lin Fan's eyes. Seeing Gu Yin unconscious, he intended to land a few more kicks. He planned to wake him up and continue the torture. Just then the door was kicked open. A group of fully armed police officers burst in. Freeze. Hands up. Over a dozen guns were aimed at him. Lin Fan frowned, a question forming in his mind. When he had killed before, and even now when he attacked Gu Yin, he believed his movements were secret. He had destroyed all the cameras along the way, and no one had noticed his trail. How had he been exposed? Facing the surrounding officers, Lin Fan showed no concern. These were all ordinary people. Even with their guns, they were no match for him. On the contrary, if he fought back, every single one of them would die here. But should he really do this? Lin Fan fell into deep thought. If he fought his way out, he would undoubtedly be wanted nationwide. He would be unable to move freely in Modu, and would have to flee abroad. Yet, he still had a blood vendetta to settle. He would make Gu Chenzhou repay the pain he had inflicted 100-fold. If he surrendered now, he believed his previous killings had not been exposed. At worst, he would only be seen beating Gu Yin. It wasn't a major issue. He could spend some money to get bail. With this decision made, Lin Fan raised his hands. An officer stepped forward, handcuffed him, sent Gu Yin to the hospital, and took Lin Fan away. Throughout the process, Lin Fan silently observed everything without resistance. Today was just a minor setback. His path of revenge was far from over. He had collected some interest from Gu Yin. Gu Chenzhou, just you wait. I will return for my revenge. At the Yiqing Villa, after enjoying the favors of the beautiful female CEO, Gu Chenzhou strolled into the garden to admire the moonlight. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. She was a woman of breathtaking beauty. However, the icy aura emanating from her kept others at a respectful distance. She was, of course, Gu Chenzhou's personal bodyguard, Yanji. Upon seeing Su Liang, her usually frigid face softened. She bowed slightly and spoke with reverence. Master, how goes it? Gu Chenzhou was not surprised by her appearance. He sat leisurely in a rocking chair, took a sip from his teacup, and asked calmly. Everything is within your control. He killed that Chu Yi and then went after Gu Yin. He has now been arrested and detained at the police station. Gu Chenzhou nodded calmly, set down his teacup, and asked again, what's the situation with Gu Yin now? Yanji was somewhat surprised by the question. Although Gu Yin was always respectful to his master, why was his master so concerned about him? Despite her confusion, she never questioned her master's orders. She simply obeyed. So she recounted what had happened to Gu Yan's shattered eggs and his rush to the hospital. Gu Chenzhou smiled and stroked his chin. This pawn was no longer useful. It was time for him to serve one final purpose before his death. With the protagonist Lin Fan's kick leading to Gu Yan's death from failed treatment, the script was perfect. Whether due to pressure from the Gu family or out of respect for him, the police would have to provide an explanation. A life for a life was inevitable. Gu Yin was, after all, the young master of a prominent family. His murder would undoubtedly cause an uproar. When that old man up in the mountains, Lin Fan's master, received the news, he would surely come to rescue him. Indeed, Gu Chenzhou intended to settle things once and for all, sending both master and disciple to their graves. Considering his hospitality and his gift of his fiancée over this time, don't let him suffer too much. Gu Chenzhou's casual words sealed Gu Yan's fate. Yes, I will see to it immediately. Yanji showed no surprise, accepted the order respectfully, and vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, at Modu First Hospital, Gu Yin was wheeled out of the emergency room and into a VIP ward. After emergency treatment, he was out of danger and slowly regaining consciousness. It was late at night. Gu Yin woke with a start from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a nurse in white just finishing an injection. From the doctor's indifferent gaze, Gu Yin sensed something was wrong, and a strong sense of unease welled up within him. What did you do to me? As he tried to speak, his words failed him. His vision blurred, and he finally lost consciousness completely. The monitor beside him emitted a series of beeps signaling death. It was Gu Yan's mother who discovered the situation. She had been waiting outside, not wanting to disturb his rest. In the middle of the night, she went in to clean his body and found him dead. Immediately, the entire hospital erupted into chaos. At that very moment, Lin Fan, locked up in the police station, shuddered. An invisible net was closing in around him. Gu Yan's death caused a tremendous uproar. Although the Gu family in Modu was not considered a major clan, one must not forget that it was merely the first branch of the imperial capital's Gu family. With the backing of Gu Chenzhou, the young master of the main house, the Modu headquarters immediately convened a meeting to interrogate the suspect Lin Fan. They had to give Gu Chenzhou an explanation. Inside a sealed interrogation room, confess your crimes truthfully. Lin Fan sat on the interrogation chair, crossing his legs with a nonchalant air. His act of murder was exceedingly covert, and he had destroyed all evidence, ensuring no investigation would trace back to him. Even if he had been caught while dealing with Gu Yin, at most it would be trespassing, resulting in a charge of intentional injury, not murder. Thus he remained utterly unflustered. I confess, I simply couldn't stand that smug bastard's arrogance, so I broke in and gave him a beating. An officer tapped the table with his pen. So, You admit to killing young Master Gu Yan. Hearing this abruptly, Lin Fan was stunned. What the hell? How had he killed Gu Yan? He admitted that the kick he delivered was vicious, but at most it would have crippled him, nowhere near lethal. Meeting the officer's sharp gaze, Lin Fan inexplicably grew flustered and hastily asked, "What do you mean? I just found him irritating and taught him a lesson. Why would I kill him? Besides, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Murder demands a life. I wouldn't break the law. Heck, keep pretending, keep it up." The officer let out a cold chuckle. "The man is dead now. The coroner has clearly stated that your kick damaged his nerves with no other injuries present. The evidence is solid. I advise you to confess early." Lin Fan frowned upon hearing this. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts were inseparable. During his training in martial arts, he inevitably suffered injuries. His master also taught him some medical skills. Over the years, though he hadn't surpassed his teacher, he knew very well the force required to kill a man. Lin Fan was certain that the kick he landed on Gu Yan would never be fatal. Yet the officer wouldn't lie about such a matter. A vague sense of unease began to creep over him. "I admit to trespassing and beating him up, but his death has nothing to do with me. Was this a joke?" He couldn't take the blame. "Humph. Refusing to confess, are you? You're forcing me to resort to special measures." The officer sneered, then raised his hand and slammed it down on a button beside the table. Click, 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 click. Several iron clamps extended from behind the interrogation chair Lin Fan was sitting on, locking his hands and feet. Today he had come prepared. Under pressure from above, they had to give Chenzhou an explanation. Therefore Lin Fan had to confess. Even if there were other secrets behind this, the crime must be pinned on him. And if he refused to confess, the Bureau had its ways. Feeling his hands and feet trapped, Lin Fan's face darkened as he struggled and twisted his body. Soon he discovered that the material of the iron clamps was extraordinary. Even with his strength, he couldn't break free. It was clearly custom-made for interrogating martial artists. "Don't struggle. We investigated your background beforehand. This chair is specially designed for warriors. Now, just enjoy yourself." The officer finished speaking and pressed another button. A crackle of sparks flew. "You're extorting a confession by torture. He'll report you to your superiors." A sense of dread rose in Lin Fan's heart as he threatened coldly. However, before he could finish, a surge of electricity coursed through his entire body. He began to tremble uncontrollably. "Still stubborn? Let's see how long you can hold out." Iching Villa, Chenzhou sat on a wicker chair in the garden, enjoying the gentle massage from the ICCO, Lung Ningxuang. He opened his mouth, taking a peeled grape offered by the stunning beauty. "Young Master Gu, is it delicious?" Lung Ningxuang asked with a charming smile. "Thank you for feeding me. Now it's my turn to satisfy you." Lung Ningxuang was taken aback. She felt flattered. When had Chenzhou ever been so polite? Before she could figure it out, a hand pressed down on her head, guiding it lower. A bit fiery, Lung Ningxuang shot him a glare, then began to nod repeatedly. As he reveled in the pleasure, hearing the constant system notifications in his mind, a playful smirk spread across Chenzhou's face. In this incident, everyone was his pawn. Striking down the protagonist Lin Fan was merely one goal. His true target was Lin Fan's master. Eliminating this protagonist was easy, but only after luring out that old man to finish them both together. As a cunning villain, one must uproot the entire problem, scrambling even the eggs. The bait has been cast. Now we just wait for the fish to take the hook. 2 days passed in succession. Under Chenzhou's dragnet surveillance, Lin Fan's master finally appeared. Ever since Lin Fan descended the mountain, the old man felt uneasy and secretly asked a friend to keep an eye on him. As expected, trouble arose not long after Lin Fan returned. That single disciple had received all his efforts and devotion. He could not let anything happen to him. The old man rushed over hastily. He first sought out some old friends, hoping to use their connections to rescue Lin Fan. But when they learned that Lin Fan had killed 3 of Gu Yan's men, and that the mastermind was Chenzhou, every single one refused. This was a hot potato. Whoever touched it would be doomed. They dared not oppose the mighty Gu family. The old man had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to break Lin Fan out of prison. He would rescue Lin Fan first. Though they would be hunted nationwide afterward, it was better than letting him die inside. At worst, they could flee abroad. He acted on his decision that very night, breaking into the prison. At that moment, Lin Fan lay weak in his cell. He had suffered terribly over the past 2 days. Had he not trained in martial arts since childhood and soaked in medicinal baths, building an extraordinary physique, he would have long succumbed. "Xiao Fan, are you all right?" On the verge of unconsciousness, hearing a familiar voice, Lin Fan was startled. Was he about to die? Why did he seem to hear his master's voice? His master was still on the mountain and should not know of his predicament. Just then the sturdy cell door was violently torn open by 2 hands, and a familiar figure came into view. "Master, why are you here?" Lin Fan's spirits lifted as he asked in surprise. "It's all because of the trouble you caused." The old man glared at him, then paused, and said urgently, "This is no time for talk. Get up and follow me." Lin Fan now understood what was happening. He quickly scrambled to his feet and escaped the prison with his master. Outside the prison, the two kept running, avoiding cameras. Along the way, the old man explained his future plan. "What? You want me to go abroad? Lin Fan was stunned. Now that he had lost everything and been framed and imprisoned, leaving the country felt unbearable. Gu Chenzhou. Thinking of the instigator, his eyes burned with intense hatred. Xiao Fan, listen to me. I know you're unwilling, but as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no shortage of firewood. The Gu family is powerful now. Go abroad and develop first. When you have strength, you can return for revenge. After a long silence, Lin Fan finally suppressed his rage and agreed. Suddenly the master leading the way stopped, his body tense and his face full of vigilance. Master, what? Lin Fan began to ask, but stopped short. Two figures blocked their path ahead. Who else could it be but Gu Chenzhou and Yin Ji? At the sight of them, Lin Fan's fury surged. He could not forget what this man had done to him, stolen the woman he desired, targeted him for no reason, and left him unable to father children. Noticing his disciple's agitation, the old man quickly stepped in front of him and said gravely, Young Master Gu, my disciple's reputation is already ruined. Might you show mercy and let him go? What do you think? Gu Chenzhou smiled mockingly. He had set up an inescapable net and come this late to deal with them. Did he look like he was playing games? The old man's face darkened as he took a deep breath. If you show mercy, you'll have him leave the country immediately and ensure he never appears before you again. Oh, you want me to let the tiger return to the mountain so he can come back and take revenge? At your age, can't you use your brain? Gu Chenzhou sneered disdainfully. Master, why waste words with him? Let's fight him. A figure emerged from behind the old man. Lin Fan, already furious, charged at Gu Chenzhou with lightning speed. But before he could get close, Yin Ji coldly blocked his path, her dagger slashing mercilessly toward his throat. In that hair-trigger moment, had his master not pulled him back, Lin Fan would have been dead. Must you force us, master and disciple, to our deaths? Then don't blame me for being impolite. A terrifying aura erupted from the old man. His form flickered as he bypassed Yin Ji and lunged at Gu Chenzhou. Capture the leader to defeat the enemy. He sensed that this woman was stronger than him. The only way to escape was to seize Gu Chenzhou first. Whether his ploy worked or not, Yin Ji stood frozen, seemingly not reacting. Joy surged in the old man's heart as he formed his fingers into claws and struck at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou smiled coldly, lightly patting out a palm that landed squarely on the old man's chest. In an instant, hidden force erupted, its terrifying power shattering his internal organs. The old man flew backwards, spitting a mouthful of blood in the air, and landed on the ground, already on the brink of death. He had only seconds left to live. Master! Lin Fan roared in grief, watching his master die before his eyes instantly turning red. In that moment, forgetting Su Liang's strength, he recklessly charged at Gu Chenzhou. Since master and disciple share such deep bonds, you may join him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Gu Chenzhou kicked out, and Lin Fan traced the same arc, landing beside his master. Before long, both master and disciple breathed their last. Simultaneously, system prompts rang in Gu Chenzhou's mind as his villain points soared. Having dealt with this soldier king protagonist, the next were the tycoon, the scholar, the Styathome, Dad the reborn, the soldier king, the divine, Doctor the assassin, the beast tamer, the fortune teller, the feng shui master, the chat group, the martial arts expert, the mecha reveal, the entertainment king, the extreme challenge, the immortal venerable reborn, and the horror livestream. Gu Chenzhou swept through all the protagonists, becoming the destined great villain, ruling alone through eternity, turning his back on all beings.